Introduction. Having traversed into a mythological realm, the protagonist, Uba, finds himself transformed into a lotus root, unexpectedly endowed with a supreme infinite evolution system. Ding. Detection of the host capturing a dragon maid. Experience points. 9,999. Evolution points. 9,999. Ding. Detection of the host capturing a nine-tailed fox, now automated into human form. Achieving the embodiment of Daji. In this mythological world, I shall reign supreme in both mortal and divine realms. Beneath the 9 heavens, all deities shall address me as Lord God. Chapter 1. Reborn as a lotus root. My head aches. Within the dark, moist earth, Uba slowly opened his eyes, the surrounding dampness proving somewhat disconcerting. Where am I? Uba felt bewildered. Hadn't he just been watching Neza, Birth of the Demon Child, in the cinema? How had he suddenly arrived in such a peculiar place? Amidst his confusion, a melodious electronic voice resonated in his mind. Host, you're currently within the golden light cave of Tamed, to be precise, in the pond inside the cave. Who are you? Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Uba's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment. The beautiful electronic voice spoke again, this time with a hint of solemnity. Host, I am your system. I am the Supreme Infinite Evolution System. Ding. The Supreme Infinite Evolution System is binding now. Host Uba. Race, plant. Level, mythical low. Skills, none. Evolution points, 0. Experience, 15. World, mythical world. Binding successful. Hearing this, Uba's eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by elation. He could hardly believe that this world indeed possessed such a system. Could it be that Uba was destined to dominate this realm? Amidst his triumph, Uba suddenly realized, wait, what did you say my race is? Plant. Correct. Host, you are now a lotus root. The system's indifferent words drove Uba into a frenzy. Feeling utterly despondent, Uba was overwhelmed with a sense of profound injustice. Why was it that others who traversed into such worlds often became unparalleled geniuses or heirs of illustrious families? Yet he, in a mythological realm, was neither human nor a disciple of the divine, but merely a trivial lotus root. Was he destined to live out his days as a root in this pond, leading a mundane existence? Would he forever be consigned to the company of this murky darkness? Uba's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. This was not the conclusion he desired. Do not lose hope, host. This system is an infinite evolution system. As long as the host continually hunts higher-tiered beings, you will gain experience and evolution points. Furthermore, Tamed is currently seeking lotus roots to reconstruct Neza's body. If you become the strongest lotus in this pond, you may be selected by Tamed, escaping this mire and basking in the light once more. The voice of the system reverberated once more in his mind, laden with endless temptation. To become the mightiest lotus root, the eyes of the lotus overlord sparkled with excitement, his breath quickening. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his heart. Of course, this is the Golden Light Cave. Tamed is the master of Neza from the legends, and Neza was reborn by Tamed using lotus roots. He is now but a lotus root destined to become Neza's vessel. What if, in an instant, a daring thought surged into the mind of the lotus overlord. In the depths of the murky sludge, a lotus root murmured to itself, I shall become Neza of this mythical realm. Thus, my current ambition is to become the strongest lotus root in this pond. Just as the lotus overlord envisioned a splendid future, an unusual sound seemed to emanate from the dark soil. Suddenly, a gigantic fish burrowed into the mud. Its mouth bristled with sharp fangs, and its eyes gleamed with a sinister green light. That was the sheen of insatiable hunger. What does this foolish fish intend to do? Witnessing the scene, confusion filled the lotus overlord's eyes. In the next moment, he saw the foolish fish swimming directly toward him. His expression changed drastically, and he erupted in exclamation. By heaven, this foolish fish wants to devour me. Chapter 2. Dominating the pond. The foolish fish plunged from the water into the muck, its speed unabated. It opened its mouth, revealing teeth that glinted ominously, lunging towards the lotus overlord. What am I to do now? Seeing this unfold, the lotus overlord felt a surge of panic. He never anticipated that survival in a mythical world would be so perilous. Even being a lotus root here posed a life-threatening danger. Beep. Host is in danger. Automatically learning the skill whip strike. Utilize the roots of the lotus to deliver a powerful blow. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in the Lotus Overlord's mind. Skill, Whip Strike. The Lotus Overlord was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to ponder, for the foolish fish had already opened its mouth, ready to bite him. Activate Whip Strike. With a mere thought, the Lotus Overlord sensed the presence of a root, almost instinctively wielding it. Crack! A root shot forth from the muck, striking fiercely at the foolish fish that was perilously close. A lotus root could truly manipulate its own roots? The fish could never have anticipated that this lotus root would defend itself, caught utterly off guard as it was struck. The tremendous force flipped the foolish fish onto its back, revealing its white underbelly. It was dead. Phew! I nearly became its meal. Having completed this act, the Lotus Overlord felt an exhilarating rush of survival. The thrill of narrowly escaping being devoured was utterly intoxicating. Beep! Host has killed a regular low-tier 0-star foolish fish, earning 10 experience points, 0 evolution points. Only 90 experience points are needed to reach the next level. The system's voice echoed once more. To slay such a ferocious fish and receive merely 10 experience points? Not even a single evolution point was granted. How can this be acceptable? Uba seethed with indignation, mentally calculating, "Dear system, considering I nearly met my demise just now, could you perhaps bestow upon me an evolution point in light of my fright?" Negative. Then how does one acquire evolution points? Host may obtain evolution points by defeating low-level life forms of 5 stars or above. Low-level 5 stars? Upon hearing the system's words, Uba was taken aback. Setting aside whether such creatures existed in this pond, even if they did, he was ill-equipped to confront them. After all, he was merely a low-level 1-star lotus root. The heavens were truly unjust. Though he lamented the cruelty of fate, Uba regained his composure, for he still possessed the system. I must rally myself. I aspire to become the mightiest lotus in this pond. I shall dominate this pond. As day turned to night within the Golden Light Cave, Uba had not encountered the presence of the celestial master Tai throughout the day. However, this proved advantageous, granting him some time for growth. Had the celestial master truly appeared, it would likely be the moment for selecting a lotus root to serve as Neza's body. He was not yet the strongest lotus root. He needed to exert himself further. This pace is unsustainable. It is far too slow. Uba frowned in distress. As he was unable to move, he had forfeited the ability to actively hunt, relying solely on prey to come to him. Thus, throughout the day, aside from that foolish fish, he had only managed to catch a few small fish and shrimp, elevating his strength to low-level 2 stars. At that moment, the system's voice chimed. Ding! The host has survived a day in the mythological world, earning 1 lottery opportunity. A lottery opportunity? Very well, I confirm the lottery. Uba was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of joy flashing his eyes as he nodded eagerly, anticipating a splendid reward. Ding! The host has confirmed the lottery, and the drawing is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill bait. Emits a fragrant aroma, capable of enticing prey within a 20-meter radius. Chapter 3. The Bait Skill Bait. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Uba was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently engulfed in a wave of elation. He envisioned an abundance of evolution points coming his way. With the acquisition of the bait skill, the limitation of his immobility and inability to hunt proactively was effectively resolved. By merely luring prey to his vicinity, vanquishing them would be an effortless task. In the next instant, Uba activated the bait. Immediately, he discovered a unique and enchanting aroma emanating from his being. The scent was so enticing that even Uba felt an overwhelming urge to sink his teeth into himself. This bait skill was undeniably potent. Satisfied with the effects of bait, Uba patiently awaited his unsuspecting quarry. Before long, he sensed the fervor of the small fish and shrimp in the pond, each one eager to devour him, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Suddenly, a robust root shot forth from the mud, smashing 2 hapless shrimp that had failed to escape. Ding! Host has slain low-tier 0-star fish and shrimp. Experience points gained, 0. Ding! Whip skill level 1 attained. You can now control 2 roots simultaneously for attack. Disheartened by the system's announcement, Uba felt a twinge of disappointment. He had gained no experience. Merely a minor upgrade to his skill. Battling these insignificant creatures was rather mundane. When would the more formidable foes appear? Suddenly, he heard a commotion, followed by the sight of a gigantic frog leaping into the water. Ding! A low-tier 5-star grass frog detected. Go forth, host. Slay it, and you shall earn evolution points. Low-tier 5-star. The system's words sent a tremor of excitement through Uba's body as he gazed eagerly at the approaching grass frog. At last, a magnificent prey had arrived. Clearly, the grass frog had been lured by the enchanting aroma surrounding Uba, and with a swift flick of its long tongue, it lunged toward him. Whip, activate. Two robust roots awakened from the mire. One blocked the tongue, while the other struck forcefully at the grass frog's body. With a resounding smack, the root Uba controlled collided with the grass frog, inflicting a wound. Ribbit. The grass frog croaked in alarm, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the lotus root before it. In the next moment, it attempted to flee. Still wishing to escape? Not on Uba's watch. He would not allow his hard-earned prey to slip away, commanding his two roots to pursue relentlessly. Crack, crack. Two more ruthless strikes ensued, and the grass frog met its end. Ding. Host has slain a low-tier 5-star grass frog. Experience points gained, 100. Evolution point gained, 1. As the system's voice faded, Lianba felt a warm current surging through his body, enveloping him in a unique sense of comfort. The sensation of leveling up was exhilarating, and he could only imagine the feelings that awaited him after his evolution. A gleam sparkled in Lianba's eyes. He had already amassed a few evolution points. With the elimination of 4 low-tier 5-star creatures, he would attain 5 evolution points, and thus undergo his transformation. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Lianba began to devise a plan to utilize his bait skill to hunt additional prey. Chapter 4. Silverlight Lotus. Throughout the entire night, Lianba relentlessly pursued his targets, never pausing for a moment. He was unaware of when Tai Jinren would arrive to select lotus roots for Nez's body. Therefore, he was determined to dominate this pond at the earliest opportunity. When the time came, provided Tai Jinren was not blind, he would undoubtedly choose Lianba as Nez's vessel. That would mark the moment Lianba began his journey as Neza. With a crisp sound, Lianba wielded his roots to dispatch the last of the low-tier 5-star crayfish. Finally, it's over. I'm utterly exhausted. After a night of hunting, Lianba was completely fatigued. He had hoped to regain his energy through photosynthesis, but as a lotus root, he was deeply buried in the mud and incapable of such rejuvenation. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lianba's mind. Ding. The host has acquired 5 evolution points. Would you like to commence evolution? Commence evolution, Lianba replied without hesitation, his heart fluttering with anticipation about what form he might take after the transformation. Ding. Silverlight Lotus evolving. Evolution progress, 30. 60. Evolution successful. With the system's declaration, a soft white glow radiated from Lianba's entire being, casting a brilliant luminescence amidst the dark mud. Have I evolved from an ordinary lotus root into a silverlight lotus? Feeling the changes within himself, Lianba opened his personal interface. Host. Lianba race. Plant level. Ordinary low-tier 5-star classification. Silverlight Lotus skills. Level 2. Whip. Bait. Experience. 310 evolution points. 0 now a Silverlight Lotus. He found himself in need of 10 evolution points to reach the next tier, but acquiring these points seemed a daunting task. All low-tier 5-star creatures within a 20-meter radius had already fallen to his prowess. What should he do now? Lianba furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the dark mud. Hey, brother, why are you glowing all over? The voice startled Lianba, who had assumed he was the sole inhabitant of this dark, murky realm. With the radiant light emanating from his body, Oba finally discerned the scene within the murky depths. To his astonishment, merely 5 meters away, a lotus root was gazing at him. Hey, brother, why are you silent? Are you incapable of speaking the language of lotus roots? The lotus root, noticing Oba's indifference, began to converse animatedly, its tone rife with sympathy. It was only at this moment that Oba realized a peculiar language resonated in his mind. I can indeed speak the language of lotus roots. That's splendid. The lotus root sighed with relief, then curiously scrutinized Oba. Brother, why do you radiate such a brilliant light? Well, it is because I am the strongest lotus root. Oba replied nonchalantly, devoid of any embarrassment. Nay, that cannot be. How could you possibly be the strongest lotus root? The lotus root immediately shook its head in denial. What do you mean by that? You must be a newly sprouted lotus root. The strongest lotus root in this pond is Desha. He is the true champion. The lotus root regarded Oba earnestly, speaking slowly. Desha, the strongest lotus root in this pond? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Oba's eyes. Could it be that someone surpassed him, boldly claiming to be the strongest lotus root? Indeed, Desha is undeniably the mightiest in this region. The lotus root nodded, its eyes brimming with admiration. Desha stands an impressive meter tall, incredibly robust. It is no exaggeration to call him the strongest. Over a meter. Oba's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at his own form, measuring only 60 to 70 centimeters, while the Shah boasted a full meter. If I were to vanquish this Shah, I could very well ascend to become a radiant lotus root. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Oba's eyes. Brother, what are you murmuring about? The lotus root inquired, puzzled by Oba's musing. Oh, it is nothing. My name is Oba, may I ask yours? I am Oseong. A pleasure to meet you, brother Oba. The name Oseong nearly made Oba chuckle, but he managed to suppress it. He then asked, Oseong, do you know where Desha resides? Indeed, Desha is located at the easternmost part of this pond. It is said that there is a cave there, allowing sunlight to pour in, which is why Desha is so formidable. Oseong nodded thoughtfully. Sunlight, you say? A flicker of surprise crossed Oba's eyes, stirring a sense of determination within him. It seemed imperative that he confront this Desha. His immediate task was to devise a way to reach the eastern edge of the pond. The following day, with the crowing of a rooster, dawn broke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surviving a second day in the mythical realm. Reward, survival lottery. Would you like to draw? As Oba opened his eyes, the voice of the system resounded in his mind. Yes, I wish to draw. As the drowsiness lingered, Oba was jolted awake at the mention of a lottery. During the draw, success was announced, and the system proclaimed, Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, teleport. You can teleport to any designated location within 100 meters. With the sound of a mechanical wheel coming to a halt, the system's voice echoed. Teleportation? Oba was momentarily stunned by the newfound ability. His breath quickened. As if a realization struck him, he hurriedly called out to Oseong beside him. Brother Oseong, please tell me the precise location of Odisha. Still groggy, Oseong mumbled. Odisha is to the east, approximately 80 meters away. 80 meters? Oba narrowed his eyes. It was indeed not far. Thank you, brother Oseong. With that, Oba activated the teleport skill, a purple glow enveloping his body. After selecting the location, he vanished in a flash of purple light. Where did Oba go? Seeing the purple light and Oba's figure disappear, Oseong stood in stunned silence. In broad daylight, even the lotus could encounter a ghost. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the pond, a group of small lotuses gazed in admiration at a towering lotus. You all must know, with my talent. It won't be long before that old Kut Tai Ren takes me as his disciple. Absolutely, Odisha is the pillar of our lotus community. They unanimously agreed that Odisha was undoubtedly the strongest lotus in this pond, a certainty beyond question. The old Kut Tai Ren would surely take Odisha as his apprentice. Upon hearing the flattery from the small lotuses, a proud smile spread across Odisha's face. Of course, I am Odisha, the finest lotus in this pond. Just as he basked in their admiration, he suddenly felt a squeeze as a burst of purple light erupted nearby. Look, is Odisha about to become an immortal? He.S. radiating purple light. A lotus exclaimed in astonishment, their admiration for Odisha intensifying. Indeed, Odisha truly emits a purple glow. No wonder he.S. extraordinary. In an instant, the small lotuses were utterly in awe of Odisha. Hey, that rascal is pushing me aside. Is he courting death? However, Odisha was not as composed as they imagined. His entire being felt as though it might burst. Wow, this teleport skill is incredibly precise. The location is spot on. As the purple light faded, Oba appeared right beside Odisha, nearly nose to nose. Who is this lotus? The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a living lotus in broad daylight. Kid, who the hell are you? Get away from me, or I want to hold back. A large lotus, filled with indignation, glared fiercely at its counterpart, the domineering lotus, seething with suppressed rage. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, a robust root struck the large lotus, rendering it momentarily dazed. Such incessant prattle, the domineering lotus muttered, retracting its root with a disdainful glance towards the large lotus. How dare this insolent creature assault the elder lotus? Has it truly lost its senses? Oh, why could it not content itself with being a humble lotus, rather than provoking the elder? It must have lived far too long. Witnessing the domineering lotus's audacity in retaliating against the large lotus, the surrounding smaller lotuses were left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. Have you truly lost your mind? The large lotus finally regained its composure, glaring back at the domineering lotus and bellowing, Enough of your nonsense. Perish. With a tone that was somewhat detached, the domineering lotus swung its two roots, stirring up a murky torrent directed at the large lotus. Attempting that again is futile. The large lotus scoffed, countering with its own two roots to intercept the incoming attack. In a sudden clash, the four roots collided. And in that fleeting moment of contact, The large lotus's roots were effortlessly severed in twain. What is happening? The large lotus was left utterly astonished. In comparison to the strength of the domineering lotus's roots, its own seemed remarkably feeble, akin to mere tofu. Die! With a thunderous crack. As the large lotus quaked in fear, the domineering lotus skillfully maneuvered its roots, striking the large lotus with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed, and cracks appeared across the large lotus's form. What? This wretch has breached my defenses. A flicker of terror crossed the large lotus's eyes. It was merely an ordinary mid-tier 1-star being, while the domineering lotus was at most a low-tier 5-star. How could it possibly annihilate him so effortlessly? With another explosive sound, the large lotus, nearly a meter in height, shattered into countless fragments. In the instant of its demise, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Host has slain an ordinary mid-tier 1-star creature, awarding 200 experience points and 2 evolution points. Experience overflow detected. Host advances to ordinary low-tier 9-star. As the system's notification concluded, the domineering lotus experienced a surge in power, ascending 4 levels. Elated by the transformation within, its attributes enhanced. The eyes of the domineering lotus sparkled with joy. Chapter 7. The provocation from the ancient sovereign to its astonishment. The benefits reaped from vanquishing a large lotus were quite substantial. The domineering lotus felt a thrill of excitement. It now required merely 8 more evolution points to ascend to a sacred light lotus. Glancing at the trembling smaller lotuses before it, the domineering lotus remarked coolly, "I have slain your elder lotus. Do you not yearn for vengeance?" Nay, they replied hastily. "You are our elder lotus, the mightiest in this pond." Upon hearing the words of the esteemed lotus overlord, several young lotus plants promptly shook their heads and respectfully addressed him. "This is more like it. I entrust you with a few tasks. Endeavor to uncover the locations of the strongest creatures within the pond, and then relay the information to me," commanded the lotus overlord. Casting a casual glance at the young lotuses. "Ah, very well." The young lotuses replied with faces filled with reluctance, nodding their heads begrudgingly. "Once we locate the strongest beings, we shall certainly inform Lord Lotus Overlord." In the Golden Light Cave Pond, a peculiar legend had been circulating in recent days. It was said that a particularly enigmatic lotus had appeared. Whenever it detected prey, this lotus would suddenly materialize behind it, swiftly delivering a fatal blow. Lord Lotus Overlord. A tyrannical fish has been spotted to the east of the pond. I'm on my way. Lord Lotus Overlord. To the north of the pond. A ferocious mantis shrimp has been discovered. Understood. Lord Lotus Overlord. A stunning mermaid has been seen in the center of the pond. Wait. Do not inform me of mermaids next time. However, for this occasion, I shall let it slide. Let me there now. These recent days had found the Lotus Overlord busily traversing the expanse, his renown gradually echoing throughout the pond. The name of Lotus Overlord reverberated across the waters, ultimately inciting the displeasure of the ancient sovereign of this domain. This sovereign was a water serpent, adorned with a pair of small horns upon its head, subtly hinting at its potential transformation into a true dragon. Alarmingly, Lord Lotus Overlord, the Water Serpent King has come to confront us. Upon receiving the news of the Water Serpent King's approach, the young lotuses were instantly thrown into disarray. Rooted in the murky depths, they found themselves unable to flee, wishing fervently to uproot themselves and escape. Why the panic? Is it merely a serpent on the verge of becoming a dragon? Look at how frightened you are. The Lotus Overlord remarked with a hint of exasperation. In response, the young lotuses felt utterly wronged. Brother, this is no ordinary serpent. It is one on the cusp of transformation. Just look at you. You are but a single lotus. How can you compare yourself to a serpent poised to become a dragon? With a hissing sound, an enormous water serpent emerged from the mud. Are you the Lotus Overlord? A mere silver lotus dares to proclaim itself the mightiest creature of this pond? The Water Serpent King coiled its massive body, flicking its tongue coldly at the Lotus Overlord. Though the Lotus Overlord had grown nearly a meter in length, he was still but a small being in the presence of the nearly 10-meter-long Water Serpent King. What of the Silver Lotus? Do you doubt that a silver lotus could overpower you? The Lotus Overlord retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the Water Serpent King. Huh, what audacity fuels your bravado? The Water Serpent King scoffed at the Lotus Overlord's words, for a silver lotus, at best, could muster the strength of an ordinary low-tier 9-star entity. In stark contrast, the Water Serpent King boasted the prowess of an ordinary mid-tier 5-star being, rendering the Lotus Overlord insignificant in its eyes. Chapter 8. Defeating the Ancient Sovereign, O Lotus Overlord. Do you truly wish to challenge my dominion over this pond? Such audacity is nothing short of folly. The Water Snake King scoffed, its forked tongue flickering ominously. With a menacing yawn, it revealed its razor-sharp fangs, glistening with a cold light. I have yet to savor the taste of the silver lotus. Let today be the day I indulge. As the words fell, the water snake king lunged at the lotus overlord with ferocity. Water wave technique. In response to the impending attack, the lotus overlord remained unperturbed, swiftly invoking a recently acquired skill. Countless waves surged from the openings in its body, and with a powerful roar, it unleashed them in a torrent. The force of the waves, more potent than a high-pressure water jet, crashed violently against the water snake king. Hiss! The water snake king cried out in pain, a flicker of panic crossing its eyes. How could this diminutive lotus possess such formidable techniques? Seizing the moment of hesitation, the lotus overlord extended its four roots, striking the water snake king with great force. With a series of sharp sounds, the water snake king's body was left battered and bruised. My scales cannot withstand this, it exclaimed in shock, blood beginning to flow profusely from its wounds. Damn it! This lotus is too cunning. A sense of retreat began to creep into the water snake king's mind. Unable to endure the torment any longer, it turned and swam away in haste. Is the lotus overlord truly driving the water snake king to flee? The smaller lotuses watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. The lotus overlord would not allow the precious opportunity for evolution to slip away. It thrust its four roots forward, ensnaring the water snake king and dragging it back into the murky depths. Please no? Despair filled the water snake king's eyes, for it understood that being pulled into the mud was tantamount to being dragged into an endless abyss. Great lotus overlord, I beseech you, spare me. I, a mere serpent, have overstepped my bounds and provoked your wrath. Regrettably, the lotus overlord paid no heed to its pleas. With a sudden surge of strength, the roots tightened around the water snake king's body. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air, and the water snake king's life was extinguished. The lotus overlord had indeed vanquished the ancient sovereign of the pond. How astonishingly powerful the lotus overlord is. The smaller lotuses could scarcely believe their eyes, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. At the moment the water snake king fell, a radiant light surged into the lotus overlord's being, accompanied by the system's announcement. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating an ordinary mid-tier 5-star water snake king. You have earned 500 experience points and 3 evolution points. Congratulations on leveling up to ordinary mid-tier 4-star. Congratulations on accumulating 10 evolution points. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Host has evolved from Silver Lotus to Holy Light Lotus. As the resonant voice of the system faded away, a resplendent golden light erupted from the body of the Lotus Overlord. Wow! The Lotus Overlord was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. How magnificent! Is he adorned in a golden divine armor? The Lotus Overlord looks incredibly dashing. Observing the Lotus Overlord basking in golden light, several nearby lotus plants instantly transformed into his fervent admirers, ceaselessly lavishing him with flattery. The Lotus Overlord, gazing at his shimmering golden form, narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. After vanquishing the Water Snake King, he had become the sole sovereign of this pond. I have now ascended to become the mightiest lotus, the most formidable being in this realm. I merely await the arrival of the true man-tai to select a body for Neza. Chapter 9. The arrival of true man-tai. Days passed as the Lotus Overlord awaited the arrival of true man-tai. However, this old fellow had made him wait for 3 days and nights without a trace of his presence. Does he intend to forego using lotus roots to craft a body for Neza? The Lotus Overlord could not shake off his concerns. What if true man-tai, in a moment of whimsical inspiration, decided to use something else entirely for Neza's body? That would spell disaster. Please, do not let my plans fall through. The Lotus Overlord silently prayed. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. The golden light cave was illuminated as if by 1,000 lanterns, and even the Lotus Overlord, submerged in the mire, felt a flicker of light. Could it be that the old man Tai has finally arrived? After such a long wait, he has finally come. Sensing the stirrings around him, the Lotus Overlord's heart soared with joy. At last, he could put his Neza plan into action. Inside the golden light cave, a white-haired elder rushed in with an anxious expression, scanning the surroundings. What folly is this, Neza? Why would you choose to take your own life? Had I known you would do such a thing, I would have secured you a life insurance policy. True man Tai sighed in exasperation, lamenting the lack of sensibility in his disciple. This old man was even contemplating buying insurance. In the mire, the Lotus Overlord grinned wryly upon hearing those words and continued to observe true man Tai's actions. Fortunately, my master possesses boundless magical powers and understands the art of lotus resurrection. Otherwise, you would be in dire straits. True man Tai shook his head and slowly approached the pond's edge. What in the world? My mermaid, my shrimp, and my prized fish. Why are they all dead? Upon seeing the multitude of small fish and shrimp carcasses floating on the pond's surface, he erupted into curses, his heart aching with loss. Surely, my nearly century-old water snake king has not met the same fate? Suddenly, a thought struck True Man Tai, and he hurriedly whistled towards the pond. Yet at this time, the water snake king would usually surface. But now, there was no sign of him. Glub glub. Just as an ominous premonition loomed over True Man Tai, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, and a green corpse emerged from the mire. Old fellow, since you wish to meet the water snake king, I can only assist you to this extent. To extract the corpse of the water snake king from the mire, it is naturally up to the Lotus Overlord. I never anticipated that this water snake king was actually nurtured by the great Master Tai. This thought had not crossed my mind. By heavens, is this not my water snake king? How could it possibly be dead? Upon witnessing the corpse of the water snake king drifting to the surface, the great Master Tai felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, for he had tended to it for nearly a century, and just like that, it was gone. Alas, let us first select a lotus root to craft a body for Neza, he sighed in resignation, his eyes shimmering with golden light as they pierced through the water's surface in search. I recall there being a lotus root nearly a meter long recently. Why can I not find it suitable for Neza's body? Hearing the words of the great Master Tai, the Lotus Overlord breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had eliminated the foolish Lotus Dasha. Otherwise, the great Master Tai might have indeed chosen him. Why are there no good lotus roots? Never mind. The great Master Tai murmured, preparing to abandon the search when suddenly, a glimmer of golden light in the mud caught his attention. His gaze rested upon the Lotus Overlord, his expression revealing a hint of emotion. This is actually a sacred light lotus. Truly, the heavens do not forsake Neza. Chapter 10. Shaping the lotus body at last. The old rascal has noticed me. Sensing the golden light of the great Master Tai lingering upon him, the Lotus Overlord felt an exhilarating thrill bubbling within. Ha. A sacred light lotus. I never imagined my cultivation skills to be so extraordinary. Capable of producing a sacred light lotus with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. The great Master Tai's excited gaze remained fixed on the Lotus Overlord, unable to suppress his hearty laughter. This old fellow is utterly shameless. It is my own relentless effort that transformed me into a sacred light lotus. The Lotus Overlord silently retorted in his heart upon hearing the great Master Tai's words. Now, with the sacred light lotus, I shall be able to create the most perfect body for Neza. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the great Master Tai's eyes, and with a swift motion, he reached down into the pond's murky depths to seize the Lotus Overlord. It is finally happening. The Lotus Overlord felt his body gradually lifting from the mire, joy swelling within him. Yet he quickly suppressed his astonishment. At this moment, he needed to maintain composure. Otherwise, the great Master Tai might discern something amiss. In the next instant, the Lotus Overlord finally glimpsed a ray of light. After enduring for so long, he had finally extricated himself from the muck. Come here. The great Master Tai beckoned the Lotus Overlord with a gesture, and he flew into the Master's hand effortlessly. This sacred light lotus is indeed a remarkable specimen. The great Master Tai scrutinized the Lotus Overlord closely, his fingers lightly brushing against him. At that moment, the Lotus Overlord radiated golden light, his body now exceeding a meter in length. Hey, old man, can you hurry up and reshape Neza's body? Stop groping my backside. The Lotus Overlord felt a surge of frustration, but could only endure in silence. Quite good. It is time to commence the body reshaping. Tai Jinren gazed upon the figure with increasing satisfaction, preparing to commence the reconstruction of Neza's body. Upon hearing this declaration, Uba finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was liberated at last. Subsequently, Tai Jinren, holding Uba, approached a Dao platform, igniting the flames beneath it, which in turn released a surge of celestial energy. In the next moment, Tai Jinren placed Uba upon the Dao platform. It was about to begin. I am about to become Neza. Uba's heart swelled with elation. Ding. The system detected that the host was on the verge of becoming Neza, activating the Soul Sovereign skill. When two souls inhabit a single body, the host's soul shall become the absolute entity. Soul Sovereign. Uba was taken aback, but before he could inquire further, Tai Jinren began to invoke his celestial arts, pulling Uba's form into a human shape. As he felt his body being molded without pain, his lotus roots transformed into bones, and the lotus leaves morphed into muscles. Almost there, it is time to introduce the spiritual orb. Observing that Uba had taken on Neza's appearance, Tai Jinren exhaled in relief and produced a spiritual orb. within which lay the remnants of Neza's soul. Go forth, Neza, and be revived. With these words, Tai Jinren placed the orb into Uba's body. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed at that moment. The presence of two souls has been detected within the body. The soul sovereign skill has been automatically activated. Oh, am I finally to become Neza? Uba's heart raced as he felt the vitality surge through the body upon the remnants of Neza's soul awakening. Have I awakened? At that moment, the remnants of Neza's soul stirred within the body. Uba nodded. Yes, you have awakened. Who are you? Why have you appeared in my body? Neza's voice resonated with evident alarm. Upon hearing Neza's panicked inquiry, Uba maintained a calm demeanor and replied slowly, Your body? No, this is mine. To others, I am Neza. But here, I am your master, Uba. Chapter 11. Transformed into a Lotus Spirit Master? Who exactly are you? Neza, now in a state of distress, was filled with confusion. I am Uba. Serve as my subordinate, and you shall reign supreme in this world alongside me. Uba gazed indifferently at the golden spiritual orb, within which Neza's remnants resided. You shall not succeed. Just as Uba's words fell, the spiritual orb quivered violently, followed by Neza's voice emanating from within. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Soul sovereign, soul pressure. Upon hearing Neza's challenge, Uba's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth, crashing towards Neza. Ugh! Neza let out a muffled groan, his face etched with horror as an oppressive force from the depths of his soul bore down upon him, leaving him breathless. With a crack, the tension escalated. A delicate fissure appeared on the Lingzhu, as if it were on the brink of shattering entirely. Brother Uba, you are my elder brother. Please, do not press down on me any further. Neza implored desperately, fearing that Uba's irritation might lead to the ruin of the Lingzhu. That is more like it. You are showing some sense, Uba replied nonchalantly. The Lingzhu surged violently, undoubtedly reflecting Neza's fervent nodding from within. Very well, remain in there and entertain yourself. Your elder brother has serious matters to attend to, Uba stated casually. Although he currently held absolute dominion over his soul, he had yet to fully seize control of his corporeal form. As he began to take command of his body, the voice of the system gently resonated, initiating host's bodily takeover. 306-0100. Bodily takeover successful. Host has evolved into a lotus essence. With the system's announcement, a screen materialized before Uba's eyes. Host, Uba race, plant level, lotus essence rank, ordinary intermediate 1-star skills, whip strike, decoy, water wave technique, experience, 500 evolution points, 020. What is a lotus essence? Shouldn't I be Neza? Uba was taken aback upon seeing the information displayed on the screen. Wasn't he supposed to be Neza? Why was he still classified as a plant? And moreover, a lotus essence? Just as Uba was engulfed in confusion, a voice rang out. Neza, awaken. In the next moment, a flash of white light flickered in Uba's eyes. Neza had awakened. No, it should be said that the Uba controlling Neza had awakened. My dear disciple, you have finally come to. The excited voice of Tai Jinren echoed in Uba's ears. However, at that moment, Uba had no time to entertain the ramblings of this old man. His mind was consumed by 2 words, lotus essence. Looking down, he was immediately struck dumb. Though he possessed limbs, his entire body was composed of lotus root, and he stood only about 50 centimeters tall. Yet, what truly brought Uba to the brink of tears was that, despite having a human-like structure, he was not human, and thus lacked hair. Instead, a single lotus flower adorned the top of his head, serving as a peculiar hairstyle. Neza, how do you like the new body I have fashioned for you? Tai Jinren beamed with delight as he gazed at the miniature lotus figure on the altar, clearly pleased with his creation. Like it? How dare you? Uba's mind spiraled into chaos, cursing Tai Jinren for this predicament. This is the lotus root shaping technique I just learned. It is quite remarkable in its own right. Regarding the unrestrained remarks of Uba, Tai Jinren remained unperturbed, merely shrugging his shoulders while maintaining a smile. Chapter 12. Escape from the Golden Light Cave. Just learned it? Upon hearing Tai Jinren's words, Uba felt a surge of resentment. Hey, Neza, come here. I have a little celestial technique for you to experiment with. A foolish grin spread across Tai Jinren's face, his eyes gleaming with a greenish light as he regarded Uba like a laboratory mouse. Again, Uba's expression shifted. Did Tai Jinren truly perceive him as a mere subject for experimentation? No, this old fellow's celestial techniques were unstable. If he were to ruin his body, it would spell disaster. Once his body was destroyed, Uba would meet his end as well. This risk was not to be taken lightly. He needed to flee. It was imperative to escape. At least until he became a true Neza, he could not present himself before Tai Jinren. Otherwise, he would inevitably be toyed with to his demise. Do not be afraid. Neza, Tai Junrin chuckled, eager to unleash his newly acquired celestial technique. There was no time for hesitation. He truly had to run. Witnessing this scene, Oba resolved even more firmly to escape. Engage the teleportation. Farewell, old man. In the next moment, a purplish light emanated from Oba's body, and he vanished without a trace. Gone. Neza is indeed quite remarkable. Nevertheless, it matters not. He cannot escape the Golden Light Mountains. Upon seeing Oba disappear in an instant, Tai Junren's eyes flickered with surprise. He then shook his head and turned his gaze towards the pond where Oba had been. Well then, let me experiment on you all instead. Upon hearing these words, the pond erupted in commotion. In the forest, Oba was making his way along the riverbank. This old fellow, Tai, was nothing like the character from the mythological world. Unexpectedly, he was a mad scientist here. Oba shuddered at the thought. By his knowledge, Tai Junren in the mythological realm was supposed to be a sage, wise, and ethereal. How had he become a ruthless, experimental maniac in this context? If he hadn't run swiftly, he would have likely ended up as an innocent mouse, subjected to Tai Junren's whims. No, he absolutely could not be captured by Tai. Ding. Host has slain an ordinary intermediate 1-star scythe mantis, earning 200 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding. Host has slain an ordinary intermediate 3-star flame bird, earning 400 experience points and 1 evolution point. It had already been 3 days since Oba had run away from home. Fortunately, in these 3 days, Tai Junren had not come searching for him. Thus, Oba took advantage of this time to hunt demon beasts freely in the mountains. Strive to acquire the maximum amount of experience points and evolution points in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, a root violently erupted from the ground, as if to shatter the very air itself. Under such formidable power, the mutated spider was naturally doomed, disintegrating into dust almost instantaneously. Ding. The system detected that the host has slain a common mid-tier 8-star mutated spider, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 3 evolution points. Ding. The host has received evolution points and is undergoing evolution. Evolution in progress. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on becoming a Waterland dual-type Lotus Spirit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, the Lotus Spirit displayed a flicker of exhilaration. Previously, although he had transformed into a Lotus Spirit, he was still fundamentally a plant. Thus, throughout his journey, he had primarily focused on hunting beasts while searching for water sources. Now, having evolved into a Waterland dual-type Lotus Spirit, many of his trivial concerns have been alleviated. Chapter 13. The White Fox. Moreover, with evolution came continuous upgrades. The strength of the Lotus Spirit surged from a common mid-tier to a common high-tier 1-star level. His power had significantly increased. However, he was uncertain if he could now challenge that wretched fox. The mere thought of the fox ignited a furious resentment within him. The situation unfolded as follows. Just a few days prior, he had severely injured a common high-tier 1-star crane. Just as he was poised to deliver the final blow and earn some evolution points, that accursed white fox appeared. With lightning speed, it snatched the wounded crane away, and before departing, it mockingly flicked its tail at the Lotus Spirit as a gesture of derision. Damn that foul fox. When I catch you, I shall deliver a thorough beating. The Lotus Spirit clenched his fists, teeth gritted in determination. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. The system detected an increase in host strength and awarded the skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control. The host can plant lotus seeds, and those who consume them will be temporarily controlled. Lotus Seed Soul Control, the ability to manipulate those who consume the lotus seeds. As the system's voice faded, a gleam of brilliance ignited in the Lotus Spirit's eyes. He suddenly conceived an excellent plan to capture the white fox. That greedy fox would surely be tempted to consume the lotus seed, presenting itself willingly. Finding a clear patch of land, he placed the lotus seed in a conspicuous location and concealed himself behind a tree. His current task was to lie in wait, like a hunter poised for its prey, hoping the white fox would fall into his trap. To enhance the seed's allure, he even infused it with a hint of fragrance from the bait skill. Given the fox's insatiable greed, it would undoubtedly not pass up this opportunity. Time ticked by. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. An hour passed. During this interval, numerous wild beasts attempted to devour the lotus seed, only to be swiftly dispatched by the Lotus Spirit's branch. Buzzing. As the impatient Ubo awaited, a rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. A tuft of white material peeked through, revealing a fluffy tail. Finally, upon sighting the tail, Uba's lips curled into a smile. After such a long wait, the elusive fox had finally arrived. The white fox appeared somewhat cautious, glancing around before it ventured forth. drawn by the alluring scent of the lotus seeds. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The white fox finally reached the lotus seeds. Without hesitation, it lowered its head and devoured the enticing seed in one swift motion, even letting out a satisfied burp. At last, it had feasted. A triumphant grin spread across Uba's face. Once the white fox consumed his lotus seed, escape was no longer an option. In the next moment, Uba leaped down from the tree. The rustle of his descent startled the white fox, which turned to regard him with alertness. However, upon recognizing Uba, a faint smile graced its lips. "Uba, you're back again? Apologies, but I spotted it first this time." To Uba's astonishment, the white fox spoke in a melodious voice, akin to a celestial tune. This white fox was a female? You can speak human language? Uba's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that just days prior, this creature had only emitted soft whimpers. Chapter 14. I am the lotus deity. Moreover, this white fox appeared somewhat transformed from before. Its fur gleamed more brilliantly, and it sported an additional tail, now resembling a two-tailed fox. Hee, it's thanks to that injured crane of yours. Otherwise, I would have to wait much longer to speak. The fox's eyes sparkled with mischief as it chuckled. Infuriating. Observing the fox's smug demeanor, Uba gritted his teeth in frustration. Had he been able to slay this fox, he would have undoubtedly evolved by now. All right, Uba, having just consumed a divine morsel, I shan't lower myself to your level. I'm off to indulge in a long slumber. The white fox cast a languid glance at Uba and began to gracefully depart. A fox spirit? You are but a mere fox demon. At that moment, Uba's derisive voice echoed. What did you say? The white fox spun around, its enchanting eyes glaring fiercely at Uba, its fur bristling with indignation. You are a fox demon. Uba regarded her coolly, his tone mocking. And you are merely a lotus spirit. Thus, the fox and the lotus spirit engaged in a foolish quarrel for half an hour. Uba, I can't be bothered to converse with you any longer. This fox spirit is leaving, farewell. With a huff, the white fox tossed her head and departed with flair. White fox, come back. The voice of the lotus overlord echoed behind, yet the white fox felt nothing but disdain. Humph. Who would heed your call? If I return just because you say so, wouldn't that be a loss of face? Does the dignity of the white fox come at no cost? Observing the increasingly distant silhouette of the white fox, a subtle smile graced the lotus overlord's face. He invoked the skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control, commanding, White Fox, return. The resonance of his voice seemed imbued with enchantment. Even from afar, the white fox could distinctly hear it. However, this time was different. Its body, as if governed by an unseen force, involuntarily turned and surged toward the lotus overlord. What is happening? Panic surged within the white fox. Yet it found itself powerless to restrain its own body, helplessly racing towards the lotus overlord. In the blink of an eye, it found itself kneeling before him. Feline spirit, did you not intend to flee? Then run. The lotus overlord scoffed coldly. Unfortunately for the white fox, it was entirely under the sway of the lotus seed soul control, unable to utter a word. Kneel. In the next instant, the white fox complied without hesitation. The power of the lotus seed soul control was astonishing. Witnessing the white fox kneel without a moment's hesitation, the lotus overlord's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Call me master. Master. The innate charm of the fox, combined with the ethereal quality of the white fox's voice, rendered that single utterance irresistibly alluring. After the white fox complied, the lotus overlord intended to take it away. With such formidable power in the lotus seed, it would be prudent to cultivate more seeds, awaiting the evolution points to come knocking at his door. Yet, at that moment, the white fox, who had been dutifully following, suddenly jolted, regaining clarity. What has happened to me? A flicker of astonishment crossed the white fox's eyes, and upon noticing the lotus overlord's unwavering gaze, it grew wary. How did you manage to control me? The lotus overlord, who had been marveling at the duration of the lotus seed soul control, could not help but chuckle at this question. Is it not simple to control you? I have already stated, I am not a mere lotus spirit. Then what are you? The white fox inquired suspiciously. The lotus overlord smiled gently and replied, I am the lotus deity. Chapter 15. The request of Bylinger Lotus Deity. Upon hearing this declaration, the white fox could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. In the past, such a statement would have seemed preposterous. Yet now, the undeniable evidence of the lotus overlord's control left no room for doubt. Before it stood a being who must be a reincarnated deity. Great lotus deity, Bylinger implores you to save our white fox clan. A glimmer of sincerity shone in the white fox's eyes as it spoke earnestly to the lotus overlord, revealing its name as Bylinger. What is this? The sudden plea from Bylinger took the lotus overlord by surprise. The white fox's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. leaving him somewhat disoriented. "Lord Ubin, we beseech you to rescue our White Fox clan," Bylinger implored, her gaze sincere, her limbs lowered, exuding utmost earnestness. "Oh, what calamity has befallen your White Fox clan?" Ubin inquired nonchalantly. "The Black Tiger clan of the Holy Light Mountain seeks to hunt us down, and we request your assistance." "Lord Ubin," Bylinger gazed intently at Ubin, a hint of anxiety shadowing her demeanor. After all, she had just offended him. Should he choose to decline, it would be entirely understandable. "Pray, enlighten me regarding the prowess of this Black Tiger clan," Ubin asked, seemingly unperturbed by prior events. His focus entirely on the strength of the Black Tigers. If they possessed considerable might, it would translate to a substantial accumulation of evolution points for him. Most of the Black Tiger clan's strength lies within the realm of ordinary high rank, Bylinger contemplated before responding. Ordinary high rank. Ubin's eyes sparkled with interest. Did this imply that the Black Tiger clan represented a veritable harvest of evolution points, awaiting his collection? "Let us proceed to their territory," he declared with a calm demeanor. "What? To the territory of the Black Tiger clan? Lord Ubin, the dangers therein." Bylinger's expression shifted at Ubin's words, her thoughts racing. But she was swiftly interrupted by him. "There's no need for elaborate preparations. Simply take me there," Ubin replied, shaking his head. "But," Bylinger hesitated. Yet as she prepared to voice her concerns, she caught sight of the icy glint in Ubin's eyes. "Then let us set forth at once," she resolved, biting her lip, now placing her hopes entirely upon Ubin. Minutes later, perched upon a tree, a white fox concealed itself among the branches, with a peculiar half-lotus, half-human figure seated upon its back. "Lord Ubin, this is the territory of the Black Tiger clan," Bylinger cautiously informed, glancing at him. "Indeed, I see," Ubin nodded. Peering downward, his expression grave. Beneath the tree, a multitude of formidable black beasts slumbered, resembling colossal shadows. These black tigers, with fangs sharper than Ubin himself, snored thunderously, their snores echoing like rolling thunder. "What shall we do next, Lord Ubin?" Bylinger whispered, her eyes flickering with trepidation as she regarded the slumbering beasts. "Leap down with me. I have my methods," Ubin replied serenely. "Very well." Bylinger nodded, steeling herself as she prepared to leap from the tree. In the next instant, both the lotus and the fox landed gracefully on the ground. Bylinger, light as a feather, touched down without rousing the slumbering black tigers. Chapter 16. The Crisis of the White Fox Clan. "Lord Ubin, what is our next move?" Bylinger inquired cautiously, glancing around. As the horde of black tigers continued their deep slumber, blissfully unaware of their presence. "Place this in their territory." The Lotus Overlord took out a handful of lotus seeds and placed them in the paw of Bylinger. "All right, Lord Lotus," Bylinger nodded, clutching the seeds carefully as she leaped into the territory of the black tiger, scattering the seeds around her. After completing this task, she returned to the side of the Lotus Overlord. "Hold your breath," he instructed her once again. Although Bylinger felt a tinge of confusion, she obediently followed his directive, gently covering her nose with her paw. In the next moment, the Lotus Overlord activated his skill. Decoy was unleashed. A waft of enchanting fragrance emanated from the dozens of lotus seeds scattered on the ground, an aroma of irresistible temptation. "Let us ascend the tree and await the spectacle," commanded the Lotus Overlord as he leaped onto Bylinger's back, who gracefully sprang onto a nearby branch. Thus, the lotus and the fox perched upon the branch, quietly observing below. After a while, the alluring scent of the lotus seeds had spread. Now they merely needed to wait for the group of black tigers to catch a whiff. Before long, a slumbering black tiger seemed to catch a hint of the aroma. Its nose twitched, and its eyes slowly opened. Awake! At this sight, the Lotus Overlord's eyes gleamed, and a broad smile graced his lips. All that remained was for the black tigers to consume the lotus seeds. With a resounding roar, the black tigers stirred, their large pupils flashing with a frenzied crimson. They were captivated by the lotus seeds. "Lord Lotus, they have begun to snatch the seeds," Bylinger exclaimed, holding her breath in excitement as she observed the scene below. One particularly ferocious black tiger, notably larger than the others, devoured several seeds. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the more it consumed, the longer it would remain under the control of the Lotus Overlord. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of the Lotus Overlord's mouth. "Let us go? Take me back to your White Fox clan." Bylinger nodded in agreement. At the homeland of the White Fox clan, in a cave, dozens of white foxes gathered closely together. Elder Baichio spoke out. "The Black Tiger clan has been brazenly declaring their intent to slaughter us. Shall we simply stand by and watch?" A robust adult white fox gazed intently at an elderly white fox nearby, expressing his discontent. As this inquiry resonated, Every white fox in the cave turned their anxious eyes toward the aged figure. The assault of the Black Tiger clan upon the White Fox clan was indeed a dire threat to their existence. Caution was imperative. Oh, it seems that Elder Baichio sensed the gazes of all those behind him. He sighed deeply, slowly turning around, despite the weariness evident in his eyes. A glimmer of determination still shone through. Elder Baichio began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I find myself devoid of further solutions. It would be prudent for each of you to flee for your lives. His tone was laced with resignation. Yet this was an undeniable truth. The Black Tiger was far too formidable. Flee for our lives. Yes, indeed, we must escape. Upon hearing Elder Baichio's words, a cacophony of panic erupted among the group of white foxes, each one's eyes wide with alarm. In the face of such dire circumstances, Elder Baichio could not help but sigh again, his gaze heavy with sorrow. Who could possibly save them now? At that moment, a melodious voice broke through the tension. Grandpa Baichio, I have returned. Elder Baichio turned at the sound, his eyes widening as he beheld a snow-white fox racing towards them, atop which sat a peculiar creature that appeared half-human, half-lotus. Grandpa Baichio, Beilinger called excitedly from a distance. Upon hearing her voice, the fleeing white foxes could not help but pause, their curiosity piqued. Is that not Beilinger? How is it she speaks human tongue now? Her power seems to have increased significantly since she left a few days prior. And what is that strange creature upon her back? The astonishment among the white foxes was palpable as they gazed at Beilinger. You are indeed Beilinger? Elder Baichio asked, his eyes filled with surprise. Yes, Grandpa Baichio. Beilinger replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with pride, much like a child awaiting praise from an elder. Your progress is remarkable. Elder Baichio acknowledged with a nod of approval, before his expression turned serious. Linger, you must flee at once. The Black Tiger clan is poised to attack us. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. I understand, Grandpa Baichio. Beilinger shook her head. I have come specifically for this matter. For this matter? The white foxes, including Elder Baichio, stood in stunned silence, gazing at her in disbelief. Beilinger bent down, revealing the being on her back, and respectfully introduced. This is Lord Lotus Spirit. He possesses the power to aid us in defeating the Black Tiger and alleviating the plight of our clan. What? The cave erupted in a flurry of excitement as the white foxes reacted to Beilinger's proclamation. This creature can save our clan. How is that possible? He appears half-human, half-lotus. How could he possibly be a deity? They regarded Lord Lotus Spirit with skepticism, their expressions filled with derision toward Beilinger's claims. Unperturbed by the scornful gazes of the white foxes, Lord Lotus Spirit maintained a stoic demeanor, dismissing their ignorance with indifference. Elder Baichio hesitated, his keen eyes discerning the truth. Liao Ba was merely a lotus spirit, a being of lesser stature. How could he entrust the fate of the Baihu clan to such a creature? Elder Baichio, trust me, Lord Lotus is a reincarnated deity. He will surely save us. Beilinger exclaimed, desperation seeping into her voice as she observed her kin's skepticism. Foolish child. How could a deity possibly be reincarnated as a lotus spirit? Elder Baichio sighed, gently ruffling Beilinger's hair with his claw. Yet, Beilinger's eyes sparkled with determination. Her words caught in her throat. At that moment, Liao Ba, who had remained silent, spoke up. Casting a sidelong glance at Elder Baichio, he remarked coolly, Do you truly believe I am merely a lotus spirit? Elder Baichio hesitated, then replied slowly, Though I am loath to admit it, you are indeed a lotus spirit. A lotus spirit? Liao Ba's lips curled slightly, and in the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A root, several meters long, surged violently from the earth, crashing against the cave wall with a resounding boom. In that moment, the entire cavern trembled, as if it might collapse at any instant. Elder Baichio, what do you think now? Liao Ba's voice resonated calmly amidst the chaos. Elder Baichio was filled with astonishment. Such power could not possibly belong to an ordinary lotus spirit. This force transcended the capabilities of the mundane. Could it be that this being is indeed Lord Lotus? A flicker of hope ignited within Elder Baichio, and he smiled respectfully. You are indeed Lord Lotus. The Baihu clan welcomes you. With that, he knelt reverently. Welcome, Lord Lotus. In that moment, the once dismissive Baihu members felt the weight of Liao Ba's presence, and, one by one, followed Elder Baichio's lead, kneeling in submission. Excellent, Liao Ba mused, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he observed the Baihu clan's newfound allegiance. Now, he need only await the arrival of the Black Tiger clan. The following noon, Elder Baichio and Beilinger trailed behind Liao Ba at the entrance of the Baihu cave. They have arrived, Liao Ba stated, shaking his head as his gaze fixated on the woods ahead, where shadows seemed to loom ominously. They have arrived? At this revelation, both Elder Baichio and Bai Ling'er felt their hearts tighten, a wave of anxiety washing over them. With a resounding tremor beneath their feet, countless massive black figures surged forth. The black tigers are here. They have all come. Run. How could so many be faced by Lord Lotus? To the Baihu clan. The black tigers were akin to colossal beasts. The sheer number of them plunged the clan into despair. With a piercing howl, the black tigers encircled the white fox clan. Indeed, a delectable feast awaits. The tiger pack dispersed, revealing an exceptionally large black tiger, the very one that Uba had seen the previous day, and the leader of the black tiger tribe. Black Tiger King, do you truly wish to annihilate us? Elder Baichio inquired, suppressing his inner trepidation. You are merely my sustenance, unworthy of dialogue with me. The black tiger leader laughed maniacally before issuing a command. Today, we feast on fox meat. Upon hearing their leader's words, the black tigers, unable to contain their hunger, gazed at the white foxes with ravenous eyes, saliva dripping as they yearned for their meal. Meanwhile, the members of the white fox clan trembled with fear, their eyes filled with despair. How dare a pack of black tigers be so brazen? Uba regarded the black tiger leader with indifference. Ah, I see there is also an Ojing among you. Today, I shall indulge in both meat and vegetables. A glimmer of excitement appeared in the eyes of the black tiger leader as he spotted Uba, unable to resist licking his lips. You may be overestimating yourself. Uba replied calmly, and in the next moment, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he commanded, kneel before me. The black tigers erupted in laughter, thinking him mad for suggesting they kneel. However, at that moment, a resounding thud echoed, and to their astonishment, their leader knelt down. As they pondered this anomaly, a soul-shaking pressure enveloped them, compelling them all to kneel. Elder Baichio's eyes widened in shock at this spectacle. In the next instant, a root burst forth from the ground, striking the black tigers with force, resulting in anguished cries. Ding! Detected host has slain a normal mid-tier black tiger. Ding! Detected host has slain a normal low-tier black tiger. In an instant, Uba felt an influx of experience flooding his being, steadily enhancing his strength. This experience propelled him to the pinnacle of a normal high-tier, 5-star power. Moments later, the ground was awash with blood, the corpses of dozens of black tigers strewn about, savoring the surge of power within him. Uba felt content and prepared to depart. Elder Baichio, since your White Fox clan's crisis has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Chapter 18. The Mixed Heaven Silk Lord Ojin, please wait. Just as Uba turned to leave, Elder Baichio called out to him. HM. Uba turned back in confusion. Addressing Elder Baichio, what is it, Elder Baichio? Elder Baichio smiled and said, Lord Ojin, I possess a method for refining a treasure. Might you be interested? A method for refining a treasure? Upon hearing Elder Baichio's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Oba's eyes, soon replaced by a hint of curiosity at the corners of his mouth. Oh, pray tell, Elder Baichio, he urged. The method of forging the divine artifact, the Huitian Ling, involves utilizing the dragon tendons of the deep-sea dragon clan. This would render the Huitian Ling indestructible and impervious to flames, Elder Baichio elucidated, a glint of brilliance shining in his eyes. The Huitian Ling? Oba was momentarily taken aback. After all, the Huitian Ling was a standard equipment of Neza. However, was it not bestowed upon Neza by the celestial Master Tai? Moreover, Elder Baichio had set his sights on the deep-sea dragon clan. Indeed, the divine artifact, Huitian Ling. Elder Baichio affirmed with a nod. Very well, I understand, Oba replied, already resolved to procure a dragon tendon. Lordo, should you wish to depart at once. Our White Fox clan possesses a cave leading directly to the depths of the East Sea, Elder Baichio suggested, his tone measured. Directly to the East Sea? A spark of excitement ignited in Oba's eyes, and he nodded eagerly. Lead the way. Elder Baichio nodded in response, descending from the tree and striding towards the cave, followed closely by a throng of white foxes. Elder Baichio turned back, beckoning, Lord O, please follow. Oba acknowledged with a grunt and proceeded to accompany them. As they entered the ancestral grounds of the White Fox clan, a chill enveloped them. Oba surveyed the surroundings, noting the myriad of fox-themed murals adorning the cave walls, depicting tales of foxes transforming into humans. Lord O, this represents the legend of the fox immortal passed down in our White Fox clan. It is said that when a white fox grows 9 tails, it can metamorphose into a fox immortal, explained by Ling'er, who walked beside Oba, her gaze fixed on the frescoes, brimming with aspiration. Indeed, becoming a fox immortal was the dream of every white fox. It was as though Oba's words possessed an enchanting allure that left by Ling'er utterly convinced. After walking for a while longer, the sound of crashing waves echoed in Oba's ears. Lord O, Ahead lies the cave leading to the East Sea, Elder Baichio announced, halting his steps. Very well. Oba nodded, and under the watchful eyes of numerous white foxes, he slowly approached the cave. Below, the tumultuous sea roared with ferocity, waves crashing against the rocky walls, exuding an aura of danger. Lord O, please exercise caution, Bai Linger exclaimed, her eyes flashing with concern upon witnessing the peril below. Fear not. Such trivial danger cannot deter me, Oba reassured, shaking his head. He then addressed Elder Baichio. I shall proceed first. May you return triumphantly, Lord O. Elder Baichio shall await your glorious return, Elder Baichio remarked, bowing respectfully. Elder Baichio bowed respectfully to the Lotus God, accompanied by the multitude of foxes. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Oba leaped into the depths of the ocean cave. Chapter 19. The anomaly of the East Sea. The waves surged tumultuously, ceaselessly crashing against the cliffs, and the air was infused with a damp essence. The boundless sea exuded an aura of danger. The moment Oba plunged into the abyss, he felt the formidable might of the deep sea, as water pressure enveloped him with an overwhelming force. Is this truly the East Sea? Oba surveyed his surroundings. The water appeared somewhat murky, with the corpses of ordinary fish and shrimp drifting aimlessly. What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many decaying fish and shrimp? Confusion enveloped Oba's mind. Could it be that all of this is related to the seal Elder Baichio spoke of? Before departing, Elder Baichio had mentioned that within the East Sea lay a dragon sealed in stone. I wonder if this peculiar sight is a result of that seal. Never mind. I shall explore for now. With a sigh, Oba maneuvered his roots, using their swaying force to propel himself deeper into the sea. After several minutes, Oba had yet to glimpse the statue Elder Baichio described. Searching for that statue in the East Sea was akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Oba couldn't help but lament. Suddenly, an astonished voice pierced the water. Who are you to dare intrude upon the domain of the East Sea? Upon hearing the unexpected voice, Oba furrowed his brow and turned to investigate. Behind him stood a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their eyes locked onto him, brandishing a spear that was poised for an imminent attack. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Have I unwittingly entered the territory of the East Sea Dragon Palace? A grave expression flickered in Oba's eyes. It was known that the Dragon Palace housed formidable beings such as the Dragon King, and he was not yet a match for such powers. It's a demon, a lotus spirit. One of the shrimp soldiers exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Oba's appearance. I am the Lotus God, you are the Lotus Spirit. Oba retorted with a darkened expression, unable to suppress his sarcasm. This is bad. Could they be scouts from the demon clan? Are they planning an assault on the Dragon Palace? As the shrimp soldiers and crab generals discerned Oba's identity, they collectively disregarded his previous words, their tension palpable as they fixated on him. Surround him. We cannot let him escape. In a flurry of alarm, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals quickly regained their composure. A red-headed shrimp soldier, brandishing a spear over a meter long, commanded his comrades with authority. Attack. We must not spare this Lotus Spirit. This Lotus Spirit looks shifty. He is clearly no good. With a sharp command, the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward, their verbal attacks on Oba escalating to personal insults. In the next instant, they swiftly surrounded him. A mere band of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dares to exhibit such arrogance. A glint of faint murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Lotus Overlord. How audacious for these mere minions of the East Sea Dragon Palace to act so presumptuously. This insignificant Lotus Spirit dares to utter grandiloquent claims? My minions, advance. Upon hearing the command from the Lotus Overlord, the red-headed shrimp soldiers' eyes ignited with fury. They were the esteemed guardians of the East Sea Dragon Palace, and this Lotus Spirit's flippancy was tantamount to courting death. Such audacity was laughable. With a cold sneer, the Lotus Overlord summoned a formidable force of suction from his body. Instantly, a powerful current surged toward the band of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How ludicrous! In an environment saturated with water, they still dare to employ water-based celestial techniques against us. Such ignorance. Observing the rapid approach of the water flow, the red-headed shrimp soldier could not suppress a derisive laugh. Scatter. With that command, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals hastily dispersed in all directions. Chapter 20. The sealed land. The moment the shrimp soldiers and crab generals scattered, the tumultuous water flow quickly divided, rushing toward them. Splash. Captain. This water's velocity surpasses that of the surrounding currents by far. Captain, we must flee. Feeling the relentless torrent bearing down upon them, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals turned pale, panic-stricken as they scrambled in disarray. Why are you all fleeing? A bunch of useless wretches, afraid of a mere current? The red-headed shrimp soldier glared disdainfully at his subordinates before coldly speaking. However, when he turned to face the approaching water flow, his expression transformed dramatically. What on earth is that? With that exclamation, the red-headed shrimp soldier turned tail and fled, disregarding his own image. He realized that if he lingered any longer, he might very well meet his demise. Behind him, the water had coalesced into the form of a dragon, its limbs fearsome and lifelike. No wonder the red-headed shrimp soldier was filled with dread. After all, dragons were the sovereigns of the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary mid-tier shrimp soldiers and crab generals found themselves in a state of utter disarray, forced to retreat before the might of the Lotus Overlord. Still thinking of escaping? Come here. The Lotus Overlord could not allow them to fulfill their wishes. With a surge of will, a root several meters long erupted from the ground, blocking the path of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Water Dragon Technique. A resounding roar echoed as the water dragon, imbued with boundless malice, surged forth to engulf them. No, I don't want to die yet. Within the torrent of the water dragon, anguished cries and wails reverberated throughout. Ding. Detected host has slain an ordinary mid-tier crab general. Ding. Detected host has slain an ordinary mid-tier shrimp soldier. With the chime of the system, the Lotus Overlord felt an influx of experience flooding back into his being. At that moment, his power was on the brink of reaching the realm of spiritual awakening. After a brief moment, Ao Ba waved his hand, and the water dragon dissipated instantly. Within the remnants of the water dragon lay countless severed limbs and broken bodies, leaving only the red-headed shrimp soldier intact. Ao Ba spared his life, as he needed to inquire about the sealed stone statue. Please, big brother, do not kill me. I have elders to care for and children to support. I implore you, spare my life. The red-headed shrimp soldier, witnessing Ao Ba's mercy, scrambled to his feet and pleaded desperately at Ao Ba's feet. Where is the sealed stone statue of the East Sea? Ao Ba coldly gazed down at the shrimp soldier, asking with an indifferent tone, What? The shrimp soldier's antennae twitched nervously. Upon hearing Ao Ba's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. I repeat, where is the sealed stone statue of the East Sea? Ao Ba reiterated, his tone tinged with impatience. The sealed stone statue? As if sensing Ao Ba's growing annoyance, the shrimp soldier trembled, hastily rummaging through his thoughts. The sealed stone statue is in the Sea of Death. He blurted out almost instantaneously. The Sea of Death? Upon hearing this, a flicker of perplexity crossed Ao Ba's eyes. He had never encountered such a name before. The Sea of Death is several thousand meters from here, and it is extremely perilous, with treacherous currents akin to a massive whirlpool. The shrimp soldier hastily explained, fearing that any delay could cost him his life. Chapter 21. Blood Sharks of the Deep Sea, a Whirlpool? Upon hearing the shrimp soldier's words, Ao Ba began to understand the presence of so many fish and shrimp corpses. These creatures must have perished due to the immense water pressure while passing through the whirlpool. Lord Ao Shan, may I leave now? The shrimp soldier's throat bobbed nervously as he cautiously looked up at Ao Ba. Not yet. Take me to the Sea of Death, Ao Ba replied, shaking his head. But that is the Sea of Death. The shrimp soldier's expression immediately soured, his face a mask of despair, unwilling at heart. Do you not wish to go? Ao Ba narrowed his eyes, a subtle chill lacing his voice. And no, I dare not. I will lead the way. Hearing this, the shrimp soldier shuddered, nodding fervently. Consider yourself fortunate. Lead on. Half an hour later, the surrounding waters seemed to quicken. Ao Ba sensed the rapid currents swirling around him. It was likely they had arrived at the Sea of Death. Human brother, this is the Sea of Death. May I depart now? The shrimp soldier halted at the edge of the Sea of Death, unwilling to venture further, his eyes filled with dread. Very well, you may go. Ao Ba nodded, recognizing that the shrimp soldier had served his purpose. Allowing him to leave posed no issue. Thank you for your mercy, big brother. The shrimp soldier looked gratefully at Ao Ba, then suddenly bent his body and hastily fled in all directions. In the next moment, Lu Ba was about to step forward and prepare to enter. However, at that instant, a sudden scream pierced the air. Help me. Crack. Following that was the sound of shattered shrimp shells, accompanied by the faint crunching noises of consumption. What was happening? Lu Ba furrowed his brow and turned to look. What was that? Upon witnessing the scene behind him, Lu Ba's pupils dilated in shock, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Behind him, a colossal white shark, nearly several dozen meters long, was gliding through the water, its eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. The great shark was gnawing on the body of a red-headed shrimp soldier. And despite the soldier's robust armor, it was utterly defenseless against the shark's razor-sharp teeth. What is this? The sight was horrifying. The red-headed shrimp soldier was being devoured by the great shark in a state of despair. Lu Ba shook his head, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated sharply. Ding, target detected. Blood Shark, a common high-tier 9-star beast. Defeating it is expected to yield 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. A common high-tier 9-star beast? Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Ba was taken aback. This blood shark was likely the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. A common high-tier 9-star blood shark, it seemed he needed to exercise caution. Lu Ba warily fixed his gaze upon the blood shark. With a splashing sound, the blood shark had finished consuming the red-headed shrimp soldier, but such a meager meal could hardly satiate its hunger. Its focus was now directed towards Lu Ba. In the next moment, a tumultuous rush of water signified that the blood shark was now mere meters away. Activating his skill, Whip Strike. When the blood shark was just 5 meters away, a thick branch unexpectedly swung towards it, generating a fierce splash as it struck the blood shark's head. Thud! The blood shark recoiled in pain, its gaze towards Lu Ba growing ever more ferocious. Chapter 22. Entangled in the Abyss Roar. The blood shark unleashed a powerful sonic wave, its eyes increasingly blood-red. The audacity of this diminutive aquatic spirit infuriated the blood shark. Roar! As the waves surged, the blood shark opened its massive jaws, lunging towards Lu Ba. Water wave technique. As the command was given, a torrent of water surged forth. Roar! Witnessing the oncoming wave, the blood shark roared in fury, unleashing a strong sonic wave in an attempt to disperse the water attack. Overestimating itself, water wave fury. Lu Ba let out a cold chuckle as a surge of seawater erupted towards the blood shark, crashing into its gaping maw. In an instant, the seawater began to boil within the blood shark's belly, becoming searingly hot. Grr! The blood shark immediately sensed the rising temperature within, opening its mouth wide and desperately gulping down seawater in an attempt to cool the boiling liquid inside. Unfortunately, no matter how much it drank, it was of no avail. Boiling. The indifferent voice of Ba resonated, followed by a gurgling sound as the seawater instantaneously began to boil within the body of the blood shark. In the blink of an eye, the intense heat thoroughly cooked the blood shark. In the next moment, the blood shark transformed into a true water-boiled fish. Ding! The host successfully slayed the blood shark, earning 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding! Experience gained. The host has reached the ordinary high-tier 6-star level. Ding! Experience gained. The host has ascended to the ordinary high-tier 7-star level. The system's voice gradually faded. Could it be that I leveled up twice in one go? Ba was somewhat astonished upon hearing the system's announcement, never anticipating that defeating a single blood shark would yield such substantial rewards. If only more blood sharks would appear. He pondered about his current attributes, and with a hint of curiosity, Ba opened his personal panel. Host, Ba race, demon class, aquatic and terrestrial lotus spirit level, ordinary high-tier 5-star skills, whip strike, bait, water wave technique, water dragon technique, experience, 7,500 evolution points, 120. I am on the verge of advancing to the spirit awakening realm. I hope that upon reaching this stage, I will no longer be merely a lotus spirit. Although reluctant to admit it, Ba had to concede that he was indeed a lotus spirit at present. Yet when he reaches the spirit entry realm and truly develops his spiritual power, he hopes to elevate further. The power hierarchy in the mythical world is classified into 8 levels: ordinary, spirit entry, extraordinary, sage, divine, mythical, semi-immortal, and celestial immortal. As for whether there are levels beyond these, he could not ascertain at the moment. Furthermore, each minor level is subdivided into 3 tiers: low tier, mid tier, and high tier, each containing 10 stars. In the next moment, Ba retracted his personal interface. It was time for him to enter the Sea of Death. As he stepped into the Sea of Death, Ba immediately felt a powerful suction pulling him, as though it sought to drag him into the endless depths of the ocean. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind as he hastily stabilized his form, attempting to counteract the force. But just then, it seemed a tumult erupted within the seawater. Boom! A violent upheaval shook the very expanse of this ocean. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater's suction intensified, rendering Ba's strength insufficient to resist it. "This is bad," he exclaimed in alarm, turning to flee. However, the seawater violently swirled, forming a colossal whirlpool that swiftly engulfed him into the abyss. Roar! In that moment of peril, a dragon's roar echoed, and the surrounding currents coalesced into a water dragon, fiercely encircling his body. Following this, chaos ensued as countless waves surged. Fortunately, the great whirlpool did not persist for long. It lasted merely a few dozen minutes. The water dragon dissipated, revealing Ba's figure, unharmed under the dragon's protection. Having escaped the clutches of death, Oba exhaled deeply, his heart heavy with trepidation. Had it not been for his timely invocation of the water dragon technique, he might have perished within the great maelstrom. Now, he found himself at the very heart of the sea of death. The waters around him, stirred by the recent upheaval, had become murky and indistinct. Suddenly, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind as he noticed a colossal shadow not far ahead. What could it be? With a sense of intrigue, Oba approached the enigmatic figure. To his astonishment, he realized that the shadow was a massive stone, unmistakably resembling a dragon. This, he surmised, must be the sacred seal of the Azure Dragon. Cautiously, he scrutinized the statue, his eyes gleaming with determination. If he could shatter this stone, he could summon the Azure Dragon trapped within and extract its dragon tendons to forge the coveted Mientianling. It was time to seek out a weakness in the statue. As he floated around it, he soon discerned a significant crack upon its forehead. This was his opportunity. A glint of resolve sparkled in his eyes as he raised his fist. With a cold declaration, he swung his arm with ferocity towards the statue's head. A thunderous sound erupted, but at that moment, the statue stirred, accompanied by a wretched cry. Who dares strike the great dragon lord? The statue trembled violently, and countless fragments cascaded to the ground, revealing the form of the Azure Dragon. At that moment, the dragon, gritting its teeth, felt the sting of Oba's blow to its forehead, which had turned a slight shade of crimson. Am I awakening prematurely? The dragon, realizing the transformation within itself, was suddenly filled with exhilaration, neglecting to regard Oba before it. Yet, Oba was taken aback by this revelation. Did the dragon just refer to itself as Ao Bing? This dragon was none other than the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing. Could it be that the heavens were aiding him in becoming Neza? A spark of ambition ignited within Oba. He recollected that in celestial legends, Neza was known for extracting dragon tendons. Moreover, the dragon in question was always identified as the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing. It seemed fate had destined him to extract Ao Bing's dragon tendons. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Oba's gaze toward Ao Bing was imbued with ulterior motives, contemplating whether to strike while the dragon remained in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, Ao Bing remained enraptured by the joy of breaking free from his seal. My benefactor, Lord Long, since you have saved me, I shall not, however, before he could finish his sentence. A fist engulfed in flames came crashing down upon him with great force. Ao Bing, taken completely by surprise, was struck hard, his face a portrait of confusion. What the hell, benefactor, why did you ambush me? Chapter 24. Would you permit me to extract your dragon essence? Ambush you? Oba revealed a radiant smile and slowly addressed Ao Bing. Since I have saved you, you ought to offer me something in return, don't you think? Something in return? Ao Bing paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Of course, that is no issue at all. I, Lord Long, am not one to be stingy. Speak, and whatever you desire shall be yours. Anything at all. Upon hearing Ao Bing's boastful declaration, Oba found it somewhat amusing and replied nonchalantly, how about your dragon essence? That can certainly be arranged, but wait. Dragon essence? Ao Bing nodded, but suddenly his tone shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief, brimming with incredulity. In the next moment, Ao Bing erupted in fury. Even the surrounding sea began to boil. You, a mere lotus spirit, dare to demand my dragon essence. What's wrong with wanting your dragon essence? Oba smiled slightly, unfazed as he met Ao Bing's gaze. You've got guts. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ao Bing's eyes, his sharp fangs gleaming ominously. I have indeed decided to extract your essence today. Oba chuckled and raised his fists, launching an onslaught upon Ao Bing. Don't come any closer. As Oba charged, a flicker of panic crossed Ao Bing's eyes. At that moment, he had just broken through his seal. His strength was not yet fully restored, and he could hardly withstand such a brutal assault from Oba. With no other choice, Ao Bing could only cling to his dragon head and flee in a disheveled manner. Lotus Spirit, please stop hitting me. I'll call you Big Brother, is that fine? Big Brother, please don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. Please don't mar my handsome dragon face. That is my last shred of dignity. Despite Ao Bing's desperate cries and pleas, all he received in return was Oba's merciless beating. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astounded. In the depths of the ocean, a dragon measuring several dozen meters in length was being chased and beaten by a mere lotus spirit. This spectacle was nothing short of incredible. Ao Bing, how much longer do you intend to run? You would be better off obediently allowing me to extract your dragon essence. Oba remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes, observing Ao Bing's frantic escape. You, a lowly lotus spirit, actually aspire to extract my dragon essence. truly ignorant of your own mortality. This time, upon hearing Oh-Ba's taunts, Ao Bing, who had been fleeing, abruptly halted, turning to face Oh-Ba with a gaze filled with icy disdain. "Oh, you have ceased your retreat?" A mocking smile curled at the corner of Ao-Ba's mouth. "Run? Heh, you, an ordinary being, truly overestimate your worth." Ao Bing scoffed, and in an instant, his form shimmered with a white light, materializing into a humanoid figure. "I am merely awaiting the return of my spiritual power, young one. Currently, my strength is at the spirit level. Thus, it is you who should be fleeing." Transforming into a human form, Ao-Ba narrowed his eyes, a perilous glint surfacing. As the white light dissipated, a remarkably handsome man emerged, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman, yet distinctively adorned with a pair of dragon horns atop his forehead. This was Ao Bing's human form. "Are you prepared, young one? You shall pay for your recent transgressions." A cold smile graced Ao Bing's lips, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 25. The violent beating of Ao Bing. True to the reputation of the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, his speed was astonishing. Upon witnessing Ao Bing's sudden disappearance, Ao-Ba remained remarkably composed, exuding a faint aura that spread around him. Just then, Ao Bing reappeared behind Ao-Ba, a dragon spear manifesting in his grasp, lunging fiercely towards Ao-Ba's back. "Die, human!" Ao Bing sneered, the spear gleaming ominously as it surged forward with blinding speed. He was imbued with absolute confidence. This strike was certain to land. "Do you believe you possess the right to end my life?" Just as the spear was about to make contact, a mocking grin appeared on Ao-Ba's face. With a swift motion, he pivoted, extending two fingers to firmly grasp the oncoming dragon spear. "What?" Ao Bing's eyes widened in horror. This young man had blocked his fierce thrust with nothing but the strength of two fingers? What sort of power was this? It was utterly terrifying. Bang! Ao Bing, I have seized your dragon sinew. Ao-Ba smirked coldly, applying pressure with his fingers, lifting the dragon spear with a forceful flick that sent Ao Bing flying. "Unaware of your own demise, how dare you seize the sinew of your dragon lord?" Ao Bing, furious yet derisive, steadied himself and glared at Ao-Ba. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you, a mere mortal, the might of the dragon clan." As his words fell, a golden light enveloped Ao Bing, and waves of golden ripples emanated from his being. Within a radius of several miles, the surrounding waters began to boil, bubbles rising to the surface under the oppressive presence of dragon might. Countless sea creatures sensed this overwhelming pressure and fled in panic, not daring to linger for a moment. For this was the fearsome pressure of the dragon clan. "Ha ha ha, young one, do you now comprehend the true extent of my might?" Ao Bing laughed maniacally, but his mirth abruptly ceased when he turned to face Ao-Ba. "How is it that you remain utterly unresponsive under my pressure?" Ao Bing's expression transformed into one of sheer horror, as if he had been struck by lightning, overwhelmed with astonishment. For before him, he beheld a faint golden light shimmering upon Ao-Ba's skin. Was this the might of the dragon clan? It seemed rather unimpressive. Ao-Ba gazed steadily at Ao Bing and spoke calmly. "How can you withstand my pressure? Who on earth are you? You radiate golden light. You cannot be merely a lotus spirit." Ao Bing's countenance fluctuated between fear and fury. He felt a profound sense of oppression emanating from a mere human. "Indeed, I am a lotus spirit," Ao-Ba retorted with a mocking smile. "But this body is crafted from sacred light lotus." The sacred light lotus was an exceedingly rare phenomenon, with a probability of existence at 1 in a billion. It was evident that Ao-Ba was far more extraordinary than the little azure dragon before him. "I care not whether you are a lotus spirit. I only know that you shall perish today." Ao Bing gritted his teeth, fury swelling within him. This was his inaugural battle to break the seal. It could not conclude here. Dragon Claw. In the next moment, Ao Bing charged forth, his azure aura coalescing into 5 formidable claws, glistening with a chilling light, razor-sharp and aimed directly at Ao-Ba's throat. Water Dragon Technique. The surrounding waters surged, swiftly forming a colossal water dragon that surged fiercely toward Ao Bing. Chapter 26. Devoured by Ao Bing. Goodness gracious, what is this? Ao Bing abruptly halted, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the water dragon, which was larger than himself. "I cannot remain here. This fellow is exceedingly peculiar. I must return to the dragon palace at once." In an instant, Ao Bing turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Ao-Ba sneered, his form gliding through the water like a specter, rapidly closing in on Ao Bing. "Transform into a dragon." Sensing the urgency, Ao Bing's eyes flashed with panic. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a small azure dragon, his speed surging once more. At last, you reveal your true form. Almost instantaneously, as Ao Bing transformed, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Oba's eyes. He surged forward with astonishing speed. In the next moment, Oba caught up to Ao Bing and mounted him. "How dare you ride upon the head of the great dragon?" Ao Bing roared in indignation, his pride as the third prince of the East Sea ignited. How could he endure such an affront? Now, he found himself beneath the weight of a lotus spirit. "Enough of your chatter. Prepare to meet your end." Oba's expression turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Ao Bing's head. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, the waters around them began to take on a faint green hue, a metallic scent of blood permeating the ocean. Ao Bing belongs to the little azure dragon, and thus his blood is naturally green. With a pained cry, Ao Bing swiftly rotated his body in an attempt to dislodge the Lotus Overlord from him. "Get off my back, you little brat. Do you think you can have your way?" Lotus Overlord sneered coldly, raising his fist with the intention of delivering another blow to Ao Bing. However, at that moment, Ao Bing accelerated his spinning motion. The sudden burst of speed caught Lotus Overlord off guard, and in the next instant, he was flung away. "Huh, you've been thrown off, haven't you? Regardless of who you are, even the Lotus Spirit has yet to encounter my dragon might. Today, I shall feast." Observing this, Ao Bing let out a chilling laugh and opened his gaping maw. Before Lotus Overlord could react, darkness enveloped him, transporting him to an unfamiliar realm. "How dull. This Lotus Spirit is hardly worth the effort. I might as well return to my dragon palace in the East Sea," Ao Bing remarked. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied after consuming Lotus Overlord, he swam deeper into the ocean, and within his belly, he could hear the complaints of Lotus Overlord echoing. It's been over a decade since Ao Bing last ate, and yet his insides reek. How repugnant. Lotus Overlord observed his surroundings, wrinkling his nose in distaste as he cautiously navigated through the corrosive gastric acid beneath him. It seemed that instead of extracting the dragon tendons, he had unwittingly been swallowed whole by Ao Bing, a stroke of truly unfortunate luck. Now, Lotus Overlord faced 2 choices. The first was to wait for Ao Bing's metabolism to naturally expel him through the posterior exit. The second, a more violent option, would be to break free from within. However, it was clear that Lotus Overlord would not opt for the former. After all, emerging from Ao Bing's rear would mean cohabiting with excrement, an unthinkable fate for one of his stature. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the latter option, a forceful escape. He would first seek a vulnerable spot and rupture Ao Bing's body. Chapter 27, Dragon Palace of the East Sea. To break free violently, he needed to identify a weak point. With determination, Lotus Overlord began to traverse along Ao Bing's flesh, searching for the thinnest area. After some time, he suddenly noticed something amiss. What the? Ao Bing, in his little azure dragon form, stretches for dozens of meters. There's no way I can traverse to the end of this body. Never mind. I'll just try my luck at any spot. Gritting his teeth, Lotus Overlord clenched his fist and delivered a powerful strike against the wall of flesh before him. With a rumble, Ao Bing felt a peculiar movement in his belly and wondered if he was about to undergo metabolism. Forget it. I should just head back to the Dragon Palace. Ao Bing shook his head, murmuring softly before propelling himself towards the Dragon Palace. Within his being, Oba retracted his fists, letting out a slight sigh. It appears that this endeavor is futile. Ao Bing's physique is simply too robust. If all else fails, I shall resort to roasting him. Gritting his teeth, Oba summoned a flicker of flame, which, given his current state, did not blaze too fiercely. Slowly, I shall roast you. I refuse to believe I cannot cook this wretched dragon meat. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, a small azure dragon suddenly approached. Who dares to intrude upon the East Sea Dragon Palace? Upon sighting the approaching azure dragon, a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals instantly grew vigilant, raising their spears. A group of imbeciles. Do they not even recognize me? The azure dragon transformed into a humanoid figure. Who are you? Seeing the young man with distinctly pronounced dragon horns, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals widened their eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him. Third prince. At that moment, an elderly voice filled with astonishment rang out. An old sea turtle emerged from the Dragon Palace. Minister Turtle, it is delightful to see that you are still alive. Ao Bing smiled as he regarded the elderly figure approaching. Hee, in the realm of sea turtles, I am still considered quite youthful. The Minister Turtle replied with an awkward smile, for at his age, he truly was youthful by sea turtle standards. Third prince, where have you been for the past decade? The Dragon King has been searching for you. The Minister Turtle inquired with curiosity. As for that matter, Ao Bing replied with a cold smile. I must meet my father. I shall avenge this grievance, and that old fool Tai, he should prepare himself. Very well, third prince, the minister turtle nodded respectfully, leading Ao Bing into the dragon palace, oblivious to the fact that Ao Bing occasionally rubbed his belly behind him. Inside the dragon palace, Ao Bing did not see the figure of the dragon king, Ao Guang. According to the minister turtle, Ao Guang had gone to the West Sea on business. Just then, a voice filled with surprise echoed, "Is that not my third brother? After 10 years, I have truly missed you dearly." Ao Bing turned to see a young man with a beaming smile approaching. Ao Tian. Upon recognizing him, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Ao Bing's eyes. This young man was none other than his elder brother, Ao Tian, who, despite his current affability, possessed a penchant for treachery. Third brother. Is it permissible for you to address your elder brother by name? Hearing Ao Bing's words, a fleeting chill passed through Ao Tian's eyes, yet in the next moment, his face was once again adorned with a smile. Chapter 28. Devastating strike, big brother. Ao Bing reluctantly uttered in a low voice, feeling somewhat helpless. Where have you been for the past decade? Have you been living carefreely? Ao Tian squinted his eyes, fixating intently on Ao Bing, and slowly inquired, "Brother, you speak too much. It is not that I am particularly carefree. I merely stumbled upon a treasure trove and engaged in earnest cultivation." Although he had been sealed by the Grand Master Tai Yi for a decade, Ao Bing knew he could never divulge this truth, lest he become a laughingstock in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. 10 years of cultivation? Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Tian nonchalantly glanced at him. "Yet, dear brother, it seems you have not made much progress in these 10 years. From an ordinary high-level practitioner to merely a spiritual one." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ao Bing coughed lightly and hastily shifted the topic. "Brother, you have no idea. On my way back, I consumed a lotus essence. Alas, it was simply too delicious. I devoured the entire thing. Otherwise, I would have saved a portion for you." "Lotus essence? Ha!" At these words, Ao Tian paused in surprise, then could not help but burst into laughter. "Brother, in this day and age, who would consume such a low-tier creature as lotus essence? If you are truly famished, I shall provide you with shark meat. What of the lotus essence? Do you doubt my prowess? I could easily defeat you with a single lotus essence." Ao Bing's stomach, housing the lotus overlord, clearly heard the disdain in Ao Tian's words and was filled with indignation. It retaliated by delivering 2 heavy punches to Ao Bing's belly. With those strikes, Ao Bing let out a cry of pain, shortly followed by Ao Tian's concerned voice, "Brother, what has happened to you?" Observing Ao Bing clutching his stomach and wailing, Ao Tian's eyes flashed with surprise as he inquired, "Is it possible that the lotus essence you just consumed was contaminated?" Ao Bing's face turned crimson as he held his abdomen and waved his hand dismissively. "How dare you imply that I am unclean?" At Ao Bing's words, the lotus overlord's eyes glinted with anger, and it unleashed several more powerful punches. Ugh! Ao Bing's stomach churned violently, and cold sweat broke out as he gasped, "Brother, I must take my leave. I urgently need to find a restroom." Go ahead," Ao Tian replied in astonishment, nodding in agreement, still trying to comprehend whether his brother's decade of cultivation had weakened his immunity. Just as Ao Bing took a step forward, a sharp pain surged through him, originating from the punches of the Lotus Overlord. Having heard Ao Bing's intention to use the restroom, the Lotus Overlord was determined not to let him escape, for it had no desire to be merely waste. Hiss! The pain in his belly caused Ao Bing to draw in a sharp breath. His insides were now tumultuously churning. Wow! In the next moment, Ao Bing could no longer contain himself and vomited. However, instead of expelling anything else, he unleashed a creature that was half lotus and half human. "Lotus essence." Ao Bing. 2 astonished voices echoed in unison. As Ba and Ao Bing stared wide-eyed at each other, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. "Goodness! It turns out you are the one causing trouble within me. You little lotus spirit, and you are still alive." Ao Bing clenched his teeth, his expression darkening as he glared at Ba. Chapter 29. Instant kill of Ao Bing. "Do you wish for my demise?" Such a whimsical thought, Ba remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the agitated Ao Bing. "Humph, since you have survived within my belly, you shall perish at my hands." Fury surged within Ao Bing, and with a flash of azure light from his hand, he lunged towards Ba with a mighty claw. Skill, slap. In the next moment, a formidable branch swung fiercely towards Ao Bing, with a resounding boom. The entire sea region trembled, though the impact was not overwhelmingly significant, as the combat within the Dragon Palace typically subdued much of the surrounding force. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ba's appearance, Ao Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he refrained from joining the fray. instead opting to slightly withdraw from the battle's vicinity. A fierce clash unfolded between the Lotus Spirit and the dragon. As the battle wore on, Ao Bing's complexion grew increasingly grim. Oh bah! Despite merely possessing the ordinary prowess of a high-level 7-star, was managing to hold his ground against him, a formidable spirit-level warrior, for such an extended duration. This was no simple feat. The tumult generated by their conflict had already attracted numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the East Sea Dragon Palace, who hurriedly approached. Is that the long-lost third prince? Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar Ao Bing, the multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were filled with fervor. What on earth is the third prince battling? It appears to be a lotus spirit, and it seems this spirit possesses considerable strength. As they observed the fierce skirmish between Ao Bing and Oh Bah, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the gathered soldiers. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Ao Bing's face flushed crimson, his embarrassment morphing into rage. Transform. A flash of azure light enveloped him as he reverted to his human form. Lotus Spirit. I see you are merely a little lotus spirit. I shall grant you a chance to strike first. Come now, do not say I am ungracious. Ao Bing smirked derisively at Oh Bah, his folding fan fluttering lightly in his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Ah, the third prince is indeed magnanimous. Aware that this lotus spirit is merely an ordinary demon, thus allowing for leniency. Yet even if he grants the lotus spirit the first move, what difference does it make? The third prince is the mightiest. Such reasoning was indeed sound. Observing Ao Bing's actions, the multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals within the East Sea Dragon Palace erupted into laughter, mockingly gazing at Oh Bah, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Ao Bing's gesture was blatantly a declaration to all present. He intended to humiliate Oh Bah thoroughly. Allow me a strike? Just ensure you do not perish. Luo Ba found the situation somewhat amusing as a half-meter-long root suddenly sprang forth from his sleeve, culminating in a diminutive water dragon at its tip. This was a fusion of the whip strike and the water dragon technique. Activating the skill, he unleashed the whip strike. In the next instant, Luo Ba manipulated the massive root to strike fiercely at Ao Bing. Roar! Immediately after, a water dragon surged forth from the root. What on earth is this? Witnessing the spectacle, Ao Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively raising his hands in defense. Bang! In an instant, the water dragon and the root collided with Lin Han. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Ao Bing's lips, his face a mask of terror, and in the next breath, his body was sent flying. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals were utterly astonished. What? The Lotus Spirit just dispatched the third prince in an instant. Chapter 30. Raw Dragon Tendon. The moment Ao Bing was propelled outward, Luo Ba did not relent. He pursued closely. Damn, this brat is relentless. The Dragon Palace is too small for me to unleash my full potential. A glint of malice flashed in Ao Bing's eyes, and he swiftly transformed into a small azure dragon, attempting to flee. At this juncture, Luo Ba leaped onto Ao Bing's back once more. The third prince is out, quickly. We must follow. Upon seeing Ao Bing transform into a dragon and dash out, a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals panicked and hurried to follow. Meanwhile, Ao Tian squinted, hesitating momentarily before deciding to join. Beyond the Dragon Palace, a blue dragon swam gracefully. Kid, why don't you get off me already? Ao Bing snarled, attempting to dislodge Luo Ba. Enough with your incessant chatter. Luo Ba sneered, his palms sharpening instantaneously as he deftly found his mark and plunged it directly into Ao Bing's dragon back. He intends to extract the raw dragon tendon. Green blood erupted like a fountain, brutally spilling forth. Ow! Ao Bing let out a wretched scream, his body contorting in pain, words barely escaping his clenched teeth. Lotus Spirit, you shall pay for this. Wait. No, I can no longer afford to wait. Luo Ba shook his head, then swiftly delved into Ao Bing's body, probing within. Lotus Spirit, what are you searching for? Ao Bing's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily inquired. At that moment, Luo Ba's hand grazed a soft bone with a texture akin to jade, causing his eyes to brighten with realization. Found it, the dragon tendon. Kid. You. The instant the dragon tendon was touched, Ao Bing reacted as though he had triggered some peculiar switch. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses. But in the next moment, he felt a void within his body, as if something essential had been stripped away. The dragon tendon has been extracted. Luo Ba, perched atop the azure dragon, yanked outward, and a white, jade-like dragon tendon was drawn from Ao Bing's being. Success. Upon seeing the white dragon tendon, the breath of the Lotus Tyrant became rapid with excitement. The dragon tendon was finally in hand, and thus, the The most crucial material for the Hunyuan silk was also acquired. The moment the Lotus Tyrant extracted the dragon tendon, the system's prompt echoed. Ding! Detected that the host has withdrawn the Albing dragon tendon. Experience 10,000. Evolution points 10. Ding! Experience gained. Host has reached the ordinary high level 8 stars. Ding! Experience gained. Host has reached the ordinary high level 9 stars. The host has broken through the ordinary level and entered the spiritual level, current level. Initial stage 1 star of the spiritual realm. As the series of system notifications resounded, the Lotus Tyrant felt a surge of celestial energy enter his body, augmenting his strength and power in seemingly boundless ways. This step was termed entering the spiritual realm. However, despite this advancement, the Lotus Tyrant was not content. His focus lay on the 10 evolution points. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated again. Evolution points gathered. Evolving in progress. Evolution successful. The host has evolved into the sacred Lotus essence. With these words, the Lotus Tyrant felt a golden glow emanate from his being. And the entire Lotus sensed something amiss, yet he paid it no heed. Instead, his attention was captivated by his flowing hair. Indeed, with the evolution, the lotus flower atop his head had transformed into a cascade of glossy black locks. Now, in comparison to the Lotus essence, he appeared remarkably more human. Save for his body riddled with lotus holes. Chapter 31. Openly slaying dragons. As the dragon tendon was severed from its body, Albing's gaze began to dull, and the entire dragon collapsed to the ground. Third Prince, are you alright? From the moment the Lotus Tyrant extracted the dragon tendon to Albing's fall, mere moments had passed. A multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals gasped in shock at the scene. Third brother? Witnessing the extraction of the dragon tendon, Aotion's eyes flashed with astonishment. This diminutive lotus essence dared to brazenly slay a dragon before the dragon palace of the East Sea. With the dragon's tendon extracted, the only fate awaiting the dragon was death. What else could this be but dragon slaying? Lotus essence, how dare you kill my third brother? A furious roar erupted as Aotion glared at the Lotus Tyrant. Albing's demise did not incite his rage as much as the audacity of the Lotus Tyrant to slaughter the dragon clan before the East Sea Dragon Palace. Was this not a blatant provocation against the dragon race? He is dead? The Lotus Tyrant had just finished arranging his hair when he suddenly heard Aotion's words, momentarily taken aback, before glancing at Albing's lifeless form. At that moment, Albing was utterly cold. The next instant, the Lotus Tyrant narrowed his eyes and activated the Soul Sovereign skill. Since there is a remnant soul, come to me. As the words fell, a small, transparent azure dragon, merely a few dozen centimeters long, soared forth from Albing's corpse. This was Albing's remnant soul. As the remnant soul of Ao Bing emerged, the sight of Uba prompted an instinctive desire to flee. However, he found himself firmly restrained by the Soul Sovereign. Allow me to enter, he implored. With a mere gesture, Uba summoned Ao Bing's lingering essence into the spiritual orb. Uba, who is this little green worm? In a moment, the long silent remnant of Neza voiced his astonishment. You are the little green worm. I am the third prince of the East Sea. Neza's words provoked Ao Bing's remnant, inciting a furious roar from him. Both of you, be silent. Just as a quarrel was about to ensue, Uba's icy voice cut through the tension. Startled, both Neza's and Ao Bing's souls responded cautiously. Yes, Uba. After reprimanding them, Uba quickly turned his attention to the encroaching army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This audacious individual dares to slay the third prince and seize his remnant soul. Quickly, we must avenge our prince by retrieving his essence and eliminating this Uba. A horde of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward, their weapons raised and aimed at Uba. Do you intend to kill me? Catch me first. Uba retorted with a cold smile, deftly maneuvering his roots as he swam vigorously into the depths of the ocean. Despite having entered the spiritual realm, he possessed the wisdom to recognize his limitations. He knew that not only was the mighty Outyin a formidable foe, but these shrimp soldiers alone were enough to pose a significant threat, not to mention the potential return of the Dragon King Ao Guang. Do not let him escape. Shrimp soldiers, pursue him. Aotion commanded urgently upon witnessing Uba's attempt to flee. At once, Your Highness. The army of shrimp soldiers nodded in unison and began their search for Uba's figure. In that moment, chaos erupted in the East Sea. Countless shrimp soldiers mobilized, accompanied by a host of ferocious deep-sea sharks. The other denizens of the deep were left astounded by the spectacle. Who is this reckless individual that has angered the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, prompting them to issue the highest decree of pursuit? Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil had already found his way back to the ancestral lands of the White Fox clan. Chapter 32. A twist of fate within the cavern of the White Fox clan's ancestral grounds. Elder by Chio and a group of white foxes awaited in anticipation, marking the third day of their vigil. For 3 whole days, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Uba. Beneath the cave, the sea lay still, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Elder by Chio, has Lord Uba not yet returned? Could something have gone amiss? Linger, glancing at the tranquil waters below, felt a surge of anxiety. In the East Sea, as long as Lord Uba does not encounter the Dragon Palace's forces, he should remain safe. Elder by Chio shook his head slowly, responding, "The Dragon Palace of the East Sea?" Upon hearing these words, a grave expression flickered in Linger's eyes. Who in the East Sea was unaware that the Dragon Palace held dominion? If Lord Obai were to encounter the Dragon Palace, it could indeed spell danger. Suddenly, a bubbling sound emanated from the depths of the cave. "Look, there's movement inside the cave," cried a white fox, having noticed the unusual disturbance. In an instant, all the white foxes turned their anxious gazes towards the source of the commotion. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the water. Could it be? Was that not Lord Obai? As the figure emerged, all the white foxes hastily turned their attention to it. "Lord Obai, is that you?" Linger inquired uncertainly. For the transformation of Obai was indeed remarkable. Previously, he had claimed the title of God of Lotus, yet exuded no divine aura. Now, however, he radiated an air of sanctity, particularly accentuated by his flowing hair. "Of course, it is I," Obai affirmed, nodding as he expelled the water from his body and strode towards Elder by Chio and the others. "Did you obtain the dragon tendon?" Elder by Chio asked respectfully. Obai nodded and then inquired, "Indeed, I have acquired the dragon tendon of Ao Bing. It should enhance the refining of the Meiteon silk, correct?" "What?" A profound shock flickered in Elder by Chio's eyes upon hearing Obai's words. Ao Bing. Is he not the third prince of the Dragon Palace? The realization struck him, and he could scarcely believe that Lord Obai had extracted the dragon tendon from Ao Bing. Truly, Lord Obai was audacious enough to confront even Ao Bing. "Didn't you, Elder by Chio, summon me?" Obai observed Elder by Chio's astonishment with confusion. "Was it not you who directed me?" Elder by Chio shook his head with a bitter smile. "You must have gone to the wrong place, Lord Obai. I merely mentioned a lowly little white dragon." "A common little white dragon?" Obai chuckled incredulously, realizing that he had inadvertently targeted the wrong quarry and had extracted the tendon from Ao Bing instead. "Lord Obai, Ao Bing is the third prince of the Dragon Palace. You must exercise caution and be wary of their pursuit." Elder by Chio could only offer a kindly warning at this juncture. "Fear not, they have already pursued me, but I escaped unscathed," Obai replied casually, shaking his head. "What?" This revelation not only astonished Elder by Chio, but sent the entire White Fox clan into an uproar. Lord Obai had evaded the pursuit of the Dragon Palace without a scratch. Chapter 33. Stealing the furnace of the great immortal Tai well, that is of little significance. Oba shook his head and then fixed his gaze intently on Elder by Chio, slowly speaking. "Elder by Chio, can you now assist me in refining the Meiteon Ling?" Upon hearing Oba's words, Elder by Chio offered a wry smile, replying, "Lord Ocean, I am familiar with the method of refining. Yet my current capabilities are insufficient to forge such a divine artifact. Are you unable to refine it?" Uba nodded, understanding that Elder by Chio's strength was merely average. It would be implausible for him to refine a divine tool. "Then please impart the method of refinement to me, and I shall devise a way myself." "Of course, Lord Ocean." Elder by Chio nodded and proceeded to share the refinement technique of the Meiteon Ling with Uba. At the moment the method entered Uba's mind, the system's notification chimed once more. "Ding! Detection of host absorbing the learning method. Automatic learning function has been activated. Learning in progress. Please hold on. Learning progress. 30, 70, 100. The refinement method for Meiteon Ling has been mastered." As the system's voice faded, Uba felt a throbbing sensation in his mind. Is this the method of refining Meiteon Ling? As the discomfort subsided, Uba eagerly absorbed the technique, his eyes sparkling with realization. However, while the method was acquired, he found himself lacking a furnace. Moreover, this furnace must be of high quality. Otherwise, the chances of failing to refine the Meiteon Ling would be considerable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Elder by Chio, I must take my leave for now." With that, a purplish light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. The abrupt disappearance of Uba startled the members of the White Fox clan. Elder by Chio could only offer a wry smile and sigh. Truly the Lord Ocean. Arriving and departing like a shadow. Within the golden light cave, a purplish glow appeared. Uba stealthily concealed himself behind a table, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, he would promptly activate his teleportation to escape. His purpose for visiting the Golden Light Cave was not to seek the great immortal Tai, but rather to locate a furnace suitable for refining the Ling. The great immortal Tai was a fervent experimenter, bound to possess quality furnaces. As Uba maneuvered carefully, he continued to scan the area. After an extensive search, he had yet to catch sight of the great immortal Tai. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Within the pond he had previously visited, there were numerous dead fish and foul shrimp, evidently perished under the experimental magic of the great immortal Tai. Phew! I am fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise. Witnessing this scene, Uba gradually exhaled, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Just then, a thunderous snore erupted, reminiscent of a booming thunderclap. That old rascal Tai Jinren is actually deep in slumber? Upon glancing at the sleeping figure of Tai Jinren sprawled across the stone bed, Oba felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As long as this old fellow was asleep, he could search for the furnace without restraint. After an extensive search, Oba finally set his sights on a large furnace, standing over a meter tall, surrounded by several bronze lion heads, indicative of its superior quality. I've made my choice. With a sly grin, Oba hoisted the furnace onto his shoulder, and as a purple glow enveloped him, both he and the furnace vanished from sight. Chapter 34. The Divine Artifact. After clandestinely acquiring Tai Jinren's furnace, Oba returned to the ancestral land of the White Tiger clan. Lord O, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Oba emerge from a swirl of purple light, Elder Baichio was no stranger to such occurrences. However, upon noticing that Oba was bearing a furnace nearly his own size, he couldn't help but express surprise. This is a furnace I pilfered from Tai Jinren, and it is perfect for refining the Ling, Oba proudly declared, patting the furnace on his shoulder. What? Tai Jinren? Upon hearing that Oba had stolen the furnace from Tai Jinren, a flicker of fear crossed Elder Baichio's eyes, and his expression shifted drastically. Lord O, this is unthinkable. That is Tai Jinren. If discovered, not only you, but our entire White Fox clan could face annihilation. The White Foxes behind Elder Baichio trembled in terror, each one gripped by apprehension. What's the matter? Are you all so afraid of that old geezer Tai Jinren? Noticing the palpable fear among Elder Baichio and the others, Oba set the furnace down and regarded them with curiosity. Lord O, you may not be aware, but if Ao Guang is the king of the East Sea, then Tai Jinren is the sovereign of the Golden Light Mountains. Countless beasts in the Golden Light Mountains thrive under his protection, allowing them to exist in peace. If you are discovered stealing Tai Jinren's furnace, even if he does not intervene, the creatures benefiting from his guardianship will surely retaliate. Beilinger explained slowly. Oh, so that old fellow Tai Jinren holds such a formidable status? Oba was taken aback by Beilinger's elucidation. Nevertheless, he soon chuckled, reassuring Elder Baichio and the others, there's no need for concern. I have another identity. I am Tai Jinren's disciple, Neza. Although he had not yet fully realized the complete form of Neza, Oba was confident that one day, he would evolve into the most perfect incarnation of Neza. Neza? The somewhat unfamiliar name left Elder Baichio and Beilinger puzzled, yet they chose to trust Oba's words. After all, Oba now holds the esteemed title of the Lotus deity. How could he possibly deceive them? Once Elder Baichio and the others believed his words, Uba disregarded them and commenced the preparation for refining the celestial silk. Elder Baichio and the White Fox clan stood at a distance, observing quietly. First, he placed the dragon tendon inside the furnace. Following the steps of the celestial silk refining method in his mind, Uba tossed the white jade dragon tendon into the furnace, added several auxiliary materials, and then ignited the furnace. Now, he simply needed to wait for 49 hours. Having completed all this, Uba stretched lazily and then sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the emergence of the celestial silk. After 49 hours, a brilliant flame shot up into the sky from the depths of the White Fox territory, startling the surrounding birds and beasts. Congratulations to the Lotus deity for successfully refining the divine artifact, the celestial silk. Elder Baichio gazed at Uba with admiration, unable to suppress a sigh. At that moment, a red satin fabric enveloped Uba's form, seemingly possessing a spirit of its own. And this red satin was the divine artifact, the celestial silk, which Uba had refined after 49 hours of labor. Chapter 35. An unprecedented surge in power. Continuous evolution. The celestial silk, under Uba's manipulation of the dragon tendon, had become remarkably resilient. Truly worthy of being a divine artifact favored by Neza, it was indeed a splendid treasure. Sensing the faint divine aura emanating from the celestial silk, Uba could not help but praise it inwardly. Elder Baichio, I shall remember your kindness. As Uba caressed the celestial silk, He spoke in a calm tone. Despite his unassuming demeanor, it stirred great excitement within Elder Baichio. Trembling with joy, he, along with the White Fox clan, fell to their knees in reverence, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Lotus Deity. Elder Baichio's fervor stemmed entirely from his belief in Uba's boundless potential. Should Uba truly ascend to mythic levels in the future, the promise of a mythic-level powerhouse would be invaluable. Elder Baichio, I shall now test the might of the celestial silk. With that, Uba dashed away, leaving behind a group of foxes wearing wry smiles. Roar! In the forest, a ferocious tiger demon beast roared menacingly at Uba. Celestial silk go. With a wave of his hand, the celestial silk surged forward, its fiery red form resembling a dragon of flames. In recent days, Uba made a significant discovery. He could use the celestial silk to replace his root branches for executing skills. This revelation expanded the range of attack methods available to the celestial silk. Bang! With a resounding thud, the celestial silk struck the tiger demon beast fiercely. Crack! In an instant, the beast's bones shattered, and after a few futile struggles, it succumbed. Ding! Host detected the elimination of a standard advanced 9-star tiger, gaining 100 experience points and 0 evolution points. As the prowess of Uba continued to ascend, the lesser beasts posed no challenge to him, offering only meager experience and evolution points. It was evident that he needed to seek out more formidable creatures. With a mere gesture, the mystical fabric of the heavens returned to his side, intensifying his yearning for the fire-tipped spear, the Chinquan ring, and the wind and fire wheel. If he could gather these 3 artifacts, his strength would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap. Uba, I know where the fire-tipped spear is, echoed the voice of Neza's lingering spirit from the Lingzhu. Oh, you know? Uba, taken aback by the spirit's revelation, inquired further. Pray tell, where is the fire-tipped spear? It lies at Chintang Pass, Neza's spirit replied earnestly. Chintang Pass. The name struck a chord with Uba, causing him to pause. Indeed, more precisely, within the molten rocks of Chintang Pass, Neza's spirit affirmed, nodding slowly. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing the spirit's words, Uba nodded in understanding. If so, I must expedite my evolution into Neza, and then I can enlist Tai Jinren to escort me to Chintang Pass. In the days that followed, Uba relentlessly hunted the beasts within the Golden Light Mountains. Many creatures, upon hearing of the Uba's formidable reputation, were left trembling in fear. In a short span of time, Uba's notorious name spread like wildfire. Ding! Detection of host slaying a primary level, 3-star white snake. Experience gained, 1,000. Evolution points, 1. As the system's voice resonated, a radiant white light enveloped Uba, and one of his lotus arms transformed into a human arm. Through persistent effort over the past few days, Uba had evolved all 4 of his limbs to resemble those of a human. Now, only his torso remained to be transformed. This torso demanded evolution points. Yet Uba had identified a suitable target, the Fire Phoenix, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Golden Light Mountains. Chapter 36. The Fire Phoenix. Each of the 4 dominators of the Golden Light Mountains possessed an intermediate 5-star strength within the spirit realm. The Fire Phoenix, being the closest to Uba, was his initial target. Atop Fire Mountain, a frantic voice exclaimed, "My lord, the Uba approaches. They say he seeks your head." A crow hastily flew in, its demeanor fraught with panic. Why the alarm? The Fire Phoenix remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the crow. Uba is merely a lotus spirit. You overestimate him. But this lotus spirit has recently gained notoriety in the Golden Light Mountains, having slain numerous famed beast kings. The crow messenger hesitated, acutely aware of Uba's rising fame, as his battles often ended in swift victories. Such a formidable opponent, can the Flame Phoenix truly prevail? No need to say more, I possess my own discernment. Should this lotus spirit dare to step onto my fiery domain, today shall ensure his return is impossible. The Flame Phoenix shook its head, resolute in its decision to eliminate the Lotus Overlord. However, at that moment, a distressed bird flitted into the scene. In a state of disarray. What a spectacle of chaos. The Flame Phoenix furrowed its brow, swiftly grasping the frantic bird, and inquired coolly, "What has transpired?" The startled creature, caught by the neck, trembled in trepidation, responding cautiously, "The king. He has arrived." "He? Who is he?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed the Flame Phoenix's eyes. "Surely, he was referring to me." Suddenly, a light chuckle wafted through the air, and the Flame Phoenix turned to behold a figure approaching, its pupils narrowing in alarm. It was he, the Lotus Spirit. A silhouette advanced, accompanied by what appeared to be a swirling fire dragon. This form could only belong to the Lotus Overlord. After several days of evolution, his limbs now resembled those of a human, and his stature had returned to that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the aura bestowed by the celestial silk, the current Lotus Overlord exuded a more formidable presence than ever before. The Lotus Overlord regarded the flame phoenix calmly, stating, "You must be aware of my purpose for coming." "Huh? Is your purpose to meet your demise?" The flame phoenix retorted disdainfully. With that, it unfurled its wings and charged at the Lotus Overlord. Like an eagle soaring through the sky, a fiery blast surged forth. The flame phoenix was acutely aware that the Lotus Overlord was merely at the initial stage of the spirit realm, so it intended to obliterate him in an instant. Such folly. The Lotus Overlord, however, discerned the flame phoenix's intent and merely offered a scornful smile, choosing not to evade the attack. Not dodging. How audacious. At this, the flame phoenix's eyes flared with rage, the temperature of the flames escalating dramatically. In the next moment, it was as if a fire dragon was unleashed. That was the celestial silk. In an instant, the celestial silk enveloped the incoming flames, almost instantaneously devouring them. What kind of fabric is this? How extraordinary. Witnessing this spectacle, the flame phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment. The celestial silk, the Lotus Overlord remarked with a slight smile. What? The flame phoenix's eyes bulged in disbelief. Could this truly be the divine artifact, the celestial silk? Chapter 37. One Lotus against 4 Beast Kings. Suddenly, the flame phoenix's gaze towards the Lotus Overlord shifted. It had never anticipated that this crimson silk would be the divine artifact, the celestial silk. Young one, I must admit, you have indeed taken me by surprise. The flame phoenix fixed its gaze on the Lotus Overlord, its expression darkening as it said, "It seems I cannot handle you alone." Upon hearing this, the Lotus Overlord furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. A sudden whoosh echoed behind him, prompting Oba to instinctively dodge backward. A viscous, dark green liquid grazed past him, striking a massive ancient tree with a resounding thud, rapidly corroding it to nothingness. It was toxic. Oba's gaze sharpened as he turned around, only to find a colossal dark green python coiled behind him, its forked tongue flickering as it fixated on him with cold, piercing eyes. The venomous Serpent King? A flicker of surprise crossed Oba's face. This was, without a doubt, one of the 4 Beast Kings of the Golden Light Mountain Range. He hadn't anticipated its arrival. Old Serpent, it seems your aim leaves much to be desired. You're no glasses, so why the poor accuracy? Abruptly, a deep voice resonated as a massive gorilla and a leopard crackling with electricity appeared in the sight of the onlookers. Another Beast King? A solemn expression flashed in Oba's eyes. All 4 Beast Kings of the Golden Light Mountain Range had gathered. It appeared they had gone to great lengths to deal with him. With a sardonic smile, Oba remarked, "Ah, you truly exert yourselves to confront me." Ha ha. The Golden Light gorilla chuckled, its laughter booming like thunder. "Oh Jing, you cannot hold us responsible. The Golden Light Mountain Range can only harbor 4 Beast Kings. Now that you have appeared, we have no choice but to unite and eliminate you. If you seek to claim the title of Beast King, do not blame us for being merciless." The flame phoenix also sneered, its gaze fixed intently on Oba. His very presence threatened the status of the 4 Beast Kings. Thus, he could not be allowed to remain. Claiming the title of Beast King? You overestimate yourselves. Oba shook his head at their words. My aspirations lie beyond this. I seek to become the legendary myth. You are merely stepping stones on my path. To become a legendary myth? The 4 Beast Kings gazed at Oba, their eyes betraying a hint of longing. Indeed, who wouldn't yearn to become a myth? Yet, O Jing, how dare you assert that we are your stepping stones? That is sheer arrogance. The Golden Light Gorilla's eyes blazed red with fury, glaring at Oba, while the other Beast Kings wore equally grim expressions. Each of them was among the most formidable beings in the Golden Light Mountain Range, second only to the Tai Junren. And this O Jing had the audacity to speak so boldly? They were determined to make him experience the consequences. Come forth, all 4 of you. It will be convenient for me to deal with you all at once, saving me the trouble of chasing you down. Before the Flame Phoenix and the other Beast Kings could launch an attack, Oba spoke, the mysterious sky silk swirling around him, exuding an air of defiance as if he were prepared to take on all 4 challengers. Rage. A profound fury surged within the 4 Beast Kings, each of them filled with pride. Yet, Oba had brazenly declared his intent to face them all at once. This was an outright dismissal of their prowess. Exchanging glances, the 4 Beast Kings revealed sinister smiles. O Jing, you brought this upon yourself. Do not perish too quickly. Come forth. The languid voice of the Lotus Overlord ignited the flames of wrath within the 4 Beast Kings. Chapter 38. Evolution, Mortal Neza. In the next moment, flames intertwined with venom. and thunder accompanied fists as they ferociously surged towards the Lotus Overlord. Each of the four beast kings unleashed their ultimate attacks. The celestial silk whirled like a whip. The Lotus Overlord, undeterred, transformed the celestial silk into an enormous entity, swinging it mightily to deflect the onslaught of the four beast kings. Truly, the celestial silk was formidable, deserving its status as a divine artifact. The Fire Phoenix sensed a hint of trouble. Could even a divine artifact withstand the combined assault of the four beast kings? The Thunder Leopard bared its teeth. The other three beast kings concurred. No matter how powerful the celestial silk, it could not possibly fend off their collective strike. With a roar, the four beast kings lunged forward in unison. Whoosh! A piercing sound echoed as the celestial silk appeared beside the four beast kings with an ethereal swiftness, tightly binding the diamond-mad gorilla and the venomous serpent king together, constricting them further. Both the diamond-mad gorilla and the venomous serpent king felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The latter was particularly vexed, as it was usually the one to ensnare its prey to death, yet today it found itself in a similar predicament. Quickly, Deadbird, resolve this. The diamond-mad gorilla struggled desperately, but the more it fought, the tighter the celestial silk constricted, leaving it no choice but to seek help from the Fire Phoenix. If they could eliminate the Lotus Overlord, the celestial silk would surely cease its grip. The Lotus Overlord, fully aware of this logic, chose to evade confrontation, darting away like a specter. Damn it, this slippery lotus spirit. The Fire Phoenix, glancing at the diamond-mad gorilla and the venomous serpent king, felt a surge of anxiety. The two beast kings were on the brink of collapse, their faces flushed, as if death loomed just a moment away. However, it could not strike down the Lotus Overlord. Its speed was far too swift, leaving no opportunities. Since they are on the verge of death, I shall intensify my efforts. The Lotus Overlord perched upon a tree, coldly observing the plight of the two beast kings, and then snapped its fingers. A resounding clap echoed, amplifying the force of the celestial silk, which suddenly tightened, choking the two beast kings to death. Old Gorilla, Old Snake. Witnessing this scene, the Fire Phoenix and the Thunder Leopard roared in frustration. Ding! Host has slain the Diamond-Mad Gorilla, earning 2,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding! Host has slain the Venomous Serpent King, earning 2,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. As the system notifications chimed, the Lotus Overlord felt an intense warmth radiating through its body. A burst of white light enveloped the Lotus Overlord entirely. What is happening? Still immersed in the sorrow of the Beast King's demise, the Fire Phoenix and Thunder Leopard suddenly beheld an astonishing scene, their eyes flashing with profound vigilance. Could it be that this Lotus Spirit was about to employ some trickery once more? Meanwhile, within the radiant light, Lotus Overlord was uninterested in their speculations. The voice of the system echoed incessantly in his ears. Ding! Evolution points gathered. The host is evolving. Evolution in progress. Evolution complete. The host has transformed from a sacred Lotus Spirit to a mortal Neza. Upon hearing this announcement, Lotus Overlord was overwhelmed with joy and promptly opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Lotus Overlord. Race, human. Level, mortal Neza. Rank, initial spirit level 7 stars. Weapon, Mystic Silk. Experience, 35,000. Evolution points, 0, 25. At that moment, Lotus Overlord had finally evolved from a Lotus Spirit into Neza. He was now indeed a mortal Neza. Chapter 39. Arrival of Tai. The radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing a youthful figure with a complexion as exquisite as jade, strikingly handsome. Who are you? The Fire Phoenix, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man, gazed at him intently. Neza. The young man smiled, for he was none other than Lotus Overlord after his transformation into mortal Neza. Neza. The Fire Phoenix and Thunder Leopard were momentarily stunned upon hearing this unfamiliar name, quickly inquiring, "Then, where has the Lotus Spirit gone?" "I am the Lotus Spirit," Lotus Overlord replied calmly. "What? This is impossible," both the Fire Phoenix and Thunder Leopard exclaimed. Disbelief etched in their eyes. How could a demon transform into a human in an instant? It was utterly inconceivable. Believe it or not, Lotus Overlord shrugged, summoning the Mystic Silk, which automatically flew back to his side. You truly are that Lotus Spirit." Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Fire Phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice tinged with skepticism. Just as Lotus Overlord prepared to respond, an unexpected elderly voice rang out. "By my grandmother, what happened to my little gorilla and my little snake?" Taizhenren. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lotus Overlord felt a surge of surprise, but chose not to flee. After all, he had already assumed the form of Neza, and Taizhenren would not subject him to any trials. Tai, you must take charge on our behalf. The fire phoenix immediately became submissive, pleading with him as soon as she saw Tai Junren. It turned out that all the beasts in the Golden Light Mountains were raised by Tai Junren. Losing two mighty beast kings certainly pained this old fellow greatly. Suddenly, Tai Junren's gaze fell upon Lotus Overlord. Neza, you are here? You have reverted to human form. Tai Junren gazed in astonishment at Uba, surveying the surroundings with a heart brimming with wonder. He had never anticipated that Uba could so swiftly detach from the lotus form and reshape into human form. The Hunyuan silk. You actually possess the Hunyuan silk. Before Uba could respond, Tai Junren's attention was once again captivated by the silk. To his surprise, this little rascal Neza had brought him such delights in just a few short days. Tai Junren couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Uba smiled wryly. This old fellow Tai Junren was truly one to overreact. Senior Tai, upon noticing that Uba seemed to be acquainted with Tai Junren, the flaming phoenix's expression shifted immediately, and her voice dwindled. What is it, little firebird? You seek me? Tai Junren inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the flaming phoenix. This lotus spirit has slain the diamond rampaging gorilla and the venomous serpent king. Please avenge them. The flaming phoenix spoke, swallowing her fear and summoning her courage. Oh, so it was that little rascal Neza who dispatched my little gorilla and little serpent, Tai Junren mused, his heart lightened rather than filled with anger. Since Uba was capable of defeating beings of mid-level spiritual essence, it was evident that his own strength had reached the same tier. What? Do you wish to harm my disciple? In the next moment, Tai Junren lifted the flaming phoenix effortlessly, his gaze turning icy. Disciple? The flaming phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that Uba was a disciple of Tai Junren. Meanwhile, the thunder leopard, upon hearing this revelation, trembled in fright, rolling his eyes back as he succumbed to fear. Senior Tai, I had no idea he was your disciple. It was my mistake. The flames enveloping the flaming phoenix extinguished in that instant of terror as she pleaded with Tai Junren. Well, it's fine. You may leave. If I were to slay you, I would still need to select another beast king to manage matters for me. Tai Junren pondered briefly before releasing the flaming phoenix. He then turned his gaze towards Uba. Neza, shall we return to the Golden Light Cave now? Yes, let us go. Uba nodded, for he had completed all necessary tasks, and it was time to return to the Golden Light Cave with Tai Junren. This marked the third day Uba had spent in the Golden Light Cave. Neza, today I shall resume your lessons in celestial arts, Tai Junren stated as he stepped into the cave, observing Uba resting upon the Dao platform. Celestial arts? Upon hearing Tai Junren's words, Uba sprang up in delight, his face alight with joy. Indeed, celestial arts, Tai Junren affirmed. After reshaping Neza's form, it seemed he had forgotten the celestial arts previously taught, necessitating a fresh round of instruction. Through the explanation provided by the venerable Tai Junren, Uba came to the realization that the art of immortality is akin to the skills bestowed upon him by the system, merely adorned with a more grandiose title. My obedient disciple, I shall first impart to you the simplest of celestial techniques, the fireball technique. Upon successful mastery, it will allow you to harness the flames of the red lotus. As the words fell, Tai Junren snapped his fingers, conjuring a blazing fireball in his palm, flickering fiercely. The mention of the red lotus flames sparked a glimmer of excitement in Uba's eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The red lotus flames were indeed pivotal, being the essential element in his transformation from the mortal Neza into the red lotus Neza, indispensable. Tai Junren nodded approvingly. Very well. I shall now implant the knowledge of the fireball technique into your mind. Moments later, he continued, the teachings have been successfully transmitted. According to my estimations, you should require 3 days to master the fireball technique, followed by an additional fortnight to cultivate the red lotus flames. He spoke slowly, acknowledging that achieving this feat within the given time frame would indeed reflect immense talent. After a brief acknowledgement, Uba began absorbing the knowledge imparted by Tai Junren. Ding! The system detected a substantial absorption of knowledge, activating the rapid learning function. Fireball technique is currently being learned. Progress, 20, 40, 100. Mastery of the fireball technique achieved. With the system's announcement, Uba's mind was instantly filled with the method of releasing the fireball. Neza, practice within the Golden Light Cave. I shall indulge in leisure for 3 days before returning to you. Tai Junren chuckled, stroking his beard before preparing to leave. Suddenly, an eruption of flames resonated through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Tai Junren swiftly turned, only to find a fireball blazing fiercely in Uba's hand, rivaling his own creation in intensity. How did you accomplish this, Neza? Tai Junren exclaimed in astonishment, nearly pulling at his beard in disbelief. Isn't it quite simple? Uba shrugged, as the small fireball danced playfully in his palm. Tai Jinren's eyes widened with profound astonishment. How had he not previously recognized Neza's exceptional talent? This was not merely strength, it was almost monstrous, mastering a celestial technique in a mere second, which would typically require a week for an ordinary person. Chapter 41. The peerless genius. A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Tai Jinren's mind. Could a brush with death enhance one's innate abilities? Regaining his composure, he spoke again. Since you have activated the fireball technique, I shall now transmit to you the method for condensing the red lotus flames. No, that will not be necessary, Uba replied, shaking his head to halt Tai Jinren's advance. Not necessary? Tai Jinren cast a doubtful glance at Oba. A bold thought emerging in his mind. Could Neza have already condensed the red lotus fire? No, it is impossible. The red lotus fire is not a mere fireball technique. How could it possibly be condensed in just a second? Soon, Tai Jinren dismissed this audacious notion from his mind. Neza, Tai Jinren began to speak, but was abruptly taken aback by Oba's subsequent actions. There, Oba held a small fireball in his left hand, while his right hand hovered above it. In an instant, red spiritual energy flowed from his right hand into the fireball. This is the red lotus fire. Tai Jinren felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing motionless, disbelief etched across his features. As the fireball absorbed the crimson energy, it gradually transformed into a deep red hue, taking on the shape of a lotus flower. This is indeed the red lotus fire. Oba had managed to condense the red lotus fire in merely 1 second, an extraordinary feat. Old fellow, this must be the red lotus fire, correct? Oba lifted the fiery lotus, gazing at Tai Jinren with a faint smile, speaking softly. Yes, that is the red lotus fire, Tai Jinren replied, nodding vacantly. His eyes devoid of luster as he remained lost in astonishment. He had witnessed the fastest individual to condense it take 3 days, and that person had reached a level of greatness that commanded admiration. Yet now, Oba had accomplished it in just 1 second. What terrifying heights might he reach in the future? At that moment, Tai Jinren's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Oba, as if he were witnessing the birth of a legend before him. Old fellow, why do you look at me like that? Oba, sensing Tai Jinren's penetrating gaze, couldn't help but shiver, becoming alert. Could this old man truly have a peculiar inclination? If that were the case, it would be wise to maintain a distance from Tai Jinren. Ahem, it's nothing. I merely lament your prodigious talent. Tai Jinren coughed lightly, looking at Oba. My dear disciple, how about I teach you a few more techniques? Of course. Oba's eyes brightened at Tai Jinren's words, nodding vigorously. One should never turn down divine techniques. In the days that followed, Tai Jinren fervently imparted celestial techniques to Oba. Each time he taught a new skill, Oba would master it completely in merely 1 second. This astonishing speed was nothing short of miraculous, leaving one in awe. Old fellow, Oba turned to Tai Jinren. Is it time for me to go out now? I can hardly bear to stay in this golden cave any longer. Oh, Neza, do you wish to leave? Tai Jinren inquired. Yes, I do, Oba replied earnestly. Tai Jinren raised an eyebrow and further asked, where do you wish to go? In response, Oba's gaze sharpened. His voice steady as he slowly replied, Chintang Pass. Chapter 42. Arrival at Chintang Pass. Chintang Pass was bustling with prosperity, the air filled with the lively calls of vendors. Look, there's a rather peculiar individual over there, draped in a red silk scarf. How strikingly handsome he is. Which noble family does this dashing young man belong to? On the streets, men and women of all ages cast curious glances at the young man approaching from the city gate, particularly captivated by the vibrant red silk that seemed almost alive. At a nearby bun shop, a young man smirked, intrigued by the scene before him. Young Master Lin, if you are interested, I could have someone fetch him for you, remarked a servant who discerned the young man's gaze. Let us go take a look, Lin Han replied with a charming smile, casually discarding the bun in his hand as he led a few servants towards the young man. The bun shop owner, witnessing the young man's departure without payment, could only manage a wry smile as he watched him leave. Is this truly Chintang Pass? Observing the vibrant surroundings, Oba was somewhat astonished. It was far from the impoverished backwater he had anticipated. In fact, it was quite prosperous. He couldn't fathom how that thrifty old man managed it. As Oba strolled, taking in the sights, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals approaching with unfriendly expressions. Hey you, stop right there, one of them shouted. Oba, treating the command as if it were naught but a whisper, continued on his way. This outsider dared to disregard young Master Lin's words. He would find it difficult to leave Chintang Pass unscathed today. Not far off, many bystanders were keenly observing this encounter, their hearts racing as they witnessed Oba's audacity in ignoring Lin Han. This reckless fellow dares to disregard young Master Lin. One servant sneered, glaring at Oba's back. Lin Han's expression darkened. He had never been treated this way in Chintang Pass. Let us teach him a lesson, he commanded, and his entourage surged forward, encircling Oba. Hand over that red silk and bow to young Master Lin in apology, or do you believe we beat you to a pulp? A brash servant stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Oba. Scram. Oba responded, unimpressed by the group that barely reached the level of ordinary mid-tier fighters. He shot them a disdainful glare. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this audacious individual dared to speak to Lin Han in such a manner. Is he courting death? You've got guts. Lin Han seethed, his face pale with rage. With a forceful wave of his hand, he commanded, seize him and teach this brat a lesson. Yes, young Master Lin. The group of servants charged forward, claws outstretched. Regrettably, in the presence of the formidable Uba, this group of individuals appeared as mere ants. How could a single person stand against Lin Han and his entourage? The onlookers were filled with concern for Uba. It seemed he was either facing certain death or severe injury, for those who dared to provoke Lin Han seldom emerged unscathed. Such oblivious insects. A cold smile crept across Uba's lips as he casually waved his hand, sending the Hunyuan silk flying forth, effortlessly dispatching the approaching throng. What? Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This outsider had, with a single strike, sent Lin Han's subordinates sprawling. It was common knowledge that each of these subordinates was an ordinary initial stage 9-star warrior. Lin Han had relied upon these very subordinates to act as his henchmen in Chintang Pass. Yet now, this foreigner had dispatched them with such ease? What manner of strength was this? With a thud, the group of subordinates crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths as they stared incredulously at Uba. They had rushed forward only to be sent flying, barely having time to react. Who are you? Lin Han gazed at Uba in disbelief, only to see Uba suddenly vanish and reappear beside him like a wraith, seizing Lin Han by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Me? Who am I? Uba smiled faintly and replied, I am Neza. What? Upon hearing this declaration, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. A stillness, as if death itself had enveloped the air. Suddenly, someone grasped the implications. Neza? The strange child from the Li family who was born after 3 years of gestation. But wasn't Neza dead? How can he still be here unharmed? Hisses of disbelief echoed around, as all gazed at Uba in astonishment. The transformation he had undergone was nothing short of miraculous. The former Neza had never possessed such striking charisma, and, more importantly, his strength had never been this formidable. Neza, a deep astonishment flickered in Lin Han's eyes. He could hardly believe that the figure before him was indeed Neza. Begone. A glint of coldness flashed in Uba's gaze as he unceremoniously hurled Lin Han away. Had there been no advantage to be gained from killing Lin Han, he would have likely done so already. Coughing, Lin Han fell heavily to the ground, retreating in disgrace with his subordinates. Having dealt with Lin Han, Uba made his way toward the Li residence. Inside, a heated argument ensued. General Li, regarding the Eastern Sea Demon clan, I believe we must not act in haste. It is better to seek reconciliation, a man clad in fine garments said earnestly as he looked at Li Jing. Reconciliation? Li Jing's sword-like brows furrowed. Exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect, he let out a cold laugh and retorted, Deputy General Lin. The terms proposed by the Eastern Sea Demon clan for peace are simply to deliver a pair of golden boys and jade maidens to them every 7 days. How can you expect me to agree to such a thing? A mere golden boy and jade maiden. One could easily capture a couple. Lin Lai shook his head and replied, absolutely not. I will not allow a single citizen of Chintang Pass to be harmed. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Jing resolutely rejected the proposition. Could it be that General Li would prefer to sacrifice all the people of Chintang Pass rather than lose a few? No matter what you say, it is out of the question. Peace is impossible. I would rather fight them to the bitter end. Observing the two arguing titans, the attendants of the Li residence looked on with bitter expressions, hesitant to utter a word. Li Jing, if you seek death, then go ahead. I will not lose a single one of my soldiers. I refuse to send them to their deaths for nothing. At this point, Lin Lai was too weary to engage in further debate with Li Jing. With a fierce flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Just then, the door to the hall was pushed open, and a young man entered with a light-hearted chuckle. Is the Eastern Sea Demon clan truly so fearsome as to evoke this sort of fear in you? Chapter 44. Shocking the entire hall. Who is that? Upon hearing the voice, the expressions of those in the hall transformed, and they hurriedly turned to the entrance. There stood a handsome stranger walking in. Kid, do you really think the Eastern Sea Demon clan is something to fear? Do you believe that mere words will suffice to dispel that fear? Ridiculous, utterly laughable. Upon seeing the approaching Oba, Lin Lai's expression darkened immediately. How dare someone speak to him in such a manner? The Eastern Sea Demon Clan is nothing to fear, Oba said with a smile. Glancing at Oba, Li Jing felt a vague familiarity and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Young friend, who might you be?" "Father, I am Neza," Oba replied, looking at Li Jing with a calm smile. Neza? The crowd was taken aback, incredulous. Had Neza not perished? How had he returned? Neza? Li Jing was momentarily stunned. Then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I cannot believe that Master Tai has resurrected you so swiftly." Master Tai? Could it be the revered Tai Jinren? The crowd was momentarily surprised. Then realization dawned upon them. It was indeed Master Tai who had revived Neza. Remarkable. Truly, Master Tai possesses extraordinary powers, they murmured, shaking their heads in admiration for the great master. Nonsense. It is solely through my own efforts that I have managed to evolve from a lotus spirit into Neza. Observing the crowd's reverence towards Master Tai, Oba could not help but curl his lip in silent disdain. Humph. Even if you are Neza, what can you possibly do against the Eastern Sea Demon Clan? You are but a child. What do you understand? Li Jing, you ought to tread carefully. Lin Lai snorted coldly, giving a fierce flick of his sleeve before turning to depart. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the members of the Li residence were eager to plead for Lin Lai to remain. If even Lin Lai did not intervene, then relying solely on the manpower of Li Jing would undoubtedly prove insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the Eastern Sea Demon Clan. In such a scenario, the fate of Chintang Pass would be irrevocably sealed. Stop! Who are you calling a little brat? The voice of Oba echoed coolly from behind. However, Lin Lai seemed oblivious to this remark, striding purposefully towards the main entrance. He had no desire to engage with Oba. The imminent threat posed by the Eastern Sea Demon Clan necessitated a swift escape for survival. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended upon him. Without the slightest chance to react, Lin Lai found himself kneeling on the ground, his expression one of sheer terror. What is happening? Immediately following, a cold voice resonated. I just commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? Lin Lai gazed at Oba in horror, unable to fathom how mere words could so thoroughly subdue him. The onlookers from the Li residence stared in disbelief. Although Lin Lai was an ordinary high-level practitioner, he was effortlessly subdued by Oba. What level of terrifying power did Oba possess? Li Jing, equally astonished, observed Oba intently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he perceived the faint aura emanating from Oba. Neza, have you entered the spirit realm? What? The spirit realm? Li Jing's astonished exclamation plunged the members of the Li residence into profound shock. Entering the spirit realm? It was noteworthy that even Li Jing, the foremost expert of Chintang Pass, had only just managed to enter this realm himself. Incredulous gasps filled the air as the crowd struggled to regain their composure. My father has exquisite insight. I have indeed entered the spirit realm, Oba said with a subtle smile, slowly raising his hand to reveal a blooming red lotus of spiritual energy. Upon hearing Oba's affirmation and witnessing the manifestation of his spiritual power, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Ha ha! Li Jing laughed heartily, a look of pride on his face as he clapped Oba on the shoulder. Well done, young man. You have surpassed even your two brothers by stepping into the spirit realm first. Hee, you flatter me, father, Oba replied with a slight smile, recognizing that Li Jing's reference to his brothers was likely directed at Jin Jia and Mu Jia. Congratulations, General Li, on gaining another formidable warrior. Congratulations. At this moment, the members of the Li residence regained their senses, hastily offering their congratulations to Li Jing. However, amidst the celebration, one individual remained deeply troubled, Lin Lai, still kneeling on the ground, unable to rise without Oba's permission. Neza, Lin Lai cautiously glanced at Oba, speaking softly. Silence. Oba shot him a glance, with no intention of releasing Lin Lai from his predicament. Lin Lai gritted his teeth, rendered helpless in the face of the situation. Even if the Lotus Overlord were to release him now, it is uncertain whether he could prevail against the Lotus Overlord. Father, what exactly is this Eastern Sea Demon Clan? Ignoring Lin Lai, the Lotus Overlord turned to Li Jing and inquired with a hint of perplexity. Li Jing pondered for a moment before responding. The Eastern Sea Demon Clan is a collective term for the sea creatures residing near the Eastern Sea. They have been attacking fishermen in the vicinity of Chintang Pass for many years. The fishermen refer to them as the Sea Worm Clan, as they find these demons as repugnant as insects. Sea Worm Clan. The Lotus Overlord's eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion as he furrowed his brow. Isn't there the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Aren't they responsible for maintaining order in the ocean? The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Li Jing scoffed derisively, while those around him from the Li family displayed their indignation. Essentially, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is complicit with these sea worms. The latter dares to assault fishermen largely due to the instigation of the Dragon Palace. Are they aiding evil? At this remark, a glint of coldness flashed in the Lotus Overlord's eyes. It seemed he should have eliminated more of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's lackeys back then to settle this score properly. The Lotus Overlord glanced around, noticing the absence of Lady Yin. Where's Mother? She, along with your 2 elder brothers, is currently in a small fishing village outside Chantang Pass, confronting the Sea Worm clan. Then, Father, please take me there tomorrow. I wish to see what prowess these sea worms possess. Li Jing nodded. Very well. I shall take you there tomorrow. With the Lotus Overlord's inclusion, even if Li Lai refrained from deploying troops, the situation would be significantly eased. After all, a formidable being at the spirit realm could single-handedly contend against 100 foes. Then, Father, I shall take my leave. With that, the Lotus Overlord departed the grand hall of the Li residence, leaving behind the admiration of those present. Soon, news of Neza's resurrection spread throughout Chantang Pass. Initially, no one paid it much heed. However, when they learned that Neza had subdued Deputy General Lin with a mere utterance, they realized that Neza had ascended to the spirit realm, becoming the foremost expert of Chantang Pass. Furthermore, Neza was set to confront the Eastern Sea Demon clan the following day, which filled the hearts of the residents with immense gratitude. Chapter 46. The small fishing village. After leaving the grand hall of the Li residence, the Lotus Overlord returned to his chamber, relying on a faint recollection. Sitting on his bed and surveying his surroundings, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. It had been a month since he arrived in this mythological realm, and within this time, he had successfully evolved from a lotus into the mortal Neza. I recall there exists something akin to the investiture of the gods in this mythological world. Reflecting on memories from his previous life, the Lotus Overlord began to grasp the foundations of this realm. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed by the investiture of the gods. Yet, he remained uncertain whether such a thing truly existed in this mythological world. Oh, I shall inquire thoroughly when I next encounter the Grandmaster Tai. Upon contemplating this vexing topic, Oba felt a pang of headache. He shook his head and reclined on the bed. Over the past month, he had scarcely found time to rest properly, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening Oba. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving 30 days in the mythological realm. Reward, lottery system. Would you like to draw immediately? The voice of the system echoed in his mind upon awakening. Without hesitation, Oba opted for the lottery. As soon as he spoke, the mechanical sound of a spinning wheel resonated in his ears. Ding! Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 detox pills. Detox pills? Oba paused for a moment before placing them aside, realizing that these would alleviate his concerns when confronting toxic adversaries in the future. After a brief interlude, Li Jing knocked and entered. Father, Oba called out. Let us depart, Li Jing replied, his tone urgent, clearly worried about Lady Yin. All right, Oba nodded, and together they exited, heading towards the nearby fishing village. In the small fishing village not far from Chantang Pass, numerous corpses of both sea demons and humans lay strewn about, indicating a fierce battle had recently taken place. Mother, all the injured have been attended to. A young man approached, addressing a woman clad in imposing armor. This woman exuded a formidable aura, embodying the spirit of a valiant heroine. She was Lady Yin. Well done, Jinja. Now, let us rendezvous with Musa. I suspect the sea creatures will soon launch another assault, Lady Yin remarked, picking up a spear from the ground and striding towards Jinja. Nodding in agreement, the two made their way to the center of the village, where a multitude of injured individuals had gathered. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted. Lady Yin and Jinja turned to see the source, their expressions shifting to alarm. This is bad. It is a sea wolf demon. Such beasts are typically of high rank. Help! Save us! I do not wish to die. Cries and screams echoed throughout the village. Damn it! Their attack came so swiftly. Lady Yin's face hardened, her grip on the spear tightening. She turned to Jinja and urged, quickly, gather the remaining forces to confront the rest of the sea creatures. But, mother, how can you face the sea wolf alone? Jinja hesitated, aware that while Lady Yin was indeed powerful, she was utterly exhausted from the recent battles. Do not worry. I can handle the sea wolf. You must organize the others. Madame Yin shook her head, her tone laced with urgency. There was no other recourse but to let her face the challenge alone. However, Jinja hesitated. This was a command. Madame Yin gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Obey. Despite his reluctance, Jinja understood the weight of military orders and had no choice but to comply. "Mother, take care," he urged, clenching his fist before dashing away. Throughout this exchange, Madame Een remained utterly unresponsive. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the sea wolf, her palms slick with sweat. She was already wounded and had little confidence in facing this beast. Yet, she knew she had to act. If she did not step forward, the sea wolf would surely attack more innocents. "Come forth, beast. Allow me to deal with you." Madame Yin's fair visage was cloaked in frost as she coldly challenged the creature. The sea wolf snarled, its murderous crimson eyes locking onto Madame Yin. "Die, creature," she bellowed, leveling her spear at the beast and launching an offensive. She was acutely aware that, given her current condition, she could not engage in a prolonged battle with the sea wolf. Thus, she had but a single opportunity to strike. With a feral roar, the sea wolf lunged, soaring into the air and deftly evading Madame Yin's attack. What? A spirit-level beast? Shock flickered in Madame Yin's eyes, quickly supplanted by despair as the sea wolf's glistening claws hovered ominously above her head. There was no escape. Just then, a sound sliced through the air. Madame Een caught a glimpse of red. In an instant, she witnessed the sea wolf being flung backward, and it was then she discerned the crimson object, an aerial silk ribbon. What is this? Just as her mind raced with questions, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Mother, are you all right?" Oba had arrived just in time, the celestial silk flying to his side. "Who are you?" Madame Een furrowed her brow, filled with confusion at the sight of this unfamiliar young man. "Mother, we can discuss this later. Let me first deal with this beast," Uba replied with a smile, glancing sideways at the sea wolf, which was struggling to rise. "Watch out. It is a spirit-level beast," Madame Een cautioned as Uba prepared to advance. "Don't worry, mother. Just watch how I handle it." Luo Ba chuckled softly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, the heavenly silk ensnared the limbs of the approaching sea wolf with fierce tenacity. Thud! The sea wolf, having lost its balance, crashed heavily to the ground. Crimson lotus fire. With a whoosh, a flame resembling a blossoming lotus erupted from Luo Ba's palm. "Go!" His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, the fiery lotus enveloped the sea wolf entirely. Chapter 48. Instant annihilation. A howl of agony pierced the air as the flames consumed the sea wolf, which released a series of mournful cries. Its body bubbling with white foam. It seemed desperate to extinguish the flames with these bubbles. Yet, alas, the temperature of the crimson lotus fire was far too high for mere bubbles to quench. In no time, the fire reduced the sea wolf to ashes. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has slain a first-tier spirit realm sea wolf, earning 1,000 experience points and 0 evolution points. Due to Luo Ba's previous encounter with a mid-tier beast king of the spirit realm, defeating beings below that level now yields no evolution points and only meager experience. It appears even the system urges him to hunt formidable prey. Is the sea wolf truly dead? Witnessing the creature turn to ash in an instant, Madame Een was momentarily stunned, her expression gradually coalescing into shock. This was a beast of the spirit realm. The unfamiliar young man before her had achieved an instant kill. Having completed this feat, Luo Ba did not cease his onslaught. Supported by the heavenly silk, he hovered in midair. Casting his gaze upon the marine insect tribe within the small fishing village, a hint of murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the crimson lotus fire transformed into countless sparks, hurtling toward every member of the marine insect tribe. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has slain a marine insect, earning 100 experience points and 0 evolution points. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has slain a sea demon, earning 100 experience points and 0 evolution points. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has slain a. In an instant, the entire marine insect tribe within the small fishing village was reduced to mere points of experience, flowing back into Luo Ba's being. Impressive. Jin Jia and Mu Jia gazed at the unfamiliar young man in the sky, their eyes brimming with astonishment. As Luo Ba descended to the ground, Madame Een was the first to rush forward to greet him. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Li Jing galloping towards them. "Why has my husband come?" A flicker of confusion crossed Madame Yin's face. Shouldn't Li Jing be discussing matters with Lin Lai regarding the Eastern Sea Demon tribe at this time? "Neza, you little rascal, the speed of this heavenly silk is astonishing." Li Jing dismounted, a wry smile gracing his face as he looked at Luo Ba. His own speed on horseback paled in comparison to that of Luo Ba's heavenly silk, which had swiftly created a distance of several hundred meters in mere moments. Luo Ba smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. "What did you say, Neza?" However, Lady Een, standing nearby, grasped the essence of the conversation, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Li Jing and Oba. Neza, coincidentally arriving. Jin Jia and Mu Jia were also taken aback by this revelation. Ha ha, my lady, perhaps you remain unaware. Li Jing chuckled softly before clearing his throat, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he looked at Oba. My lady, Tai Jinren has resurrected Neza. He is our child. What? This proclamation left Lady Yin, Jin Jia, and Mu Jia utterly astonished. They had assumed that Neza had perished and could not possibly return. Yet, Li Jing was informing them that Neza still lived. Neza. Tears glistened in Lady Yin's eyes as she fiercely embraced Oba, realizing that her youngest son was alive. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain her tears. Chapter 49, The Dragon Maiden. He is Neza. Jin Jia and Mu Jia were even more astonished. They vividly recalled Oba's earlier display of unparalleled strength. When had their younger brother become so formidable? Moreover, the mischievous Neza of yesteryears now exuded an air of grace and composure. The transformation was indeed astounding. Neza, my dear child, are you unharmed? After a moment, Lady Yin finally released Oba, her gaze fixed on him with a mixture of concern and anxiety. A warmth blossomed within Oba as he smiled gently. Mother, I am fine. You foolish child, do not engage in reckless behavior again, Lady Yin chided, her tone laced with worry and apprehension. Reckless behavior? Oba questioned, oblivious to the specifics of Neza's earlier actions, as if some memories had been erased. Enough. You two can discuss matters later. For now, we must remain vigilant against the impending assault from the East Sea Demon clan. Li Jing observed the scene, warmth blooming in his heart, desiring for them to embrace a while longer, yet recognizing the necessity of maintaining alertness in the battlefield. Indeed, both Oba and Lady Yin nodded in agreement. Let us first attend to the injured who were caught off guard. Lady Yin instructed Jin Jia and Mu Jia. Very well, mother, they replied, preparing to assist. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Look, a tidal wave. It's a wave dozens of meters high. An astonished voice captured everyone's attention. Outside the small fishing village, a colossal wave surged forward at an astonishing speed. What is that? Jin Jia gazed at the oncoming tidal wave in confusion. Ha! Has even General Li from Chintang Pass arrived? A boisterous female voice erupted from the wave, which then parted, revealing a stunning figure standing atop it. Her form statuesque and commanding, her waist slender, and her beauty nothing short of breathtaking. However, the gaze of everyone was not upon her, but rather fixated in astonishment upon her forehead, where a pair of glimmering dragon horns resided. Dragon horns? She is, astonishingly, one of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's kin. At that moment, the expressions of all present turned grim. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan, at the very least, possesses the strength of the spirit realm. A dragon maiden? Who would have thought it would be you? Upon seeing her, Li Jing's eyes flickered with surprise. This woman was unmistakably the youngest daughter of Ao Guang, the dragon maiden. Li Jing, the last time we clashed, you bested me, and I found it intolerable. This time, having broken through my limits, I shall surely take your life. The dragon maiden's captivating eyes shimmered with a cold light as she spoke to Li Jing. You have once again broken through? Li Jing's expression turned grave. The last time, the dragon maiden had already possessed the initial stage of the spirit realm, and now, she was likely at the intermediate stage. Your dragon clan's ascension in power is astonishingly effortless. Li Jing shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, and prepared to engage. Father, allow me to take this on. At that moment, Oba stepped forward slowly, his gaze fixed upon the dragon maiden, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Observing the dragon maiden's exquisite visage, a daring notion suddenly took root in Oba's mind. He had yet to experience what it would be like to have a dragon maiden as a maid. Dragon maiden, your opponent is I. Oba's eyes burned with fervor as he regarded the dragon maiden. Of course, this fervor was not one born of lust for beauty, but rather an aspiration for the companionship of a maid. Chapter 50. The overwhelming display of power, is it truly you? Upon hearing Oba's words, the dragon maiden's beautiful eyes flashed with a chilling light as she coldly regarded him. That is only natural. Oba smiled, the mystical heavenly silk almost instantaneously coiling around him. What is this? The scent emanating from it feels oddly familiar, the dragon maiden mused, her gaze fixed in confusion upon the mystical heavenly silk in Oba's grasp, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. Familiar, you say? Observing the dragon maiden's expression, Oba could easily deduce that she had caught a whiff of the dragon tenderness essence. With a resounding tremor, the mystical heavenly silk seemed to emit a dragon's roar. A dragon's roar? Upon hearing this sound, The group of Eastern Sea demonic clan members behind the dragon maiden paled, their expressions shifting in disbelief. They were certain they had not misheard. This red silk had emitted a dragon's roar. How could this be possible? Human, what is this red silk made of? The cold light in the dragon maiden's eyes intensified as she glared fiercely at Oba. Dragon tendon, Oba replied with a faint smile, his tone casual. What? Upon hearing this declaration, the dragon maiden and the multitude of Eastern Sea demonic clan members stood frozen in place, staring incredulously at Oba. Dragon tendon? This fellow's red silk is actually made from dragon tendon? How could this be possible? The dragon tendon is the very lifeblood of a dragon. Without it, a dragon cannot survive for long. Could it be that this fellow has slain a dragon? The mere thought of this terrifying reality sent shivers down the spines of the Eastern Sea demon clan, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, they perceived a chilling drop in the surrounding temperature and instinctively turned to one another, only to be met with a frightful sight. The dragon lady? Her beautiful visage was now veiled in frost, radiating an astonishing coldness. Human, how dare you massacre my Eastern Sea dragon kin? You possess audacity beyond compare. Her voice was laced with palpable malice. Massacre your Eastern Sea dragon kin? How amusing, Liao Ba retorted with a sneer. Your kind may slay my human race. Yet you permit me to vanquish you? Is there any comparison to be made here? The dragon lady let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. How noble my Eastern Sea dragon lineage is, while you are but a mere human, an inferior species. Then allow me to demonstrate how I shall subdue the inferior species you so disdain. Upon uttering these words, Liao Ba dismissed any further dialogue with the dragon lady and wielded the heavenly silk, striking forcefully towards her. Seeing this, the dragon lady emitted a cold snort and attempted to evade, but to her shock, she found herself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the oncoming strike of the heavenly silk. This was spiritual pressure, an overwhelming force derived from sheer strength. Bang! In the next instant, the heavenly silk struck the delicate waist of the dragon lady with great force. Puff! A mouthful of blood erupted from her cherry lips. In the blink of an eye, a lotus seed flew into her mouth. Yet this moment went unnoticed by anyone. Dragon lady, are you all right? The sea demons behind her cried out in alarm upon witnessing her spitting blood. I am fine. The dragon lady wiped the blood from her lips, casting a wary glance at the smiling Liao Ba. This individual possessed unfathomable power. Chapter 51. Taking the dragon lady as a maid. Dragon lady, you now face two choices. Liao Ba smiled gently, raising two fingers. First, you may choose to be my maid. Second, death. Maid. Upon hearing Liao Ba's words, Li Jing and the entire Eastern Sea demon clan stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. He actually intends for the daughter of the Dragon King to serve as his maid? He had already committed a grave offense by slaying a dragon. And now he dares to propose that the dragon lady becomes his servant. Does he truly hold the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace in such contempt? Human, you are courting death. The dragon lady's face flushed with rage. Even though she was no match for Liao Ba, her dignity as a dragon forbade her from acquiescing. Regrettably, I shall make the choice for you. Liao Ba shrugged his shoulders, having hoped to entice the dragon lady into willingly becoming his maid. However, it appeared that this plan was now futile. It appears that stringent measures must be implemented. What do you mean? The dragon lady suddenly sensed something amiss and cautiously began to retreat. Dragon lady, come here, commanded Oba, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he unleashed his skill, Lotus Seed Control. How could the dragon lady possibly heed your words? Such ignorance is beyond measure. Upon hearing Oba's audacious command to the dragon lady, the East Sea Demon clan looked on with scorn. How could their revered dragon lady listen to this mere human? Yet, at that moment, to their astonishment, the dragon lady gracefully approached Oba right before their eyes. Dragon lady? No, don't go over there. A group of East Sea demons stood frozen, momentarily taken aback, and when they finally grasped the situation, they were already witnessing the dragon lady standing before Oba. Call me master, Oba said, gazing intently at the dragon lady, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of excitement. Master? No way. The dragon lady wouldn't truly address this human as such, would she? Hearing Oba's words, the East Sea demons trembled in fear, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. And master, at that moment, a radiant light flickered in the dragon lady's eyes as she slowly articulated those two words. What? The dragon lady truly calls this human master. The East Sea demons were thrown into disarray upon hearing her address Oba as master. How could this be possible? How could the noble dragon lady refer to a vile human as master? Even now, the East Sea demons struggled to believe this reality, still in disbelief. Dragon lady, go deal with them. In the next moment, Uba issued his first command to the dragon lady. Yes, master. The dragon lady nodded and, without hesitation, drew the Yulong sword from her waist, charging fiercely toward the East Sea demons. Dragon lady, no, we are one of you. As the dragon lady advanced with fierce determination, the East Sea demons lost their composure, frantically pleading. Regrettably, the dragon lady had only one command in her mind: annihilate them. As the dragon lady plunged into the ranks of the East Sea demons, a chorus of anguished cries erupted in succession. Li Jing, Lady Yin, and the others watched this scene with wide eyes, exchanging glances, speechless. The impact of this spectacle was overwhelmingly profound. The dragon lady had inexplicably become Uba's servant, a notion utterly unfathomable. Chapter 52. The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Before long, the dragon lady had dispatched all the East Sea demons, blood dripping from her Yulong sword. She approached slowly, respectfully stating, Master, it is done. Very good. You have done well, Uba replied, a smile gracing his lips as he praised the dragon lady. To please my master, the dragon lady shall spare no effort. Upon hearing the flattering remarks from Uba, the dragon maiden revealed a satisfied smile, indicating that she was genuinely captivated by him. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Host has exterminated a group of East Sea demon tribes, gaining 5,000 experience points and 0 evolution points. Dragon Maiden gains 1 evolution point. Uba was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon Maiden's extermination of the East Sea demon tribes was somehow attributed to him, and more importantly, what was this about the Dragon Maiden's evolution points? Master, subordinates controlled with lotus seeds can earn exclusive evolution points, the system explained calmly. Oh, how intriguing, Uba exclaimed, astonished that this could indeed promote collective evolution. In the next moment, Uba accessed the Dragon Maiden's system interface. Name, Dragon Maiden Race, Dragon Level, Mid-Level Spirit Realm. 5 stars class, Little Azure Dragon Evolution Points. 11. To his surprise, he could actually see her level. Gazing at the detailed information, Uba was astonished and promptly chose to allocate that evolution point to her. Ding, Dragon Maiden absorbs evolution point. Evolution in progress. Ding, evolution successful. 5-clawed golden dragon. As the system's triumphant announcement echoed, a golden light enveloped the Dragon Maiden, her aura steadily intensifying. Mid-level Spirit Realm, 6 stars high-level Spirit Realm, 6 stars high-level Spirit Realm. 9 stars initial level Extraordinary Realm, 1 star. Upon evolving from a little azure dragon to a 5-clawed golden dragon, the Dragon Maiden's power surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, her strength ascended to the Extraordinary Realm. With a resounding dragon roar, her might flourished, and golden light shimmered around her. Thank you, Master. Feeling her newfound strength, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in the Dragon Maiden's eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Uba. 5-clawed golden dragon. When the golden light erupted from the Dragon Maiden, the holy aura revealed her true form. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. 5-clawed golden dragon. Upon hearing this, Jin Jia and Mu Jia exchanged baffled glances, as they were only familiar with the little azure dragon. Having never heard of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Bing is also a 5-clawed golden dragon. Li Jing's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The East Sea Dragon King is merely a 5-clawed golden dragon? Does this mean the Dragon Maiden is of the same caliber as the East Sea Dragon King? Neza has a maid of equal stature to the East Sea Dragon King. Gasping at this realization, Jin Jia and Mu Jia exchanged glances, their breaths hitching in awe. Has she truly reached the same height as the East Sea Dragon King? Hearing this, Uba squinted thoughtfully, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Father, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Uba transformed the Dragon Maiden into her dragon form. With a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon, a brilliant flash of gold heralded the emergence of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Uba gracefully leaped, mounting the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden, let us depart for the East Sea Dragon Palace. As you command, my master, she replied, and in an instant, they soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Where is Neza headed? Mrs. Yin observed this scene with a hint of concern. I do not know. Alas, there is no need for us to worry. Neza has transcended our influence, sighed Li Jing, his gaze reflecting a tinge of complexity. Chapter 53. The Assault on the East Sea Dragon Palace. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, a 5-clawed golden dragon surged forth, instantly alarming the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Great dragon, may I inquire as to your purpose here? The anxious minister Turtle hurriedly approached, trembling before the majestic creature. At this moment, he dared not exhibit any negligence. After all, This was a dragon of the same caliber as the East Sea Dragon King. Yet, a sense of perplexity gripped him. He was unaware of the recent emergence of another five-clawed golden dragon. Indeed, this five-clawed golden dragon was none other than the Dragon Maiden. Uba had two intentions for visiting the East Sea Dragon Palace. First, to avenge the previous assassination attempt. Second, to annihilate the palace and augment his own power. Now that the Dragon Maiden and Ao Guang were of equal standing, Uba possessed the strength to obliterate the East Sea Dragon Palace. His purpose here was unmistakably to dismantle your lair. Uba dismounted from the Dragon Maiden and regarded Minister Turtle with an indifferent gaze. A human? The sudden appearance of Uba startled Minister Turtle, who had never anticipated that a human would accompany a five-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, this human appeared somewhat familiar. It's you. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Minister Turtle's realization struck him. This was the very individual who had extracted the dragon tendons from the third prince. Haha, human. You have unwittingly walked into a trap. You shall not escape this time. Minister Turtle's expression morphed into a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with the anticipation of the rewards that awaited him upon capturing Uba. Escape? Uba smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. You seem to have misunderstood. My objective is to annihilate the East Sea Dragon Palace. What? Annihilate the East Sea Dragon Palace? At this proclamation, all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, including Minister Turtle, donned expressions of sheer astonishment, gazing at Uba as if he were a fool. Was this individual truly insane enough to contemplate the destruction of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Human, it must be said, you are quite audacious. However, you shall pay dearly for your folly. With a derisive smirk, Minister Turtle raised his hand with great force. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals, seize him. With that command, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals brandished their spears, encircling Uba for the kill. Overconfident, he thought, regarding such reckless actions that are akin to courting death. Uba naturally shows no mercy. The mystic silk flew forth, and immediately a cacophony of wails erupted from the ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ding. Host has slain a shrimp soldier, gaining 100 experience points, evolution points 0. Ding. Host has slain a crab general, gaining 100 experience points, evolution points 0. Amidst the cries, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals transformed into specks of experience and returned to Uba's body. How is this possible? A legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals could not even withstand 5 seconds at the hands of Uba, leaving Minister Tortoise in a state of bewilderment. You. How can you possibly be this strong? Minister Tortoise gazed at Uba in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. This human was being hunted by them just days ago, and in such a short span, he had grown so formidable. Summon Ao Guang. You are no match for me, Uba declared nonchalantly. The experience gained from these shrimp soldiers and crab generals was exceedingly minimal, rendering it a waste of time. It would be far more delightful to eliminate Ao Guang directly. Chapter 54. First, eliminate you, the Crown Prince. Summon the Dragon King. Upon hearing Uba's words, the crowd at the East Sea Dragon Palace was filled with indignation. They had never encountered such audacity. Who is the Dragon King? The sovereign of the East Sea, the monarch of the palace. How could a mere human presume to summon him at will? Human, who exactly are you? Minister Tortoise finally regarded Uba with a hint of seriousness. Just moments ago, this human had annihilated all of his shrimp soldiers and crab generals with a single strike. Such strength should not be underestimated. Uba smirked, a playful glint in his eye. You may call me Lord Ocean. Lord Ocean? In an instant, the denizens of the East Sea Dragon Palace exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of confusion. Minister Tortoise furrowed his brow and replied dismissively, Lord Ocean? What nonsense is this? I have never heard of it. Fear not. You shall know soon enough. Uba's tone grew increasingly frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Just as he prepared to strike, a light-hearted voice interjected. Hee. So it is you, this human brat, causing a ruckus and disturbing my slumber. As the words fell, a youth with a sardonic smile emerged from the Dragon Palace. It was the Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Tian. Crown Prince. This human claims to be Lord Ocean and boldly declares his intent to annihilate our Dragon Palace. Upon seeing Ao Tian approach, Minister Tortoise promptly addressed him with respect, his confidence surging. With the Crown Prince present, this self-proclaimed Lord Ocean would be brought to a halt. Annihilate the Dragon Palace? Ao Tian was taken aback. As though he had heard the grandest of jokes, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Brat, do you possess the capability for such a feat? Do you dare to dream of extinguishing the Dragon Palace? Truly, you are overestimating yourself. As he spoke, Ao Tian shook his head in disbelief. The power of the East Sea Dragon Palace is immense. The Dragon King of the East Sea is indeed a master of extraordinary prowess. He is certainly not a mere ornament. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Aoba's eyes. You shall soon discover whether I possess such capability. As the words fell, the Mengtian Ling erupted with an overwhelming force, sweeping up the tumultuous sea and surging toward Ao Tian. A trivial trick. Ao Guang's eyes betrayed no hint of fear. What is water, after all? As the crown prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he is most familiar with it. Water King Shield. In an instant, torrents of water surged forth, forming a colossal shield that stood before Ao Guang. Once the shield was established, he could not help but smile with pride. Boy, I shall see if you can shatter my shield. Bang! The next moment, the Mengtian Ling, accompanied by the roaring sea, crashed violently against the water shield. Rumble! The surrounding waters emitted a resonant hum, and soon the entire sea began to boil. What is happening? Ao Tian's heart raced, and in that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted. Bang! The Mengtian Ling had utterly shattered what he believed to be an impenetrable water shield. How is this possible? Ao Tian exclaimed in shock, and the surrounding minister Turtle also showed signs of astonishment. It is known that this is the strongest magical defense within the Dragon Palace, yet even so, it could not withstand the assault of that human. Damn it, what in the world is this cursed red silk? Ao Tian gritted his teeth, contemplating how to deal with Aoba. In this moment, he finally felt a sense of trepidation toward him, just as the shield had shattered. It was now Aoba's turn. He gazed at Ao Tian, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes, to obliterate the East Sea Dragon Palace. It must begin with this fellow. Chapter 55. A punch to explode the 10,000 dragon armor. Mengtian Ling, strangle. As the command fell, a fierce pressure erupted from the Mengtian Ling, instantly charging toward Ao Tian. Crown Prince, I shall block it. Minister Turtle shouted, rushing to stand before Ao Tian, his entire body retreating into his shell. It seemed he intended to use his shell as the most formidable shield. Unfortunately, he was overestimating his own strength. Seeing this, Ao Ba let out a cold laugh. The Mengtian Ling is a divine artifact. How could it possibly be obstructed by your humble turtle shell? Boom. As the Mengtian Ling struck the shell with immense force, cracks instantly spread across its surface. What? From within the shell, Minister Turtle's shocked voice echoed. Bang! The next moment, Minister Turtle's body exploded violently, leaving neither man nor shell intact. Minister Turtle, Ao Tian cried out, his body trembling uncontrollably. After all, Minister Turtle was a mid-tier master of the spirit realm. He never anticipated meeting such an easy demise at the hands of Ao Ba. This human seems to kill with such effortless ease. Ao Tian, now it is your turn. Ao Ba's indifferent voice resonated, falling upon Ao Tian's heart like a whisper from a demon. No, you cannot kill me. Ao Yan's entire body trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. I am the crown prince of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. You cannot slay me. And what of the crown prince? I intend to kill the Dragon King himself, let alone a mere prince like you. Oba could not help but find this amusing. Did this fool not comprehend his purpose? He was determined to annihilate the Dragon Palace. If that was the case, naturally, no one could be spared. I tire of your prattle. You are free to die. As his words fell, the mystic silk ensnared Ao Yan tightly. No, I do not wish to die. Overwhelmed by the dread of death, Ao Yan finally broke down, roaring, Father, save me. Alas, Oba paid him no heed. In the instant the mystic silk bound Ao Yan, he charged forward with a clenched fist. Who dares to harm my son? Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of the Dragon Palace, exuding an intimidating presence that bore down upon Uba. Upon witnessing this, Uba frowned slightly. Dragon Maiden, intercept him. Yes, Master. The Dragon Maiden's voice rang out as she released a formidable dragon aura. With a resounding crash, the two dragon auras collided, unleashing a violent energy that radiated outward. Is this the might of a golden dragon? A middle-aged man in splendid attire emerged from the Dragon Palace, none other than Ao Guang, who gazed at the Dragon Maiden in astonishment. When did the East Sea give rise to another five-clawed golden dragon? Father, save me. Ao Yan, who was now in Uba's grip, turned crimson as he desperately sought rescue from Ao Guang. Release my son. Ao Guang's expression darkened ominously. Release him? Uba chuckled, applying a slight increase of pressure. With a sickening crack, Ao Yan's neck snapped, and he drew his last breath. Tianer. Ao Guang was engulfed by unbearable sorrow. The anguish of losing a son ignited a furious wrath within him. He glared at Uba, gritting his teeth as he enunciated each word. You wretched boy. I shall see you dead. I die? Huh. You lack the qualifications. Uba smirked, and as his words echoed, his figure inexplicably vanished. What? Such speed? Ao Guang's countenance shifted, and an ominous feeling crept into his heart. He bellowed, "Dragon armor of 10,000 dragons." As his voice rang out, his body became adorned with iridescent scales, appearing resplendent. "Wretched boy, I shall." Before Ao Guang could finish his sentence, Uba's silhouette reappeared, delivering a devastating punch to his body. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering echoed through the air. Ao Guang's heart sank. The dragon armor of 10,000 dragons had been breached? Chapter 56, Beyond Ordinary. Uft! Ao Guang spat a mouthful of blood, staring at Uba in disbelief. This human boy had managed to penetrate his most formidable defense. The dragon armor of 10,000 dragons was reputed to withstand even the mightiest strikes from high-tier extraordinary beings. Yet, this human lad, barely at the high-tier spirit realm, had achieved such a staggering level of power. How is this possible? Dragon Maiden, dispatch him with a single strike. As the sound of the Lotus Tyrant echoed, a beam of golden light flashed, mercilessly striking Ao Guang in the back. Bang! In an instant, golden blood spurted from Ao Guang's back, his eyes filled with despair. He cast a bewildered glance at the Dragon Maiden, only to find her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. With a deep sense of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, Ao Guang exhaled his last breath and collapsed to the ground. Thus fell the once mighty Dragon King of the East Sea. At the moment of Ao Guang's demise, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Host has slain the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, earning 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Dragon Maiden earns 5 evolution points. Ding! Experience points overflow, automatically leveling up. Ding! Level up complete. Host has reached the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, 1 star. In the next moment, golden light surged into his body, and the Lotus Tyrant felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Is this the power of the extraordinary realm? Stretching his body, he casually threw a punch. Boom! Instantly, a once magnificent structure of the Dragon Palace crumbled to ruins. Ding! Host requires 15 evolution points to evolve into Red Lotus Neza. Ding! Dragon Maiden requires 5 evolution points to evolve into 7-clawed Celestial Dragon. Then, 2 more notifications from the system sounded. 15 evolution points to evolve into Red Lotus Neza? Upon hearing this, the Lotus Tyrant's eyes brightened, and he mused, 15 evolution points. Is this not an indication that I must vanquish the remaining 3 Dragon Kings? Each Dragon King is worth 5 evolution points, and by eliminating the other 3, I shall obtain them. Let us go, Dragon Maiden, to the West Sea. With that, the Dragon Maiden transformed once more into a golden dragon and soared into the clouds. West Sea. On the beach, 2 figures seemed to be moving. Schwer, come here. The sky is getting dark. Be careful of the fishmen jumping out to catch you. A woman called out to the little girl still playing in the sand. Got it. Mama. The little girl nodded and then ran towards the sea, crouching down to wash the sand off her hands. Just then, the waters beside her seemed to stir. Yet she remained oblivious. Schwer, have you cleaned your hands? The woman asked, her eyes filled with tenderness. All done, Mama. The little girl smiled and prepared to run back. Suddenly, the water's surface before her erupted, and a fish-headed humanoid monster emerged before them. Ah, it's a fishman. The woman gasped in horror, quickly clutching her daughter tightly. Hee. I didn't expect tonight's dinner to be so delectable, the fish-headed creature grinned, unable to resist licking its lips. It's over. The woman held her daughter tightly, her eyes brimming with despair. A sudden commotion erupted as the fish-headed creature lunged forward, but before it could utter a word, something fell from the sky, striking it down instantly. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 57. An unparalleled beauty. The woman stood transfixed. Her gaze locked on the young man who had crushed the fish-headed creature into a mere pulp, momentarily rendered speechless. Excuse me, how do I reach the West Sea Dragon Palace? The man inquired once more. I'm afraid I do not know. The woman finally regained her composure, shaking her head as she held her young daughter close. Very well, he replied with a shrug, preparing to leave. Wait, please. The woman called after him. Is there something else? He asked. The woman nodded cautiously, regarding him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Are you a deity? A deity? He paused, then smiled gently. I am the Lotus God. Is that true? A flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. Once he affirmed with a nod, she implored, Lotus God, please. We beseech you to save us. What troubles you? He inquired. With utmost sincerity, the woman explained, the Fishman tribe has been attacking our small fishing village every few days. Our population has dwindled from hundreds to mere dozens. If this continues, our village will cease to exist. We humbly ask for your assistance. Assistance? What do you offer in return? He inquired with a faint smile. Lotus God, do you not seek the location of the West Sea Dragon Palace? Our village chief knows the way, she hastily replied. Oh, in that case, I shall grant your request. He was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. The West Sea Dragon Palace is shrouded in mist. Even the Dragon Maiden cannot locate it. Wonderful. Lotus God, please follow me, she exclaimed joyfully. He shook his head, saying, Wait, I must summon my maidservant first. Maidservant? The woman was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to make of this. Dragon Maiden, come down, he commanded. With that, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon descended from the heavens, landing gracefully between the Lotus God and the woman. Dragon, the woman gasped, her eyes wide with fear as she clutched her daughter tightly. Do not be afraid. She is my maidservant, the Lotus God reassured her with a smile. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped the dragon, and a woman of extraordinary beauty emerged, her figure graceful and her visage breathtaking. Master, the Dragon Maiden said softly, approaching the Lotus God with reverence. The woman was astounded. Such a stunning being truly belonged to the Lotus God. The Dragon Maiden was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman she had ever laid eyes upon in this world. However, such unparalleled beauty ought to exist only in the heavens. Yet now, it has manifested as a mere maid to Oba, which is truly astonishing. Ever since the Dragon Maiden evolved from the little azure dragon into the majestic five-clawed golden dragon, her aura has markedly intensified, with even her features becoming more pronounced. She embodies the epitome of earthly beauty, perfectly described as akin to the falling of fish and the scattering of geese, or the moon hiding and flowers blushing. It is no wonder that women are left in utter astonishment. Lord O, let us proceed. The woman finally regained her composure and gently addressed Oba. Indeed, let us go. Oba nodded, while the Dragon Maiden quietly followed in his wake. Witnessing this scene, the woman's astonishment deepened. She shook her head and led Oba and the Dragon Maiden towards the small fishing village. Chapter 58. The sacrifice upon their arrival at the small fishing village. The woman observed a throng of villagers gathered around a pile of grass. Atop the heap was a young boy, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, bound and helpless. Although the boy did not weep, the traces of tears on his cheeks spoke volumes of his previous sorrow. What on earth is happening here? Oba furrowed his brow and stepped forward, followed closely by the woman and the Dragon Maiden. Old Wong, what is this all about? The woman inquired cautiously, her eyes filled with confusion. A middle-aged man turned to glance at her and casually remarked, Schwerer's mother, we are offering a sacrifice to the sea god. A sacrifice? Indeed, a sacrifice. As long as we offer a pair of golden children each week to the sea god, the fishmen will surely cease their attacks on us. Old Wong's eyes glimmered with a fervent shine, a reflection of jealousy and fanaticism. Another sacrifice of golden children? Upon hearing Old Wong's words, Oba scoffed derisively. Instantly realizing this was the handiwork of the West Sea Dragon Palace. These denizens of the Dragon Palace have an insatiable appetite for sacrifices. This cannot be allowed. The woman exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at the villagers, who seemed increasingly foreign to her. What is wrong with this? Only through the protection of the West Sea Dragon King can we preserve our lives. Old Wong's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement as he fixated on the little girl cradled in the woman's arms. Schwerer's mother. I believe Schwerer is also around 5 or 6 years old, is she not? Perfect, we are in need of a jade girl. Instantly, all the villagers turned their gaze toward her, their eyes brimming with malevolent intent. What do you intend to do? The woman instinctively tightened her embrace around the girl, retreating step by step. Hurry, hand over Schwerer. Once we sacrifice her, we shall gain the favor of the West Sea Dragon King. Old Wong shouted with frenzied eyes. Yes, quickly surrender your daughter. With her, we will secure the Dragon King's protection. In an instant, all the villagers gathered around. No, please don't. The woman shook her head frantically and quickly shouted towards the figure of Liao Ba. Lord Liao, save us. Hee, I thought you had forgotten about me. Came a light chuckle as Liao Ba and the Dragon Lady slowly emerged into the villagers' view. Who are they? The sight of these strangers made the surrounding villagers grow wary. What a beautiful woman. Gazing at the Dragon Lady, Wang Laoda licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. I must have her. Wang Laoda's eyes darted around, and he bellowed, Everyone, this fellow must be here to stop us from sacrificing to the Dragon King. Quickly kill him. His words ignited a wave of fear among the crowd. Yes, let us kill him. We cannot let him hinder our sacrifice. With that, a throng of people charged forward. While Wang Laodao wore a smug expression, a bunch of ants, Liao Ba dismissed them with a mere flick of his hand, sending the mob flying several dozen meters away. The crowd crashed heavily to the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 59. The Spy of the Fishman Clan. This. How is this possible? A profound shock flickered in Wang Laoda's eyes. Among this group, the weakest had at least mid-level strength. How could they be sent flying so effortlessly? Moreover, it appeared Liao Ba hadn't even exerted himself. What level of terrifying power did he possess? Who are you? Wang Laodao's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Who am I? You might as well ask the King of Hell, a cold voice echoed in his ears. And Wang Laodao only saw a red silk thread pierce through his chest like a sharpened blade. Ugh! Panic glimmered in Wang Laodao's eyes as he fell to the ground, unwillingly succumbing to death. Cough, cough. Suer's mother, why did you bring an outsider to attack us? Do you wish for our small fishing village to be annihilated? At that moment, the group that had just been thrown aside finally regained their senses, angrily directing their ire at the woman. I didn't mean to. Panic filled her eyes as she waved her hands in protest. How dare you blame her? If it weren't for me, you would still be deceived by those fishmen. Liao Ba's voice was cold and cutting. Fishmen? The villagers were filled with confusion, glancing at Wang Laodao, only to be struck with shock. There lay Wang Laodao's corpse, transformed into that of a fishman. It seemed the real Wang Laodao had long been killed by the fishmen. This Wang Laodao was merely an impostor sent by the fishmen to deceive them during the sacrificial rite. Who are you? How did you know that Wang Laodao was a fraud? The villagers looked at Liao Ba, bewildered. The briny scent of the sea clung heavily to him, and only these foolish individuals failed to notice. As for my identity, at this juncture, the imposing figure of the Lotus Overlord slowly turned his gaze towards the woman. This is the esteemed Lord of the Lotus, she promptly announced. Lord of the Lotus? Upon hearing her words, the villagers were momentarily taken aback. In this realm, those associated with divinity were far from ordinary beings. Observing the youthful and dashing appearance of the Lotus Overlord, their expressions were rife with skepticism. However, at that moment, a furious roar shattered the air. Longer, you scoundrels. Just watch how I'll make you pay. A middle-aged woman brandished a stick as she rushed forward, pursued relentlessly by a silver-haired elder. Longer's mother. They've been taken captive by the Fishman tribe, so exercise caution. I care not. They dared to set fire to Longer, and I shall not hesitate to strike them down. Yet, as they charged forth, they were met with a scene of villagers staring blankly, a fishman corpse lying on the ground. What transpired here? Village chief. At that moment, the woman approached the elderly man, addressing him. Village chief, I have a way to save our fishing village. Suer's mother, what plan do you propose? The chief inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Village chief, he is the Lord of the Lotus. He will surely rescue our fishing village. The woman spoke reverently, her eyes fixed on the Lotus Overlord. Lord of the Lotus? The chief turned his gaze towards the handsome youth, yet he appeared far from divine. Suer's mother. Do not deceive us, nor the village chief. A group of villagers scoffed, their disbelief evident. You must not doubt. He truly is the Lord of the Lotus. The woman, sensing their skepticism, grew anxious, fearing the ire of the Lotus Overlord. Suer's mother. It's not that we disbelieve you, but you must provide us with convincing evidence. The villagers insisted. Evidence. The woman hesitated. Then a thought struck her. The Lord of the Lotus commands a 5-clawed golden dragon as a maidservant. A 5-clawed golden dragon. The crowd paused, turning their attention, only to behold an exquisitely beautiful woman. She possessed a mesmerizing visage, adorned with a pair of jade-like dragon horns on her forehead. Wait, dragon horns? She is a dragon. Instantly, the villagers recoiled in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the dragon maiden. Such a stunning woman, and yet she is a dragon. In that moment, their belief in the identity of this handsome young man as the Lord of the Lotus began to solidify. After all, only the exalted beings of the divine realm could command the service of a dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't this existence on par with the Dragon King? The village chief, seemingly oblivious to his servant, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the words 5-clawed golden dragon. A dragon of the same caliber as the Dragon King. This declaration instantly deepened the villagers' reverence for Oba. To have a dragon of such stature as a maid. What could this be if not divine? Oh, elder, are you familiar with the 5-clawed golden dragon? Observing the chief's astonished expression, a hint of interest flickered at the corners of Oba's mouth. Beings of the Dragon King's level seldom reveal their true forms. How could an ordinary mortal like the village chief have encountered one? Clearly, there was more to this than meets the eye. This, well, it is better left unsaid. The village chief glanced at his missing leg and couldn't help but sigh. He then spoke again. Lord Oshun truly saves my humble fishing village. At his words, the surrounding villagers looked on with anxious expressions, clearly invested in this matter. To save your fishing village. Oba's voice resonated, immediately alleviating the crowd's tension. However, you must escort me to the West Sea Dragon Palace. To the West Sea Dragon Palace? Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged puzzled glances. Why to the West Sea Dragon Palace? The chief appeared somewhat reluctant and inquired, does Lord Oshun have some business there? Oba smiled lightly. Of course. Without going to the West Sea Dragon Palace, how could I destroy it? What? Destroy the West Sea Dragon Palace? How could that be possible? The chief chuckled bitterly, dismissing Oba's words as mere jest. I am not joking. Oba shrugged, offering no further explanation. Then I shall promise Lord Oshun. Once you deal with the Fishman clan, I will take you to the entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace, the chief said slowly. Agreed. Oba nodded. And the two reached a swift understanding. Chief, where is the Fishman clan located? I shall go resolve this matter now. To report to Lord Oshun. The Fishman clan is some distance from here. Are you certain you wish to go now? The chief asked, somewhat surprised. Just tell me. Oba insisted with a nod. Very well, the chief replied, then said to Oba, Lord Oshun, the Fishman clan resides at the Red Sandy Beach. Chapter 60. Your strength is insufficient. The Red Sandy Beach, is it? Very well, I understand. Dragon Maiden, let us depart. Oba nodded and instructed the Dragon Maiden beside him. Yes, master. The Dragon Maiden replied, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed, revealing a majestic five-clawed golden dragon before the onlookers. A faint draconic aura pressed down, causing the villagers to hold their breath in awe. Oba leaped lightly onto the back of the Dragon Maiden. Witnessing this scene, the village chief's expression turned serious, and he knelt with the villagers from the small fishing village, one knee on the ground. In the quaint fishing village, the villagers bid farewell to the esteemed Lord Lotus. Observing their sincere demeanor, Lord Lotus revealed a faint smile before calmly saying, Let us depart, Dragon Maiden. Yes, master. With that, the Dragon Maiden moved swiftly, soaring into the sky, leaving behind a throng of ardent onlookers who gazed after Lord Lotus's departure. On the crimson sands, stained a vivid red, earned its name from the blood that colored it. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the Dragon Maiden once again transformed into her enchanting form. Master, this must be the stronghold of the Fishman clan, she remarked. Have you been here before? Lord Lotus inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes upon hearing her words. Indeed, I have visited once, and I find these fishmen to be exceedingly despicable, she responded, nodding with disdain. Then lead the way. Let us swiftly eradicate the fishmen and proceed to the Dragon Palace in the West Sea. Lord Lotus nodded in agreement, knowing that with the Dragon Maiden's guidance, the task would be effortlessly accomplished. Thus, the two traversed the blood-red beach, aware that the amphibious fishmen might not always be found in the water. Master, I see them. The Dragon Maiden spoke softly after a brief walk. I see them too, Lord Lotus replied, noticing a multitude of fishmen lounging leisurely on the shore. Let us approach them. As they neared, the fishmen finally detected the presence of the two intruders. Halt! Who are you? This is the territory of the Fishman clan. Take another step, and it will be your demise. A fishman guard threatened, brandishing a spear menacingly at Lord Lotus. Simultaneously, hundreds of fishmen began to converge from the beach. You need not know my identity. Simply understand that I have come to annihilate you, Lord Lotus said with a calm smile, his eyes betraying a chilling indifference. What? This insignificant human dares to threaten the Fishman clan? Ha ha. The fishmen erupted into laughter, mocking Lord Lotus for his audacity. Where is your leader? Lord Lotus inquired coldly, determined not to allow any escapees. I am, came the response as the crowd parted to reveal a towering fishman, nearly 3 meters tall, who approached with a menacing glare fixed upon Lord Lotus. A high-level practitioner of the spirit realm, such power is hardly formidable, Lord Lotus thought, disappointment washing over him as he shook his head slightly. Human you seek death. Though taken aback by Lord Lotus's immediate discernment of his strength, the fishman leader's fury ignited at the disrespect shown by this human. Human, you truly court your own demise. My kin, tear him apart. Chapter 62. When the moon is full, the Dragon Palace opens. A group of presumptuous ants gazed at the approaching merman. A glint of cold light flickered in Oba's eyes as he subtly channeled his spiritual energy. Raising his palm, he forcefully pressed downward. Boom. A wave of oppressive force erupted instantaneously, causing the ground to crumble beneath it. The horde of mermen charging forward was instantaneously crushed into a fine paste. What? How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the leader of the mermen was taken aback, unable to suppress a cry of astonishment. Yet in the next moment, The oppressive force surged once more. It was at this instant that the leader truly felt the terrifying nature of this pressure. This force, even a high-tier practitioner of the spirit realm like him, could not withstand for even a second. With a wail, the leader of the fish-headed tribe was reduced to a puddle of flesh beneath the weight of this pressure. Ding. Detected host has slain a merman. Experience gained, 100. Evolution points, 0. Ding. Detected host has slain a merman. Ding. Detected host has slain a merman leader. Experience gained, 500. Evolution points, 0. After absorbing all the experience, Oba casually brushed off his hands. Too weak, let us go. The dragon maiden nodded, showing no astonishment at Oba's effortless dispatching of the merman. She was well aware of her master's formidable strength. Minutes later, within the small fishing village, a 5-clawed golden dragon descended from the heavens. Lord O, have you dealt with the merman? The village chief and the villagers of the fishing village looked on in disbelief. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Yes, it's done. As golden light shimmered, Oba approached slowly, with the dragon maiden obediently trailing behind him. Hiss. Upon hearing Oba's confirmation, a collective gasp echoed around them. The villagers wore expressions as though they had seen a ghost. In just a few minutes, the mermen, who had appeared as demons in their eyes, had been effortlessly vanquished by Oba. What kind of power is this? Old man, can you take me to the West Sea Dragon Palace now? Oba regarded the village chief with a calm demeanor, eager to resolve the matter of the 3 great dragon palaces. Well, the chief looked up at the sky and shook his head. Lord O, it seems that we must wait a few more hours. Why can't we go now? Oba furrowed his brow in confusion. Lord O, it is not yet the night of the full moon. We likely need to wait several hours to find the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace. The chief sighed bitterly, slowly explaining to Oba. The night of the full moon? You mean we can only locate the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace during the full moon? Precisely. Upon hearing the chief's affirmation, Oba's understanding deepened. The Dragon Palace of the West Sea has undoubtedly employed some enchanting sorcery. Only accessible on the night of the full moon. Lord Ocean, how fortuitous it is that you have arrived just in time. Today is the 15th. The optimal moment for the moon to be at its fullest, thus making the entrance to the Dragon Palace all the more discernible. The village chief stroked his beard and chuckled. Well, let us wait then. Ocean nodded, acknowledging that there was little else to do but wait. As time ticked away, the night descended. The luminous moon in the sky seemed to have reached its fullest phase. Chapter 63. The 3 Dragon Kings. Lord Ocean. The time has come for us to proceed, the village chief remarked, glancing up at the moonlit sky and deeming it suitable before respectfully addressing Ocean. Ocean nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart. Lord Ocean, please follow me. The village chief invited, leading Ocean and the dragon maiden towards the entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Before them, the beach unfolded, with the sea's surface remarkably tranquil, a calm that instilled a sense of trepidation. The West Sea differed from the East Sea. While the East Sea epitomized boundless fury, the West Sea embodied an enigmatic aura, a fear that signified death. Lord Ocean, this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. The village chief pointed towards the serene waters before turning to Ocean. Is this truly the entrance to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ocean inquired, peering into the placid expanse, questioning its authenticity. Is it not becoming less and less likely? Do not fret, Lord Ocean. Perhaps you could try using your magic on this stretch of water? The village chief smiled knowingly, fully aware of Ocean's thoughts, gesturing towards the sea. Without hesitation, Ocean unleashed a wave of spiritual energy towards the water. Boom, boom. With a mere flick of his power, the sea erupted into towering waves, the water soaring several meters high, accompanied by the relentless sound of explosions. The village chief marveled at the display of Ocean's strength. Is this truly the might of Lord Ocean? At that moment, however, Ocean paid no heed to the village chief's astonishment. His gaze was entirely captivated by the waters before him. As the water was forcefully displaced, a faint path became visible beneath the surface, seemingly leading directly to the ocean floor. Yet, the returning waves swiftly engulfed the path once more. Indeed, it is here. Ocean's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly hurled the heavenly silk into the sky. Descend with great force. As the command echoed, the heavenly silk expanded exponentially, plummeting fiercely towards the waters below. With a tremendous roar, the waves surged. Thus, a pathway into the depths of the sea was cleaved open. Village chief, we shall advance ahead. Having spoken, the formidable Uba led the dragon maiden directly along the deep sea path towards the Western Sea Dragon Palace, leaving the village chief, astonished, rooted in place. Meanwhile, Within the Western Sea Dragon Palace, in a secluded chamber, 3 middle-aged men sat gravely at a table, each silent and contemplative. The atmosphere was tinged with a sense of solemnity. Finally, one man clad in purple, unable to contain himself, slammed his hand upon the table, causing it to topple. How can we remain idle while our elder brother is dead? Do not forget that the god of Lotus has brazenly proclaimed his intent to slaughter across the 4 seas. We may very well be next. Upon hearing the words of the Northern Sea Dragon King, the Southern Sea and Western Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances, fully aware of the necessity for vengeance. Yet, they pondered the means by which they could exact it. Their elder brother, Ao Guang, had fallen to the god of Lotus in mere 3 exchanges, and they questioned their own chances against such a formidable foe. The Northern Sea Dragon King, impatient and eager for retribution, demanded action, yet his brothers were not willing to march into death alongside him. Fourth brother, do not be hasty. We shall surely avenge our elder brother, but the god of Lotus possesses unfathomable power. We must devise a meticulous plan, the Western Sea Dragon King remarked, narrowing his eyes with the demeanor of a schemer. What further planning is necessary? We 3 are exceptional beings. Even if the god of Lotus is powerful, can he withstand our combined might? Retorted the Northern Sea Dragon King, his heart brimming with murderous intent toward Uba. This remains uncertain, the Western Sea Dragon King replied, shaking his head. Just then, as the Northern Sea Dragon King opened his mouth to speak, a challenging voice resonated from outside the palace. Western Sea Dragon King, come forth and meet your demise. The voice seemed to carry an overwhelming pressure, and as it echoed, several weaker soldiers within the Western Sea Dragon Palace burst into clouds of crimson mist. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the palace. What is happening? The Southern Sea Dragon King asked, a tremor in his voice. It is the voice and aura of a human. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression darkened. Human. At this revelation, both the Northern Sea and Southern Sea Dragon Kings appeared astonished. The timing of such an audacious challenge, demanding the Dragon King to emerge for death, could only point to one individual, the god of Lotus. Simultaneously, the 3 exclaimed in alarm, their eyes reflecting mutual trepidation. Their plans had not yet been formulated when the god of Lotus had already arrived. Damn it! How did he discover the entrance to the Western Sea Dragon Palace? The Western Sea Dragon King clenched his teeth, his mind swirling with confusion. The Western Sea Dragon Palace was renowned as the most enigmatic of the 4 dragon palaces, its mystery lying in the fact that even those who sought it often failed to locate its entrance. Regardless, second brother, since this Lotus deity has already arrived here, we cannot possibly retreat without a fight, can we? What would become of the dignity of our dragon clan? The Dragon King of the North gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on the 2 individuals, his heart yearning for a confrontation with the Lotus deity. He was eager to ascertain whether this Lotus deity was as formidable as the rumors suggested. Very well, let us emerge to battle. The Dragon King of the West pondered for a moment, his eyes glinting with ferocity, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Lotus deity, I shall see what prowess you possess to bring about my demise. Outside the Dragon Palace of the West Sea, Ao Ba reclined languidly on a kelp lounge chair, oblivious to where he had procured it. A dragon maiden beside him continued to tenderly massage his shoulders, presenting an image of utmost leisure. My lord, it appears that the Dragon King of the West Sea has no intention of emerging, remarked the dragon maiden, her breath soft as she whispered in his ear. No matter. If he remains hidden, I shall simply shatter the doors of his palace. Ao Ba replied languidly, relishing the gentle caress. Having a maid is splendid. As the great battle looms, I can still indulge in a comprehensive massage. It seems I must acquire more maids in the future, one for warming my feet, another for my hands, and the rest can attend to matters of the bed. As Ao Ba drifted into reverie, a chilling laughter echoed unexpectedly. I presume you are the Lotus deity? What exquisite taste you have. After slaying my elder brother and annihilating the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, you still dare to relish the pampering of a beauty before the Dragon Palace of the West Sea? Truly, you possess tremendous audacity. Chapter 65. Those who dare to harm my master shall meet their doom. As the voice faded, the doors of the Dragon Palace of the West Sea creaked open, revealing a man clad in purple who strode forth. Behind him trailed a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their expressions filled with trepidation as they fixed their eyes upon Ao Ba. Are you the Dragon King of the West Sea? Ao Ba inquired, glancing at the man in purple. I thought I had stumbled into the Dragon Palace of the West Turtle since you did not make an appearance. Upon hearing Ao Ba's words, the subordinates of the Dragon Palace of the West Sea were engulfed in waves of shock. What? This human dares to openly declare that the Dragon King of the West Sea is a turtle? This is sheer audacity. You little wretch, you are truly courting death. The words of the Dragon King of the West Sea were practically forced out between clenched teeth. How dare this insufferable human compare him to a turtle? What of his dignity? What of the honor of his entire dragon clan? You have truly incensed me. You may now meet your end. With the Dragon King's furious proclamation, his subordinates surged towards Ba and the Dragon Maiden like a tidal wave. Another swarm of ants. Observing the Dragon King dispatch yet another horde of minions, Ba could hardly be bothered to intervene, leisurely instructing the Dragon Maiden beside him, "Take care of them." "As you wish, my lord." The Dragon Maiden responded softly, yet continued her massage, her body emanating a formidable dragon aura. In an instant, a radiant golden dragon claw appeared, annihilating the approaching swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals effortlessly. The Dragon Might, a 5-clawed golden dragon, the level of a Dragon King. Upon witnessing this resplendent display of dragon might, the Sea Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor transforming abruptly. It was only at this moment that he noticed the woman beside the formidable Uba. Astonishingly, she too was a Dragon King. How could this be possible? The Sea Dragon King was incredulous. Within the 4 seas, there were only 4 Dragon Kings. How could another emerge from thin air? Esteemed one, as a 5-clawed golden dragon, you belong to the nobility of our dragon race. How can you associate with a lowly human? The Sea Dragon King furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the Dragon Maiden, awaiting her response. However, instead of a reply, he was met with another strike of dragon might. Boom! The golden dragon claw struck fiercely, catching the Sea Dragon King off guard, sending him reeling backward in utter disarray. "Dare you insult my master? Are you seeking death?" A glint of frost flashed in the Dragon Maiden's eyes, her tone icy and detached, a stark contrast to the boundless tenderness she had shown towards Uba moments before. "Master?" Taken aback by the sudden attack, the Sea Dragon King had no time to react before hearing the Dragon Maiden's words, his face paling in shock. "You, as a 5-clawed golden dragon, actually serve a human as your master? You bring shame upon our dragon race." The Sea Dragon King erupted in furious rage, his gaze at Uba brimming with murderous intent. "Shame upon your dragon race." Uba scoffed, then brandished the misting sky ribbon high, directing it resolutely at the Sea Dragon King. "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise." "Huh. I must admit, if I were alone today, it would indeed be a dire situation." The Sea Dragon King boasted, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Third brother, fourth brother, come forth. Let us confront this Uba together." With that, 2 figures emerged from the Dragon Palace, revealing themselves as the South Sea Dragon King and the North Sea Dragon King. "Human, can the 3 of us Dragon Kings not handle you?" The Sea Dragon King laughed, a sinister grin plastered across his face. "Oh, so all 3 Dragon Kings have gathered?" Uba remarked, slightly surprised yet remaining unperturbed as he observed the 2 figures emerging. "What now? Are you humans frightened?" The Sea Dragon King, noticing Uba's astonishment, couldn't help but sneer, interpreting it as a sign of weakness. "Frightened?" Uba chuckled at the notion. When he first entered the spirit realm, he had easily dispatched the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang. Now that he had transcended to a higher plane, how could he possibly fear these mere Dragon Kings? "Come at me together. It will save me the trouble of seeking you out one by one." The 3 Dragon Kings gathered together, which, paradoxically, facilitated the ambitions of the Lotus Overlord, providing him the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once. How audacious! Upon hearing these words, a profound fury ignited within the depths of the 3 Dragon Kings. As distinguished members of the dragon lineage, each harbored their own pride, and now, the Lotus Overlord dared to challenge them collectively, a clear indication of his disdain for their power. To perish. In the next moment, driven by their wrath, the 3 Dragon Kings surged forward. "My master, do you require my assistance?" The Dragon Maiden inquired as she observed the approach of the 3 Dragon Kings. "There's no need. They are but a swarm of insignificant insects. I shall handle them myself," the Lotus Overlord replied, shaking his head as he gradually rose from his reclined position. At that moment, the 3 Dragon Kings were already upon him. "Human, you shall meet your demise." The Sea Dragon King's face contorted with ferocity, convinced that under the simultaneous assault of the 3 Dragon Kings, a mere human could not possibly withstand their might. However, suddenly, the Sea Dragon King's expression shifted. He noticed the confident smile adorning the Lotus Overlord's face, an unmistakable display of self-assurance. Could it be that this human truly possessed the strength to contend with them? No, that is impossible. Quickly, the Sea Dragon King shook his head, his murderous intent intensifying. "Celestial tapestry, divine might." In the next moment, the Lotus Overlord coldly commanded, causing the celestial tapestry to expand immensely, an aura of divine power emanating from it. Divine might descend. A glint of cold light flickered in the Lotus Overlord's eyes. The celestial tapestry radiated boundless divinity as it swept violently toward the three dragon kings. How is this possible? Is this truly divine power? The three dragon kings were struck with astonishment at the sight, attempting to defend themselves, only to suddenly realize they were utterly immobilized. Brother, what is happening? The North Sea Dragon King's face paled in alarm, an inexplicable dread surging within him. How could this pressure emanate from a mere human? At that moment, the Sea Dragon King was equally distressed. Could a tiny human truly possess such terrifying power, capable of overwhelming the three dragon kings simultaneously? You shall perish. The Lotus Overlord's icy voice echoed, and the celestial tapestry descended from the heavens, crushing the three dragon kings beneath it. No, brother, we must resist with all our might. The Sea Dragon King's face flushed crimson as he urgently roared to the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings. Understood. The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings sensed the immense pressure and struggled to hold their ground, but it was a futile endeavor. The Lotus Overlord smiled faintly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Celestial tapestry strike. In the next instant, the celestial tapestry descended, instantly overwhelming them. Chapter 67. Red Lotus Neza. No, I do not wish to die yet. No, I do not wish to die. As the mysterious sky silk crushed the three great dragon kings, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Ding. The system detected the host had slain the Dragon King of the West Sea, earning 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Ding. The system detected the host had slain the Dragon King of the South Sea, earning 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Ding. The system detected the host had slain the Dragon King of the North Sea, earning 10,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Soon, the sound of system enhancement resonated. The protagonist, Oba, immediately felt a continuous influx of experience coursing through his body. His strength was visibly ascending at an astonishing rate. In an instant, he reached the 9th star of the mid-tier transcendent realm. However, Oba was not preoccupied with this. His focus lay on the forthcoming evolution. With the defeat of the three Dragon Kings, he had accumulated a total of 15 evolution points, sufficient for his transformation into the Red Lotus Neza. Ding. Evolution points gathered. The evolution process is commencing. The Red Lotus Neza is undergoing evolution. Evolution successful. The host has evolved from Mortal Neza to Red Lotus Neza. As the system's voice faded, Oba felt a surge of intense heat enveloping his body, prompting an involuntary gasp of pain. Ah, master. The Dragon Maiden, witnessing this scene, attempted to approach. Don't. Stay back. Let me handle this alone. Oba swiftly interjected, aware that the agony was a byproduct of evolution. Even with the Dragon Maiden's assistance, it would be futile. Upon hearing his words, the Dragon Maiden halted, watching Oba with concern. In the blink of an eye, Oba's complexion turned crimson, his entire skin glowing a fiery red. Suddenly, flames erupted from his body. It was crucial to note that this occurred deep within the ocean. Remarkably, the flames were not extinguished by the seawater. Instead, they blazed ever more fiercely. Oba's expression contorted in pain, yet in the next moment, he exhaled in relief. The searing sensation dissipated, and his skin gradually returned to its original hue. At last, he had evolved into Red Lotus Neza. Oba breathed a sigh of relief and promptly opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Oba race, human level, Red Lotus Neza tier, mid-tier transcendent. 9th star weapon, mysterious sky silk experience, 65, 320 evolution points, 30 indeed. He had finally transformed into Red Lotus Neza. With this evolution, he could now wield the divine fire of the Red Lotus, no longer fearing the searing flames due to his lotus form. Stretching his body casually, Oba sensed something amiss. This time, it appeared he had not received any evolution points from the Dragon Maiden. Was it possible that his decision to refrain from involving her had caused this? Host, the Dragon Maiden's evolution points are complete. Evolution requires a necessity, the blood of the ancestor dragon. The voice of the system echoed suddenly in his mind. The blood of the ancestor dragon? A moment of surprise washed over Uba as he instinctively uttered, Master, do you mean the blood of the ancestor dragon? At his words, a complex glimmer flickered in the dragon lady's eyes. You know about it? Uba inquired, noticing her reaction. The dragon lady nodded, letting out a sigh, her delicate face adorned with a reminiscent expression. Master, I am indeed aware of this. Chapter 68. The Blood of the Ancestor Dragon Master. You may not know that while the world believes I am the daughter of the East Sea Dragon King, that is not the case. The dragon lady shook her head, her eyes filled with intricate emotions. If you are not the East Sea Dragon King's daughter, then who are you? Uba asked, perplexed. The revelation that the dragon lady was not Ao Guang's daughter left him astonished. Could it be that her identity held significant weight? With anticipation, Uba gazed at the dragon lady, eager for her next words. In truth, I hail from the ancestor dragon's lair. Ao Guang, finding me adorable in my youth, merely took me back to the East Sea. The ancestor dragon's lair? Uba was taken aback by this unfamiliar name. The dragon lady nodded and explained, Master. The 4 great dragon kings within the ancestor dragon's lair are merely a few dragons of moderate strength. They are simply playful and ventured out to establish themselves as kings. Hence the title of the 4 great dragon kings. Oh, such a tale exists? A spark of surprise lit up Uba's eyes. He had not anticipated such a backstory. However, the revelation that the 4 great dragon kings, despite their extraordinary prowess, were merely moderate dragons in the ancestor dragon's lair hinted at the lair's significance. Is the blood of the ancestor dragon derived from these ancestral dragons? Uba furrowed his brow and asked. No, that is not the case. The dragon lady shook her head and continued, the blood of the ancestor dragon is, in fact, merely a stone. Its sole purpose is to awaken the bloodline within dragons, facilitating a more accessible awakening. A stone, you say? Uba's eyes brightened. If that were the case, matters would become considerably simpler. Dragon lady, do you know how to reach this ancestor dragon's lair? Master, I do know, but I would suggest that if we only need the blood of the ancestor dragon, we could choose another location. The dragon lady replied. Very well, then lead me there. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Uba nodded in agreement. Although he could easily vanquish the 4 great dragon kings now, the ancestor dragon's lair surely harbored formidable beings. He could not afford to take such risks at this moment. Their sole objective was to locate the blood of the ancestor dragon. Master, climb aboard. I shall take you there. In a flash of golden light, the dragon lady transformed once more into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. All right. Uba nodded and then mounted her back. Master, hold on tight. With a sweet call from the dragon lady, a golden light surged through the clouds, vanishing into the horizon. Minutes later, the dragon maiden had departed from the sea with the Lotus Overlord and arrived on land. Wasn't he this near Chintang Pass? Gazing upon the familiar structures beneath him, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lotus Overlord's eyes. Had the dragon maiden brought him back to Chintang Pass? Master, there lies a volcano below, within which a primordial dragon once transcended its tribulation. With the blood of the ancestral dragon present, there should be that kind of stone inside, the dragon maiden explained gently. Ah, I see. Lotus Overlord nodded in understanding. Just then, from within the spiritual orb, the voice of Neza emerged. Lotus Overlord, this is the place I told you about, where the fire-tip spear resides. The fire-tip spear, here of all places. Lotus Overlord's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. What a fortuitous turn of events. He could obtain both the blood of the ancestral dragon and the fire-tip spear. The exhilaration was simply unparalleled. Quickly descend, Lotus Overlord urged, his impatience evident. Yes, master, the dragon maiden replied, and in an instant, her form transformed into a streak of golden light, plunging towards the volcano below. Boom. Inside the volcano, a 5-clawed golden dragon landed with a resounding impact. Following a brilliant flash of golden light, she transformed into an enchanting woman. It turned out that this volcano was dormant, which explained the absence of any molten lava. Lotus Overlord glanced around, noting the lack of lava, only patches of red earth radiating intense heat. The ancestral dragon must have absorbed the lava after its tribulation, the dragon maiden mused. Indeed, that ancestral dragon possesses remarkable capabilities. Let us seek the blood of the ancestral dragon, Lotus Overlord affirmed, as they began their search within the volcano. From the outside, the volcano appeared to be several hundred meters in size, yet upon entering, the interior revealed an even more expansive area. Searching in such a vast space was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. After a while, they had yet to locate the ancestral dragon's blood. This blood manifested as an unremarkable stone, making the quest exceedingly arduous. Lotus Overlord shook his head, realizing that this method of searching was futile. Master, I recall that the ancestral records of the dragon clan contain methods for locating the blood of the ancestral dragon. Allow me to try and see if it proves effective. The dragon maiden suggested thoughtfully. Methods of seeking? Lotus Overlord's eyes brightened. Regardless of their efficacy, please do give it a try. Very well. The dragon maiden nodded, then seated herself cross-legged, closing her beautiful eyes. A faint golden light adorned her form, bestowing an aura of sanctity upon her. Subsequently, the ancient and solemn dialect of the dragon clan flowed from her lips. Dragon clan whispers, my essence, north and south of heaven, east and west of earth. Ancestral dragon's blood, manifest before me. As her incantation concluded, the dragon maiden's eyes flew open, a beam of golden light shooting forth from her pupils. What transpired? Any discoveries? Lotus Overlord inquired, observing this spectacle with keen anticipation. Master, I have discerned the approximate location of the blood of the ancestor dragon. The dragon maiden gracefully rose from the ground, a smile illuminating her face as she addressed Oba. Then let us hasten, she urged. Oba's countenance brightened with anticipation, his eagerness palpable. The dragon maiden nodded, taking Oba's hand, and together they made their way towards the site of the ancestor dragon's blood. After a brief interval, they had traversed several hundred meters. Master, it is just ahead, the dragon maiden exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with golden light, fixed intently on the path ahead. Oba nodded, about to speak when a strange sound suddenly pierced the air. A roar echoed. Upon hearing this ominous noise, both Oba and the dragon maiden exchanged wary glances. Realizing they were not alone in the volcano, other beings lurked nearby. We must hurry and investigate, Oba declared gravely, pulling the dragon maiden swiftly towards the source of the sound. The blood of the ancestor dragon was within reach, and they could not allow anyone to seize it first. As they approached the mysterious noise, they distinctly felt the temperature around them rising. However, their formidable strength rendered the heat inconsequential. Master, I see it, the dragon maiden suddenly exclaimed, prompting Oba to quickly follow her gaze. Before them, merely dozens of meters away, stood a figure clad in black, harvesting a crimson stone. It was the blood of the ancestor dragon. Chapter 70. The realm of the Jiao. Upon discovering the figure in black, the individual swiftly became aware of their presence. He hastily concealed the blood of the ancestor dragon within his garments and eyed Oba and the dragon maiden with suspicion, his voice cold and menacing. Who are you two, daring to intrude upon my domain in the realm of the Jiao? Such audacity. Hand over the blood of the ancestor dragon. Oba, disinterested in idle conversation, opted for a direct approach. The blood of the ancestor dragon? The Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing wary as he scrutinized Oba and the dragon maiden. You two have come for the blood of the ancestor dragon? A mere juvenile, Jiao dares to claim it for himself? How bold! In Oba's eyes, it seemed as if a crimson lotus was aflame. The true form of the Jiao was laid bare before him. The figure in black was merely an initial stage extraordinary Jiao. You can discern my true form. Who on earth are you? The Jiao's complexion paled, astonishment flooding his heart. Could this individual be an unparalleled master? Yet, given his youthful appearance, it seemed unlikely. In the next moment, the Jiao's anxiety dissipated. You may call me Lord Oshun, Oba replied nonchalantly. Lord Oshun. The Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter, his mirth boisterous and unrestrained. You, a mere young lad, presume to have me address you as my lord? Utterly ludicrous. The dragon maiden. Upon hearing the disdainful remarks from Jiao Tianxia, Oba did not exhibit significant anger. Instead, he calmly addressed the dragon maiden with a single utterance. In an instant, a fierce pressure descended, forcefully pinning Jiao Tianxia to the ground, rendering him immobile. Shortly thereafter, a voice as cold as ice echoed, "Dare to insult my master, and you seek your own demise." The pressure intensified once more, embedding Jiao Tianxia deeper into the earth, causing him to spew forth blood. Why, you are a dragon. Blood gushed from his mouth, and without a moment to wipe it away, he gazed at the dragon maiden, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that she was, in fact, a dragon, and undoubtedly one of the highest caliber. For a mere small azure dragon could never impose such dominion over him. Can you now relinquish the blood of the ancestor dragon? Oba inquired nonchalantly, eyeing Jiao Tianxia. I will hand it over, please don't kill me. Jiao Tianxia, gripped by fear, hastily produced the blood of the ancestor dragon, terrified that any delay might cost him his life. Is this truly the blood of the ancestor dragon? Observing the vial in his hand, Oba was taken aback. The blood was smooth as jade and emanated a gentle warmth, as if it were alive. The blood of the ancestor dragon has been handed to Lord O. Could you possibly spare me? Jiao Tianxia cautiously glanced at the dragon maiden and inquired softly. Without my master's command, you cannot leave, the dragon maiden replied, shaking her head. I see. Jiao Tianxia's expression fell into despair, and he could only wait anxiously at the side, never daring to resist. After all, if even a dragon could be made a maid, how formidable could Lord O's power truly be? Meanwhile, Oba began the process of merging with the blood of the ancestor dragon, for once the fusion was complete, he could facilitate the dragon maiden's evolution. Moments later, Oba had completely integrated the blood of the ancestor dragon. Ding! The evolution points for the dragon maiden have been gathered. The fusion of the blood of the ancestor dragon is complete. She may evolve into the seven-clawed celestial dragon. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? The system's notification chimed in. Evolve. Oba affirmed without hesitation. Ding! The host has confirmed evolution, commencing the dragon maiden's evolution. As the system's voice faded, the dragon maiden transformed into the visage of a five-clawed golden dragon, unleashing a powerful roar as she soared into the heavens. A five-clawed golden dragon. In that moment, Jiao Tianxia beheld the true form of the dragon maiden, his eyes widening in disbelief, filled with profound shock. He had never anticipated that she was a five-clawed golden dragon, a being equivalent to a dragon king. Ding! The dragon maiden is evolving. Please hold on. Progress at 20, 40, 100, evolution successful. The dragon maiden has evolved from a five-clawed golden dragon to a seven-clawed celestial dragon. As the resonant sound of the system faded, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and a dragon's roar reverberated from the heavens. What is happening? Is the sky about to collapse? Feeling the tumultuous shift in the world around him, Jiao Tianxia trembled uncontrollably, his heart brimming with dread. Beside him, Oba remained unfazed, merely surprised by the magnitude of the commotion caused by the dragon maiden's transformation into a seven-clawed heavenly dragon. If she were to evolve to an even higher realm, perhaps the ancestral dragon realm, it would be utterly terrifying. With a resounding cry, a dragon, its entire form shimmering with golden light, suddenly descended. This time, the dragon maiden had transformed from a length of over 10 meters to more than 20. The most striking change was her claws, which had evolved from 5 to 7. What? Witnessing this spectacle, Jiao Tianxia's expression instantly shifted to one of horror, his fear reaching a crescendo. This was indeed the transformation into a seven-clawed heavenly dragon. He could hardly fathom that a five-clawed heavenly dragon had, right before his eyes, ascended to become a seven-clawed heavenly dragon. How could this be possible? The seven-clawed heavenly dragon soared through the sky for a while before landing once more within the volcano, reverting to the form of the dragon maiden. Thank you, Master. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, and at that moment, it seemed she was no longer under the control of the Lotus Seed's soul binding. Yet, she willingly chose to remain Oba's maid. Excellent. Your power has ascended from the initial stage of the extraordinary realm to the high stage of the extraordinary realm at 6 stars. And you are on the verge of breaking through to the sage realm. Observing the transformation brought about by the evolution, Oba nodded in satisfaction. Not only had the dragon maiden become more beautiful, but her strength had also seen a remarkable enhancement. So close to breaking through to the sage realm. Upon hearing this, Jiao Tianxia's expression transformed with astonishment. He never anticipated the dragon maiden possessed such formidable power. It was simply terrifying. Now that the evolution is complete, it is your turn. After the transformation, Oba turned his gaze toward Jiao Tianxia, a fleeting glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Feeling the icy stare, Jiao Tianxia shivered uncontrollably, his face paling dramatically as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Lord Oshun, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. I realize my mistake. Do not kill me. Not kill you. Give me one reason, Oba said, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he regarded Jiao Tianxia with a detached gaze. Lord Oshun, allow me to be your subordinate. Please do not kill me, Jiao Tianxia cautiously suggested, glancing at Oba. Be my subordinate? In response, Oba slowly shook his head, a hint of frost lacing his tone. That is unnecessary. With that, a tremendous pressure surged from Oba, bearing down directly upon Jiao Tianxia. Do not kill. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Jiao Tianxia's expression shifted drastically. Yet, before he could finish his words, a wave of pressure descended upon him. With a thunderous roar, the extraordinary Jiao Tianxia was unable to even struggle before he met his demise. Ding. Detected host kill of the flood dragon. Experience gained. 5,000. Evolution points. 0. Ding. Experience points overflow. Host has ascended to high tier 3 star in the extraordinary realm. As the system's notification resounded, Oba once again felt the surge of power within him. The sensation of leveling up was undeniably pleasurable. Sighing contentedly, Oba moved, and his bones crackled with a satisfying sound, a delightful consequence of his upgrade. Let us proceed to seek the fire spear. With the blood of the ancestral dragon acquired and the dragon maiden evolving into the seven-claw heavenly dragon, the pressing matter now was the quest for the fire spear. Indeed, The dragon maiden nodded, and together they prepared to search for the fire spear. Just then, however, Oba furrowed his brow, sensing a gradual rise in temperature beneath his feet. Master, be cautious. Suddenly, the dragon maiden's alarm rang out, prompting Oba to instinctively leap aside. In the next moment, a raging inferno erupted violently from the ground where he had just stood, soaring several dozen meters into the air. At that moment, Oba's pupils constricted as he beheld the towering flames. Above the fire, several fiery figures stood, glaring menacingly at Oba and the dragon maiden. Who dares intrude upon our territory? A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed from above the flames, as if it had traversed a millennium. Our tribe? Who are you? Oba inquired, his brow knitted in curiosity. This volcano was indeed rife with unexpected events. Our tribe. We are the Fire Demon Clan, having inhabited this land for millennia, the voice continued, but was swiftly interrupted by Oba. Enough. I did not come to indulge in your reminiscing. He interjected, then continued, since you have resided here for so long, you must know the whereabouts of the fire spear. As I have captured a native here, I find no need to search for it myself. What? A voice filled with astonishment emanated from above the flames. You, a mere human, dare to covet the treasures of my fire demon clan? You are courting death. As the proclamation fell, the flames surged downwards, revealing a cadre of fiery figures glaring ferociously at Oba, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Oh, so the fire spear is a treasure of your fiery kin. How fortuitous that I need not seek it further. Upon hearing the words of the fire demon clan's leader, Oba expressed surprise, followed by a chilling smile. Hand over the fire spear, and I shall spare your lives. Chapter 73, The Presumptuous Fire Beings. Hand over the fire spear, and spare us from death? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the flame demon clan leader. Could it be that this human had been intimidated by them? Merely two individuals dared to imagine they could contend against their multitude? It was utterly ludicrous. Leader, this human is insufferably arrogant. Allow me to deal with him. A youthful member of the Flame Demon clan cast a glance at Uba before eagerly appealing to the clan leader. Very well, Huasheng, you may proceed. The clan leader, suppressing the ire within, regarded Huasheng with a nod of consent. Upon receiving the leader's approval, Huasheng strode confidently toward Uba and the dragon maiden. What a remarkably beautiful woman. Curiosity sparked within him as he glanced at the dragon maiden, and he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. This lad was fortunate to possess such a stunning companion. A woman of her caliber should rightfully belong to Huasheng. He fervently resolved to eliminate Uba and claim this woman for himself. Human, surrender this woman, and I shall spare your life, Huasheng said coldly, fixing his gaze upon Uba. Oh, if you can persuade her, I shall allow her to accompany you, Uba replied, amusement dancing in his voice. This is your own assertion. At this, Huasheng's spirits lifted, and he turned his attention to the dragon maiden, a look of awe flashing in his eyes. Fair maiden, following such an ordinary human will yield you no benefits. Aligning with me, Huasheng, offers countless advantages. With that, he eagerly awaited her affirmative response. Begone. The dragon maiden shot a frosty glance at Huasheng, the command rolling off her tongue. What? Huasheng's countenance darkened immediately, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He considered himself quite appealing and amiable, yet the dragon maiden had unhesitatingly rebuffed him. It seems she does not wish to accompany you, Uba remarked with a knowing smile. Your words pierce like a dagger, Uba, igniting a tempest of fury within Huasheng. Human, you shall die? With that exclamation, Huasheng launched himself forward. Dragon maiden, dispose of him, Uba instructed calmly, unfazed by Huasheng's advance. Yes, master, the dragon maiden acknowledged, then took a decisive step forward. In an instant, a torrent of dragon might surged toward Huasheng. Huasheng's eyes widened in horror, rendered momentarily at a loss. The next moment, the dragon might obliterated his very essence. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has eliminated a flame demon. Experience gained. 500. Evolution points. 0. Huasheng. Witnessing Huasheng's collapse, the remaining members of the Flame Demon clan were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. The Flame Demon clan boasts a remarkable individual among their ranks, possessing formidable strength that has reached the advanced stage of the spirit realm, just a step away from transcending into the extraordinary realm. Yet, astonishingly, even such prowess faltered against the dragon maiden, unable to withstand even a fleeting second. What power does this woman truly possess? As the members of the Flame Demon clan succumbed to panic, their chieftain fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 74, The Request of the Flame Demon clan's chieftain. Who among us will take action now? Uba regarded the trembling clan with an indifferent gaze and spoke slowly. The members exchanged glances, yet none dared to act. In this moment of silence, the chieftain of the Flame Demon clan stepped forward. Could it be that the chieftain intends to intervene? Surely, as an extraordinary realm powerhouse, he possesses the capability to subdue this human. Witnessing their leaders advance, excitement flickered in the eyes of the Flame Demons, filled with hope. However, after taking a single step, the chieftain halted, his gaze complex as he looked at the Dragon Maiden, and slowly inquired, "Might you be of the Dragon Clan?" "Indeed, she is of the Dragon Clan." Uba nodded, revealing no deceit, for just moments before, the Dragon Maiden had invoked her draconic might. The revelation of her lineage transformed the expressions of the Flame Demons, shifting from sheer terror to profound reverence. Uba observed this transformation with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that the Flame Demons share some ancient connection with the Dragon Clan? Can we seek her assistance? The chieftain of the Flame Demon clan gazed at Uba with urgency, his eyes brimming with yearning. "Assistance? What would you require my maidservant for?" Uba arched an eyebrow, a flicker of skepticism crossing his features. "Maidservant?" The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Uba and the Dragon Maiden, then slowly asked, "Are you saying that this noble Dragon Clan lady is your maidservant?" The entire assembly of Flame Demons fixated their gaze on Uba, incredulous that an ordinary human could command the allegiance of a being from the exalted Dragon Clan. "Am I then to deceive you?" The chieftain gasped sharply, observing the Dragon Maiden's demeanor, which revealed no hint of resistance. This could only imply that the Dragon Maiden truly is a servant to this human. "May I inquire your esteemed title, Venerable One?" In that instant, Uba's stature elevated significantly in the eyes of the Flame Demons. The chieftain lowered his tone, addressing Uba with newfound respect. "You may call me Lord Uba," he replied casually. "Lord Uba." The crowd of Flame Demons erupted in astonishment, yet their skepticism had vanished entirely. After all, the only beings capable of having the noble dragon race as their servants must surely be the gods. "Pray tell, what were your intentions with the Dragon Maiden?" Uba cast a glance at the leader of the Flame Demon clan and inquired with a hint of indifference. "Esteemed Lord Uba, I am but a humble Flame South." The leader of the Flame Demon clan responded with a respectful gesture before cautiously addressing the Dragon Maiden. "Lady Dragon Maiden, upon your arrival, you must have sensed a certain essence in the air, have you not?" "Essence?" Uba furrowed his brow, unable to discern any peculiar atmosphere. "Dragon Chi." The Dragon Maiden nodded slowly, explaining, "Master, you may not perceive it, as it is something only the Dragonkin can detect." "Only the Dragonkin can detect it?" Uba pondered, yet another question arose in his mind. If only the dragons were capable of sensing it, how then was Flame South able to perceive it? Seemingly aware of Uba's bewilderment, Flame South smiled and elucidated, "This is all thanks to the Ancestor Dragon." Chapter 75. Blood of the Ancestor Dragon, thanks to the Ancestor Dragon. At this proclamation, both Uba and the Dragon Maiden exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's shock. The Ancestor Dragon had perished thousands of years ago. The fact that Flame South had encountered the Ancestor Dragon implied that the Flame Demon clan had existed for millennia. However, if they had indeed existed thousands of years ago, how could Flame South have only reached the extraordinary realm after such a lengthy period of cultivation? Confusion enveloped their minds. This tale must begin thousands of years prior. Flame South sighed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he began to reminisce. Moments later, after hearing Flame South's account, both Uba and the Dragon Maiden were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a history surrounding the Flame Demon clan. Thousands of years ago, the Ancestor Dragon faced tribulation and nearly perished. At that critical moment, the Flame Demon clan intervened to assist. In gratitude, the Ancestor Dragon bestowed upon them a drop of his essence. Regrettably, the Ancestor Dragon had forgotten the disparity in strength between himself and the Flame Demon clan, resulting in unfortunate consequences. That single drop of essence ended up sealing them here. They had remained imprisoned for thousands of years, with the Dragon Chi absorbing all the spiritual energy in this place, leaving them stagnant in their cultivation. "Esteemed Lord Uba, Lady Dragon Maiden, we implore you to reclaim the essence of the Ancestor Dragon. Such a favor is beyond our deserving." Flame South offered a wry smile, echoed by the weary expressions of his kin behind him. "Then I shall retrieve it and convey my apologies to the Ancestor Dragon and to you all." The Dragon Maiden replied with a nod. Originally, the Ancestor Dragon had intended to act out of goodwill by bestowing his essence, yet regrettably, it had resulted in the suffering of the Flame Demon clan for thousands of years. There is no need for apologies. Your ability to reclaim the essence itself is a favor to us, Flame South waved his hand dismissively, embodying a sense of resignation. The essence of the ancestor dragon, indeed. All of Uba's attention was focused on the blood of the ancestral dragon. Even after thousands of years, the energy contained within it remained remarkably abundant. Flame South, lead us forth, he commanded. As you wish, Lord Uba, Flame South replied, though he soon found himself in a predicament. Lord Uba, the ancestral dragon's blood lies thousands of meters beneath the earth, where the temperature is exceedingly high. We of the Flame Demon clan fear not the flames. But you and Lady Long knew. Uba shook his head, and in the next moment, the crimson lotus fire blazed fiercely around him. Transformed into the red lotus Neza, he now had little fear of flames. Beside him, Lady Long Nu was enveloped in dragon energy, making the flames dare not approach her even a step. Then there is no issue, Uba declared. Witnessing the display of power from both, Flame South's admiration deepened. He turned to lead Uba and Lady Long Nu into the depths below. Lord Uba, Lady Long Nu, let us embark. Indeed, both Uba and Lady Long Nu nodded. In the next instant, the group hastened toward the depths of the earth. Several minutes later, they arrived at the base of the volcano. The temperature soared to an extreme, but fortunately, the group was unfazed by the flames. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Lord Uba, the ancestral dragon's blood is right here, Flame South said cautiously. Indeed, Uba nodded, sensing the presence of dragon energy around him. As the air was filled with a faint yellow aura, surely the dragon energy itself. Chapter 76. Dragon Blood Neza, where is the ancestral dragon's blood? Uba inquired after searching for a while without success. Master, it is here, Lady Long Nu's voice emerged, and unbeknownst to them, she had stepped forward. Before her lay a blood orb the size of a fist. Though dim and unassuming, it emanated a subtle allure. This is the ancestral dragon's blood. Without hesitation, Uba and the Flame Demon clan approached her. Lady Long Nu, can you carry this ancestral dragon's blood? We of the Flame Demon clan have exhausted all means and cannot move it even an inch. Flame South's voice was tinged with helplessness and bitterness as he gazed at the blood. You are not of the dragon lineage, without dragon blood. You cannot bear the ancestral dragon's blood, Lady Long Nu explained gently, shaking her head. In the next moment, she effortlessly lifted the ancestral dragon's blood, enveloped in dragon energy. Appearing remarkably at ease. As expected of Lady Long Nu, she can lift it with such ease. With relief washing over them, the Flame Demon clan felt a weight lifted. They could finally be freed from this burden. Master, this is the ancestral dragon's blood, Lady Long Nu approached Uba, her tone calm and assured. The blood of the ancestral dragon shimmered with pure energy, prompting Uba to lick his lips in anticipation. Though a sense of regret lingered in his heart, this ancestral dragon blood was of no use to him. Otherwise, it could have significantly enhanced his power. Typically, only those of the dragon lineage could benefit from such blood. Suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar emerged from the ancestral dragon blood. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the blood unexpectedly soared from the dragon maiden's grasp and enveloped Uba's body. Ding. Host has absorbed ancestral dragon blood. Experience points, 0. Evolution points, 30. Dragon Blood Neza is beginning to evolve. Dragon Blood Neza. Upon hearing this, Uba's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such swift evolution. Before he had fully adjusted to Red Lotus Neza, he was now directly evolving into Dragon Blood Neza. As the evolution progressed, the metrics displayed 20, 50, 100. Success. The host has successfully evolved into Dragon Blood Neza. Ding. The host automatically levels up to the high-tier 3-star Extraordinary Realm. With the system's announcement, Uba immediately felt a surge of dragon energy radiating from his body, transforming him into a slumbering dragon, exuding a faint but potent dragon might. Master, are you all right? A concerned voice from the dragon maiden reached his ears. I'm fine, don't worry, Uba replied, shaking his head as he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light erupted from his gaze, obliterating a massive boulder before him. Both the Dragon Maiden and the Fiery Demon clan were momentarily stunned. Quickly realizing that the aura emanating from Uba was none other than the familiar dragon energy they knew so well. Dragon Might, Master, you, the Dragon Maiden gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she regarded Uba, overwhelmed by his astonishing transformations. Merely Dragon Might. There's no need for concern, Uba stated, shaking his head as he gradually absorbed the dragon energy back into his being. Truly worthy of Lord O, to be able to absorb even the blood of the ancestral dragon. I am in awe, Fire South exclaimed, recovering from his shock. Chapter 77. Dragon's Grievance. All right, Fire South. Since you have resolved the issue with the ancestral dragon blood, it's time to hand over the fire spear, isn't it? Oba said, casting a measured glance at Fire South. The fire spear, you say? Fire South scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. What? After we helped you with such a significant dilemma, you now hesitate to part with the fire spear? Oba's cold gaze fell on him. A hint of dragon might emanating from his form, pressing down on Fire South. And no, under the weight of the dragon's presence. Fire South felt an overwhelming pressure and began to sweat profusely, hastily addressing Oba. Lordo has shown me great favor. How could I dare refuse? It's just that, just what? Oba interrupted, his brow furrowing at Fire South, stammering. It's just that the fire spear has already been taken by the monsters within this volcano, Fire South lamented helplessly. Monsters? Luoba furrowed his brow, pondering whether there might be other creatures within the volcano. Indeed, Huiyin Nen nodded bitterly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Lord Luo, that monster is of the Saint Realm. Even if we desired to seize it, we would be utterly helpless. A creature of the Saint Realm? At this revelation, Luo Ba's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Where is this monster located? It lies beneath our very feet. The moment Huiyin Nan uttered these words, a tremor surged from the ground below, as if the earth itself were on the verge of splitting apart. Suddenly, the soil fractured, and a dragon-shaped beast erupted forth. Cloaked in dark mist, its form was amorphous and translucent. That is the fire. As this ethereal creature emerged, Luo Ba discerned a fiery red spear within its essence. Without question, it was the fire. Master, this is the dragon's grievance. The dragon maiden spoke gravely to Luo Ba. Dragon's grievance? What is that? Not only Luo Ba, but even Huiyin Nan and the other fire spirits were bewildered, their ears perked in anticipation of the dragon maiden's explanation. The dragon's grievance is a mysterious spiritual entity formed from the resentments of dragons. The dragon maiden glanced at the towering black mist and continued. Although the ancestral dragon has successfully transcended, its lingering grievances have remained, accumulating over time. So it is. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon all present. It became clear that the ancestral dragon had left the fire spirits with more than just its bloodline. Even the dragon's grievance had been bequeathed. A Saint Realm dragon's grievance? Excellent. Having just evolved into the dragon blood Neza, Luo Ba sought a worthy opponent to test his newfound strength. And this Saint Realm dragon's grievance would serve that purpose perfectly. Come, dragon's grievance, allow me to teach you a lesson. Roaring in response to Luo Ba's challenge, the dragon's grievance charged fiercely towards the group. It approaches. Witnessing this scene, Luo Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the fire spirits behind him recoiled in fear. They were acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the dragon's grievance, a being of the Saint Realm. Lord Luo, exercise caution. This is indeed a dragon's grievance of the Saint Realm. Huiyin Nen could not help but warn Luo Ba as the creature surged forward. No worries. It is no match for me. Luo Ba shook his head, his gaze calm and collected. He was eager to ascertain just how powerful this Saint Realm dragon's grievance truly was. Upon hearing Luo Ba's words, Huiyin Nen hesitated. It was not a lack of faith in Luo Ba's abilities. Rather, the dragon's grievance had long dominated their lives, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Thus, the sight of the dragon's grievance filled him with trepidation. Fire Clan leader, there is no need for further words. Simply trust in our master. Just as Huiyin Nen intended to utter a few more words, he was interrupted by the voice of the dragon maiden. Turning his gaze, he noticed her eyes fixed on Oba with unwavering determination. Could it be that Lord O truly possesses the ability to resolve this dragon's wrath? For reasons unknown, Huiyin Nan felt his previously tense heart begin to relax. At that moment, the dragon's wrath was merely a few dozen meters away. With a crack of the whip, Oba unleashed his skill, the mysterious heavenly ribbon, striking fiercely towards the dragon's wrath. Empowered by dragon energy, even the mysterious heavenly ribbon's attack carried an essence of draconic might, resembling a fiery dragon from afar. In an instant, the mysterious heavenly ribbon collided with the dragon's wrath. However, as the impact occurred, the black mist enveloping the dragon dissipated. Once it evaded the strike of the mysterious heavenly ribbon, it reassembled once more. It appeared that the attack of the mysterious heavenly ribbon was ineffectual. Witnessing this scene, Oba felt a flicker of surprise, but was not disheartened. It seemed that fire would be the only solution. Suddenly, a flame in the shape of a lotus erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the dragon's wrath. In that moment, the crimson lotus fire enveloped the dragon's wrath fiercely, the black mist swirling chaotically, yet this time it was utterly powerless. Refine. Upon Oba's command, the crimson lotus fire surged once again. Observing this spectacle and feeling the intense heat of the crimson lotus fire, Huiyin Nan's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that this temperature was beyond his capabilities to achieve, even if he unleashed all his fiery might. It is over. The dragon maiden narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke softly. As her words fell, a series of anguished cries emanated from within the crimson lotus fire, signaling the slow refinement of the dragon's wrath. The cries of the dragon's wrath persisted, yet the refinement showed no signs of ceasing. After a while, the wails ceased, and the crimson lotus fire gradually extinguished. Ding! Host has slain a dragon's wrath, gaining 5,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the experience from the dragon's wrath, Oba approached the spot where the last remnants of black mist dissipated. There, a long spear stood upright. Fiery spear, I have arrived. Filled with joy, Oba seized the fiery spear. Not far away, Huiyin Nen observed this scene without uttering a word. After all, without Oba, they would not have been able to navigate this situation with such ease and would still be burdened by the ancestral dragon's blood. Ding! Host has acquired the fiery spear. Searching for suitable skills. The moment Oba grasped the fiery spear, the system's voice resonated sharply. Suitable skills? At the system's announcement, a flicker of surprise crossed Oba's eyes. He had not anticipated such attentive service from the system. Ding! Learning dragon fighting spear technique. Learning progress, 100. Host has mastered the dragon fighting spear technique. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Four Seas. Shocking the world dragon slaying spear technique? At the sound of these words, Oba was momentarily taken aback, but soon an overwhelming joy surged within him. The name of the technique sounded remarkably formidable, and he presumed its power must be tremendous. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his firepoint spear and activated the skill, Dragon Slaying Spear Technique. In the next instant, Oba flicked the spear's tip and thrust it fiercely towards a block of fiery lava ahead. A thunderous roar akin to that of a dragon echoed forth. Subsequently, a dragon-shaped blaze shot straight towards the fiery lava. Boom! In the following moment, flames soared into the sky, and the fiery lava shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Flame Demon clan, including Huiyin Nan, were utterly astounded. Having lived in this place for so long, they were all too aware of the lava's formidable hardness. Even a full-force strike from 5 extraordinary beings would scarcely be sufficient to obliterate the fiery lava. Yet now, with a mere thrust, the esteemed Lord Ao had reduced it to mere rubble. Indeed, the dragon-slaying spear technique was remarkable. Observing the devastation wrought by the technique, Oba nodded in satisfaction, as it had not disappointed him. Lord Ao, may we depart? Huiyin Nen inquired cautiously, glancing at Oba. With the suppression from the dragon ancestors' bloodline dissipating, they longed to leave. Oba nodded. Yes, you may go? Thank you, Lord Ao. Huiyin Nan's face lit up with joy, and after bowing respectfully to Oba, he and the Flame Demon clan vanished in a burst of flames. Master, where shall we go now? Long Nu asked, looking at Oba. Let us proceed to Chintang Pass. Oba deliberated briefly before making his decision. With the dragon ancestor's blood and the firepoint spear now in his possession, and having fortuitously evolved into the dragon blood Neza, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Upon returning, Oba resolved to bid farewell to Li Jing and Lady Yin before choosing to depart. After all, Chintang Pass was far too small to contain him. Long Nu, let us be on our way. Indeed, as the words fell, a 7-clawed celestial dragon surged forth, piercing through the clouds. Destination, Chintang Pass. Inside the Li household at Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his family sat anxiously in the Great Hall. Oba had been gone for an entire month, and their concern was palpable. Ha ha ha, Commander Li, so this is where you all are? Just then, a gentle laugh resonated as Tai Zhenren entered, pushing open the door. Senior Tai, you have arrived. Upon seeing the elder, Li Jing and Lady Yin's expressions brightened, and they hurried to greet him. Where's my dear disciple? Tai Zhenren looked around, noticing the absence of Oba, and a hint of confusion surfaced on his face. Li Jing let out a bitter laugh, expressing uncertainty about the whereabouts of the individual in question. What a pity, he lamented. Tai Zhenren shook his head. What brings you here today, esteemed elder? Li Jing inquired cautiously, glancing at Tai Zhenren. Hee, allow me to share something particularly intriguing. Tai Zhenren replied with a mysterious smile. I must tell you, the 4 great dragon kings of the seas have all been eradicated. What? The 4 dragon kings have been vanquished? Upon hearing this, Li Jing and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Tai Zhenren. Chapter 80. The shock of Tai Zhenren. The notion that the dragon kings could be obliterated was staggering. What formidable force could accomplish such a feat? Elder Tai, Is this truly the case? Li Jing and the others regarded Tai Zhenren with skepticism, still struggling to accept the astonishing news. Absolutely true, Tai Zhenren affirmed, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. This matter has spread far and wide. The young man known as Lord Uba, accompanied by a dragon maiden servant, swiftly dispatched Ao Guang and subsequently annihilated the 3 remaining dragon kings with a mere strike. Such power is truly commendable. As Tai Zhenren spoke, admiration filled his gaze. When this news first reached him, even he had been taken aback, for the impact was overwhelmingly profound. A dragon maiden? A servant? At this revelation, Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged concerned glances, realizing that when Lord Uba departed, he was indeed accompanied by a dragon maiden. Could it be? As this thought crossed their minds, they were startled by their own imaginations. This is impossible. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed in the air. Is that the dragon clan? Tai Zhenren's expression shifted instantly, for he sensed that the power of this dragon clan seemed to surpass his own. As a mere mid-tier transcendent, he was still far from the realm of saints. Let us go outside and take a look. A senior has arrived. With that, Tai Zhenren hurriedly exited. A senior? Li Jing and the others were taken aback for a moment before hastily following suit, realizing that anyone whom Tai Zhenren regarded as a senior must indeed be extraordinary. Within Chintang Pass, many citizens witnessed a dragon shimmering with golden light soaring through the sky. Gasps of astonishment echoed among them, as they felt they were witnessing a miracle. Dragon Maiden, descend. Lord Uba commanded, seemingly unfazed by the astonished populace below. At your command, master. The Dragon Maiden responded, immediately darting towards the courtyard of the Li residence. Look, the divine dragon has entered the Li residence. The sight sent waves of exclamations rippling through the crowd at Chintang Pass. With a resounding roar, the 7-clawed heavenly dragon transformed into the guise of a dragon maiden, obediently following behind Uba. Just as the two were about to enter, they were met by the hurried approach of Tai Zhenren. Old man Tai Chi. Uba furrowed his brow, wondering what this old fellow was doing here. Neza? Tai Zhenren, upon seeing Uba, displayed a fleeting surprise in his eyes, which he quickly suppressed, then inquired, Neza, where is that esteemed elder from earlier? Esteemed elder? What esteemed elder? Uba was taken aback. I distinctly sensed the presence of a dragon elder just now, Tai Zhenren replied, his confusion evident. At that moment, Li Jing and others emerged from the hall, their faces lighting up upon seeing Uba. Old man Tai Chi, you must be referring to her? Uba surmised, glancing at the dragon maiden behind him. Her? Tai Zhenren was momentarily stunned, then a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the dragon maiden. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, leaving him speechless. The 7-clawed heavenly dragon? The young woman before him was, in fact, a 7-clawed heavenly dragon. Such a creature's power far exceeded that of the dragon kings of the 4 seas. How could a dragon of this caliber be in Uba's company? Such a being should not be present here. Tai Zhenren questioned cautiously, eyeing the dragon maiden with wariness. She is my maid, Uba replied nonchalantly. What? Tai Zhenren's countenance changed, and he quickly admonished, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Angering an elder of the dragon clan would not bode well. As he spoke, he glanced at the dragon maiden, noting her lack of reaction, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The 7-clawed heavenly dragon was indeed a formidable opponent. Old fellow, why be so tense? Uba chuckled lightly. At that moment, the dragon maiden smiled gracefully. Indeed, I am my master's maid. What? A maid? Upon hearing this, Tai Zhenren's eyes widened in disbelief. The 7-clawed heavenly dragon had truly acknowledged herself as Uba's maid. Tai Zhenren gasped sharply. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he gazed at Uba with a changed expression. Maid of the dragon, you cannot possibly be the legendary god, the one who decimated the 4 seas. At this, Uba smiled and nodded. Instantly, the atmosphere around them fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the space. Tai Zhenren and Li Jing, among others, wore expressions of sheer astonishment, disbelief, and trepidation. O God! He is the one who slaughtered the 4 seas, causing the dragon clan to tremble in fear. The corners of Tai Zhenren's mouth lifted into a bittersweet smile. His disciple had unknowingly surpassed him by leaps and bounds. My dear apprentice, what is your current strength? He inquired. I am nearing the sage realm. What? The crowd was once again thrown into a frenzy, their eyes wide with disbelief. In just a brief month, Uba had progressed from the spirit realm directly into the higher echelons of the extraordinary realm. Such rapid advancement could only be described as terrifying. This level of power likely surpassed even that of Tai Zhenren himself. In that moment, Everyone felt a sense of estrangement towards Oba, as if he were no longer the familiar Neza they once knew. Madame Een gazed at Oba, wanting to speak, but hesitating. "Mother, you need not fear," Oba said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Madame Een finally exhaled in relief. "I have returned today merely to convey one matter," Oba said slowly, his eyes shimmering with a faint brilliance. "I come to bid you farewell. Chintang Pass is ultimately too small to contain me." Upon hearing Oba's words, Li Jing and Madame Een, along with the others, were not particularly surprised. How could one who could vanquish the 4 Dragon Kings be content to remain in such a diminutive place as Chintang Pass? "Neza, take care," Madame Een said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Oba with reluctance. In response, Oba merely sighed. Though not his biological mother, she was akin to one. "By the way, old man Tai, I still have a question for you." With another sigh, Oba turned towards the still dumbfounded Tai Jinren. "Oh." Tai Jinren suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at Oba with confusion. "What is it?" Oba looked him in the eye, his tone becoming serious. "Do you know of the Fengshen Bang?" Chapter 82. The dual layers of the mythical world. The Fengshen Bang is the most significant artifact in this mythical realm. Oba had kept it in mind, and now that he finally had the chance to speak with Tai Jinren, he was determined to inquire thoroughly. "The Fengshen Bang?" Tai Jinren paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. "I am aware of it." "Oh, you know?" Oba felt a surge of joy. It was unexpected to learn that the Fengshen Bang truly existed within this mythical world. This revelation did not disappoint him at all. "Since you are aware, please enlighten me," Oba urged. Tai Jinren nodded, a complex expression crossing his features as he began to speak. "The Fengshen Bang, I have only heard of it. I have never actually seen it. It is said that those who ascend the Fengshen Bang will leave this plane." "Leave this plane?" The bewilderment was not solely Oba's. Even Li Jing and the others were hearing this for the first time. The mythical world is divided into the mortal realm and the divine realm. We currently reside in the mortal realm. Only those whose names are inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang can ascend to the divine realm. Thus, the Fengshen Bang has always been the ultimate goal for practitioners. Tai Jinren sighed, his eyes reflecting a yearning longing. In the realm of mythology, who does not aspire to ascend the divine list and elevate to the celestial realm? This mythical world astonishingly distinguishes between the mortal realm and the divine realm. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Tai Jinren, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of Oba, as this revelation fundamentally altered his perception of the mythological universe. The existence of a divine realm was indeed fortuitous. Having arrived in this mythical world, it would be inconceivable to remain confined to the mere mortal realm. Dominating the divine realm was Oba's ultimate ambition. After all, his aspiration was to reign supreme in this mythological domain. "Your goal is the divine list?" Tai Jinren inquired, taken aback by the gleam in Oba's eyes. "Not merely that," Oba replied, shaking his head. "Not merely that," Tai Jinren exclaimed in astonishment, pondering whether Oba's ambitions reached even beyond the divine realm. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that Oba, bearing the title of Lord of the Lotus, would undoubtedly set his sights higher than this trivial mortal realm. Hearing Oba's words, Li Jing and Madame Een exchanged glances, somewhat moved. They had not anticipated their son harbored such lofty aspirations. "Very well, I shall depart tomorrow," Oba concluded, having gleaned some insights. He then escorted the dragon maiden back to his chamber. Reclining on his bed, Oba gazed at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 2 months had elapsed since his arrival in this mythical world. Though he had attained a modest level of power, he dared not relax even for a moment, for this mythical realm was fraught with peril at every turn. "My lord, what troubles you?" The dragon maiden approached, sitting beside him and tenderly massaging his shoulders. "Are you preoccupied with the divine list?" "Fear not, for I shall always be by your side," she reassured him. "It's nothing," Oba replied, warmth spreading in his heart. Having a maidservant was indeed a delightful experience. "Dragon maiden, tonight I choose you to warm my bed." Oba locked his gaze onto the dragon maiden, who, feeling bashful under his scrutiny, turned her head, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Just as Oba anticipated her refusal, the dragon maiden subtly nodded in agreement. This revelation ignited a spark of delight in Oba's eyes as he embraced the dragon maiden, ready to slumber. The night passed in silence, the room filled only with a delicate fragrance. With the break of dawn, Oba awoke, still enveloped in the lingering scent. Ding! Host has successfully tamed the dragon maiden. Reward, 1 achievement treasure chest. A chest materialized in his mind. Stretching languorously, feeling a slight stiffness in his body, he promptly opened the achievement treasure chest. Acquired 10,000 dragon armor. Oba mused, examining the 10,000 dragon armor in his hands, which felt somewhat familiar. After all, he had employed this very item when vanquishing the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, although it had been shattered by Oba's single strike. It appeared that Ao Guang's version was merely a low-tier 10,000 dragon armor. At present, the item in the possession of Uba is a high-tier Wanshan armor. Dragon Maiden. Please don it, he urged. For Uba, the protective capabilities of the Wanshan armor were inferior to the dragon aura that enveloped him, thus rendering it unnecessary. The Dragon Maiden nodded and adorned herself with the armor. A chime resonated, enhancing her charisma and beauty. In that fleeting moment, the Dragon Maiden seemed to radiate even more allure, a revelation that took Uba by surprise. He had not anticipated such an effect from the Wanshan armor. After a while, the pair exited the chamber. Having lingered at Shintang Pass for some time, it was indeed time to depart. Transforming into the seven-clawed heavenly dragon, the Dragon Maiden bore Uba upon her back as he gently commanded, "Let us be off, Dragon Maiden." "Yes, master," she replied, and in an instant, she soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Throughout these past few days, Uba had been tirelessly seeking news of formidable adversaries. He needed to maximize his strength before the emergence of the divine list, for only then would he have the opportunity to etch his name upon it. In a modest inn within the marketplace, Uba and the Dragon Maiden sat across from each other, both sipping on a drink, while numerous patrons nearby engaged in animated discussions. "Have you heard? The 4 great dragon kings have been vanquished," one exclaimed. "Indeed, they say the one responsible is a certain Lord Ocean, whose power is simply overwhelming." Another added, "I've also heard that the Master of Tongtian has made significant strides in strength." Upon hearing this, those around them perked up, intrigued. Surely, the Master of Tongtian has reached the realm of saints? Has he truly progressed further? At this juncture, Uba's eyes glimmered with interest. Wasn't the Master of Tongtian the leader of the Jiesian sect from Legends? Yet, should he indeed possess such power, Uba might consider confronting him. Resolute in his decision, Uba prepared to leave and seek an opportune moment to trouble the Jiesian sect. However, just then, a discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. "Hey, you there! Halt!" A richly dressed young man was brazenly fixated on the Dragon Maiden. Although her visage was partially concealed by a veil, the man's instinct told him that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Could that be young Master Zhang San of the Jiesian sect? What is he doing here? The patrons around gasped in astonishment. This individual was one of the 3 prodigies of the Jiesian sect, having reached a high level of spiritual prowess at a tender age. Moreover, Zhang San had a notorious reputation due to his excessive infatuation with women. The Dragon Maiden was likely in dire straits. If she fell into his clutches, her fate would be grim. In an instant, the crowd exchanged glances of pity, as if they could already envision the tragic outcome of the Dragon Maiden succumbing to Zhang San's advances. Chapter 84. The reappearance of the White Fox clan. "Are you calling me?" Uba turned around, gazing indifferently at Zhang San. "Hand over this beauty, and I shall spare your life." Zhang San, seemingly disinterested, cast a fleeting glance at Uba before his eyes fixated intently on the Dragon Maiden. It was only at this moment that the onlookers discerned her visage through the veil. Heavens! What a stunning woman! How could such exquisite beauty exist in this world? In an instant, even the spectators' breaths quickened. They finally comprehended why Zhang San had dared to confront Uba. If presented with such an enchanting figure, they too might have made a similar choice. "Spare my life." Upon hearing this, Uba found it rather amusing, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "Dragon Maiden, eliminate him." As the command rang out, the Dragon Maiden exhibited no hesitation. A wave of oppressive force surged forth, instantly reducing Zhang San to a mere pulp. He did not even have the chance to scream before being obliterated in an instant. After a considerable pause, the onlookers gradually regained their composure, gazing incredulously at the Dragon Maiden. This woman had effortlessly annihilated Zhang San, one of the triad of the celestial sect, merely through her imposing aura. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Wait, what did she just say? Dragon Maiden? Suddenly, it seemed that someone had connected the dots. They vaguely recalled that the legendary Uba, who had vanquished the 4 seas, was indeed accompanied by a Dragon Maiden. To possess the strength to slay one of the triad was unmistakable. As this realization dawned, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Standing before them was none other than the esteemed Uba. In an instant, all eyes were fervently fixed upon him. "Are you truly the revered Uba?" the crowd inquired cautiously. Witnessing this scene, Uba was momentarily taken aback, nodding in surprise, his heart brimming with confusion. Hadn't he merely defeated the Dragon King of the 4 seas? Why was there such a profound reaction? "My master, you may not be aware, But the Dragon King of the Four Seas had allowed the Eastern Seas demonic clan to prey upon humans. In the eyes of these common folk, your slaying of the Dragon King was akin to their salvation, the Dragon Maiden explained, seemingly attuned to his bewilderment. Ah, I see, Uba thought, enlightenment dawning within him. You are indeed the revered Uba. In that moment, Uba felt the fervent admiration of the populace enveloping him. After a brief pause, Uba, accompanied by the Dragon Maiden, sought an opportunity to discreetly withdraw, fearing that lingering too long might lead to unforeseen troubles. After walking for a while, he halted, his brow furrowing as he turned back. Come out, don't hide. As his words faded, a young girl emerged timidly, gazing shyly at Uba without uttering a word. Do you require something from me? Uba, feeling compelled, was the first to break the silence. Oh, revered Uba, could you rescue my sister? The girl spoke cautiously. Rescue your sister? With a furrowed brow, Uba realized that despite being the god of Lotus, he was under no obligation to assist those in distress. Yes, my sister has been captured by the Golden Core Master of the Jessian sect. Can you save her? The timid girl remained oblivious to Uba's thoughts. At that moment, she clung to him as her last hope, determined to grasp this lifeline. Uba's expression was neutral, preparing to decline, when he noticed the girl's skirt flutter, revealing a tail. Upon witnessing this, Uba's demeanor shifted. Are you of the White Fox clan? Chapter 85. The Extraordinary by Linger, Lord God of Lotus. You still remember us? The timid girl's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing Uba identify her true form. It turned out that she was indeed a member of the White Fox clan from the Golden Light Mountain Range. You mentioned your sister was captured. You are referring to Linger, aren't you? Uba inquired with a frown. Yes, the timid girl nodded. Hearing this, Uba's brows knitted. His connection to the White Fox clan ran deeper than he had anticipated. The marketplace was quite distant from the Golden Light Mountain Range. How had the White Fox clan ended up here? Shouldn't your clan remain in the Golden Light Mountain Range? What brings you here? With a hint of complexity in her gaze, the timid girl slowly explained, Lord God of Lotus, after you defeated the 3 Beast Kings. Tai Zhenrun did not select new ones. A single Beast King cannot maintain the order of the Golden Light Mountain Range, so to avoid oppression, we had to relocate. Is that so? Uba nodded, acknowledging that the plight of the White Fox clan was somewhat tied to him. He then asked, how did you attract the attention of the Jessian sect? Although he perceived the sect as not particularly formidable, it was certainly far more powerful than the White Fox clan. Why would they target them? The timid girl let out a rueful laugh and replied, it all stems from my sister's rapid cultivation. By Linger's cultivation speed? Uba was taken aback. By Linger was not exceptionally strong, so why would her talent draw such interest? Lord God of Lotus, you may not know, she continued. After you departed, my sister firmly believed in your words that she could transform into a 9-tailed fox. In just a month, she grew her 5th tail, which caught the eye of the Jessian sect's Golden Core Master, who wishes to tame her as a pet. A month to manifest a 5th tail? Uba was slightly astonished by the girl's revelation. It seemed he had underestimated by Linger. She might soon evolve into a 9-tailed fox. Wait, 9-tailed fox. The mention of this term sparked a realization in Uba. It seemed that the mythical figure Daji from the divine realm was said to have transformed from a 9-tailed fox. If he could assist by Linger in evolving into a 9-tailed fox and subsequently into Daji, would it not be a splendid affair? With this notion firmly entrenched in his mind, Uba found it impossible to dismiss. What is your name? He inquired softly, gazing at the timid maiden. Replying to Lord O, I am Bai Kaier, she replied in a hushed tone. Bai Kaier, please lead me to Elder Bai Chio. It was evident that Elder Bai Chio and the others were also present, albeit they had not entered the city due to their inability to assume human form. Although Uba was uncertain about how Bai Kaier transformed into a human, it seemed of little consequence at that moment. Yes, Lord O, and Lady Dragon, please follow me. In truth, Bai Kaier harbored greater trepidation towards the Dragon Lady, for the Dragon clan naturally instilled a sense of fear in all beast folk, seemingly stemming from their innate dominance. Let us proceed, Uba nodded, following Bai Kaier alongside the Dragon Lady. Soon, the group exited the city, making their way toward the eastern woods. Chapter 86. The Divine Favor. Upon arriving at the Eastern Grove, Uba sensed the presence of Elder Bai Chio and the others. However, the number of White Fox clan members appeared to have dwindled significantly, seemingly reduced to a mere handful. Lord O, in the next moment, Elder Bai Chio emerged with several members of the White Fox clan, all bearing wounds and exuding a weary aura. What has happened to you? Uba's brow furrowed at the sight of their dire condition. Lord O, you must seek justice for us. Elder Bai Chio gazed at Uba, tears streaming down his face, as if he were looking at his last hope. Indeed, in their eyes, Oba represented that final glimmer of salvation. Is this the work of the celestial severing sect? Without further elaboration from Elder Baichio, Oba deduced that the sect was undoubtedly responsible for their plight. Lord O, the celestial severing sect has slaughtered my kin and usurped our people. This enmity is irreconcilable. Elder Baichio's eyes brimmed with fury and helplessness, confronting the formidable celestial severing sect, feeling utterly powerless. His tone grew grave as he looked at Oba, his gaze laden with desperation. Lord O, I beseech you to avenge the White Fox clan. We are willing to serve you as our master for eternity. As Elder Baichio's words fell, the remaining members of the White Fox clan prostrated themselves on the ground. For eternity, we shall serve Lord O. The resounding voices of the White Fox clan echoed, imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Ding! A notification from the system resonated. A spiritual contract from the White Fox clan has been detected. Do you wish to sign it? At that moment, Oba's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He understood that the spiritual contract referred to what Elder Baichio had just mentioned. Should he resolve the plight of the White Fox clan, they would pledge their eternal allegiance to him. However, what benefit does this hold for him? Host. Such a contract ensures that even if the White Fox clan eventually produces a power that surpasses your strength, they must still abide by this agreement. Regarding you as their master, the system gradually elucidated. Oh, I see. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Oba's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he promptly signed the spirit contract without hesitation. Ding! The host has signed the spirit contract and acquired a servant from the White Fox clan. In the next moment, Elder Baichio and Baikaier, along with the other foxes, suddenly felt an inexplicable radiance enveloping them, and concurrently, Oba seemed to emanate an air of nobility. What is happening? The white foxes were taken aback, perplexed by the golden light adorning them. I understand now. This is the blessing of the divine. Upon noticing the golden glow, the well-versed Elder Baichio quickly deduced the situation and exclaimed, "The blessing of the divine?" The group of white foxes looked at Elder Baichio with puzzled expressions. The blessing of the divine is indeed a treasure. Elder Baichio, visibly excited, eagerly explained, "This blessing is a fortuitous gift from Lord O, a boon for cultivation. As long as we remain near Lord O, our cultivation speed will increase several-fold. You can test it for yourselves." Cultivation speed increased several-fold. The foxes were skeptical yet intrigued, soon entering a state of cultivation. Oba watched them with a smile from the side. Before long, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. It actually works. At this, the white foxes turned their gaze toward Baikaier. Chapter 87, Journey to the Celestial Sect. To their astonishment, they beheld Baikaier sprouting an additional tail. In mere seconds, she had ascended to the realm of the two-tailed demon fox. Hiss! Witnessing this shocking scene, the white foxes gasped in awe, their eyes brimming with profound astonishment. Is the blessing of the divine truly this formidable? Thank you, Lord O. Seeing Baikaier grow a tail, a glimmer of joy crossed Elder Baichio's eyes as he respectfully expressed gratitude to Oba. It is of no consequence. Oba waved his hand. Since the White Fox clan dared to enter into such a contract, as the first tribe to follow him, he would not be stingy. His current level of faith was sufficient to bestow a small-scale blessing of the divine. Lord O, when shall we depart? After the initial joy, Elder Baichio glanced at Oba, expressing concern that Linger might still be suffering under the torment of the celestial sect. Time is of the essence. We should set off immediately. After pondering for a moment, Oba too sensed the urgency of the situation. In the next instant, he summoned the dragon maiden to reveal her true form. With a resounding roar, a seven-clawed celestial dragon gradually appeared before everyone. Is this the seven-clawed heavenly dragon? Observing the dragon maiden and Elder Baichio, the foxes trembled involuntarily, deeply aware of the overwhelming pressure stemming from their bloodlines. Had it not been for the divine favor bestowed upon them by Uba, they would likely have already knelt before the formidable presence. Come up, Uba urged as he leaped onto the back of the dragon maiden, addressing Elder Baichio and the others. Elder Baichio hesitated, reluctant to take a step forward, for the dragon clan was regarded as an unattainable pinnacle in their minds. To tread upon the back of the dragon maiden would be an act of profound disrespect towards the dragon lineage, thus they dared not approach. It's all right, come up. Uba waved his hand helplessly. At that moment, the dragon maiden emitted a gentle dragon breath, her melodious voice resonating in the ears of Elder Baichio and the foxes. Come up, there is no need for such formality. With the dual affirmation from Uba and the dragon maiden, Elder Baichio and the others finally mustered the courage to step forward. Dragon maiden, let us proceed. Uba instructed once the foxes had ascended. Yes, master, the dragon maiden replied, promptly soaring towards the Jishin sect. The sect stood atop a steep mountain, its terrain treacherous. Ordinary individuals could not ascend easily. Without the dragon maiden, a flying dragon, Uba would also find the climb daunting. After all, to traverse the void, one would need to at least possess the strength of a saint. Master, we have arrived, the dragon maiden announced as she hovered in the air before a grand sect. Is this the Jishin sect? Uba observed, gazing at the imposing structure enveloped in ethereal mist, exuding an aura of mystery befitting one of the foremost sects in the realm. Let us enter, he declared, and as the words fell, a cascade of golden light descended, transforming the dragon maiden back into her human form, obediently trailing behind Uba. Bai Kai-er, can you sense the presence of Bai Ling-er? Upon landing, Uba turned to Bai Kai-er with a query. Bai Ling-er and Bai Kai-er, born of the same mother, possessed a unique telepathic connection since birth. Chapter 88. Meeting the Golden Elixir Ancestor. Upon hearing the question, Bai Kai-er closed her beautiful eyes to attune her senses. After a moment, she shook her head. No, I cannot sense my sister's presence. Observing this, Uba furrowed his brow, pondering whether the distance was too great. Let us draw closer, he suggested. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement, preparing to follow Uba inward. Just then, a voice filled with surprise and anger rang out. Who are you? Behind them, 4 or 5 disciples clad in Taoist robes had gathered, their expressions cautious as they scrutinized Uba and his companions. Master, shall we deal with them? Upon spotting several disciples of the Jiesian sect, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Long Nu's eyes as she inquired softly. No need, Uba replied, shaking his head. They still had significant utility. These disciples were merely at the spirit realm level, easily wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. However, they possessed one advantage. They could serve as guides. Undoubtedly, the simplest course of action was to have these Jiesian disciples lead the way, thus avoiding aimless wandering like headless flies. Speak quickly, who are you? The disciples of Jiesian sect, noticing Uba and his companion's silence, became somewhat wary. Their swords were gripped tightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Rest assured, I am a friend of Brother Zhang San, Uba replied with a smile, addressing the Jiesian disciples casually. Zhang San, of course, was the fellow who had been turned into a meat patty by Long Nu at the restaurant. Though his power was lacking, Uba had not forgotten his status. Being one of the 3 talents of the Jietian sect, a rank far superior to that of ordinary disciples. A friend of Brother Zhang San? Upon hearing this, the Jiesian disciples exchanged surprised glances, soon regarding Uba with a degree of respect. Since he was a friend of Brother Zhang San, he surely bore no ill intent. We are curious, what brings you here? At this, Uba smiled, gesturing towards Long Nu. This is the enchanting beauty selected by Brother Zhang San, intended as a gift for his master. During their journey, Uba had learned that Zhang's master was the Golden Core Grandmaster who had captured Bai Linger. What a twist of fate. Having slain the young one, he was now about to send the elder to meet him. Selected beauty? The Jiesian disciples were taken aback. Although they were fully aware of Zhang San's notorious lechery, it was still their first time hearing that he would willingly part with a woman. As they turned their gaze towards Long Nu, their eyes immediately sparkled with profound astonishment. They had presumed that any woman Zhang San would be willing to give away would be of inferior quality. Yet upon seeing Long Nu's face, they were utterly shocked. Her expressionless visage, cold as ice, was undeniably breathtaking. Each disciple felt their breaths quicken. They yearned to proclaim themselves as the Golden Core Grandmaster. Alas, they lacked the courage to do so. After taking a deep breath, the disciples regained their composure. Let us escort you to meet the Golden Core Grandmaster. Very well. Uba nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With this arrangement, there was no need for them to search aimlessly. Chapter 89. An item. Your life. As they proceeded, Uba and his companions seized the opportunity to observe the surroundings of the Jiesian sect. It was indeed worthy of its renowned status. As they encountered countless sects along the way, hundreds of disciples from the Jiesian sect were engrossed in their cultivation and meditation. Regrettably, these individuals caught the attention of Oba, who dismissed them as mere novices with limited abilities, merely at the spirit realm stage. Do not lose heart, my friend, one disciple encouraged, observing Oba's sigh of disappointment. Given your connection with senior brother Zhang San, you will surely join our Jiesian sect in due time. Oba merely smiled faintly in response. His interest in the Jiesian sect was solely in how much experience and evolution points he could gain from them. After a brief period, several Jiesian disciples escorted Oba and his companions to a grand estate, where the prominent inscription Golden Core Mansion was prominently displayed. We have arrived at the abode of the Golden Core Master, one disciple announced, turning to Oba. I must caution you, The Golden Core Master's temperament is quite peculiar, so exercise great caution. Do not presume that your friendship with senior brother Zhang San will afford you any leniency. Otherwise, we may be unable to assist you. Upon hearing this, Oba offered a slight smile, expressing gratitude for the warning. Let us proceed, he said, and the disciples pushed open the door, followed closely by Oba and his companions. Upon entering the courtyard, they beheld an elderly man clad in golden robes, his white hair flowing, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. As Oba and the others stepped inside, the old man's eyes suddenly flared open, radiating a brilliant golden light. The Golden Core Master has indeed grown stronger, the Jiesian disciples thought, astonished. You there, who are you? The Golden Core Master inquired, rising slowly and regarding Oba and his companions with a detached gaze. Master, they are friends of senior brother Zhang San and seek your counsel, the disciples stammered, trembling slightly. Friends of Zhang San. A flicker of surprise crossed the Golden Core Master's eyes as he turned his attention to Oba and the others. What is it that you desire? Speak quickly, the Jiesian disciples urged, feeling a sense of urgency. The tales of the Golden Core Master's volatile temper made them eager to depart swiftly. I wish to request something from you, Golden Core Master. Oba replied with a calm smile. What is it you seek? The Golden Core Master furrowed his brow, intrigued. Was he not meant to be presented with beautiful offerings? The Jiesian disciples sensed an underlying tension but dared not voice their concerns. Your life? Oba's cold voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. What? The disciples were struck with incredulity, their minds reeling at the audacity of his request. Did he truly dare to demand the Golden Core Master's life? Had he lost his senses? Surely, the Golden Core Master would not let him escape unscathed. You, young man, possess an audacity that knows no bounds. As anticipated, the expression of the Golden Elixir Patriarch darkened considerably, a low growl escaping his lips. For countless years, he had occupied a high position and had not been so brazenly provoked until now. It was indeed the first time in many years. Chapter 90. Annihilating the Golden Elixir Patriarch today. If I, the Patriarch, do not transform you into a golden elixir, then I am unworthy of the title. The Golden Elixir Patriarch's inner fury surged as he cast a cold glare toward Oba. Oba sneered. You talk too much, just like your useless disciple. Have you seen Zhang San? Upon hearing this, the Patriarch's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. What have you done to Zhang San? He's dead. Oba replied nonchalantly. What? The Patriarch's eyes widened, his expression blank with shock. Zhang San was his most esteemed disciple. How could he have perished so easily? Zhang San was on the brink of transcending into an extraordinary realm. What kind of strength does this young man possess? Nearby, several disciples of the Celestial Interception sect were equally astonished. However, even if this young man was powerful, he could scarcely contend with the Golden Elixir Patriarch. How could he possibly escape the wrath of the one who had slain the Patriarch's beloved disciple? You are courting death. The Golden Elixir Patriarch's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze fierce. You speak too much, Dragon Maiden, deal with him. Oba, weary of the Patriarch's incessant chatter, commanded the Dragon Maiden to take action. Yes, Master. The Dragon Maiden nodded, gracefully striding toward the Golden Elixir Patriarch. A mere girl dares to challenge me, the Golden Elixir Patriarch? Enraged by Oba's choice to send a woman against him, the Patriarch's face flushed with anger as he laughed maniacally. Young man, do not blame me for ruthlessly shattering such delicate beauty. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura radiated from the Patriarch, stirring the winds around him. Such power, truly befitting the Golden Elixir Patriarch. The beauty of that woman was indeed a pity to waste. Feeling the pressure of his might, the surrounding disciples were bent low, their eyes filled with palpable dread. The Patriarch's strength was at least mid-level extraordinary. Yet, the Dragon Maiden continued her approach, her expression unfazed, displaying an air of calm that betrayed no signs of being intimidated by his imposing presence. What is this situation? A flicker of panic crossed the Patriarch's eyes at this sight. His oppressive aura seemed ineffective against this woman. With a mighty dragon roar, a golden glimmer flashed in the Dragon Maiden's eyes as she raised her jade hand, forcefully pressing down upon the Golden Elixir Patriarch. Die, as her words echoed. Her dragon might surged forth. What is this? This is dragon might. Who are you? The Golden Elixir Patriarch's eyes widened in astonishment. A name flashing through his mind. Lord Oshun. Could it be that this young man is Lord Oshun? However, the Dragon Maiden did not afford the Golden Core Patriarch a moment's contemplation. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated as the Golden Core Patriarch was crushed into a mere pulp. Dinging sounds signaled the detection of the host's kill of the Golden Core Patriarch. resulting in an acquisition of 1,000 experience points and 0 evolution points. The Golden Core Patriarch was dead. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, several disciples of the Celestial Interception sect were filled with disbelief, standing frozen in a daze. Even within the entirety of the Celestial Interception sect, the Golden Core Patriarch was regarded as a formidable force. Yet now, this stunningly beautiful woman had effortlessly annihilated the exalted Golden Core Patriarch with a single strike. It was the dragon might she wielded. One disciple of the Celestial Interception sect suddenly came to a realization. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Oba. She has invoked dragon might. She must belong to the dragon clan. Could it be that he is the revered Lord of the Lotus? Chapter 91. The Celestial Master of Interception. The mention of Lord of the Lotus left the other disciples astounded. They were no strangers to this formidable figure, known for annihilating foes across the seas. Are you truly the Lord of the Lotus? The disciples of the Celestial Interception sect cautiously regarded Oba, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Do you require me to provide proof? Oba cast a casual glance at them, yet the glint of coldness in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. We dare not, we dare not. The disciples hastily shook their heads in response. Choosing silence, the disciples fell quiet, and Oba paid them no further heed. By Kyr. Now you must sense the essence of Bylinger. Oba instructed by Kyr. By Kyr nodded and prepared to attune herself. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. The esteemed Lord of the Lotus graces us with his presence. I have failed in my welcome, my sincere apologies. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood suspended in the air, smiling warmly at Oba. Walking upon the air, a sage-level expert. Upon seeing this man, a gleam of insight flashed in Oba's eyes, for it was evident that this man was the Celestial Master of Interception. A sage's prowess. Such strength would suffice to pique Oba's interest. It seems, dear friend of the Lotus, that you do not regard me with much deference. Observing Oba's indifference, the Celestial Master of Interception's eyes flickered with indignation, though he quickly suppressed it. Deference? Why should I extend you any? Oba found the situation rather amusing. You. The Celestial Master of Interception clenched his teeth, his robes rustling ominously, exuding a palpable tension that suggested he might resort to violence at any moment. Yet, he soon restrained himself, smiling as he addressed Oba. I presume your visit to my Celestial Interception sect is in pursuit of that little fox? As he spoke, the Celestial Master of Interception glanced at Elder by Chio and others, his eyes gleaming with a sense of control over the situation. Indeed, Laoba nodded, his tone turning cold. The White Fox clan is under my protection. Is the Celestial Severing sect attempting to seize the White Fox? Perhaps a bit too dismissively of my presence? Lao Shun, my young friend, you jest. The master of the Celestial Severing sect smiled faintly. He indeed did not regard Laoba highly, merely wary of the dragon maiden by his side. Lao Shun, the White Fox you mentioned is in the hall of the Celestial Severing sect. Would you care to accompany me there? The master of the Celestial Severing sect inquired slowly. Then let us proceed, Laoba replied, without a hint of hesitation. My lord Laoshan, are you not concerned he may set a trap? Elder by Chio frowned, whispering upon seeing Laoba's immediate agreement. It matters not. I harbor no fear of them. Laoba smiled slightly, waving his hand nonchalantly. In truth, he rather hoped the master of the Celestial Severing sect would summon a throng to besiege him. If we are to play, let us play it grandly. Ha! My young friend Lao Shun is indeed forthright. The master of the Celestial Severing sect was taken aback by Laoba's swift consent. He had not anticipated such a prompt reply. Yet, it all seemed to unfold as he had predicted. My young friend Lao Shun, the hall of the Celestial Severing sect lies atop the mountain. Since you are unable to fly, we possess flying demon beasts. The master of the Celestial Severing sect began, but was interrupted by Laoba. No need. Laoba shook his head and said calmly, Dragon Maiden, lead us. As the words fell, the Dragon Maiden transformed, revealing a majestic seven-clawed heavenly dragon before the eyes of the master of the Celestial Severing sect. Chapter 92. The Astonishment of the Celestial Severing sect, a seven-clawed heavenly dragon. Upon witnessing the Dragon Maiden's true form, the master of the Celestial Severing sect's eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed a seven-clawed heavenly dragon, known for its formidable strength, capable of rivaling a sage. Fortunately, it appeared that the Dragon Maiden had yet to reach that level. How infuriating! Who exactly is this Lao Shen? How could he command a seven-clawed heavenly dragon to submit? The master of the Celestial Severing sect was filled with perplexity. Lao Shen seemed to have emerged from nowhere, shrouded in mystery, with no prior information available. Master of the Celestial Severing sect, please lead the way, Laoba said. as he and Elder Baichio leapt onto the back of the dragon maiden. Indeed, my young friend Lao Shun, please follow me. The master of the celestial severing sect nodded, a triumphant smile breaking through as he turned to lead the way. The celestial severing sect was indeed perched atop the highest mountain, standing as the pinnacle of its domain. Perhaps, the higher one ascends, the closer one is to the heavens. Validating the essence of severing celestial, my young friend Lao Shun, below lies the main hall of the celestial severing sect. The master of the celestial severing sect stated with a smile. Below, a resplendent hall stood tall, adorned in gold and jade, with countless elders and disciples waiting below, seemingly offering ample respect to Lao Ba. My young friend Lao Shun, all 3,000 members of the celestial severing sect await below. Lao Ba nodded, then instructed the dragon maiden to descend towards the main hall. Even if the path ahead is fraught with danger, he would descend without a moment's hesitation, for he had no reason to fear. Shortly after landing, the dragon maiden transformed into human form and followed closely behind Ba. Dear friend, please follow me, said Tontian, leading Ba and others towards a group of elders. Meanwhile, the thousands of disciples below were perplexed, having witnessed only a fleeting flash of golden light and nothing more. Whispers of speculation filled the air. What is happening today? Something feels amiss. I heard that a significant figure has arrived. Did you not see the master and the 18th elder both appearing? One disciple explained. What? Even the master and the 18th elder have come? They realized that this was a powerful sage accompanied by a host of formidable beings. Who could possess such stature, commanding the attention of so many strong figures? The disciples of the Jiesian sect were visibly stirred, quickly directing their gazes towards the main hall. Standing atop the main hall, Tontian observed the thousands of disciples with an impassive gaze and slowly proclaimed, Today, a personage of great significance has graced our Jiesian sect. His name should be familiar to you all. He is none other than Oshun. What? Lord Oshun? At the utterance of Tongtian's words, the disciples of the Jiesian sect were engulfed in astonishment. Could it truly be the one who single-handedly vanquished the four seas? In an instant, fervor ignited in the eyes of the thousands of disciples. Such a powerful figure was indeed worthy of their utmost reverence. Master Tontian, must you make such a grand display? You need only return the white fox to me, Ba remarked, his brow furrowed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Ah, but Lord Oshun, you may not fully grasp the situation, interjected the eldest of the 18th elders, approaching with a genial smile. The master is merely extending a warm welcome for you to join our Jiesian sect. Chapter 93. Why not establish the Ocean sect? Join the Jiesian sect? Ba was taken aback. What was this absurdity? How had he suddenly been coerced into joining the Jiesian sect? He then turned to Tontian, brow knitted in suspicion. Master Tontian, what trickery is this? I assure you, there is no trickery, Tontian replied with a warm smile, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Oshun, my young friend, I see tremendous potential in you. Why not consider joining our Jiesian sect? If you agree, the position of vice sect master shall be yours. As these words fell, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in Tongtian's eyes. His interest lay not in Ba's talents, but in the identity of the dragon maiden, a seven-clawed celestial dragon on the verge of breaking through to sagehood. If he could seize control of her, the strength of the Jiesian sect would undoubtedly surge. Tongtian's proposal sent ripples through the crowd. The disciples of the Jiesian sect stared in disbelief at their master. To everyone's astonishment, the vice sect master. The sect master has indeed invested heavily, allowing the Lotus deity to wield such immense power. Although the esteemed Lotus deity has vanquished the four seas and slain the four dragons, the celestial sect master is a being of the saint realm. This level of strength is likely only superior, if not equal, to that of the Lotus deity. Yet, the celestial sect master holds the Lotus deity in such high regard. Could it be that the Lotus deity truly possesses such terrifying capabilities? A wave of astonishment swept through the disciples, lingering in their hearts as they gazed at the Lotus overlord, eager to hear his response. The title of vice sect master? Upon hearing the celestial sect master's words, a faint smile curled at the corners of the Lotus overlord's mouth, as amusement flickered within him. What does my young friend, the Lotus deity, think? He inquired. Mistaking this for agreement, the celestial sect master hurriedly pressed on. That is unacceptable. The Lotus overlord shook his head. If this celestial sect were to be renamed the Lotus deity sect, I might consider taking the position of sect master. As he spoke, the Lotus overlord's mind was already filled with ambitious plans. To fully unleash the potential of the divine consort, he needed to elevate his own reputation. The most direct and effective means to achieve this was to propagate a faith that belonged solely to him, essentially, to establish his own power. The Lotus deity sect? The celestial sect master was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening in an instant, as a voice laced with confused fury erupted. What did you say? The Lotus deity sect? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The Lotus deity actually intended to transform the celestial sect into the Lotus deity sect? Was he not about to sever the 1,000-year heritage of the celestial sect? Had he, indeed, lost his senses? At that moment, the entirety of the celestial sect seemed to descend into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the Lotus overlord, who appeared utterly deranged. Lotus deity, I have granted you such conditions due to your exceptional talent. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to covet my celestial sect? This is utterly outrageous. The celestial sect master snapped back to reality, glaring at the Lotus overlord alongside the 18th elder, his fury palpable. Huh. The Lotus overlord merely smiled faintly, his resolve already set. However, starting from scratch was indeed too troublesome. With a ready-made sect at hand, why not execute a clever ruse, changing names and identities? Would that not be splendid? Sect master, I perceive this rogue harbors malicious intent. It would be better to eliminate him outright. One elder among the 18th glared menacingly at the Lotus overlord, then turned to the celestial sect master with his suggestion. Indeed, sect master, let us slay this rogue. Soon. His call was met with the agreement of the other elders. Kill him. Kill him. How dare he usurp the position of our celestial sect? Such audacity. Sect master, put an end to him. In an instant, all disciples of the celestial sect glared fiercely at the Lotus overlord, their fervor ignited. Lotus deity, since you insist on provoking my celestial sect, I shall not hold back any longer. The celestial master stared coldly at Oba, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Choose your fate, a duel or a collective assault. Oba casually dug at his ear and glanced at the celestial master with an air of nonchalance. How infuriating. The celestial master gritted his teeth. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Oh God, you shall pay for your arrogance. Elder 18, eliminate this wretch. As his words fell, 18 formidable presences of transcendent realm surged forth beside Oba, pressing ominously towards him. However, with a resounding dragon roar, the collective pressure dissipated entirely. The celestial master's eyes widened in astonishment, inwardly lamenting. Truly worthy of the dragon clan, their might is unparalleled, capable of withstanding the pressure from dozens of adversaries of equal rank. Dragon maiden, how many can you contend with? Oba inquired, casting a glance at Elder 18 before turning to the dragon maiden. Rest assured, just 18. It is more than manageable, she replied with serene confidence, a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. Very well. Oba nodded. Since the dragon maiden could face Elder 18 alone, he felt at ease to confront the celestial master. Dragon maiden, expedite the resolution of this battle. She nodded, her graceful steps revealing the faint sheen of the 10,000 dragon's armor. She was fully prepared for combat. In an instant, the dragon maiden shimmered with a subtle golden light, her dragon might surging as she charged towards Elder 18. A thunderous sound erupted, exuding an imposing aura. Everyone, be cautious. This dragon maiden's strength may soon ascend to the saint realm. The grand elder's expression shifted, urgently warning the others. The remaining 17 elders nodded in cautious agreement, their focus sharpened to its utmost. If the dragon maiden truly broke through to the saint realm, even all 18 of them would stand no chance. Such was the terror of the saint realm. Seeing the dragon maiden engaging Elder 18 and seemingly gaining the upper hand, Oba felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this, he could unleash his full potential against the celestial master. Celestial master, do you intend to face me directly? With your mere transcendent realm prowess, do you truly believe you are worthy? Observing Oba dispatching the most formidable dragon maiden, the celestial master scoffed in disdain. Worthy? You may attempt to prove otherwise. Oba regarded the celestial master with icy indifference. Ha ha, by all means, come and try. The celestial master laughed heartily, dismissing Oba entirely. After all, he was a being of the saint realm, while Oba was merely a transcendent realm novice. How could he possibly compare? Elder Baichio, you and the others should wait aside until I resolve this celestial master. Oba turned to instruct Elder Baichio and the other foxes. Lordo, please be exceedingly cautious. Elder Baichio expressed his concern before retreating with Baikier and the others to a safe distance. This level of combat bears no distinction from a celestial clash, one from which they cannot partake. After ensuring the safety of Elder Baichio and the others, Uba cast a cold, piercing glance toward the Tongtian sect master. Soon, you shall experience the meaning of a thorough beating. Chapter 95, The Might of the Dragon Clan, a beating? The Tongtian sect master chuckled coldly. His aura surging like a tempest, summoning a whirlwind. The sky darkened ominously, as if in response to the looming threat. This is the might of a sage. Uba, prepare to meet your demise. With that declaration, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand, unleashing a wave of oppressive force. The firepoint spear. Uba extended his hand, and the spear materialized from thin air, its tip swirling as a burst of fire erupted forth. With a resounding thud, the incoming pressure was dispelled. A divine artifact? Upon witnessing the firepoint spear in Uba's grasp, a flicker of surprise crossed the Tongtian sect master's eyes. This young man possesses a divine weapon. Uba, it seems your artifact shall soon belong to me. Greed filled the eyes of the Tongtian sect master as he envisioned the sensation of wielding the divine artifact. Behold as I crush you under the weight of my sage's might. As the words fell, waves of pressure radiated from his body, crashing towards Uba with ferocity. Pressure? A smirk curled Uba's lips. Having evolved into the dragon blood Neza, he appeared most impervious to any oppressive force. Dragon blood. With a low growl. His eyes shimmered with golden light, emanating an aura of draconic might. In an instant, he rebounded the Tongtian sect master's pressure back upon him. What? A flicker of horror flashed in the depths of the Tongtian sect master's eyes, and before he could react, he was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, but he had no time to wipe it away. At this moment, his eyes brimmed with shock and confusion. That pressure was unmistakably draconic. Moreover, it seemed even more potent than that of a seven-clawed celestial dragon. Yet, Uba is a human. How could he possess the might of a dragon? A myriad of doubts swirled in the Tongtian sect master's mind. Could it be you? Are you of the dragon clan? The astonished words slipped from the Tongtian sect master's lips. The dragon clan? Witnessing the sect master spitting blood and being hurled away, the disciples of the Jiesian sect were left in stunned disbelief. However, upon hearing such a revelation, they were plunged into confusion. If Lord Uba truly belonged to the dragon clan, how could he ever harm his own kin? The dragon clan? No, I am not. Uba shook his head nonchalantly. This is infuriating, so bizarre. The Tongtian sect master gritted his teeth, steadying his breath, and cautiously retracted his oppressive force. This time, he chose to be submissive, realizing that wielding pressure in front of the formidable Uba, who possesses the might of the dragon clan, is a profoundly foolish endeavor. Tongtian, will you persist? Uba mocked, gripping the fire spear tightly. Ocean, do not delude yourself into thinking you are truly powerful merely because you possess an advantage in pressure. Uba's words ignited Tongtian's fury entirely. He let out a roar, and a crimson sphere of light began to coalesce behind him. What is that? The disciples of the Jiesian sect below looked on in confusion. That is the master's signature move, the blood-summoning demon sphere. One among them seemed to recognize it, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they gazed at Tongtian. It is time to conclude this battle. Since it is a signature move, Ocean will surely be unable to withstand it. In response, Uba remained unperturbed, a soft utterance escaping his lips. Dragon Rising Spear Technique. Dragon Ascends. Chapter 96. Defeating Tongtian as the fire spear danced, a dragon's roar resounded from within. Is that a dragon? Tongtian's eyes filled with dread as he beheld the fiery dragon's head forming at the spear's tip. Yet, he did not cease the gathering of the blood sphere behind him. For it was his last bastion of hope. Blood-summoning demon sphere. Tongtian bellowed, veins bulging on his hands as he hoisted the nearly meter-wide blood sphere high. Ocean, perish! He screamed, the blood sphere hurtling toward Uba with ferocity. Dragon ascends. In that moment, Uba remained composed, devoid of any trace of fear. The fire spear thrust forward, and the fire dragon surged forth. The next instant, just as everyone anticipated the blood sphere to obliterate the fire dragon, the fire dragon astonishingly opened its maw and consumed the blood sphere. Burp. Remarkably, the fire dragon let out a belch before dissipating into specks of energy. What is this? Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Jiesian sect were left dumbfounded. The fire dragon had devoured the master's ultimate move? Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. Not only were the Jiesian disciples stunned, but even Tongtian was taken aback. This was a move he held immense confidence in. And now it had vanished just like that? Hiss. This was the first time Tongtian felt that a transcendent being could be so formidable. It was utterly bizarre. Tongtian's heart was filled with shock. He sensed something was amiss. If this continued, he might truly perish at Ocean's hands. No, he must flee. He must definitely escape. Regarding his ability to flee, Tongtian felt a certain confidence, for he still possessed an advantage. He was a sage, capable of flight. In the next moment, Tongtian soared into the air, leaping into the sky. Observing this, Uba did not make any attempt to stop him. a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The Lord of the Celestial Sect has fallen into a trap. The Celestial Silk, capture. As the words echoed, a massive red net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the Lord of the Celestial Sect within its grasp. What is this? The Lord's heart raced with terror as he realized that the more he struggled, the tighter the red net constricted around him. In the next moment, the red net transformed into a strand of crimson silk. This, too, was undeniably a divine artifact. How infuriating! What in the world is this Lotus God? Has the realm of divine artifacts become so commonplace? Helplessness overwhelmed the Lord of the Celestial Sect, as he could only watch the celestial silk draw him back to the side of the Lotus Overlord. Master! At this sight, countless disciples of the Celestial Sect gasped in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. The Lord of the Celestial Sect, at the Saint Realm, has actually been defeated? Is the Lotus God truly that formidable? The impact of this moment was so profound that they remained in stunned silence for an extended period. Lord of the Celestial Sect, did you not wish to flee? The Lotus Overlord smiled faintly at the Lord, having already concealed the celestial silk in the sky, waiting for the precise moment when the Lord would attempt to escape to ensnare him. All of this was part of the Lotus Overlord's cunning plan. Truly, the Lotus God is deserving of admiration, I concede. The Lord's eyes were filled with reluctance, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Now tell me, where's the white fox you captured? The Lotus Overlord inquired coldly, regarding the Lord with an indifferent gaze. The white fox. The Lord of the Celestial Sect scoffed disdainfully, replying nonchalantly, that fox was long ago dispatched to Chowga. Chowga? The Lotus Overlord's brow furrowed. Is this not the domain of King Zhou? If Bylingner could indeed evolve into Daji, would that not be an inevitable outcome? No, Daji must remain his servant. No one else may lay claim to her. Now that I am aware, your existence is no longer necessary. With that, the murderous intent in the Lotus Overlord's eyes intensified, revealing a chilling aura of death. Please, spare me. The Lord of the Celestial Sect pleaded desperately. He had only recently ascended to the Saint Realm and could not meet his demise here. That is not for you to decide. The Lotus Overlord chuckled coldly, thrusting the fire spear fiercely. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through the Lord's throat, a look of profound unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The Lord clutched his throat, but alas, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and his vitality waned. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty leader of the Celestial Sect met his end. Ding! Host has slain the Lord of the Celestial Sect, gaining 10,000 experience points and 1 evolution point. Ding! Host's experience has reached the standard. Evolution in progress. Please wait. Ding! Host has attained the initial stage of the Saint Realm. 1 star. As the system's notifications resonated, the Lotus Overlord felt his attributes significantly enhanced. The crux of the matter lies in his prowess, which has ascended from the realm of the extraordinary to that of a sage. Such power signifies a monumental leap. Uba feels an overwhelming surge of strength within him. Should he encounter the Celestial Master now, he is confident that with a single strike, he could annihilate him. Witnessing Uba's triumph over the Celestial Master, countless disciples of the immortal sect below gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stood as if struck by lightning, utterly dazed and bereft of their senses. This Lord Uba has already slain the Dragon King of the 4 seas, and now has vanquished the sage-level Celestial Master. Such might is truly terrifying. One cannot help but wonder about the situation with the Dragon Maiden. Uba murmured to himself and swiftly soared towards her. At this moment, the battle between the Dragon Maiden and Elder 18 had escalated to a fever pitch. In just a few short minutes, the Dragon Maiden had grievously injured 3 elders. However, Elder 18 found himself at a loss against her. The Elder's attire bears an unusual aura. One elder remarked bitterly, for whenever their attacks struck the Dragon Maiden, they were invariably absorbed by a peculiar force. Hence, they were utterly powerless against her. She must be clad in the armor of 10,000 dragons. Elder 1 contemplated thoughtfully. The armor of 10,000 dragons. An elder gasped, his expression quickly turning grim. Wasn't he it said to be invulnerable in defense? How then can we confront her? No matter, Elder 1 shook his head, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let us strike together. Perhaps we can pierce through this armor of 10,000 dragons. The elders gritted their teeth, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden, today shall be your demise. Elder 1's tone was laced with a chilling resolve. He must swiftly deal with her, and then aid the Celestial Master. Demise? I believe it is you who shall meet your end. Uba's voice suddenly resonated. All eyes turned towards him, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Sage level. Chapter 98, The Uba Sect. Sage level. Elder 18 gazed in disbelief at Uba, who walked upon the air, his eyes filled with horror. The Uba god is actually broken through to the sage level? What of the master? A sense of unease crept into Elder 18's heart as he surveyed the surroundings, only to find the lifeless form of the celestial master upon the ground. Is the celestial master dead? Uba, how dare you slay the celestial master? A gasp of shock revealed the depth of Elder 18's astonishment. Each elder wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that in the confrontation between the master and Uba, it was the celestial master who had perished. This Uba is incomprehensibly powerful. I present you with two choices, submission or death. The decision lies in your hands. Uba paid no heed to their astonishment, calmly fixing his gaze upon Elder 18 with an air of tranquility. Surrender or death? In an instant, Elder 18 was thrown into a state of panic. Exchanging glances with his peers, none daring to utter a word. Yet, confronted by Uba, who had ascended to the realm of saints, and the menacing presence of the dragon maiden by his side, their chances of survival dwindled to naught. O God of Lotus, do not revel in your triumph. Our heavenly severance sect shall never yield to you. Amidst the silence that enveloped the elders, one elder suddenly raised his voice with authority. In a flash, the other elders turned their attention, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sensing their collective gaze, the elder was filled with hubris. If he could ignite their fighting spirit, defeating Uba would ensure his ascendancy as the new leader. However, as he envisioned this promising future, a wave of oppressive force descended upon him. No, he cried out, fear flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he was crushed under the weight of that pressure. Gasping at the sight, the remaining elders felt a heavy gloom settle within them. Their emotions tangled as they turned to Uba, who had unleashed his might. You may attempt to resist, but I assure you, the consequences will far exceed his fate, Uba declared, retracting his dragon's might, his gaze icy as he surveyed the elders. The elders, who had recently entertained thoughts of rebellion, were now plunged into silence, the fate of their defiant comrades serving as a stark warning. We choose to surrender. They sighed in resignation, swiftly opting for submission, recognizing that before a saint like Uba, they had no alternative. Noticing the glimmer of reluctance in their eyes, Uba's own gaze sparkled momentarily. With a mere flick of his wrist, dozens of lotus seeds materialized. He cast them forth with a swift motion, the seeds darting into the mouths of the elders with the swiftness of lightning. With the activation of the skill, Lotus Seed Soul Control, the elders' expressions grew increasingly dim. Observing this, Uba shook his head in exasperation. Had these elders truly wished to submit, such measures would have been unnecessary. Alas, they harbored no such intentions. Having completed his task, Uba stepped into the air, positioning himself above the main hall. His gaze unwavering as he regarded the thousands of terrified disciples of the heavenly severance sect below. The disciples trembled, uncertain of Uba's intentions. After a prolonged silence, Uba finally spoke, his tone devoid of emotion, yet commanding. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the heavenly severance sect shall officially be renamed the Uba sect. Uba sect. The disciples gasped, their eyes wide with reverence. This time, however, there was no hint of disdain or disbelief among them. For the once defiant Tontian had met a fate from which he could not return. Observing the dazed expressions of the disciples, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Uba's eyes as he summoned the blessing of the divine. Instantly, a golden radiance formed ripples, continuously spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the thousands of disciples within its embrace. As the golden light emanated from their beings, their gazes towards Uba brimmed with profound reverence, as if, in that moment, he had become their sole deity. Fortuitously, he had ascended to the saint realm. Otherwise, achieving such a smooth transition would have been impossible. Witnessing the effective influence of the divine blessing, Uba let out a sigh of relief. The breakthrough to the saint realm not only resulted in a qualitative leap in power, but also significantly enhanced the blessing itself. Below, the disciples of the celestial severing sect, or rather, the disciples of the Uba sect, gazed at Uba with increasingly devout expressions, their faith evidently reaching its zenith. In the next moment, thousands of disciples knelt on one knee, their voices rising in unison, proclaiming, Long live Lord Uba, unifier of the mythical realm. The echoes of their fervent chants reverberated across the mountain summit, growing fainter with distance. The fervent gazes of the crowd were fixed upon the main hall, where a young man stood with hands clasped behind his back. In that moment, Elder Baichio and the others were filled with awe. They had not anticipated that Lord Uba would ascend to such formidable prowess in the blink of an eye. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Lord. Recently, It seemed as if the mortal realm of the mythical world had erupted in excitement. The renowned celestial severing sect had astonishingly rebranded itself as the Uba sect. Furthermore, the name Uba inevitably conjured thoughts of the formidable Lord Uba, who had annihilated foes across the seas. Could the Uba of the Uba sect be the very same individual? Soon, news arrived confirming that the Uba of the Uba sect was indeed the annihilator of foes across the seas, Lord Uba. Moreover, it was reported that he had vanquished the celestial sovereign of the Saint Realm. Such a feat was monumental. In an instant, the mortal realm of the mythical world was engulfed in fervent admiration for the enigmatic Lord Uba. Uba had indeed garnered a measure of renown. Within the hall of the celestial sovereign, Uba sat majestically upon his throne, while the elders stood respectfully below, their eyes filled with awe. Lord Uba, we have ascertained that Miss Linger has been delivered to Chowga. A young man entered from outside the main hall, his gaze fervent as he addressed Uba. Joshua, you have performed admirably. Uba replied with a nod of satisfaction, recognizing that the talents of the celestial severing sect were not to be underestimated. Within merely a few tens of minutes, they had acquired news of Linger. Thank you for your commendation, Lord Uba, Joshua said, his eyes shimmering with excitement. To receive praise from Lord Uba was the pinnacle of pride for all disciples of the Uba sect. Master, what are our current plans? Asked the dragon maiden, standing beside Uba. To Chowga, he replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Uba spoke directly. Chapter 100, The Journey to Chowga. Lord Oshun, do we need to accompany you on your journey to Chowga? The Grand Elder stepped forward and inquired respectfully. No need, Uba replied, shaking his head lightly. You shall remain at the Ocean sect to expand its influence, understood? Yes, Lord Oshun. Upon hearing Uba's words, a group of elders from the Ocean sect nodded excitedly. We shall certainly elevate the Ocean sect to greater heights. Very well, Uba nodded in satisfaction. And then, with Long Nu, they vanished into thin air. This time, he did not take Elder Bai Chio or anyone else. Instead, he left the Baihu clan within the sect as divine pets. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the two, the elders looked on in astonishment. We bid farewell to Lord Oshun. In Chowga, two figures materialized in midair, despite being separated by several thousand meters. Their saint-level prowess allowed Uba and Long Nu to reach their destination in mere minutes. Under the governance of King Zhou, Chowga had flourished, bustling with activity in every direction. Master, there is no trace of Linger here, Long Nu observed, shaking her head slowly as she surveyed the vibrant city below. Although Bai Kaier was not present, as a member of the dragon clan, she could still sense the presence of some magical beasts. Clearly, Linger was not in this vicinity. We have arrived too early. She must still be en route. Let us enter the city and explore. There is no rush for the rest. Indeed, Master. With that, Uba descended with Long Nu outside the city walls. The two made their way towards the bustling heart of Chowga. True to King Zhou's domain, the area was heavily guarded, and even entry into the city required scrutiny. Outside the gates, several guards were inspecting incoming travelers. Upon noticing Uba and Long Nu approaching, they immediately inquired, Who are you? Where do you hail from? We come from Chintang Pass, Uba replied, coming to a halt. Chintang Pass? The guard paused, then, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. All right, we understand. You may enter. The guards, uninterested in conversing with someone from such a remote and impoverished area, were eager to expedite their duties. With that, Uba and Long Nu prepared to enter. Just then, a voice rang out sharply. Halt. Turning towards the source of the voice, Uba saw a man clad in luxurious garments approaching, flanked by several bodyguards. Young Master Shang. The guards' expressions changed dramatically upon seeing the elegantly dressed figure. They quickly donned accommodating smiles and rushed over. What brings you here today, young Master Shang? Slap. A sharp sound echoed as young Master Shang retracted his hand, casting a cold gaze at the guards. Enough with the flattery. You haven't even performed your duties properly. My guard, his face flushed, appeared somewhat dazed as he cautiously inquired. Young Master Shang, what is wrong with me? What is the matter with you? Young Master Shang let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as it fell upon Ba and the dragon maiden. Can you not discern that this woman belongs to the demon race? Demon race? Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly grew vigilant, retreating from Ba and the dragon maiden, their expressions filled with incredulity. This breathtakingly beautiful woman was, in fact, one of those treacherous demons? Upon hearing this, Ba furrowed his brow. Could it be that this individual could perceive the dragon maiden's draconic identity? However, the dragon maiden was of the dragon lineage, not a demon. Young Master Shang, this woman is so stunning. I assumed she was not a demon, the guard said. lowering his head in fear of receiving another slap from young Master Shang. The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to be a temptress. Young Master Shang let out a cold chuckle, yet his gaze towards the dragon maiden grew increasingly fervent. From afar, he had been captivated by her beauty at first sight. Such a woman was one he simply had to possess. Young man, hand over this demon enchantress, and you may leave. It is I who shall deal with her. Young Master Shang spoke slowly. In that moment, the crowd at the city gate finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this woman was not a demon at all. It was merely an excuse for young Master Shang to claim her. Knowing the truth but remaining silent, the crowd dared not speak out. Begone, Aoba remarked dismissively, casting a glance at young Master Shang. What? The onlookers were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. This person had the audacity to tell young Master Shang to leave? How bold? Did he not understand young Master Shang's status? You. A glint of cold malice flashed in young Master Shang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Aoba, a hint of murderous intent surfacing in his mind. You possess an audacious spirit. At that moment, the guard jumped forward, loudly rebuking. This gentleman is the eldest son of the Shang family from Chaoga. His father is a peak transcendent expert, and his power is beyond doubt. How dare you speak to him in such a manner? Transcendent? Upon hearing this, Aoba could not help but scoff derisively. Such strength was something he could crush effortlessly if he desired. Young man, you truly have an audacious spirit. In an instant, young Master Shang's fury ignited, his countenance darkening. When had he ever been treated this way in Chaoga? Was there anyone who did not show him utmost respect? Yet this young man stood before him, utterly dismissive. Seize him and incapacitate this insolent fool. As his command echoed, a group of individuals beside young Master Shang surged forth, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. To show disrespect to young Master Shang meant only one fate-awaited death. Insects. With a sigh, Uba shook his head, and the dragon lady beside him slightly released her pressure, causing the incoming attackers to instantly explode into a mist of blood. The guards of young Master Shang let out a final scream before meeting their demise. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd collectively inhaled sharply. A hushed silence fell over them, as an air of eeriness enveloped the atmosphere. To them, it appeared as though young Master Shang's guards had simply perished without a trace, transforming into blood mist as they charged forward. How could this be possible? Young Master Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. Among that group had been formidable individuals nearing the realm of the extraordinary. How could they vanish into thin air? It must surely be the doing of this brat. In his mind, young Master Shang attributed the cause to Uba, yet he failed to realize that if Uba was capable of such feats, what terrifying level of power must he possess? Anger filled young Master Shang's gaze as he glared fiercely at Uba. Is it you? Chapter 102 now? Do you still wish to kill me? Upon hearing young Master Shang's words, Uba squinted slightly, slowly raising his hand towards him. What is he planning to do? The onlookers gasped in surprise at this unfolding event. In the next moment, Uba lifted his hand, and young Master Shang's body was inexplicably raised into the air. Let go of me, you brat. Release me. With his body being lifted inexplicably, young Master Shang's face turned crimson as he struggled frantically. Let go of you? A cold smile crept across Uba's lips as he clenched his hand tightly. With a scream, young Master Shang's breath was abruptly cut off, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Clearly, he was dead. Young Master Shang? The crowd around them was struck with horror, their expressions shifting as they called out frantically. Alas, no matter how they shouted, young Master Shang offered no response. The onlookers were engulfed in shock. Young Master Shang was dead? He killed young Master Shang. In an instant, all gazes turned toward Uba, filled with terror. They understood that the death of young Master Shang would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire kingdom of Chaoga, though they knew Uba had slain young Master Shang. Not a single person dared to step forward to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Uba and the dragon lady departed. Once inside the city of Chaoga, Uba couldn't help but marvel at its prosperity. After wandering the bustling streets for a while, he halted, casting a cold glance around. At some point, the once lively street had become eerily deserted. No need to hide. Come out. Uba spoke slowly, noting how swiftly the Shang family had arrived. Your Excellency, you must also be a formidable being. Do you not think it excessive to act so harshly towards a junior? As the words of Uba fell, several figures emerged from the shadows, the foremost being a middle-aged man, Shang Yin, the father of Shang Gongzi. Excessive? And what of it? Uba replied nonchalantly. I believe you owe me an explanation, Shang Yin said coldly, suppressing the rage within him. He had never anticipated that in just a matter of minutes, his son would be killed, were it not for the possibility that the adversary was also a being of extraordinary prowess. Shang Yin would have wasted no time in executing him. An explanation, you say? What kind of explanation do you seek? Oba inquired. A life for a life, surely. You have encountered this principle before. Shang Yan's tone turned frigid as he spoke to Oba. Oh, it seems you wish to claim my life. Oba smiled slightly, regarding Shang Yin with utter disregard. Indeed. With that, Shang Yin and his companions charged forth with the swiftness of a striking serpent, intent on vanquishing Oba in an instant. Yet, in the face of such aggression, Oba remained composed, slowly uttering a single word. As the word escaped his lips, a remarkable scene unfolded. Just as Shang Yin and his companions rushed forward, their bodies suddenly became immobilized. What is happening? Though their bodies were rendered motionless, they could at least still speak. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, Shang Yin was struck with horror. Now, do you still wish to kill me? Oba observed him with a smile. In that fleeting moment, Shang Yin seemed to grasp the truth. This was the doing of the man before him. Chapter 103, An Unexpected Encounter with a Follower. But how could he, a being of extraordinary power, render him immobile with but a word? He himself was at the pinnacle of extraordinary strength. In that instant, a disquieting thought flickered through Shang Yan's mind. Could it be that the man before him is a sage-level being? Gazing at Oba's smiling face, Shang Yan became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. His voice trembling as he asked, "Who are you? When did a sage-level being emerge within the realm of Chaoga, unbeknownst to anyone?" "I." Oba smiled slightly and replied, "You may refer to me as Lord Ocean." "What, Lord Ocean?" Upon hearing Oba's words, Shang Yin and his companions felt as though a tempest had surged within them, rendering them as if struck by lightning. He is none other than the renowned Lord Ocean. Shang Yin was aware of the establishment of the Ocean sect, yet he had never imagined that the illustrious Lord Ocean would appear here. In an instant, Shang Yan's gaze transformed, ignited with fervor. This gaze was familiar to Oba, reminiscent of the reverent looks bestowed upon him by the thousands of disciples of the Ocean sect. Lu Oba furrowed his brow, pondering whether this individual could be one of his followers. "Lord Ocean, I am indeed your devotee." In the next moment, Shang Yan's fervent words confirmed Lu Oba's suspicions. With a wave of his hand, Lu Oba lifted the oppressive force he had exerted on Shang Yin and his companions. "Lord Ocean, I am Shang Yin, and I apologize for the inadequate reception," Shang Yin proclaimed, kneeling on one knee alongside his companions, exuding utmost sincerity. "Having just slain your son, do you no longer harbor resentment towards me?" Lu Oba, uncertain of Shang Yan's authenticity, cautiously inquired. "It is my failure to properly discipline my son. Your reprimands are justified." "Lord Ocean, it matters not. I can always have another, as I am blessed with many wives." Shang Yin shook his head, sincerity unwavering in his eyes. This left Lu Oba somewhat suspicious, contemplating whether this fellow had been ensnared by the soul-controlling powers of the lotus seeds. Yet, Shang Yin felt a wave of relief, his heart brimming with fury towards Shang Gongzi. This man dared to provoke Lord Ocean. Was he courting death? Moreover, he sought to drag the entire Shang family into this peril. "Very well, since you harbor no desire for vengeance, I shall not impose further," Lu Oba remarked, shaking his head lightly. "Thank you, Lord Ocean," Shang Yin replied, nodding enthusiastically before asking, "Lord Ocean, would you care to visit my Shang family?" "That will not be necessary," Lu Oba replied, shaking his head once more. He had to rescue Bai Linger. "Very well," Shang Yin said, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. "Master, I have sensed Bai Linger's presence." At that moment, the dragon maiden interjected suddenly. "Where?" Lu Oba's eyes brightened with interest. "Within the palace," the dragon maiden responded. Lu Oba was taken aback, surprised that Bai Linger had been brought to the king so swiftly. "Inside the palace, you say?" he mused. Charging in recklessly would undoubtedly provoke a commotion, alarming the king, which could lead to dire consequences. He needed to devise a plan that would allow him to enter unnoticed. Suddenly, Lu Oba's gaze fell upon Shang Yin, who appeared utterly devoted. "Lord Ocean, may I inquire if there is something you require?" Shang Yin asked, noticing Lu Oba's unwavering attention. With a slight smile and piercing eyes, Lu Oba replied, "Indeed, guide me into the palace." Chapter 104. What on earth has transpired? Minutes later, Lu Oba and his entourage arrived at the imperial palace. As they surveyed the scene, they observed numerous commoners, captured and forced to toil in the construction of the palace. Whenever they paused for breath, soldiers would whip them mercilessly, some already bearing the scars of their suffering. Yet the soldiers showed no signs of relenting. Truly, the king was a notorious tyrant. Witnessing this injustice, Lu Oba sighed and shook his head. However, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that tackling the symptoms rather than the root cause was futile. Eliminating the source, King Zhou, was paramount. "Lord Ocean, We are nearing the main hall of the palace, Shang Yin stated respectfully as he walked alongside Luo Ba. Nodding slightly, Ba and his companions continued their journey forward. At that moment, a group of soldiers took notice of them. Halt! The soldiers approached, frowning as they scrutinized Ba and his entourage. Who are you? Ba furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, but beside him, Shang Yin stepped forward and coldly admonished. How dare you stop me? Shang Yin was eager to prove his worth to Lord O, and thus was quick to assert himself. You? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The leading soldier cast a glance at Shang Yin, realizing he was merely dressed in fine attire. Likely just a wealthy individual. However, this was the imperial palace. No matter how affluent one might be, offending King Zhou was unwise. Shang Yin clenched his teeth, feeling humiliated at the soldier's words in front of Ba. Just as he was about to take action against the soldier, a figure rushed in, delivering a powerful blow that sent the lead soldier flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Captain. Upon witnessing this, the other soldiers gasped, ready to retaliate. But they quickly recognized the newcomer, Director Lin. However, Lin, at that moment, had no time to address them. He stared at Shang Yin in sheer terror and cautiously inquired. Senior Shang, what brings you to the palace? Seeing Lin's obsequious demeanor, the soldiers were momentarily stunned before a realization struck them. Senior Shang. The only person capable of eliciting such deference from Director Lin, bearing the surname Shang, could only be the renowned Shang Yin, one of the top 10 powerhouses in Chaoga. At the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, they were taken aback to find themselves in the presence of such a figure. Noticing Lin's ingratiating smile, Shang Yin's anger subsided somewhat. Furrowing his brow, he spoke in a somewhat frosty tone. Director Lin, you ought to manage your subordinates better. Offending the wrong person could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Senior Shang is absolutely right. I shall certainly reprimand these ignorant fools, Lin replied, chuckling nervously while casting a fierce glare at the soldiers behind him. These rascals had nearly caused him to offend someone important. Hearing Lin's words, the soldiers shuddered involuntarily, fully aware of the predicament they found themselves in. Director Lin, if there's nothing further, we shall take our leave, Shang Yin stated coolly. Please, Senior Shang. Do take care, Lin nodded vigorously, internally wishing for Shang Yin and his companions to depart swiftly. Wait, at that moment, Ba, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Observing the throngs of formidable individuals passing by, he furrowed his brow and inquired nonchalantly, is there something significant occurring today? Why are there so many powerful figures around? Chapter 105. If you dare to kill her, I shall not hesitate to kill you. Upon hearing Ba's words, Lin Dutu felt compelled to respond. For he was in the presence of a powerful ally. He gathered his thoughts and said, My friend, you may not be aware, but recently, the Celestial Academy intends to recruit disciples in our great Shang. King Zhou is summoning formidable forces from all quarters to prepare for the construction of the Celestial Platform to welcome the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy? Ba echoed, taken aback. He realized he had never heard of such an establishment in the realm of mythology. It seemed that the wonders of this mythical world surpassed his wildest imaginations. The Celestial Sect and King Zhou were merely the tip of the iceberg in this enchanting realm. Indeed, the Celestial Academy. As Lin Dutu spoke, his eyes sparkled with longing. For it was rumored that the Academy had once boasted powerful beings whose names graced the divine list. Names on the divine list. At this revelation, Ba's eyes gleamed with newfound interest, as he recognized that being inscribed on the divine list signified the presence of the mightiest forces in the mortal realm of the mythical world. It appeared that the Celestial Academy warranted further exploration if the opportunity arose. Having resolved his thoughts, Ba felt no need for further inquiries and waved his hand, signaling Lin Dutu to take his leave. Continuing to follow Shang Yin, they soon arrived at the main hall. Shang Yin, I shall proceed alone from here, Ba remarked, casting a glance at the grand hall before turning away. As you command, Lord Ao, Shang Yin replied, nodding obediently, though uncertain of Ba's intentions. He nonetheless departed without question. Taking a deep breath, Ba entered the hall with the dragon maiden by his side. Inside, King Zhou reclined comfortably on his dragon throne, while the assembled ministers and officials bowed respectfully, awaiting his command. Shengongbao, where is the rare spirit fox that the Celestial Sect promised me? King Zhou inquired, casting a casual glance at the man clad in black beside him. Your Majesty, the spirit fox is here, Shengongbao replied with a smile, signaling to a nearby attendant. The attendant promptly produced a cage within which a dazzling white fox lay, its identity unmistakably that of Bai Linger. Bai Linger's mouth appeared to be muzzled, leaving her to glare wide-eyed at King Zhou, her fur bristling with distress. Indeed, she is worthy of the title of a rare spirit fox, King Zhou remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he observed Bai Ling'er's lively demeanor. His intentions, however, were not to keep the fox as a pet. Rather, he envisioned the nourishing benefits of brewing a stew from such a rare creature. As this thought crossed his mind, King Zhou's gaze toward Bai Ling'er was filled with a glint of desire. Bai Ling'er, acutely aware of King Zhou's intense scrutiny, felt a surge of despair. She had yet to transform into a nine-tailed fox, nor had she the chance to bid farewell to Lord Ao. The injustice of her predicament weighed heavily upon her heart. Meanwhile, the ministers and officials below had already commenced their celebrations in honor of King Zhou. Congratulations to the king on the auspicious birth of the millennial spirit fox. Your divine skills shall surely flourish, a cause for celebration. Ha ha. Hearing the words of the ministers and officials, King Zhou's smile widened, unable to contain his laughter. Bring me that spirit fox and slay it. In the next moment, King Zhou could hardly wait to witness the culmination of his powers. In contrast, Bai Ling'er was engulfed in despair. Suddenly, she seemed to catch sight of a familiar figure. If you dare to kill her today, I shall not hesitate to take your life. Chapter 106. The shock of King Zhou and his ministers. What? At that instant, the ministers and officials were incredulous, gazing in astonishment at the two figures slowly approaching from outside the hall. Who dares to threaten the king? How audacious! In an instant, the entire hall erupted in chaos, fear gripping everyone. How could someone so brazenly declare their intent to harm King Zhou? This was sheer audacity. Who are you to threaten me? A cold glint flickered in King Zhou's eyes as he regarded the approaching Uba and dragon maiden with disdain. Uba chuckled lightly, yet before he could respond, someone among the ministers recognized him. Your Majesty, he is the youngest son of Li Jing from the Eastern Pass, Neza. Li Jing's son. Could it be that Li Jing is plotting rebellion? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixed incredulously on Uba. King Zhou sneered coldly. Li Jing? How amusing. You dare to threaten me. Wait, compared to Neza, I prefer you refer to me by another title. Uba smiled faintly, his gaze steady upon the crowd. What title? The crowd was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning. Lord God. As his words echoed throughout the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, a gasp of astonishment broke the stillness. Lord God. Inside the hall, the ministers and officials, including King Zhou himself, looked at Uba in disbelief. The son of Li Jing, Neza, was actually the recently famed Lord God? Is this the same Lord God who subdued the four seas, vanquished the four dragon kings, and transformed the celestial sect into the God sect? One official appeared dazed, every tale he recounted capable of striking terror into the hearts of all, especially upon noticing the pair of glimmering dragon horns atop the head of the woman beside Uba. Their suspicions were further confirmed. This is indeed Lord God. What? Still in doubt, Uba gazed at the astonished assembly within the hall, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The expression on King Zhou's face was one of profound complexity. Possessing only extraordinary strength, he felt utterly uncertain in the presence of the rumored Lotus deity. Moreover, the most critical factor was that although the Shang dynasty had sage-level experts, there was no time for rescue. King Zhou, if you wish to survive, swiftly surrender that white fox to me, Uba declared coldly, his tone now devoid of warmth. Lord Lotus deity, could it be that this white fox is your acquaintance? King Zhou replied with a bitter smile, speaking slowly. Do not attempt to stall for time. I assure you, before your reinforcements arrive, you will witness your own head severed from your body. Uba replied indifferently, fully aware of King Zhou's little ruse. Had he not feared that King Zhou might resort to a desperate act, jeopardizing Bai Ling'er, Uba would have acted long ago. King Zhou's expression shifted, yet he found himself devoid of options. He sighed, Shingongbao, hand over the white fox. Yes, your Majesty, Shingongbao nodded. Then picked up the cage and slowly approached Uba. Lord Lotus deity, here is the white fox you requested. Chapter 107. The Celestial Academy. Glimpsing at the white fox within the cage, Bai Ling'er was now in tears, moved by Uba's arrival to rescue her. Fortunately, aside from her excitement, she seemed unharmed, which eased Uba's heart. Had anything happened to her, he would not have spared King Zhou. Lord Lotus deity, you see, I have delivered the white fox to you. There is no need for you to make things difficult for me. King Zhou cautiously regarded Uba, his confidence wavering, fearful that Uba might suddenly strike back. Well, Uba pondered briefly, contemplating whether to kill King Zhou or spare him. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out, Report, Your Majesty. The seniors from the Celestial Academy have arrived. Immediately, a guard rushed in. What? The seniors from the Celestial Academy have arrived? Upon hearing this, King Zhou sighed in relief, breaking into hearty laughter. With the Celestial Academy's presence, it seemed Uba would not dare to kill him. Come, let us go greet the seniors from the Celestial Academy. King Zhou laughed heartily, then completely disregarded Uba, leading his ministers toward the Celestial platform. The Celestial Academy has arrived? Uba, too, heard the guard's announcement and was somewhat astonished. They had come rather swiftly. Master, what shall we do? Long Nu inquired, looking at Uba. Let us also go and take a look, Uba replied, intrigued by the Celestial Academy, which had left its mark on the investiture of the gods. At the Celestial platform, as Uba arrived, King Zhou and his ministers were already waiting. Look, they are here. The Celestial Academy has arrived. Suddenly, an official pointed toward the sky, prompting everyone to glance upward. Above the sky, a colorful cloud drifted by, and a group of individuals stood upon it, exuding an ethereal aura. They walked upon the air. Astonishingly, 6 formidable beings of the Saint Realm had arrived, a grand display from the Celestial Academy. Witnessing this scene, Oba narrowed his eyes slightly. This group's ability to soar was undoubtedly facilitated by the colorful cloud, propelled by the 6 Saint Realm experts. Moments later, the members of the Celestial Academy descended onto the divine platform. King Zhou, accompanied by his ministers, approached with utmost respect, graciously welcoming the esteemed seniors of the Celestial Academy to the Great Shang, lamenting his inadequate reception. No harm done, came a voice, cold yet divine, as the group from the Celestial Academy gracefully descended from the platform. To the astonishment of the crowd, the leader was a woman. This appeared to be the Snow-Cold Fairy. Suddenly, someone among the ministers recognized her, exclaiming in surprise, the Snow-Cold Fairy, the one who joined the Celestial Academy and broke through to the Saint Realm in less than a year. Instantly, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they gazed at the stunning woman, astonished by her extraordinary prowess. Oba fixed his gaze on the Snow-Cold Fairy, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Perhaps he should consider taking this celestial beauty as a maid. Her strength was barely adequate. As he pondered this, the Snow-Cold Fairy fortuitously glanced his way. In an instant, their eyes met. Chapter 108. The Snow-Cold Fairy, however, the Snow-Cold Fairy soon shifted her gaze away. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Oba could not help but admire her beauty. Unlike the aloof elegance of the Dragon Maiden, the Snow-Cold Fairy possessed a celestial charm. They were equally matched in allure. King Zhou, have all the guests arrived? The Snow-Cold Fairy spoke slowly, her voice imbued with a subtle chill, yet it was melodious and captivating. Hearing her, King Zhou felt a rush of reverence, but dared not harbor any impure thoughts about her, for this woman could easily crush him with a mere finger. Indeed, they have all arrived, he replied hastily. He then addressed Shen Gongbao. Please summon all the powerful beings of the Great Shang. Understood, Your Majesty. Shen Gongbao nodded and promptly departed. After a brief interval, Shen Gongbao returned, accompanied by the very group of formidable Great Shang warriors that Oba had previously observed in the palace. Snow-Cold Fairy. These are the powerful beings of our Great Shang, King Zhou declared, his lips curling into a smile as he surveyed the spirited warriors, feeling a surge of confidence. Is this all? The Snow-Cold Fairy's brow subtly furrowed as she regarded the assembly before her. The individuals present possess abilities that only reach the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm, which falls short of her expectations. Nevertheless, the process must still be followed. The Snowy Cold Fairy gazed at the crowd, her voice as frigid as ice. I assume you all wish to join my Heavenly Divine Academy? Certainly. Isn't that an obvious statement? I am here expressly to join. In an instant, the powerful figures of the great merchant dynasty expressed their eagerness, their tones filled with excitement. The thought of soon becoming a part of the legendary Heavenly Divine Academy exhilarated them. Very well, the Snowy Cold Fairy nodded. Joining the Heavenly Divine Academy is quite simple. You merely need to defeat him, and the Academy will welcome you at any time. As her words resonated, a young man stepped forward beside her, his face adorned with an air of defiance. He is at the Extraordinary Realm. You may attack him at will. Extraordinary Realm. Instantly, the crowd scoffed, and a burly man stepped forth, bellowing, a mere Extraordinary Realm? It appears I shall easily conquer the Heavenly Divine Academy. With that, he charged forward. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the man was sent flying back. Next, the young man remarked with a cold smirk, his demeanor unfazed. You. The powerful figures of the great merchant dynasty were incensed, one after another charging into battle. Unfortunately, each one who rushed forward was swiftly sent sprawling. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled ministers were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. The disciples of the Heavenly Divine Academy were overwhelmingly strong. It was almost absurd. One individual could effortlessly contend against the multitude of powerful figures from the great merchant dynasty. The expression of King Zhou darkened, his mood soured. If not a single strong warrior from his dynasty succeeded in entering the heavenly divine academy, not only would he fail to secure their protection, but he would also lose face. Bang! The young man's final punch shattered any lingering hope within King Zhou's heart. Not a single warrior from the great merchant dynasty had succeeded. It seemed there was no one worth considering among their ranks. The young man retracted his fist, a look of disdain gracing his features. The ministers, too, could not help but lower their heads in shame. As silence enveloped the crowd, the snowy cold fairy turned her gaze towards Oba and remarked coolly, "Will you not make a move? Me?" Upon hearing his name, Oba's lips curled into a slight smile. The snowy cold fairy nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Snowy cold fairy, he is not my opponent." As the snowy cold fairy directed her attention towards Oba, King Zhou's expression shifted, and he hurriedly attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by Oba. "I won't intervene. He is not my match, and there is no need for me to act." In that instant, not only were the members of the Heavenly Divine Academy taken aback, but even the recently defeated powerful figures of the great merchant dynasty stood stunned. This young man was astonishingly arrogant. Did you not observe that none of those formidable elites could stand against this young man? The young disciple of the Celestial Academy furrowed his brow, preparing to unleash his frustration, but was halted by the gentle intervention of the snowy fairy. "Who, in your opinion, could be your adversary?" she inquired with a subtle smile, devoid of any trace of anger. Let me think," Uba mused, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. In the next moment, he confidently declared, "Apart from you, the rest are utterly incapable." What? The moment Uba uttered those words, astonishment swept through the crowd. Did he not realize that the snowy fairy was at the Saint Realm? Moreover, there were 5 other masters present at the same level. "And how many moves do you believe you could withstand from me?" The snowy fairy remained unfazed, her lips still curling into a delicate smile. "2 moves," Uba replied solemnly, raising 2 fingers with utmost seriousness. 2 moves. Instantly, several Saint Realm experts from the Celestial Academy could not suppress their derisive laughter. "Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant. The snowy fairy's prowess has reached the initial stage of the Saint Realm, making her the strongest among us. How dare you claim it would only take 2 moves? It is utterly laughable." Setting aside the snowy fairy's formidable strength, her mastery of various celestial arts alone would enable her to contend with all 5 of them simultaneously. Just when the crowd anticipated an explosive reaction from the snowy fairy, she unexpectedly released a melodious laugh. "Lord Uba truly possesses a sense of humor." "Lord Uba?" At her words, both the Celestial Academy and the powerful merchants present turned their astonished gazes toward him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they realized he was indeed Lord Uba. It was no wonder he dared to utter such audacious claims. If he truly were Lord Uba, he might just be capable of such feats. "Oh, you recognize me?" Uba expressed surprise upon hearing the snowy fairy unveil his identity. Could it be that the Celestial Academy had begun to take notice of him? In the mortal realm today, who was unfamiliar with the name of Lord Uba? The snowy fairy's eyes seemed to twinkle with amusement as she regarded him. "However, I find it hard to believe that Lord Uba could defeat me in just 2 moves." As her words echoed, the snowy fairy underwent a transformation. The warmth in her gaze gradually gave way to an icy demeanor. Each individual harbors their own pride, especially someone of her caliber, the pride of the Celestial Academy. Ever since her induction, her strength had soared exponentially, elevating her to the status of a cherished gem within the Academy. "We may as well put it to the test, but..." Uba chuckled, continuing, "If I lose, you may demand any request. However, should you lose, you must serve as my maid." Chapter 110. 2 moves. What? Upon hearing the words of Lord Uba, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, while those from the Celestial Academy were filled with indignation. How could this Uba dare to suggest that the illustrious Fairy Shuahan serve as his foot warmer? Fairy Shuahan, the pride of the Celestial Academy, deserved far more respect than to be reduced to such a role. "How audacious of you, Lord Uba, to jest so freely." In response, Fairy Shuahan smiled gracefully, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of frost. "Then, esteemed Elder Uba, why not give it a try?" As her words fell, a chill enveloped her, and the temperature around her plummeted. With a resounding crack, it seemed even the air had been frozen. Indeed, she was the Fairy Shuahan, the epitome of strength and beauty. The onlookers marveled at the scene. The pride of the Celestial Academy was formidable indeed. When she chose to act, she did so with astonishing power. In the face of her display, Uba merely smiled subtly, raising 2 fingers. In an instant, he vanished from sight. "Look, Lord Uba has moved." The crowd gasped, their shock palpable. His speed was astonishing, almost ghostly. They could barely discern even a shadow of him. Where had Uba gone? Fairy Shuahan narrowed her eyes, vigilance coursing through her as she scanned her surroundings, her heart racing with unease. From the moment Uba had disappeared, she felt utterly devoid of his presence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Suddenly, a figure materialized before her. There stood Lord Uba. The officials gasped in unison as Shuahan turned to face him. He was now merely a few meters away. A golden opportunity. Her eyes sparkled as she summoned a shard of icy energy into her hand. Yet, just as she prepared to strike, she caught a glimmer of golden light in Uba's eyes. With a roar, a wave of draconic might surged forth, penetrating the very essence of her soul, rendering her momentarily stunned, her pupils dilating in shock, as if her spirit had been cast adrift. Although the surrounding crowd did not experience the same intensity as Shuahan, they too were swept away by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground in disarray. Was this draconic might? King Zhou struggled to rise, his demeanor humbled. As a ruler, he prided himself on being the son of destiny and a child of the true dragon, yearning for such power. Yet, he was but a mortal, forever incapable of wielding draconic might. In this moment, however, he witnessed that power emanating from a mere human, Lord Uba. His emotions swirled within him, a tempest of envy and complexity. Soon, a group of individuals from the Celestial Academy reacted, particularly the 5 powerful saints whose hearts were seized by a wave of trepidation. They never anticipated that the strength of the Lotus deity would be so formidable. Even the residual force of the dragon's might was sufficient to cause them to falter. Shuahan Fairy, are you unharmed? However, they then noticed that Shuahan Fairy, who stood at the epicenter of the dragon's might, remained in a dazed state. Their expressions shifted dramatically, yet no matter how they called out, Shuahan Fairy showed no sign of response. Lotus deity, how dare you slay Shuahan Fairy? You will face endless retribution from the Celestial Academy. Chapter 111. The third maid, rest assured, she is not so fragile. It is not so easy to extinguish her life. Lotus Boss smiled faintly and slowly snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, akin to a thunderous storm, Shuahan Fairy instantly regained her senses. A profound shock flickering in her eyes, filled with dread. She had not expected the Lotus deity's prowess to be so overwhelming. Merely by harnessing a fraction of dragon's might, he had managed to suppress her completely. Moreover, had it truly been a life-and-death battle, the Lotus deity could have dispatched her hundreds, even thousands of times over. This time, she, the pride of the Celestial Academy, had suffered a resounding defeat. I concede. Despite her immense reluctance, Shuahan Fairy gracefully admitted her defeat. Upon hearing these words, the Celestial Academy and the ministers of the King of Zhou were utterly astonished. As fellow saints, the Lotus deity had indeed triumphed over Shuahan Fairy in merely 2 moves. Such an occurrence could only be described as awe-inspiring. Since you have lost, it is time to fulfill the wager, Lotus Ba remarked coolly, gazing at Shuahan Fairy. What? The Lotus deity truly intended for Shuahan Fairy to serve as his footmaid. Lotus deity, do not overreach. A saint from the Celestial Academy glared at Lotus Ba, shouting furiously. If Shuahan Fairy were to truly become the Lotus deity's footmaid, what would become of the Celestial Academy's dignity? Lotus Ba paid him no heed, instead fixing his gaze on Shuahan Fairy. If you are untrustworthy, how can you expect to leave your name on the divine ranking? How can you transcend this mortal realm and ascend to the divine? Lotus Ba's words seemed imbued with an irresistible charm, and a spark ignited in Shuahan Fairy's eyes. She lowered her head slightly, as if grappling with an important decision. In the next moment, gathering her courage, her ears tinged with a faint blush, she uttered, "Master." My master. What? Although Shuahan Fairy's voice was as delicate as a whisper, everyone present possessed a modicum of strength. Upon hearing her words, they all gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shuahan Fairy had indeed referred to the Lotus deity as her master. How is this possible? King Zhou could barely speak, his gaze towards Lady Shuahan filled with envy. To have such a celestial beauty, a paragon of grace, address one as master is undoubtedly a dream cherished by men across the realm. Excellent. Upon hearing Lady Shuahan's words, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Aoba's eyes, for she was the first to voluntarily call him master. Shuahan, I hereby declare you my 3rd foot-warming maid. The 3rd? Lady Shuahan paused, aware that Aoba's first maid was the Dragon Maiden, yet curious about who the 3rd could be. Yes, the 3rd. Aoba nodded, offering no further explanation, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the white spirit, who was nestled against the Dragon Maiden. The second, maid, was naturally reserved for the white spirit. But he had refrained from announcing it, waiting for her evolution into Daji. Master, will you join our Celestial Academy? At that moment, Lady Shuahan asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for Aoba's affirmative response. After all, in her heart, if Aoba were to attend the Celestial Academy, coupled with their training and his innate talent, he would surely ascend to the ranks of the divine list. No need. Aoba shook his head, decisively rejecting the offer. While the Celestial Academy was alluring to ordinary individuals, for him, it was merely a constraint. But master, hearing Aoba's words, Lady Shuahan hesitated, gazing at him with confusion. Surely, if he joined the Celestial Academy, he would undoubtedly etch his name upon the divine list. Enough. I understand your thoughts. Aoba interrupted her, shaking his head as he met her gaze directly. Even without the Celestial Academy, I can still reach the pinnacle of the divine list. Reach the pinnacle of the divine list. At this declaration, the Celestial Academy and King Zhou were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. It was unimaginable that Lord Aoba's ambition was the divine list. It is worth noting that throughout the ages, only one had ever attained such a feat within the Celestial Academy. Moreover, that individual was renowned as a prodigy in the mythological realm, far surpassing Aoba's current fame. Master, Lady Shuahan parted her crimson lips, the words lingering on the tip of her tongue, unsure of how to proceed. Do you doubt me? Aoba cast a cold glance at Lady Shuahan, speaking with a hint of indifference. Of course not. Naturally, she believed in her master. Hearing this, Lady Shuahan felt a sudden jolt, her gaze flitting anxiously towards Aoba. As a wave of confusion washed over her, although she had merely called him master, for some reason, her sense of dependency on him was growing ever stronger. Little did Lady Shuahan realize that her emotions were being subtly influenced by Aoba's divine protection. Just trust me. Luoba nodded in satisfaction and inquired, where is the location of the Celestial Academy? You may return now. I shall seek you out again later. Huh, master, you aren't taking me with you? The cold snow fairy was taken aback, and a sense of urgency washed over her. As the warm-foot servant of Lord Ocean, was she truly to be left behind? Upon hearing the words of their esteemed lady, the members of the Celestial Academy immediately darkened in countenance. The cold snow fairy's address of master hinted at her thoughts of escaping the Celestial Academy. Cold snow fairy, you belong to our Celestial Academy. In exasperation, the members hurriedly exclaimed, fearing that if they hesitated even a moment longer, their precious lady would flee with Luoba. Oh, indeed. At that moment, the cold snow fairy finally comprehended and nodded her head in realization. Watching this scene unfold, the members of the Celestial Academy could only offer wry smiles. Master, when shall you come to fetch me? The cold snow fairy asked again, unwilling to let go. For some reason, she felt that remaining by Luoba's side would allow her strength to soar. There's no rush. Luoba shook his head, indicating that he did not require the company of so many at present. Very well. Hearing this, the cold snow fairy felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she obediently nodded. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she blinked her large eyes at Luoba and asked, Master, will you attend the divine sacrifice in 2 months? The divine sacrifice? Luoba paused, perplexed by this unfamiliar concept. Master, you don't know? The cold snow fairy was astonished, then explained. This is one of the grandest celebrations in the mortal realm of the mythological world, where powerful figures from all walks of life gather. Powerful figures? Rather than concerning himself with the celebration, Luoba's eyes gleamed at the mention of strong adversaries. Strong figures were equivalent to evolution points, after all. Chapter 113. Those who offend the solitary must perish. So, the divine sacrifice held such advantages. How could Luoba resist? I shall go. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed the cold snow fairy's beautiful eyes, and she eagerly nodded in response. Then, master, we shall meet at the divine sacrifice in 2 months. Luoba nodded lightly. Having concluded this matter, he had no intention of joining the Celestial Academy, nor did he wish to linger. As Luoba prepared to depart, the assembly lowered their heads respectfully and exclaimed, We bid farewell to Lord Ocean. However, just as Luoba turned to leave, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned to gaze at King Zhou, his tone icy. King Zhou, should you dare to lay a finger on even a hair of anyone from Qintang Pass, prepare to meet your demise. With that, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Luoba and the dragon lady vanished from sight, leaving behind a trembling crowd to bid him farewell. Very well, King Zhou. Now that not a single one from the Great Shang has been selected, the Celestial Academy has no reason to offer you protection. Farewell. Once Luoba departed, the cold snow fairy reverted to her previously frosty demeanor. After the snow-cold fairy uttered these words, she departed without a trace of reluctance. Observing the retreating silhouette of the Heavenly Academy, King Zhou clenched his teeth in frustration, his heart brimming with discontent. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Shen Gongbao respectfully inquired, standing cautiously beside the king. It's all that damned Lotus Goddess' fault. How infuriating. King Zhou vented his wrath upon the Lotus Overlord, lamenting that if not for the latter's unexpected appearance, the Millennium Spirit Fox could have been his, and perhaps even a spot at the Heavenly Academy would have been secured. Alas, all of this was thwarted by the sudden emergence of that accursed Lotus God. Shen Gongbao, fetch all the inhabitants of Chintang Pass, including the Leaf family. As King Zhou's anger intensified, he commanded Shen Gongbao, capture the people of Chintang Pass. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao's expression changed, and he cautiously replied, Your Majesty, this may not be prudent. Not prudent? Why is it not prudent? Did the Lotus God not just declare that we must not harm the people of Chintang Pass? King Zhou scoffed coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Just because he said we must not act, does that mean we cannot? Yet, Shen Gongbao hesitated. But the Lotus God is a sage-level power. A sage-level power? Do you think that our entire Shang dynasty lacks a sage-level expert? King Zhou sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you implying that you intend to? Shen Gongbao's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Is it possible that you wish to summon that one? It is said that he has reached sage level long ago. Haha. I want the world to know that anyone who provokes me must meet their demise. King Zhou laughed maniacally, as the officials trembled on the ground in fear. Then, Your Majesty, shall we directly execute the people of Chintang Pass, or bring them to meet you? Shen Gongbao asked once more. How could I kill them there at Chintang Pass? They must be brought to Chaoga so that the world can witness my might in slaughtering them, so that all may understand my power. The frenzied expression on King Zhou's face intensified as he waved his hand. Go, bring them all back. Chapter 114. The Demon God Cult. Moments later, within the Grand Hall of the Lotus God Cult, the figures of Lotus Overlord and the Dragon Lady materialized. Who is it? Their sudden appearance startled the guards of the main hall, prompting a loud shout. It is I, Lotus Overlord gestured, and a faint golden light of protection enveloped him. Lord Lotus God. Recognizing the familiar aura, one guard's eyes brightened in delight, exclaiming, Lord Lotus God, you have finally returned. What has happened? Noticing the guard's reaction, Lotus Overlord furrowed his brow, wondering if something had transpired within the Lotus God cult during his brief absence. I'm not sure, but you should head to the conference hall. The elders are quite anxious. The guard shook his head and replied slowly. Understood. Uba nodded, feeling a twinge of unease. For this was his inaugural display of strength. Should anything go awry at this juncture, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. In the next moment, Uba and the Dragon Maiden transformed into a flash of white light, reappearing in the conference room. Upon entering, the elders were all consumed with worry. Having failed to notice Uba's arrival, Elder Baichio, what has transpired? Uba inquired as he approached. Lord Ocean, you have returned. Upon hearing Uba's voice, the furrowed brows of the elders seemed to relax, though they remained perplexed. What has happened? Uba pressed. Elder Baichio, having noticed the sleeping Baelinger on the Dragon Maiden's shoulder, let out a sigh of relief. He then spoke slowly. Lord Ocean, atop the mountain of the Ocean sect, we have discovered a slumbering beast, which we believe to be the auspicious creature Qilin. The auspicious creature Qilin? Uba was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a sign of good fortune? Did it not herald the flourishing of the Ocean sect? Why then did the faces of Elder Baichio and the others appear so grim? With a sigh, Elder Baichio continued. Regrettably, we are not the sole sect to have made this discovery. Our old rival, the Yaoshan sect, has also located the Qilin. The Yaoshan sect? Uba's brows knitted in concern. Indeed, the Grand Elder confirmed with a wry smile. Had it not been for our geographical advantage, the Yaoshan sect would have long since consumed us. They boast 3 powerful beings at the saint level. 3. That is 2 more than we have ever had. Are you suggesting that the Yaoshan sect intends to seize the Qilin from us? The Grand Elder's implication was clear. The Yaoshan sect had set their sights on both the Qilin and the Ocean sect itself. They have issued a challenge, 3 days hence, at the summit of Yaoshan. Elder Baichio lamented. They dare to challenge us? A smirk played at the corners of Uba's mouth. The Yaoshan sect was proving to be quite intriguing. Lord Ocean, shall we accept their challenge? The Grand Elder hesitated, acutely aware that the Ocean sect's only saint-level powerhouse was Uba himself. Against 3 adversaries of equal rank, the odds seemed daunting. What the Grand Elder did not realize was that Uba was not one to shy away from confrontation. A cold smile graced his lips as he replied. Of course we shall accept. it would be unwise to disregard the resources they offer. Chapter 115. Mere incompetence. In the days that followed, Baelinger fell into a peculiar slumber. When Uba inquired with the Dragon Maiden, she simply remarked, Baelinger is currently in a state of opportunity. Should she succeed, great fortune awaits, but failure will yield nothing. In response, Uba chose not to disturb Baelinger and allowed her to rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. And today marked the day of the decisive battle against the demon god sect. Lord Ocean, we are prepared. What are you all doing? Uba found himself both amused and perplexed upon seeing Elder Baichio and the others displaying an air of morbid resignation. Was it merely a confrontation with the demon god sect? Why did it seem as though they were marching toward their own demise? Lord Ocean, they are 3 saint-level powerhouses, Elder Baichio remarked, his lips curling in bitterness. They could hardly muster a smile, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly tense. No matter, they are merely my adversaries, Uba replied, shaking his head lightly. For some inexplicable reason. Upon hearing this, Elder Baichio and the others did not perceive Uba's words as arrogance. Instead, they found comfort in them, akin to a soothing balm for their anxious hearts. Let us proceed. Uba, accompanied only by the Dragon Maiden, Elder Baichio, and 3 other elders, felt no need to bring a large contingent. For, as he had asserted, the members of the demon god sect were truly just foes to be dealt with effortlessly. The summit of the demon god, situated at the boundary point between the ocean sect and the demon god sect, awaited Uba and his companions. Upon their arrival, they discovered that a multitude from the demon god sect had already gathered there, numbering in the hundreds. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Elder Baichio and the others changed noticeably. The overwhelming numbers of their adversaries clearly placed them at a significant disadvantage should a direct confrontation ensue. Are you Lord Ocean? A white-bearded elder from the demon beast sect spoke as Uba and his party landed. Intriguingly, he was accompanied by 2 other elders who bore striking resemblances to him, differing only in the colors of their beards, gold and black. Lord Ocean, these are the 3 saint-level powerhouses of the demon god sect, the elder trio of gold, silver, and iron, the grand elder cautiously informed Uba. His gaze fixed on the trio. Uba nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Soon, information about the 3 elders appeared before him. All were at the initial stage of the Saint Realm, 5-star level. Not particularly formidable, yet they represented 3 evolution points. Ocean, do you intend to disregard us so easily? The elder with the golden beard, sensing Uba's prolonged silence, was immediately engulfed by a surge of indignation. Ocean, even if you have slain the Tongtian sect master, what of it? We are 3. The 3 elders of the demon god sect spoke with conviction as they uttered these words. They did not truly fear Uba's massacre of the 4 seas, considering the 4 seas Dragon King merely possessed peak extraordinary strength. Their genuine trepidation stemmed from Uba's annihilation of the Tongtian sect master. After all, the 3 elders had engaged in combat with the Tongtian sect master for many years and were well aware of each other's capabilities. For Uba to have slain the Tongtian sect master, it could not have been a simple feat 3 individuals. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Uba's mouth as he casually remarked, they are merely 3 worthless individuals. What? Upon hearing these words, the entire summit of the demon god erupted into chaos. Chapter 116, The Might of the Spear. The phrase 3 worthless individuals struck the hearts of the 3 elders like a thunderclap. In an instant, their expressions morphed into a tapestry of emotions, shock, confusion, and predominantly, an uncontainable fury. How dare you, Ocean, speak to us in such a manner? It seems today, a lesson must be imparted to quell your arrogance. The 3 elders exchanged cold sneers, their demeanor becoming increasingly menacing, their formidable presence gradually manifesting. Ocean, prepare to meet your demise. Having finished, Uba nonchalantly dug at his ear and cast a disinterested glance at them, stating with indifference, now that you have finished, it is my turn. As his words fell, the nonchalance in Uba's gaze vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. In the next moment, a surge of draconic might swept through the air. Indeed, it was the might of a dragon. The 3 elders narrowed their eyes, filled with trepidation. Be cautious, second brother, third brother, Elder Jean warned, his voice laced with caution. Just as he prepared to issue a warning, a sudden wave of pressure crashed down upon him. Bang! In an instant, Elder Jean was reduced to a mere pulp, lifeless on the spot. Elder brother, Elder Jean. Witnessing this scene, the members of the demon god sect were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of disbelief and horror. How could it be that a Saint Realm powerhouse like Elder Jean was vanquished in the blink of an eye? How could this happen? Elder brother, Elder Een and Elder Tai stood in shock for several seconds before they grasped the grim reality. Their most respected elder brother had perished just like that. Ocean Yu. The remaining two elders were so enraged they could hardly form coherent sentences, their eyes fixed on the grinning Uba. Fear not. I shall send you both to join him shortly. Uba smiled faintly, preparing to strike, but suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. He addressed the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden, you handle one of them. At this moment, the Dragon Maiden had reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, on the verge of breaking into the Saint realm. Thus, it was imperative for her to gain experience in battle. Yes, master. The Dragon Maiden nodded, her body shimmering with golden light as she activated the strongest defense of the 10,000 dragons' armor. Dragon Maiden, you shall confront Elder Tai. As her words fell, the Dragon Maiden vanished, hurtling toward Elder Tai. Heh, a mere girl at the transcendent realm dares to challenge me? Elder Tai scoffed, charging forward without hesitation. Second brother, I will deal with the girl, you take care of Ocean. Upon hearing Elder Tai's words, Elder Yin's expression darkened. This third brother had left the most troublesome opponent, Ocean, for him to face. However, before the elderly man could utter a single complaint, a fierce gale surged towards him. Though he reacted swiftly, the rapid wind instantly severed his arm. Ah! He exclaimed in shock, his severed limb flying away as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Was that Gunora? The elderly man stared in disbelief at the spear held by the formidable opponent, realizing that the moment the gale struck, he had activated his silver armor. Yet, it was still no match for the piercing force of the spear. One must understand that the silver armor's defensive capability was only slightly inferior to that of the legendary dragon armor. Chapter 117. You are being excessive. Could it be that this spear? A daring thought suddenly sparked in the elderly man's mind. This spear is a divine artifact. Astonishment escaped his lips. This is truly a divine artifact. You possess a divine artifact. The elderly man gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Divine artifacts are the mightiest weapons in the mortal realm of the mythical world. His eyes gradually ignited with fervor. If he could wield a divine artifact, it would greatly assist him in his quest for ascendance and divinity. However, at that moment, a wretched scream abruptly jolted him from his reverie. Third brother. The elderly man instinctively turned, only to witness a horrifying scene. There, a gaping, bloody hole marred the body of the Iron Elder, while the Dragon Maiden stood beside him. Her expression cold, blood trickling down her arm. This left the elderly man in a state of shock. The saintly Iron Elder had been slain by a mere girl of extraordinary prowess. In an instant, he felt a chill coursing through his body, followed by a sharp pain. He instinctively lowered his gaze, only to behold the glimmering tip of a spear. All done, came the indifferent voice of the formidable opponent as he withdrew the spear, and the elderly man's body collapsed to the ground. Ding. Detection of host killing the Gold Elder. 10,000 experience. 1 evolution point. Ding. Detection of host killing the Silver Elder. 10,000 experience. 1 evolution point. Ding. Detection of host killing the Iron Elder. 10,000 experience. 1 evolution point. Dragon Maiden. 5,000 experience. As the system's notifications echoed, a surge of 30,000 experience points flooded into the formidable opponent's being. In an instant, he ascended from the initial stage of the saintly realm at 3 stars to the initial stage at 6 stars. Uba activated his personal data panel. Host. Uba level. Dragon Blood Neza stage. Initial 6 stars of the Sage Realm skills. Crimson Lotus Fire. Dragon Spear Technique Weapons. Mysterious Heavenly Silk. Fire Tip Spear Experience Points. 123,000 evolution points. 430. Having comprehended his own status, Uba closed the interface. In the next moment, he opted to upgrade the Dragon Maiden. Ding. The Dragon Maiden is undergoing an upgrade. Upon completion, she ascended to the initial 1 star of the Sage Realm. As the sound faded, a brilliant golden light enveloped the Dragon Maiden, allowing her to walk upon the air, a hallmark of the Sage Realm. The Sage Realm. Witnessing the Dragon Maiden's ethereal stride, the expressions of the Demon God cult members turned to one of profound trepidation. Their 3 Sage Realm powerhouses had already been vanquished. And now, the Uba cult had gained yet another Sage Realm warrior. What hope did they have? At this moment, Uba traversed the air, gazing down upon the assembly at the peak of the Demon God. Will you choose submission or death? Submission? How could we, the disciples of the Medicine God cult, ever bow to you? At Uba's words, the members of the Demon God cult erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Then you may meet your demise, Uba replied coolly, preparing to strike. Suddenly, an eerie voice resonated. You are being rather excessive, are you not? Chapter 118. Demon God as the words echoed. A black mist materialized in the sky. The demon god. It is the esteemed demon god. The sight of this black mist sent the members of the demon god cult into a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with fervent enthusiasm. This gleam was one Uba had previously observed among the disciples of the Uba cult. It was the manifestation of extreme fervor for their faith. The demon god? At this, Uba's brow furrowed slightly. Could it truly be the demon god? Was he not rumored to have passed on? The appearance of the black mist caused the elder and others to display expressions of disbelief. Passed on is typically a term of respect for those of formidable strength. The mid-stage sage realm power is quite commendable. Upon sensing the demon god's strength, Uba's furrowed brow relaxed. As long as the demon god remained within the confines of the sage realm, there was no need for fear. Mid-stage sage realm. The elder and others gasped, realizing that the demon god had vanished for half a year and had directly broken through 3 realms. This was indeed somewhat terrifying. Uba, we are both divine beings, merely separated by a single word. You have slain 3 of my subordinates. Why not each take a step back? Let us pretend as if nothing has occurred, shall we? As the black mist dissipated, a strikingly handsome young man emerged before the crowd. They were astonished to find that the demon god was so remarkably youthful. A single word difference? In response, Uba shook his head and stated plainly, I am not like you. There exists a chasm between us. What difference is there? Upon hearing this, the demon god furrowed his brow in confusion. I shall ascend to divinity, while you shall perish here, Uba declared coolly. Oh. The corners of the demon god's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he coldly replied, It appears that you, Uba, are unwilling to take a step back. Uba shook his head, responding with indifference. You lack the qualification to compel me to retreat. What? At these words, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. This Uba was undeniably arrogant, claiming that even the demon god was no match for him. It is essential to note that the demon god resided within the mid-tier of the saint realm, far beyond the capabilities of the likes of the Iron and Silver Elders. Uba, I initially believed that as fellow beings who call ourselves gods, we could be allies on a shared path. However, it seems I was gravely mistaken. As he spoke, the dark energy emanating from the demon god intensified, nearly solidifying. Make your move. Should you hesitate any longer, you will find your opportunities swiftly vanishing. Uba, uninterested in further discourse, reflected on how these followers of the demon god seemed to relish in exchanging harsh words before engaging in battle. You. The demon god gritted his teeth, his handsome visage trembling with fury. Uba, perish. With that, the demon god lunged forward, a wave of murderous intent surging. Dragon might. Uba uttered coolly, unleashing the dragon blood Neziform, as a faint aura of dragon power enveloped him. In an instant, an overwhelming force of dragon might surged toward the demon god. The Master-S dragon might is indeed derived from the essence of the primordial dragon. It far surpasses my own, the dragon maiden observed, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Dragon might. The demon god felt the pressing aura and his expression changed drastically. In the next moment, his body flickered with dark light. Demon god's authority. He bellowed, directing his pressure against the dragon might. However, despite the ambition behind his thought, it was undeniably foolish to attempt to repel the dragon might with his own divine presence. In the mythological realm, as long as the disparity in strength was not insurmountable, dragon might would invariably prevail. With a resounding crash, as the ancestral dragon might clashed with the demon god's authority, the latter shattered in an instant. Blood spewed from the demon god's mouth, his aura collapsing, disbelief etched across his features. How can you possibly wield dragon might? Are you of the human race or the dragon clan? Who exactly are you? A slight smile graced Uba's lips as his gaze turned icy, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. I am Uba. Uba. Upon hearing him declare his name once more, the demon god inexplicably felt as though the being standing before him embodied true divinity. Impossible, it must be an illusion. The demon god shook his head, his eyes turning fierce as murderous intent surged within him once more. Impossible. Only I, the demon god, can be deemed a deity. As the words fell, the demon god transformed into a wisp of black mist and lunged fiercely towards the formidable Uba, stubborn and unyielding. In response, Uba curled his lips into a cold smirk, rapidly spinning the fire spear in his hand, emanating a powerful dragon's aura. Dragon spear technique. In an instant, the fire spear lunged forth, unleashing a flaming divine dragon that charged at the black mist of the demon god. A piercing scream soon echoed from the depths of the black mist. What kind of fire is this? Why is it so scorching? Observing this, Uba smiled slightly and calmly declared, The crimson lotus fire purifies all evil in the world. With your mere black mist, how can you escape death? I refuse to accept this, I refuse. The demon god's agonized cries echoed from the black mist. But as the flames of the divine dragon engulfed it, the cries gradually diminished. Lord Demon God. Witnessing this scene, the demon god's followers were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting drastically. Could it be that this Uba has reached such a formidable level? Even Lord Demon God may not be his match. With a final cry of despair, the black mist completely dissipated, marking the fall of a once great genius demon god. Ding. Detection of host kill of the demon god. Experience 15,000. Evolution points 2. As the mist vanished, an overwhelming surge of experience flowed ceaselessly into Uba's body. Exhilarating. The sensation of experience flooding in was simply delightful. Your Lord Demon God is dead. Now you must choose between submission and demise. Uba cast a glance at the panicked followers of the demon god beneath him and spoke with an air of indifference. Lord Demon God is dead. In an instant, the followers of the demon god seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. Looking up, they found no trace of the demon god in the skies. Could it be that the beast lord has truly perished? Impossible. Uba, do not deceive us. Lord Demon God is the strongest. He cannot possibly die. Lord Demon God is the strongest. He cannot die. In an instant, the disciples of the demon god rallied, their eyes ablaze with fervor, clearly worshipping the demon god to the utmost. In their hearts, the demon god was immortal and invincible. It is truly perplexing how the demon god achieved this. For this, Uba harbored some admiration for the demon god. Chapter 120, Forest of Demon Fire. Kill Uba to avenge Lord Demon God. At that moment, the eyes of the demon god's disciples turned crimson, their fervor rendering them utterly irrational. They had forgotten that the Uba before them was a sage, truly a swarm of ants, stubborn and unyielding. Uba shook his head, slowly raising his palm and gently pressing down upon the disciples of the demon god below. Bang! In an instant, hundreds of disciples of the demon god vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if time itself had ceased. Throughout, hundreds of disciples of the demon god sect remained mute, not a single cry of anguish escaping their lips. This scene left the elders, including the Grand Elder, utterly astonished. They sensed that Lord Ugin had perhaps grown even more formidable, or rather, that he had never fully revealed the extent of his power. It felt as though he was an ocean, with his displayed might merely a droplet in the vast expanse. As Ugin descended from the sky, the mystic silk and the fire spear vanished into thin air. He turned to the Grand Elder and the others. Grand Elder. He addressed them. Lord Ugin, you have a command. The 5 elders of the Ugin sect replied with deep reverence. Annihilate the demon god sect. Ugin declared before departing quietly with Dragon Girl, leaving the Grand Elder and the others momentarily stunned, but a flicker of joy ignited in their eyes. At last, the opportunity to eradicate the demon god sect had arrived. The 4 saint-level powerhouses of the demon god sect had perished at Ugin's hands, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Ugin sect. Even the dozens of extraordinary beings remaining in the demon god sect were swiftly dispatched by Ugin's might. In merely a few dozen minutes, the demon god sect was utterly obliterated. Within the main hall of the demon god sect, Elder Baichio rushed in. A piece of black-red stone coiled at the end of his tail. Lord Ugin, look at this. Ugin's curiosity was piqued as he took the stone, instantly feeling its searing heat. What is this? Ugin inquired, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Master, this is flame-melting stone, Dragon Girl explained, approaching and glancing at the black-red stone in his hand. Flame-melting stone. Ugin furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a realization. The refining method for the mystic silk given to him by Elder Baichio also included a method for its enhancement. The essential material for forging the fire mystic silk was indeed the flame-melting stone. Could this be the opportunity to transform the mystic silk into the fire mystic silk? Seizing the moment, he turned to Elder Baichio. Elder Baichio, where did you find this flame-melting stone? In the forest of demon fire, Baichio replied with a smile. Lord Ugin, please follow me. Upon arriving at the forest of demon fire under Elder Baichio's guidance, Ugin discovered it had once been a mining site for the demon god palace. Yet, for reasons unknown, the temperature had risen, leading to its abandonment. It was evident that the flame-melting stone was the cause of this change. Lord Ugin, I found it at the entrance of the forest of demon fire. The temperature inside is excessively high, so I shall not accompany you further, Baichio said, scratching his head. The heat was so intense that even before entering, he felt as though he might evaporate. Understood, Ugin nodded. The temperature here was such that even extraordinary beings would be instantly incinerated. At this moment, Oba found himself greatly intrigued by the surroundings. Chapter 121. Disciple of the Misty Sect after Elder by Cho departed. Oba ventured into the forest of demon flames with the Dragon Maiden. As they traversed the forest, the surrounding flames reached an extreme temperature, yet they posed no threat to the two. After walking for a while, Oba had yet to discover any traces of the flame-melting stone. Suddenly, he heard a faint yet distinct sound. Although subtle, it could not escape his keen ears. Oba furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant. As the forest of demon flames was shrouded in mystery, and the presence of potential dangers was unknown. Whoosh! A sound of air being pierced reached his ears, prompting Oba to react instantly, sidestepping just in time as an arrow whizzed past him. A voice of confusion arose. Are they not those specters? As the voice fell, 5 figures emerged from the thicket, 2 of whom were gravely injured, requiring assistance from their companions to walk. One of the women clutched a longbow, having just loosed the arrow that nearly struck Oba. Who are you? Oba inquired, his eyes reflecting surprise. Isn't this the territory of the demon god cult? By their attire, they do not appear to be disciples of the demon god cult. We were about to ask you the same. What brings you to the domain of my misty sect, sneaking about like this? A girl from the group retorted, a hint of disdain in her tone. Xiaoyu, do not be rude. A reprimand came, yet the sentence was interrupted by the bow-wielding woman. She then turned to Oba with an apologetic smile. My friend, you must be a disciple of the demon god cult, correct? We belong to the Misty Sect, and I am the team leader, Yushue. The Misty Sect? Oba was momentarily taken aback, recalling that indeed there was a sect by that name adjacent to the demon god cult. However, he clarified, I am not a disciple of the demon god cult. It has been eradicated. What? The faces of the Misty Sect disciples transformed in shock. The power of the demon god cult was on par with that of the Misty Sect. Could it truly be that in just a single day, the demon god cult had been vanquished? You must be speaking nonsense. The demon god cult cannot possibly be destroyed, exclaimed the girl named Xiaoyu, her tone brimming with disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the others who nodded in agreement. Clearly, they believed Oba was deceiving them. How could the demon god cult be extinguished? My good sir, who was responsible for the downfall of the demon god cult? Inquiring with a mix of surprise and skepticism, Yushue regarded Oba. She did not entirely dismiss his claim. After all, the demise of the demon god cult was indeed a significant event, and there was no apparent motive for Oba to fabricate such a tale. The Lotus God cult, Oba replied nonchalantly. The Lotus God cult. The disciples of the Misty Sect gasped in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. It is, unexpectedly, the Lotus God sect. Upon hearing the name, for reasons unknown, the doubts that lingered in their hearts began to dissipate gradually, as if the mere mention of the Lotus God sect possessed an enchanting power. The Lotus God sect? Could it possibly be the very sect established by the revered Lotus God, who vanquished the celestial sect and subsequently assumed this name? In Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled a profound admiration. I am utterly enamored with the Lotus God. Alas, I have never had the fortune of meeting him, nor do I know if he would take a liking to me. Rest assured, he would not. A nonchalant voice emerged from Luba. On what grounds do you assert that the Lotus God would not? Xiaoyu glared at Luba. Chuckling, Luba shrugged. He is the Lotus God. How could he be unaware? Chapter 122. Companionship disregarding Xiaoyu. Luba turned to Yushue and inquired, Teacher Yushue, it seemed as though you were on guard against something moments ago. You may not be aware, but the demon fire forest harbors numerous spectral entities. And coupled with the sweltering heat, they are quite formidable. Yushue sighed with trepidation. Spectral entities? Luba paused, somewhat perplexed. This demon fire forest was not always known by this name. Its true appellation is the ghost fire forest. Yushue explained gradually. These apparitions have materialized due to the accumulation of Yin energy over countless years, with their strength reaching at least the spiritual realm. And some may even attain the transcendental realm. As she spoke, Yushue was engulfed in a sense of dread. Fortunately, the beings they had encountered thus far were merely of lower strength. So it is, Luba nodded. My friend, would you care to accompany us? At that moment, Yushue extended an olive branch to Luba. Hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately expressed her discontent. Yushue waved her hand dismissively. She had her own plans. For this woman was exceedingly shrewd. She had already discerned that Lu Ba and the Dragon Maiden traversed this searing demon fire forest unencumbered by any protective gear, moving about as if at ease. Unlike them, clad in specialized protective equipment, they were incessantly sweating. This indicated that Lu Ba and his companion either possessed formidable strength or harbored some secret, thus aligning with them could prove advantageous. Accompanying you? Ba furrowed his brow in contemplation, then nodded. Observing Yu Shui and her companions navigating the demon fire forest with such familiarity, he surmised that following them might expedite their search for the flame-melting stone vein. How splendid! Yu Shui exclaimed joyfully, while Xiao Yu and the others were expressions of dismay. They already had 2 injured members in their midst, and now, with teacher Yu Shui dragging along 2 additional bystanders, it left them in no mood for celebration. After traversing the demon fire forest for a while, Ba had gleaned a comprehensive understanding of Yu Shui's group. They had emerged from the Misty sect for training, led by Yu Shui, who had attained the transcendental realm, while the others were merely at the spiritual realm. This compelled Ba to admire this woman, who, despite merely being of the extraordinary realm, dared to venture into such perilous territory with 5 novices. Mr. Ba, I am unfamiliar with the fiery molten stone you mentioned. Yu Shui shook her head, but soon added, however, if it is that blackish-red stone, we have indeed seen it. Please lead me there. Ba's eyes sparkled with interest. Yu Shui's expression turned bitter. That place is guarded by 5 flame beasts, all of extraordinary strength. Do you wish for us all to perish? Xiao Yu, who had always looked down upon Ba, could not help but roll her eyes at this moment. Extraordinary realm. Nothing more. Just kill them, Ba replied nonchalantly. Kill them? Xiao Yu scoffed coldly. Do you think you are the Lord of Lotus? Just because your surname is O does not bestow upon you divine status. You are merely a useless individual in need of protection from teacher Yu Shui. In her view, Ba's agreement to Yu Shui's request was merely a ploy to seek her protection. Useless? A smirk crept upon Ba's lips as he glanced towards the dragon maiden. She understood and nodded slightly. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the woods. The clear ringing lingered, leaving the group momentarily dazed. Ah, you wretched woman. How dare you strike me? A frantic roar pierced the air as Xiao Yu clutched her reddened right cheek, staring at the dragon maiden in disbelief. To slander the master warrants punishment, the dragon maiden remarked coldly, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Regrettably, Xiao Yu remained oblivious, her fury directed at the 2. Fine. You dare to hit me. You shall pay dearly. At this juncture, the members of the Piao Miao sect regained their composure, witnessing their junior sister being struck. Their anger boiling over. Mr. Ba, teacher Yu Shui cast a glance at him, her expression less furious than the others. Being a rational individual, she understood that the incident was fundamentally Xiao Yu's fault. However, she expressed her concern. Mr. Ba, perhaps it would be wise for your maid to apologize. Xiao Yu's grandfather is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. Teacher Yu Shui's gaze held a hint of worry for Ba. Xiao Yu's grandfather was indeed a well-known elder, infamous for his protective nature. Should he learn of Xiao Yu's mistreatment, he might come rushing in a fit of rage. Indeed, my grandfather is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. If you do not wish to meet your demise, kneel before me. If I am in a good mood, perhaps. Xiao Yu wore a smug expression, confident in her grandfather's influence, which allowed her to act recklessly. Dragon Maiden, strike her, was the only response from Ba. Cold and commanding. In the next instant, the Dragon Maiden appeared beside Xiao Yu with such swiftness that even Yu Shui could not discern her movement. Is she also of the extraordinary realm? Yu Shui gasped, but this did not alter the fact that Xiao Yu was about to receive her punishment. In the next moment, a sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air. With a resounding crack, Xiao Yu's previously pleasant left cheek flushed a deep crimson. What was once a fairly attractive face now appeared grotesquely swollen. Ah, you. Xiao Yu trembled with rage, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Mr. Ba, even though your maid is also of extraordinary caliber, the Miao sect boasts powerful saints. I advise you to apologize at once. Yu Shui sighed. The situation had escalated beyond her control. No need, Ba replied, shaking his head. Teacher Yu Shui, please lead me to the cave of the fiery molten stone. Seeing Ba's determination, Yu Shui could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well. Thus, the group continued on their journey. After being reprimanded, Xiao Yu remained silent. Her expression dark and filled with resentment as she glared at Ba and the dragon maiden from behind, her thoughts a mystery. Ba, however, paid her no mind. The musings of an insignificant insect were of no concern to him. After a while, teacher Yu Shui halted beside a thicket. Turning to Ba, she said, Mr. Ba, this is the cave you mentioned, but the 5 fiery beasts should also be present here. Indeed, Ba nodded, and in an instant, under Yu Shui's astonished gaze, he charged forth from the thicket with the dragon maiden. They soon beheld the cave of the fiery molten stone. However, the moment he leaped out, the 5 fiery beasts turned their attention toward him, their jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth. We're doomed. The members of the Miao sect felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Having witnessed the strength of these fiery beasts, they knew they were formidable. All at the extraordinary level. Even if the Dragon Maiden was also extraordinary, death was inevitable. Haha, it seems there is no need for grandfather to intervene. You shall perish. Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed with malice, eagerly anticipating the demise of the Dragon Maiden and Oh Ba, her mood buoyed by the unfolding scene. But just then, the 5 fiery beasts suddenly disintegrated into fragments. Throughout this, Oh Ba maintained a calm demeanor, not even furrowing his brow as he led the Dragon Maiden into the cave. A sharp intake of breath pierced the silence, leaving the Miao sect members momentarily stunned. How did those 5 fiery beasts perish? Yu Shui's brows knitted together in concern, pondering if there was something about them she had yet to uncover. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, witnessing this turn of events, felt a pang of disappointment that the 5 fiery beasts had failed to eliminate Oh Ba. She gazed sorrowfully at the retreating figure of Uba, murmuring to herself, "How vexing. It seems I must call upon Grandpa for assistance." Upon entering the mine, Uba immediately sensed he had not erred in his decision. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of hot air enveloped him, the temperature here exceeding that of the outside by at least tenfold. Even a formidable transcendent being would likely endure but a fleeting second before being entirely incinerated. "Master, this area is filled with flaming molten stones. Yet there appears to be an unusual aura among them," the Dragon Maiden observed, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she surveyed the ground littered with the fiery stones. "Spiritual energy," Uba replied coolly, then bent down to pick up one of the flaming stones. Upon releasing a hint of dragon might, an eerie wail emanated from the stone, followed by a dispersal of dark mist. It seemed these spirits had taken refuge within the flaming stones. Uba scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the spiritual energy appeared weak, when amassed, it could effortlessly claim lives. "Master, look." At that moment, the Dragon Maiden, walking ahead, seemed to have made another discovery. Uba approached, noticing that the spiritual energy within the flaming stones had intensified. As they ventured deeper into the mine, the presence of this energy grew more pronounced, with some stones having transformed entirely into a pitch-black hue, devoid of any trace of red. The deeper they went, the more potent the spiritual energy became. Uba sensed an unsettling shift. It appeared that something sinister lurked in the depths of this flaming stone mine, influencing all the stones within. This was indeed a troubling predicament for Uba, for with the presence of spiritual energy, forging the blazing sky-weaving fabric would be impossible. "Dragon Maiden, let us proceed and ascertain the nature of this disturbance," Uba declared, clenching his teeth. Only by addressing the source of this spiritual energy could the flaming stones be restored. Otherwise, they would remain beyond redemption. "Yes, master." The Dragon Maiden nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. They then ventured further into the depths of the molten stone mine. Chapter 125. The Spirit King. The further they journeyed into the depths, the more intensely they felt the spiritual energy. What was once a searing heat began to chill, and icy tendrils formed around them. Aware of the changes surrounding them, both understood they were drawing nearer to the source of this energy. Uba and the Dragon Maiden arrived at the heart of the molten stone mine. Uba's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he beheld a mass of black mist, measuring several dozen meters in size, continuously coalescing before him. "What a dense spiritual energy!" the Dragon Maiden exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. The malevolent aura was not only thick but also continuously coalescing, and its intended form appeared exceedingly peculiar, as if it sought to assume human shape. Suddenly, a chilling cackle echoed from the depths of the black mist. In an instant, the fog morphed, revealing a ghastly visage. Indeed, it was a human. "Huh. It seems fortune is on my side." Upon seeing Oh Ba and the Dragon Maiden, the swirling mass of black mist exhibited a surge of excitement, expanding with fervor. "Who are you?" Oh Ba inquired coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon the apparition. "Me? Haha." The black mist erupted into a fit of sinister laughter, exclaiming, "I am the Ghost King." "The Ghost King?" Oh Ba's brow furrowed slightly as he replied nonchalantly. "You must be the one responsible for the malevolent aura emanating from these fiery stones. Remove the aura, and I shall spare your life." The moment he laid eyes on the Ghost King, Oh Ba sensed its formidable power. Having just attained the Sage Realm, he felt no inclination to engage in battle. "Spare my life." The Ghost King was taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Human child, what jest is this? Having just broken through to the Sage Realm, how could I possibly submit at such a moment? Ha ha! You human should obediently become the nourishment that I have painstakingly formed." The Ghost King's eyes glimmered with eager anticipation as it gazed upon the seemingly delectable human, yearning to devour him whole. "What a fool!" Oh Ba sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. He then turned to the dragon maiden, his voice cold as ice. Dispose of it. Human brat, who are you calling a fool? The Ghost King was about to engage Oba in an earnest debate when a dragon claw suddenly descended upon it. In that fleeting moment, the carefully coalesced malevolent aura dissipated significantly. The aura struggled to gather. The Ghost King's visage paled in horror as it hastily attempted to absorb what remained. It managed to salvage a portion of it, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Now, I will ask you once more, will you relinquish the malevolent aura willingly? Or shall I eliminate you and reclaim it myself? Oba inquired again, his tone devoid of impatience. Had it not been for the trouble of dispersing the aura, he would have preferred to forego conversation altogether. The Ghost King hesitated, yet upon meeting the dragon maiden's murderous gaze, it nodded vigorously. Proceed, Oba instructed, observing the Ghost King as it began to reclaim the dissipating aura. Return. Though reluctant, the Ghost King understood that its life was at stake, resolutely deciding to retrieve the malevolent energy. As the command resonated, countless wisps of malevolent aura hidden within the fiery stones surged toward the Ghost King. Chapter 126. The super artifact. At the moment all the malevolent aura returned to the Ghost King's form, its body expanded several-fold, teetering on the brink of explosion. This is bad. There's too much aura. I cannot contain it. Is this how I am destined to perish? The Ghost King was filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment, gritting his teeth as he endured the torment brought on by the excessive ghostly energy. Just then, a faint voice seemed to whisper in his ear, and immediately, the ghostly energy around him began to dissipate slowly. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost King reverted to his original form. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. Although the ghostly energy had completely dissipated, seemingly squandered in vain. The Ghost King gazed gratefully at Oba, for in comparison to the ghostly energy, his life was undeniably more precious. There is no need to call me elder. Simply refer to me as Lord O'Shun. Oba waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat averse to being addressed as an elder, as though it aged him. Thank you, Lord O'Shun. The Ghost King earnestly called out, his heart still shaken by Oba's astonishing feat. It was known that even he found the ghostly energy quite troublesome. Yet Oba had effortlessly dispelled it with a mere utterance. Just this singular act left the Ghost King in profound admiration. Lord O'Shun, suddenly. The Ghost King felt a surge of excitement and wished to request something from Oba, but was abruptly interrupted. Please wait a moment before you speak, Oba stated, producing a furnace that he had confiscated from the demon god sect. With a flick of his wrist, countless fiery molten stones surged forth. He was eager to forge the blazing fire-mixing tapestry. Seeing Oba retrieve the furnace and hurl the molten stones, the Ghost King felt a twinge of confusion yet remained obediently at the side, watching intently. 10,029, 10,030 at last. He had cast a total of 10,030 fiery molten stones into the furnace. After placing the fire-mixing tapestry inside, Oba commenced the forging process. Ding. Forging the fire-mixing tapestry. Target, blazing fire-mixing tapestry. Ding. Forging in progress. Please wait. Progress. 20, 60, 100. The forging of the blazing fire-mixing tapestry was complete. After several minutes, as the system's voice echoed, the forging was finally finished. Upon opening the furnace, a vibrant red silk, enveloped in roaring flames, surged forth. My goodness. A super artifact. The Ghost King was overwhelmed with astonishment at the sight of the blazing fire-mixing tapestry. This is indeed a super artifact. It was known that in the realm of mythology, weapons were categorized into various tiers: mundane, spiritual, sacred, artifact, super artifact, and celestial artifacts, among others. The realization that what lay before him was a super artifact filled the Ghost King with envy. Had he not been aware of Oba's unfathomable strength, he would have been tempted to seize the super artifact for himself. But alas, fear restrained him from acting on such impulse. Is this the blaze mixed heaven silk? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of Uba. Do not be deceived by the mere layer of flames on the mixed heaven silk. The disparity between the two is monumental. This fire is no ordinary flame. It is the indomitable rage of the Crimson Lotus. Its power has surged, elevating from the realm of divine artifacts to that of super divine artifacts. Chapter 127. The Ghost King's servant. After a brief evaluation of the blaze mixed heaven silk, Uba contentedly stowed it away. Lord Uba, the Ghost King cautiously called out upon seeing that Uba had completed his task. What is it? Uba replied slowly. Lord Uba, I humbly request your assistance in solidifying my form. I am willing to serve you as my master for 3 lifetimes, obeying your every command. The Ghost King's demeanor was exceedingly earnest, indicating that it had resolved to take this significant step toward corporeal existence. Solidifying your form? Uba regarded the Ghost King with skepticism. As if aware of Uba's thoughts, the Ghost King promptly explained, "Lord Uba, do not be deceived by my appearance. I lack a physical body and can disperse at any moment." A bitter smile graced the Ghost King's lips. Life without a body is indeed fraught with sorrow. It would not relinquish this opportunity lightly. To solidify a body in exchange for an exceedingly obedient ghost servant? This proposition seemed rather enticing. A hint of interest flickered in Uba's expression. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Upon hearing this, the Ghost King was filled with elation. "Thank you, Lord Uba. However, the solidification process will require some time. I must first conclude my current affairs," Uba stated. "That is acceptable. I can wait." Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, the Ghost King rallied its spirits, for at least it would attain a physical form. "All right, let us proceed." Uba nodded and began to walk toward the exit of the fiery or cave. This venture had proven immensely fruitful, not only successfully forging the blaze mixed heaven silk, but also acquiring a formidable aid of sage-level strength. A moment later, as Uba stepped outside the cave, he sensed a strange aura. Following this, a mocking voice rang out. "Uba, I have finally been waiting for you to emerge. It has been quite the wait." Outside the cave stood Xiaoyu, hands on her hips, flanked by an elderly man. "Xiaoyu, are these the ones who bullied you?" The old man's gaze was dark, filled with an intense fury. How dare anyone mistreat his granddaughter? Upon hearing the news, he rushed over with a sense of urgency. "Yes, it was them. That woman even slapped me." Xiaoyu looked up at the old man with a face full of grievance, tears glistening in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, the old man's heart ached even more, and he glared at Uba with fiery rage. "That young man. I offer you a chance to cripple your own legs and spare your life, otherwise." In response, Uba merely cast a dismissive glance at the elder, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Miao sect, including Yueshue, were visibly taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had anticipated that Uba would cower and plead for mercy, yet he did not. "Youngster, it seems you truly live up to Xiaoyu's words, quite audacious." The elder's countenance shifted slightly, a flicker of anger lingering in his heart. "Enough of your verbosity." Uba shook his head, his voice cold as he declared, "Demon King, since you have set your sights on my servant, proceed to deal with him." "Yes, Lord Uba." The Demon King's voice resounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive black fog, stretching several dozen meters before the onlookers, and more alarmingly, a ghastly visage emerged from the mist. "What on earth is this monstrosity?" At this sight, Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fear. Chapter 128. The Devouring of the Demon King Monstrous Thing? Upon hearing this, the Demon King emitted a series of eerie cackles, coldly regarding Xiaoyu. "Listen well, I am the Demon King, not merely some loathsome creature. Humph, I care not what you are. To dare frighten my precious granddaughter is tantamount to courting death." Elder Lin, Xiaoyu's grandfather, sneered, then waved his hand, summoning dozens of figures to spring forth from the woods. "Go, kill them." As the command fell, the multitude surged toward Uba and his companions. "Demon King, dispose of them as you see fit." Uba barely glanced at the oncoming figures, calmly instructing. "Gahaha, as you wish, master," the Demon King replied, its mouth watering as it fixated on the approaching individuals. To it, they appeared as the most delectable of delicacies. "Gahaha, it has been ages since I've savored human flesh." The Demon King drooled, a surge of dark energy erupting forth, enveloping the charging figures in an instant. Without delay, the Demon King opened its cavernous maw and, amid the despairing gazes of those individuals, swallowed them whole. "Ah, no." The cries of those individuals echoed, before silence engulfed them. Zhanghua, witnessing this, Elder Lin's expression altered drastically, his eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Among those individuals were his most prized disciples, devoured by this eerie black mist without a trace. Moreover, these were high-ranking disciples of the spirit realm, who had not even managed a response, consumed in an instant. Could it be that this black fog belonged to a transcendent being? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle of consumption, grew even paler, nearly losing her wits in terror. "Ah, so satisfying. It has been far too long since I feasted so heartily." The Demon King licked its lips with delight, casting a sinister glance at Elder Lin and Xiaoyu. Their skin crawled under its gaze, leaving them with a chilling sense of dread. "Unexpectedly, you are a formidable being of the transcendent realm. Indeed, I have underestimated you." However, Elder Lin sneered coldly, and in an instant, his body surged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Yet, how unfortunate it is, for I too belong to the transcendent realm. Ha ha ha. Another one comes to meet their demise. As Elder Lin charged forth, the Ghost King appeared as if he had encountered a delectable feast. Emitting a sinister laugh before abruptly opening his gaping maw, resembling a black hole, unleashing an insatiable force of attraction. What is happening? Elder Lin exclaimed in astonishment, feeling his body slipping from his control, careening directly toward that cavernous maw. Ha, come to me. Just as Elder Lin struggled to escape, the Ghost King cackled, releasing an even more potent force of suction. No. Elder Lin's cries echoed in despair, yet what awaited him was nothing but the abyss of death. This old man is unpalatable, too old and tough. After devouring Elder Lin, the Ghost King grumbled, expressing his dissatisfaction. Witnessing Elder Lin's fate, the members of the Miao Miao sect stood aghast, their mouths agape, their eyes reflecting profound terror. A Saint Realm expert? Only then did Yu Shui dare to confirm that this self-proclaimed Ghost King, a mass of black mist, was indeed a being of the Saint Realm. What? A Saint Realm? In an instant, all disciples of the Miao Miao sect displayed expressions of shock. This ghastly creature is a Saint Realm expert? No wonder he could annihilate Elder Lin in an instant. Chapter 129. The shock of the Miao Miao sect grandfather. Xiao Yu cried out, her eyes filled with deep sorrow, her body trembling uncontrollably. If even her grandfather perished, who could save her now? Who are you truly? Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, her gaze laden with overwhelming dread. Ha, you don't even know who my master is? Before Oba could speak, the Ghost King hurriedly began to flatter, chuckling as he declared, my master is the omnipotent Lord Oshun, known to all beneath heaven. What? Lord Oshun? Upon hearing the Ghost King's proclamation, the members of the Miao Miao sect were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting shock and awe as they gazed at Oba. To think, he is the illustrious Lord Oshun? He is Lord Oshun. Yu Shui gently covered her mouth, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. No wonder she always sensed a mysterious aura about Oba, an enigmatic presence that eluded comprehension. Xiao Yu could never have imagined meeting her idol in such a manner. However, rather than admiration, her eyes revealed a deep-seated fear, a terror of death itself. Fear not. I shall not slay you. I do not harm mere ants. Oba's indifferent voice soothed Xiao Yu, causing her to exhale in relief. Her form collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. Dragon Maiden, Ghost King, let us depart. After obtaining the flame-melting stone, Oba chose to depart. Yes, master. Both the Dragon Maiden and the Ghost King nodded in agreement. In an instant, the trio surged into the heavens, vanishing from sight as they traversed the void. Three formidable beings of the Saint Realm. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the Misty sect were utterly astonished. Just moments ago, three Saint Realm powerhouses stood before them. Now, reflecting on the event, they were filled with trepidation. It seemed he truly was Lord Ocean. Yu Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling within. Misty sect. Yu Shui, did someone kill an elder of our Misty sect? The sect leader of the Misty sect cast a cold gaze upon Yu Shui, who knelt before him on one knee, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon her entrance, Yu Shui had declared that Elder Lin had been killed, provoking an immediate fury within him. How dare someone slay an elder of the Misty sect? This vendetta must be avenged. Indeed, Yu Shui nodded, then spoke slowly. However, this was Elder Lin's own doing. His own doing? The sect leader scoffed. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who dares to kill an elder of the Misty sect must face death. But it was Lord Ocean who intervened. Yu Shui's calm voice echoed with a measured tone. What? Ocean? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the many elders within the hall shifted dramatically. It was indeed Lord Ocean. The sect leader gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the gazes surrounding him. He found himself in a precarious position. Should he retreat now, it would surely give rise to rumors that he, the leader of the Misty sect, feared a mere Ocean. Humph, merely Ocean. Do I truly have reason to fear him? The sect leader's declaration elicited immediate admiration from those present, elevating his stature in their eyes. This brought him a sense of pride. However, at that moment, a messenger rushed in, clearly flustered. Reporting. Sect leader, a significant event has occurred. What is it? Why are you so flustered? The sect leader glared coldly at the messenger, chastising him. Why yes, sect leader, your reprimand is justified. The messenger trembled, nodding vigorously. Speak. What has transpired? The sect leader, now somewhat appeased, inquired. Sect leader, the demon god sect has been annihilated. The messenger's voice was strained with fear as he nearly shouted the news. What? The demon god sect has been destroyed. How can this be possible? That sect is on par with our Misty sect. Instantly, the hall of the Misty sect erupted into chaos, akin to boiling water, as shockwaves rippled through the congregation. Destroyed. By whom? The sect leader's heart sank, his voice deep and resonant with concern. By Lord Ocean. The demon god and the trio of Jean, Een, and Tai were all vanquished in a single blow by him. What? A single blow? Upon hearing these words, the members of the Misty sect were immediately engulfed in dismay. How could it be possible that 4 formidable beings of the Saint Realm were vanquished in a single strike by the Lotus God? The expression on the sect leader's face darkened, fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. After a moment, he abruptly lifted his head and declared, "Let us proceed to the Lotus God sect." Leader. The congregation of the Misty sect trembled at this proclamation. Could it be that the leader was finally ready to take a stand? Each individual felt a surge of tension. The leader cast them a disapproving glance and retorted, "Let us select some exquisite divine elixirs and go to the Lotus God sect to express our apologies." It was clear he lacked both the strength and audacity to confront someone capable of annihilating 4 Saint Realm experts. With that revelation, the members of the Misty sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Faced with the formidable Lotus God, they felt an unmistakable sense of trepidation. At the Lotus God sect, Oba returned accompanied by the Dragon Maiden and the Ghost King. Elder Baichio and the others came forth to greet them. "Lord Lotus God, who is this?" Elder Baichio inquired, glancing skeptically at the swirling black mist trailing behind Oba. "He is a new bodyguard I have brought to the Lotus God sect. A Ghost King of the Saint Realm," Oba replied nonchalantly. "Saint Realm?" Upon hearing this, Elder Baichio and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging wry smiles. They had not anticipated that Lord Lotus God would casually bring along a bodyguard of such caliber. Truly, he was worthy of his esteemed title. "Lord Lotus God, it is wonderful to have you back. You should go see that girl, Linger," Elder Baichio suddenly recalled and urged. Oba's brow furrowed. "Why, Lingo? What has happened to her?" "It is difficult to explain, Lord Lotus God. You ought to see for yourself," Elder Baichio responded with a resigned smile. Unable to articulate by Linger's condition, Oba nodded. "Very well, lead me there." Before long, Elder Baichio guided Oba to Bai Linger's chamber. As they approached, a chilling aura enveloped them. "This is the situation, Lord Lotus God," Elder Baichio said, shrugging helplessly. "Has it truly become this cold?" Oba furrowed his brow, astonished that such a drastic change had occurred to Bai Linger in just half a day. "Master, as I mentioned before, Bai Linger has 2 potential paths of opportunity. First, she could choose the flames and evolve into a fire nine-tailed fox. Second, she could select the ice and evolve into a polar nine-tailed fox." The Dragon Maiden elucidated slowly. "Clearly, Bai Linger has opted for the latter, the polar nine-tailed fox," she remarked, glancing at the room encased in ice, her choice evident. "A polar nine-tailed fox?" Oba expressed surprise, but soon nodded in understanding. Since this transformation was the result of Bai Linger's own choice, there was no cause for concern. They merely needed to await the completion of her evolution. It turns out it was Linger's choice. Elder Baichio exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the door. Finally, the Baihu clan was about to witness the birth of a nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, Uba furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "A powerful sage has arrived." A sage? Elder Baichio was taken aback. Could it be that someone had come to trouble them? "Let us investigate." Uba swiftly lifted Elder Baichio, and in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light enveloped them, causing the 3 to vanish. Within the grand hall, the white light dissipated, revealing Uba, the Dragon Lady, and Elder Baichio. At one glance, they spotted Yushue seated among a crowd of guests, accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man. "Elder, has Lord Uba not yet arrived?" inquired the leader of the Qiaomiao sect, scanning the surroundings with a hint of urgency, fearing he had arrived too late and incurred Lord Uba's displeasure. "Rest assured, sect leader Qiaomiao, we have already conveyed your message. Lord Uba will be here shortly." Witnessing the esteemed leader of the Qiaomiao sect in such a flustered state, Elder Baichio could only manage a wry smile as he graciously entertained him. After all, he was addressing a formidable sage. One could not afford to be negligent, lest they provoke enemies for the Uba sect. "What brings you to me?" Uba's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the sect leader turned to see a handsome young man and an enchanting woman approaching him. He promptly exclaimed, "I pay my respects to Lord Uba." "And you are?" Uba scrutinized him with a glance. "I am the leader of the Qiaomiao sect," the sect leader hastily replied, anxious that any delay might displease Uba. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. "The leader of the Qiaomiao sect?" Uba raised an eyebrow, speaking with indifference. "What? Do you seek to avenge your elder?" In an instant, the sect leader felt 3 menacing auras fixate upon him. "And no, Lord Uba, you misunderstand," he stammered, hastily shaking his head. I have come to offer my apologies. Apologies? Elder Bai Chiu and the others were taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. The leader of the Qiao Miao sect had actually come to apologize out of fear of Lord Uba. I killed your sect's elder, and yet you come to offer me apologies? Uba smirked slightly, finding the situation amusing. That fool brought his demise upon himself by offending Lord Uba. I found it quite justified. The sect leader vehemently shook his head, his eyes glinting with malice, as if he yearned to rip Elder Lin apart. Bring forth the divine elixirs and remedies for Lord Uba, he commanded. At his words, Yu Shui approached with a cosmos bag in hand. Lord Uba, here are some gifts of apology prepared by my Qiao Miao sect. I implore you not to take offense. The sect leader said cautiously, casting furtive glances at Uba. Place them there, Uba replied coolly. Yes. Upon hearing Uba accept the offerings, the sect leader's heart soared with joy, for it signified that Uba bore no grudge against them. Chapter 132. The Provocation of King Zhou. Lord Ocean. Shall we take our leave? The master of the Qiao Miao sect exhibited an extreme level of humility, even seeking permission from Ababa before departing. Go ahead, Ababa replied with a gentle shake of his head. Immediately, the master of the Qiao Miao sect led his followers away. Upon exiting the confines of the Ocean Temple, an elder from the Qiao Miao sect turned to the master, puzzled, and said, Master, I perceive that the ocean does not seem particularly formidable. Indeed, Master, his aura pales in comparison to yours. Why must we bow to him? The elder's words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. You do not understand. The master of the Qiao Miao sect shook his head, his expression grave. The Lord Ocean's strength is unfathomable. Standing beside him, I feel like a mere droplet in the vast ocean. What? This statement left the members of the Qiao Miao sect utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such high praise from their master regarding the Lord Ocean. Clearly, this ocean was not to be trifled with. Thankfully, he had not taken offense with the Qiao Miao sect. Otherwise, they would have been the next targets of the demon god sect. The thought sent chills down their spines, leaving them in a state of trepidation. Days later, Bai Linger remained enveloped in a chilling state, with the surrounding area frozen for dozens of meters. It was evident that this peculiar condition would not dissipate in less than 10 days, or even more. Lord Ocean, trouble is brewing. Elder Bai Chiu rushed over in a fluster. This was not the first time Ababa had witnessed Elder Bai Chiu's panic, so he calmly inquired, What has happened? King Zhou has seized all the citizens of Chintang Pass and taken them to Chaoga, including your family. It is said that King Zhou intends to showcase the process of their execution in a day's time. Elder Bai Chiu spoke cautiously, glancing at Ababa. Everyone was aware that the Lord Ocean bore another name, Neza. However, they had grown accustomed to referring to him as the Lord Ocean. Upon learning of the situation in Chintang Pass, Elder Bai Chiu hastened to inform Ababa without delay. That King Zhou, truly a fool who spurns hospitality and invites punishment instead. It appears there is no longer any need for the Shang dynasty to exist. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold murderous intent flickered in Ababa's eyes. He had previously issued a clear warning to King Zhou, but it seemed the king had chosen to ignore it. Hence, Ababa could not be blamed for his ruthless resolve. Dragon Lady, Ghost King. As he spoke, two figures materialized abruptly. Master! Master! Both the Dragon Lady and Ghost King exclaimed in unison. Come, let us proceed to Chaoga. With that, Ababa, accompanied by the Dragon Lady and Ghost King, vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Bai Chiu let out a bitter smile. This King Zhou truly seemed to have grown weary of life, daring to provoke the revered Lord of the Lotus. Did he not realize that those who incurred the wrath of the Lord of the Lotus seldom enjoyed a favorable outcome? It was likely that, following today, the kingdom of Chaoga would undergo cataclysmic changes, and the entire Shang dynasty would tremble due to a single action by King Zhou. Inside Chaoga, Your Majesty. The people from Chintang Pass have been apprehended, reported Shen Gongbao respectfully to the king on the dais. King Zhou took a sip of the exquisite wine from his cup. Excellent, well done. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, Shen Gongbao replied with a faint smile, before adding, By the way, Your Majesty, General Li Jing from Chintang Pass requests an audience with you. Li Jing? King Zhou's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement crossing his face. Bring him in. Yes. After bowing, Shen Gongbao exited. Moments later, he re-entered the grand hall, accompanied by a striking man with sword-like brows, Li Jing himself. Li Jing, what business do you have with me? King Zhou casually swirled the wine in his cup, casting a disdainful glance at Li Jing. Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to the Shang dynasty. Why must you slaughter the innocent people of Chintang Pass? Li Jing knelt. Confusion etched on his face as he regarded the king. Loyalty? Huh. King Zhou scoffed. Why not inquire about your young son, Neza? Neza? Li Jing was taken aback. his brow furrowing slightly. As the Lord of the Lotus, he seems to harbor intentions against me, and has caused the Shang to lose its chance at the Heavenly Sacred Academy. Tell me, does Chintang Pass not deserve to face dire consequences? King Zhou's derisive laughter echoed, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? Li Jing was stunned, panic overtaking him. To conspire against the king and the Shang was a capital offense. However, my son Neza, as a servant of the Lord of the Lotus, must surely have surpassed your authority, your majesty. Do not forget, he is a sage-level powerhouse. Slowly rising to his feet, Li Jing regarded King Zhou with an expression of calm detachment. Presumptuous! How dare you rise? The guards in the hall changed countenance, immediately shouting in reprimand. Yet, Li Jing paid them no heed. A sage-level powerhouse. King Zhou clenched his teeth, the weight of those words pressing heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. However, upon recalling those who stood behind him, his expression relaxed, and he coldly laughed. What of a sage-level powerhouse? Does the Shang not possess the means to subdue him? Li Jing's brow furrowed, as if recalling something, and his expression suddenly shifted. Surely you haven't summoned that entity from the demonic stone cavern of the Shang? Heh! A smile crept across King Zhou's face, indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that King Zhou would go so far as to summon that being to counter the Lord of the Lotus. Now, the Lord of the Lotus would find himself in a precarious position. Rest assured, when the Lotus deity arrives to rescue you, it will herald his own demise. King Zhou laughed with unabashed arrogance, as if he had already foreseen the Lotus deity's end. Dare to provoke me, and your moment of reckoning shall soon arrive. You despicable wretch! Li Jing erupted in a torrent of invective, for he understood that, given the Lotus deity's character, he would never stand idly by in the face of death. Yet, it was precisely this trait that would allow King Zhou's malevolent designs to flourish. Bring Li Jing away, commanded King Zhou, waving his hand dismissively, before raising his goblet once more, as if this cup of wine were a toast to his impending victory. Once Li Jing was led away, Shen Gongbao approached discreetly and inquired, Your Majesty, when shall we commence the execution? At this, King Zhou narrowed his eyes, tilting his head back to drain his goblet of exquisite wine, and replied languidly, Let us begin now. I am eager to witness their heads roll. Very well, Your Majesty. Shen Gongbao acknowledged with a bow, and the two of them proceeded toward the execution site. Chapter 134. The execution site. The execution site was a grim edifice erected by King Zhou for the mass slaughter of captives. It resembled an arena, complete with many spectator seats, designed so that all could witness the gruesome spectacle of murder. One can only fathom the depths of King Zhou's depravity. Typically, the execution site was not open to the public, yet today it was filled with a throng of onlookers. Word had spread that King Zhou intended to execute a multitude today, hundreds, in fact. Indeed, I have heard whispers that it involves the unfortunate denizens of Chintang Pass. Chintang Pass? ISNT, that the recently infamous homeland of the Lotus deity? Since the Lotus deity has drawn the ire of King Zhou, the unfortunate citizens of Chintang Pass are surely doomed. In the stands, a group of spectators engaged in hushed discussions, their tones tinged with both pity and malevolence. Look, King Zhou and Lord Shun have arrived. At that moment, a startled voice broke the murmurs, and the eyes of the crowd turned in unison toward the scene below. There, King Zhou strode ahead, followed closely by Shen Gongbao, with hundreds of shackled citizens from Chintang Pass trailing behind in a state of utter despair. The citizens of Chintang Pass were engulfed in hopelessness, for they understood that what awaited them was a slow, inexorable death. All they could do was await their grim fate. As the sun reached its zenith, King Zhou ascended the high platform and cast down the execution order. The decree descended slowly to the ground, a heavy blow to the hearts of the Chintang Pass populace. The hour has struck, execute them. With a cold, detached command echoing through the air, the executioners grasped their blades, and the men, women, and children of Chintang Pass closed their eyes in despair. King Zhou, you shall surely regret your actions today. Li Jing clenched his teeth. Death itself was not to be feared, yet he refused to succumb to such a humiliating end. The executioner paid no heed to Li Jing's words, coldly raising his blade and bringing it down forcefully. The tip of the blade was nearly touching Li Jing's neck at a mere 5 centimeters. Yet in that very moment, the executioner's knife halted. Not only this executioner, but all the executioners bizarrely froze in place. What is happening? Why have they all stopped? The onlookers felt a strange and eerie sensation witnessing this scene. Why have they halted? Execute him. King Zhou furrowed his brows and commanded coldly. Unfortunately, the executioners seemed utterly oblivious, remaining in their dazed state, unmoving. Infuriated, King Zhou slammed his hand on the table, seizing a teacup and hurling it at one of the executioners. Are you attempting to rebel? With a resounding crash, the teacup collided with the executioner, whose head was immediately severed, flying from his body. Dead? The crowd gasped in horror at this brutal display, as though the executioner had been slain by his own blade. How could this be possible? King Zhou was bewildered. He had not exerted much force. So how could he have killed a man with such ease? Could it be that his powers had reached an unparalleled level? Chapter 135. Master Shiji King Zhou. Are you seeking death? Just as he was lost in confusion, a chilling voice echoed. What? The crowd's expressions shifted, their hearts trembling at the audacity of someone daring to speak to King Zhou in such a manner. Who could possess such boldness? King Zhou's countenance darkened as he abruptly looked up to the heavens. A flash of white light appeared, revealing the figures of Ba, the Dragon Maiden, and the Ghost King. Oh God, I did not expect it to truly be you. King Zhou's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. Indeed, the God had arrived. Oh God, could it be the recently renowned Lord God? It is indeed Lord God. I cannot believe I am truly witnessing Lord God. Upon hearing King Zhou's words, the crowd's eyes filled with fervent admiration, their gazes locked on the figure. King Zhou, I warned you not to lay a hand on those from Chintang Pass. Did my words fall on deaf ears? Ba stood suspended in the air, his gaze icy as he regarded King Zhou, an aura of menace lingering in his eyes. Heh, King Zhou chuckled coldly, unafraid as he met Ba's stare. Oh God, do you truly believe that your sage-level powers allow you to act with impunity in the Great Shang? Let me inform you, there are realms beyond realms, mountains beyond mountains. Do not overestimate yourself. At his words, a smirk curved Ba's lips, revealing a hint of icy amusement. So, you possess a backing, do you? Heh, that is only natural. Zhou Wang smiled faintly, then respectfully bowed to the air before him, his demeanor radiating utmost reverence. I implore the esteemed patriarch of the Demon Stone Cave to lend me assistance and subdue this arrogant Lotus God. As his words fell, the air in front of Zhou Wang began to twist in an uncanny manner, and a middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe gradually materialized. Did I hear incorrectly? Is that the patriarch Shiji, the formidable entity of the Demon Stone Cave? It must be her. Otherwise, how could Zhou Wang exhibit such deference? Given the current prowess of Shiji, even if she is not at the sacred realm, she is certainly not far from it. Upon witnessing the purple-robed woman stepping forth from the void, those around were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with profound incredulity. A being nearing the sacred realm? At this revelation, the previously composed gaze of the Lotus Overlord finally flickered with a hint of disturbance. If the opponent truly possesses such formidable strength, this confrontation promises to be exceedingly intriguing. You are the Lotus God? Shiji hovered in the void, regarding the Lotus Overlord with a calm gaze as she spoke softly. You appear rather unimpressive. Zhou Wang, the adversary you have procured for me is exceedingly weak. Before the Lotus Overlord could respond, she muttered to herself. This is rather awkward. Zhou Wang scratched his head, feeling a surge of confidence swell within him. If the esteemed Shiji has made such an assertion, perhaps she truly can overpower the Lotus God. Too weak? The Lotus Overlord smiled faintly, his expression gradually turning icy. Rest assured, when I deliver a thorough beating to you, you shall no longer hold that sentiment. A splendid spectacle awaits. Sensing the palpable tension between the two, the onlookers were thoroughly entertained. The saying a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger certainly applies to you. Shiji could not help but let out a cold laugh, continuing, Lotus God, over a century ago, when I was as prominent as you, I was never so audacious. At this rate, you may not live long. Chapter 136. The powerful Shiji. Upon concluding her statement, a radiant purple light enveloped Shiji, and her aura began to surge dramatically. A wave of oppressive force sweeping through the venue. Thud. The overwhelming pressure caused numerous weaker individuals to collapse to their knees, gasping for breath. Is she at the high tier of the sacred realm, 7 stars? As the force descended, the Lotus Overlord remained unfazed, his eyes discerning Shiji's true strength. The high tier of the sacred realm is not far from the divine realm above it. Is my pressure ineffective against you? Noticing the Lotus Overlord's complete lack of reaction to her might, Shiji was slightly taken aback. It appears that this Lotus God is not as insipid as she had anticipated. Young man, I did not foresee you possessing some strength. It seems I have underestimated you. However, surviving beneath my purple lightning shall be the true measure of your capability. With a sinister smile, Shiji conjured a bolt of purple lightning, ruthlessly hurling it towards Ba. The crackling of the electric surge resonated with a violent intent. Do not panic, my master. I shall handle this. At that moment, the Ghost King bellowed, decisively taking action as its form expanded immensely. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed the oncoming purple lightning whole. Swallowed. It actually consumed that ferocious bolt of energy. What manner of creature is this? The surrounding onlookers gazed in astonishment at the peculiar black mass. The purple lightning that had been devoured? Shurji paused, a flicker of disbelief crossing her enchanting eyes. With a chilling laugh, she remarked on the audacity of daring to swallow her lightning, questioning whether it feared being obliterated. As the Ghost King ingested the purple lightning, its body continued to swell, prompting the crowd to recall Shurji's ominous words regarding self-destruction. Was it truly about to explode? All eyes were fixated on the Ghost King, anxious not to miss the spectacle of its demise. The creature grew ever larger. Suddenly, the Ghost King's tightly shut eyes burst open, emitting a muffled sound. Was it about to detonate? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, the Ghost King emitted a resounding belch. To their bewilderment, it seemed entirely unfazed. Observing this, the onlookers exchanged exasperated glances, realizing that the dark mass had suffered no harm whatsoever. Wait, Shurji inquired, perplexed. How could it emerge unscathed after consuming my lightning? Ha ha ha. Silly woman, I am no mere phantom. I am the Ghost King. It cackled, and after releasing that belch, its inflated form began to shrink rapidly until it appeared unscathed. Instead, it had absorbed the energy of the lightning as nourishment. Ghost King? Oomph, nothing but a useless creature. Shurji scoffed, her icy gaze fixed on Oba. Prepare yourself, for I am about to get serious. Enough with the chatter, can't you say less? Oba replied with an impatient tone. You are utterly insufferable. In an instant, Shurji's fury ignited. Chapter 137. The situation grows sinister today shall be your demise, Shurji. Oba's eyes glinted with cold resolve. In mythological tales, Shurji had once bested Neza, showcasing her formidable strength. However, even such prowess could not overcome the might of the Lotus deity. Let us see if you can survive. Shurji sneered, her body enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, her formidable presence surging forth as it bore down upon Oba. Is this what you call pressure? The corner of Oba's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. And then his body trembled. Let me demonstrate what true pressure feels like. As the words fell, a resounding dragon roar echoed. The deafening sound reverberated, and the oppressive force descended upon Shurji like a divine being descending from the heavens. Dragon's might? A flicker of panic crossed Shurji's eyes as the purple radiance enveloping her surged, attempting to dispel the dragon's might. Such arrogance. Witnessing this scene, the dragon maiden wore a cold smile. The master's dragon might was of ancestral dragon caliber, far beyond the realm of an ordinary little azure dragon. It represented the pinnacle of dragonkind. How could Shurji possibly withstand such power? Bang! As expected, the moment the purple radiance came into contact with the dragon's might, it dissipated in an instant. Impossible. A look of disbelief flashed in Shurji's eyes, and instinctively, she tried to evade, but the speed of the dragon's might was nearly instantaneous. Poof! Shurji's body bent, her exquisite face contorted in pain, and a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from her lips. Master Shurji. Witnessing this, King Zhou's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock, his heart racing with alarm. Could it be that this Uba possessed such formidable strength? Even Master Shurji was no match for him. Uba is truly powerful. Even the seasoned strongmen of the mythical realm cannot contend with him. Uba is simply my idol. His strength is astonishing. The onlookers around were filled with awe, their eyes shining with admiration. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, Shurji's gaze turned increasingly fierce as she looked at Uba. She slowly spoke. Uba, I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. I underestimated you. From now on, I shall be serious. As her voice faded, a peculiar purple light ignited in Shurji's eyes, captivatingly enchanting, evoking an irresistible desire to gaze upon it further. Subsequently, as her hair danced wildly, it astonishingly transformed into living serpents. Is this Master Shurji about to unleash the ultimate technique of the Demonstone Cave? Could it be that move? Can Uba endure it? That technique is Master Shurji's signature killing blow, having claimed the lives of numerous renowned strongmen. Witnessing Shurji's bizarre transformation, the onlookers' expressions shifted, their faces a mix of apprehension and intrigue. A killing move? Hearing the murmurs around him, Uba remained vigilant, keenly observing Shurji's changes. As Shurji noticed Uba's unwavering gaze upon her, her smile grew increasingly sinister, as if everything unfolded just as she had anticipated. Something is amiss. There is undoubtedly a hidden danger. Uba furrowed his brow, a peculiar sense of foreboding gnawing at him. A sense that felt lethally potent. One moment of carelessness could lead to his demise. Uba, perish. At this moment, Shurji let out a loud cry, her aura reaching its zenith. As a beam of purple light shot forth from her eyes with ferocious intensity. It was swift, so swift that evasion was futile. Even though Uba reacted instantly, he could not move quickly enough. This is bad. A sinking feeling gripped Uba's heart. It seemed inevitable that he could not escape this purple light. Although he was uncertain of its effects, an ominous sense of foreboding filled him. Should he fall victim, it could herald dire consequences. Master, be careful. Just then, the anxious voice of the dragon maiden reached him, and Uba turned to see a golden dragon suddenly shielding him, absorbing the entirety of the purple light. Dragon maiden. Witnessing this scene, Uba's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily called out. I'm fine, master, the dragon maiden replied, turning her head towards him. Her voice was somewhat weak. But aside from that, she appeared unscathed, without a trace of blood upon her. Fine. At this moment, Shurji's cold laughter echoed. Her gaze fixed disdainfully upon Uba and the dragon maiden, her smug smile growing ever more pronounced. You think you can be unscathed after being struck by my illusory stone shadow? Who do you think you are? A great Luo Jinxian? Illusory stone shadow? Uba furrowed his brow. Just as he intended to examine the dragon maiden's condition, he heard Shurji's indifferent voice resonate once more. Petrify. With the utterance of that command, a gray aura enveloped the dragon maiden in an instant. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the glimmer in the dragon maiden's eyes vanished, and her entire form transformed into an incredibly hard stone statue. Dragon maiden. Upon witnessing this, Uba's expression darkened profoundly. The dragon maiden had turned into a statue. Ha! Kid, give it up. Once struck by my illusory stone shadow, you can never return to your former self, only to remain as a statue for eternity. Gazing at the colossal stone dragon, Shurji reveled in her triumph, thoroughly satisfied with her creation. Eternity? A statue? These 4 words pierced Uba's heart deeply. Had he not been careless, the dragon maiden would not have been turned to stone. In that moment, Uba was engulfed by a profound rage. Dragon Blood Neza, activate. A surge of dragon energy enveloped Uba, as golden light flickered ominously, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Blazing fire celestial silk, come forth. A fiery red silk appeared from thin air, the scorching heat seemingly evaporating the very air around it. Fiery spear manifest. The fiery spear materialized in Uba's hand, its tip gleaming like a dragon, its chilling radiance shimmering. At this moment, Uba's aura peaked, his power reaching its most formidable state. What is happening with this kid? Shurji sensed the suffocating pressure and the searing heat from a distance, her expression changing dramatically, her eyes filled with fear. The current Uba truly instilled in her a deep sense of dread. She felt as though she had been reduced to mere insignificance, a mere ant, easily extinguished by the formidable Uba. Shurji, you may as well perish. The indifferent voice echoed, and Uba vanished into thin air, leaving the atmosphere charged with an intense heat. What? Where have the people gone? Shurji's expression shifted dramatically as she scanned her surroundings, finding not even a trace of Uba. What kind of speed is this? Where has the Lord of the Lotus God gone? Such power, such heat. Who could possibly withstand this? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with awe, their expressions changing drastically, their reverence for Uba reaching unprecedented heights. Chapter 139. Jiangxia, how could he have become so powerful in an instant? Panic surged within Shurji, regret flooding her heart. Had she known the true strength of this Lotus God, no amount of rewards from King Zhou would have compelled her to leave her sanctuary. Even if she survived this encounter, it would surely come at a tremendous cost. At that moment, sensing a surge of murderous intent from behind, she swiftly turned to find Uba's emotionless, bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon her. Dragon Spear Technique. A resounding roar of a dragon erupted as a fiery dragon burst forth from the fire-tipped spear, hurtling toward Shurji. Such formidable dragon energy. Panic flickered in Shurji's eyes as she conjured a shield of purple light, desperately attempting to fend off the attack. Yet, her efforts were futile. All that awaited her was Uba's cold, self-assured words. Boom. In the next instant, the fire dragon collided with her purple shield, shattering it in an instant. What? Shurji gasped, attempting to muster her strength for a counterattack. But in the next heartbeat, the fire dragon pierced through her body, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Ah! A wretched scream escaped Shurji's lips as flames clung to the edges of the wound, searing her flesh. Weakened and grievously injured, she could no longer maintain her suspended state, plummeting heavily toward the ground. With a sickening thud, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. Yet in that fleeting moment, a glint of cold light flashed past, embedding itself perilously close to her neck. Trembling, Shurji turned to see a spear, gleaming with frost. Shurji, I give you 3 seconds to revert the dragon maiden back. Uba descended from the air, withdrawing the fiery spear embedded in the ground, and stepping onto Shurji's form, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. 3, 2, have the audacity to kill me, and the dragon will never return. Shurji retorted coldly, interrupting his countdown. Either she reverts back, or you die. The choice is yours, Uba stated matter-of-factly. Did he truly believe she could comply? It is impossible. Unless you plead with me. In this world, apart from myself, no one can save her. Shurji arrogantly believed she held the fate of the dragon maiden in her hands. Upon hearing this, Aoba furrowed his brow slightly. Do not panic, young friend. I can save your companion. Just as tensions reached a stalemate, an aged voice resonated. As an elder, leaning on his cane, slowly approached from the entrance. Aoba raised his brow in mild confusion, his eyes filled with intrigue. Where did this old man come from? Despite his frail appearance and rough, tattered clothing, the aura emanating from him instilled a hint of trepidation in Aoba. This elder was undoubtedly formidable. Jiangxia? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shurji's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over her features as her eyes flickered with varied emotions. Jiangxia? Could it be the legendary powerhouse from the Great Zhou? The astute and valiant national master? What brings him to our great Shang? The crowd gasped in shock, their astonishment palpable as they murmured among themselves. Chapter 140, Mount Huntian Jiangxia? As the name rang a bell, Aoba finally understood. No wonder the old man's aura provoked a sense of caution. He was indeed Jiangxia, the mightiest figure in Great Zhou. Old man, you claim to possess a method to save the dragon maiden? Aoba inquired, his tone surprisingly unperturbed as he gazed at him. Indeed, I have a marvelous plan for her rescue, Jiangxia replied, approaching with a benevolent smile, nodding affirmatively at Aoba's words. Jiangxia, why must you thwart my efforts? In an instant, Shurji was consumed by rage. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Jiangxia. Had he not appeared, Aoba would have never dared to harm her before devising a means to rescue the dragon maiden. Yet, Jiangxia's presence had irrevocably altered the situation. For your efforts? Shurji, do not forget that we are not of the same faction. I am merely undertaking an action that aids this young friend. Jiangxia replied with a faint smile, his demeanor unchanged, exuding a sense of calm. This made Aoba feel that the old man was rather cunning. You Shurji was at a loss for words, ready to rebuke him when she felt a sudden warmth around her neck. Just as she found it peculiar, she looked down and beheld her body several meters away. No, Shurji's head fell to the ground, her eyes brimming with resentment as life slipped away in the next instant. Well, the noisy one is dealt with. Old man, you may now save the dragon maiden. Aoba withdrew his fiery spear, and simultaneously, the blazing Huntian silk vanished from sight. My young friend, I cannot save her just yet, Jiangxia replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head lightly. What? With a furrowed brow, Aoba revealed a hint of suppressed anger as he coldly regarded Jiangxia. Old man, did you not just claim you could save him? Fear not, young friend. Indeed, I possess the means to save him, but alas, the moment is not yet ripe, Jiangxia replied with a gentle shake of his head. To claim you can save him, yet assert that you cannot at this moment. Your words are truly contradictory. What on earth is going on? Aoba's brow furrowed deeper. Should Jiangxia dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to take a life. Do not fret, young friend. Allow me to elucidate. Jiangxia gestured dismissively, speaking with calm assurance. In 7 days, the Mount Hunyuan within the realm of Dezhou will once again open. Within lies a celestial pond that can save your friend. Mount Hunyuan, celestial pond? Aoba paused, bewildered, casting an incredulous glance at Jiangxia. It was evident that matters were not as straightforward as the old man claimed. Otherwise, such fortuitous opportunities would not exist in this world. Let us set aside these discussions for now. You may first address the pressing issues at hand, and afterward, we shall converse at length. Jiangxia seemed reluctant to divulge more, his gaze subtly drifting toward the elevated platform. Very well, Aoba nodded. His eyes filled with determination as he glanced up at the platform, where King Zhou and Shun Gongbao trembled in fear. With a swift motion, flames erupted from Aoba's hand. He forcefully waved it, incinerating the corpse of Shurji until nothing remained. Ding. Host has slain Shurji. Experience gained. 100,000. Evolution points. 10. The voice of the system echoed following the complete incineration of the body. Chapter 141. The Death of King Zhou. 100,000 experience. 10 evolution points. Aoba was momentarily astonished upon hearing the system's announcement. He had not anticipated such substantial rewards from slaying a mere Shurji. Truly, a formidable adversary in proximity to the divine realm. Aoba couldn't help but reflect. Ding. Host experience has reached capacity, upgrading in progress. The system's voice continued to resonate. Ding. Host has gained experience, leveling up to the initial stage of the Saint Realm, 8 stars. Ding. Host has gained experience, leveling up to the initial stage of the Saint Realm, 9 stars. Ding. Ding. Host has gained experience, leveling up to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, 3 stars. With the final upgrade announcement, Aoba's strength stabilized at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, 3 stars. Astonishingly, he had ascended 5 tiers in one fell swoop. Aoba moved his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Meanwhile, Jiangxia cast a sidelong glance, sensing that Aoba's strength had evidently advanced significantly, enough to instill a sense of alarm within him. Aoba soared into the air, approaching the elevated platform with deliberate steps toward King Zhou and Shen Gongbao. Stay back. Do not approach, Lord Aoba. I was in error. As Aoba advanced, King Zhou felt as though a harbinger of death approached, prompting him to cry out in sheer terror, devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist. Even a formidable being like Master Shurji is no match for the Lotus deity. How could a mere transcendent hope to prevail? To resist would surely lead to immediate annihilation. Regrettably, the words of King Zhou fell upon deaf ears for Lord Lotus, who continued to approach with an expression of indifference. No, O Lord Lotus, what do you desire? Gold, silver, treasures, a multitude of beautiful maidens. I shall grant you all. Just spare my life. Observing the utter lack of response from Lord Lotus, King Zhou's face turned pale with fear, prompting him to hastily enumerate all the benefits he could offer. Gold, silver, treasures. A multitude of beautiful maidens? The corners of Lord Lotus's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, all that you desire, I shall provide. Mistaking this for genuine interest, King Zhou nodded eagerly. I require but one thing. Lord Lotus's voice, calm and unwavering, rang out once more. What is it? King Zhou trembled as he asked. Your life. At that moment, a frown crossed Lord Lotus's brow as he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, only to discover a pool of liquid seeping from beneath King Zhou. The once mighty ruler of the Shang dynasty had been so frightened by a single utterance that he had soiled himself. It was utterly ludicrous, a foolish and cowardly monarch. Lord Lotus shook his head lightly, his gaze devoid of warmth. In the next instant, he fixed his eyes upon King Zhou with a piercing glare, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth. King Zhou rolled his eyes back and perished, never imagining that it would be his provocation of the Lotus deity that would lead to the downfall of his dynasty. It is your turn. After dispatching King Zhou, Lord Lotus turned his attention to the trembling Shen Gongbao. You cannot kill me, he stammered, summoning what little courage he could muster to complete his sentence. Cannot kill you? Why ever not? Lord Lotus inquired with a mocking smile. My master is the infinite immortal. If you slay me, will you not fear retribution from my master? Mentioning his master's name filled Shen Gongbao with a newfound confidence, as he believed that Lord Lotus would hesitate to take his life upon hearing it. The infinite immortal? Huh, let him come to find me, Lord Lotus replied with a nonchalant smile, and in an instant, he extinguished Shen Gongbao's life before the latter could fully comprehend. What? Shen Gongbao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that invoking his master's name would lead to such an immediate demise without a hint of hesitation from Lord Lotus. Unbeknownst to Shen Gongbao, since the slaying of Shurji, Lord Lotus had eagerly awaited the arrival of such formidable figures, for it would grant him a wealth of experience and evolution points. King of Ghosts, come forth. After eliminating the two, Lord Lotus chose not to defile their remains, but instead summoned the King of Ghosts. Master, I am here. A swirling mass of black mist approached, accompanied by the voice of the King of Ghosts. Examine these two bodies. Which one do you choose? Gazing at the lifeless forms of King Zhou and Shen Gongbao, Ba addressed the Ghost King with an air of indifference. Indeed, the Ghost King fell into a deep contemplation, and after a moment, he turned his attention to King Zhou's body and spoke slowly. Master, I choose his body. Very well, proceed, Ba nodded. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as a thought blossomed in his mind. If the Ghost King were to inhabit King Zhou's form and ascend as the ruler of the Shang dynasty, subsequently promoting the worship of the Lotus God throughout the realm, would not his followers multiply exponentially? Enraptured by the notion, Ba shared his plan with the Ghost King. As you command, Master. The Ghost King replied with a nod, his loyalty unwavering if it meant aiding his master. In the next moment, the Ghost King transformed into a wisp of black mist, entering King Zhou's body through his mouth. After a prolonged silence, King Zhou's eyes abruptly flew open, had it not been for the dark aura swirling within them. Oba might have believed he had returned from the dead. And Master, a somewhat awkward voice emerged from King Zhou's lips. As the Ghost King gradually acclimated to his new vessel. Ghost King, once you have familiarized yourself with this body in the coming days, you shall implement the plan I just shared with you, Oba instructed, observing the Ghost King with a calm demeanor. Understood, Master, the Ghost King replied respectfully, his allegiance to Oba deepening with his new form. Having concluded matters here, Oba turned his gaze toward the towering statue of the Dragon Maiden. A headache beginning to form. The Dragon Maiden had grown to such a colossal size. How could he possibly transport her back? According to the old man, Jiangxia, there were still 7 days remaining. Certainly, it would not do to leave the Dragon Maiden here for that long. Beep, initializing system space for the host. A sudden voice echoed in Oba's mind. In the following moment, he sensed an expansive space within his consciousness. This must be the system space that had been activated. With this newfound capability, he effortlessly placed the Dragon Maiden statue within the system space. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. How had such a massive statue vanished? Truly, the revered Lord Lotus possessed remarkable abilities. At this moment, Oba's popularity surged, with an awe-inspiring display of power. He had vanquished the legendary stone mistress of the mythic world, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. The name of Lord Lotus had begun to circulate quietly throughout the realm of myth. Chapter 143. The Function of Faith after addressing the affairs of the Shang dynasty. Oba returned to the Lotus God sect, accompanied by Li Jing and the people of Qintang Pass. As for Jiangxia, that old fellow had promised to return in 5 days. Upon arriving at the Lotus God sect, Lady Yin cast a timid glance at Oba, wishing to call out to him, but unsure of how to address him. Mother, you may simply call me Zharer, Oba replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the words of the revered Uba, Li Jing and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that, despite being the esteemed deity of the lotus, Uba did not exhibit the usual haughtiness towards his kin. Father, mother, you shall reside here within the Lotus Divine sect from now on, Uba stated, gazing at Li Jing and the others with a gentle demeanor. Excellent. Li Jing and his companions nodded in agreement, recognizing that Uba's intentions were to safeguard them. While Uba had saved them once, it did not guarantee his assistance on countless occasions. Remaining in the Lotus Divine sect would indeed provide a measure of security. Grand Elder, please make arrangements for the people of Qintang Pass. Uba instructed the Grand Elder, who stood nearby. Yes, Lord Lotus, the Grand Elder replied respectfully, then gestured for Li Jing and the others to follow him. As they traversed the grounds, the Grand Elder guided the group through the Lotus Divine sect, which had expanded to 3 or 4 times its previous size after assimilating the Demon God sect, showcasing its grandeur. This spectacle left the people of Qintang Pass in awe of the immense power of Lord Lotus. Once the Grand Elder had settled the individuals from Qintang Pass, Uba returned to his chamber. Time swiftly passed. Over the next few days, Uba occasionally checked on by Linger, who remained as frigid as ever. Though several fissures had begun to appear in the ice, it seemed Bai Linger would soon break free from her confinement. Lord Lotus, Master Jiangxia has arrived. A voice announced. Uba nodded, a radiant light enveloping him, and in an instant, he appeared in the main hall. Jiangxia had been waiting patiently, and, upon seeing Uba, offered a faint smile. Young friend Lotus, your recent prominence is remarkable. Your name resonates throughout the Great Shang. Is that so? Uba replied, slightly taken aback by Jiangxia's words. He had been in seclusion for the past few days and had not been attuned to the happenings in the Great Shang. It appeared that the Ghost King had indeed enacted a nationwide decree proclaiming the worship of Lord Lotus. Otherwise, his victory over the Stone Princess would not have yielded such significant results. Ding. The host's faith value has accumulated to 100,000. The faith function is now activated. Initiating the faith function. Success. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed sharply in his mind. Uba immediately felt a surge of peculiar energy within him, faith energy. The current level of the faith function was 1, with the next level requiring 1 million. The present function would double the experience gained. Double experience. Uba's expression brightened, and his breath quickened. If experience was indeed doubled, it meant he could now reap twice the rewards compared to before. Had the faith function been activated earlier, his defeat of the Stone Princess would have propelled him not just 5 levels, but an astonishing 10. Chapter 144. The young prodigy of the Sage Realm to leap 10 levels in succession was beyond the wildest dreams of Uba. If one were to achieve 1,000,000 faith points, would that not imply a doubling of the evolution points? Uba gasped, a chill running through him, further solidifying his resolve to gather more followers. Uba, my young friend. At that moment, Jiang Ziya's voice, laced with confusion, broke the silence. Oba snapped back to reality. Are you alright, Oba? Jiang Ziya observed him with concern, having noticed that Oba had been lost in thought for several seconds. I'm fine. Oba waved his hand dismissively, then gathered his excitement, deciding it prudent to address the matter at hand first. Old man, the mysterious heaven mountain you mentioned, it can't be that simple, can it? Oh. Oba, my young friend, you are indeed exceptionally astute. Jiang Ziya smiled faintly. This mysterious heaven mountain was discovered jointly by our Zhou dynasty and the bloodthirsty sect. The bloodthirsty sect? Oba's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, they are a power on par with our Zhou dynasty, Jiang Ziya affirmed, nodding slowly. The energy of the celestial pond atop mysterious heaven mountain is limited, thus it cannot accommodate too many individuals. Therefore, we have decided to each send 3 young prodigies to compete in a best-of-5 series. The victor shall ascend. Young prodigies? Upon hearing this, Oba found it somewhat intriguing. Could it be that he might be considered a young prodigy as well, to be capable of vanquishing those nearing the sacred realm? Jiang Ziya awkwardly rubbed his nose. Though you, Oba, are indeed formidable, in terms of age, you could be categorized as a young prodigy. Why then did you seek me out? Does your Zhou dynasty lack capable young talents? Oba inquired, uninterested in the nuances of their classification. Once more, Jiang Ziya found himself in an awkward predicament. With a wry smile, he admitted, regrettably, our Zhou dynasty does lack such powerful young talents. Oba's expression darkened. No wonder the Zhou dynasty could not rival the Shang dynasty. Lacking even a single capable young prodigy. A young talent with a bit of promise was akin to the fresh blood of a dynasty. Fear not, with your participation. Those young rascals from the bloodthirsty sect will surely stand no chance, Jiang Ziya remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, envisioning the dark expressions of the bloodthirsty sect's members. Who could withstand a young prodigy of the sage realm? Oba remarked nonchalantly. If that is the case, then let us depart at once. He was indifferent to the thoughts of the bloodthirsty sect. His sole focus was on rescuing the dragon maiden. Every moment delayed increased his worry, for it was due to him that she had fallen into such a plight. Very well, Oba, my young friend. Jiang Ziya nodded. With that, the two left the grand hall of the Uba sect, stepping into the void as they made their way towards the territory of the Zhou dynasty. On this journey to the Great Zhou, Oba chose to travel alone, as the Ghost King needed to remain in the Great Shang to oversee matters. And Bai Linger was in the midst of her evolution. Soon, Oba and Jiang Ziya arrived in the territory of the Great Zhou. Both possessed formidable strength, enabling them to traverse the skies with astonishing speed. Young friend Shun, we have now arrived in the territory of the Great Zhou, Jiang Ziya remarked as they soared through the air. Indeed, Oba acknowledged with a nod. Gazing around, he noted that the citizens of the Great Zhou exhibited a simplicity and purity markedly different from the combat-driven fervor of those in the Great Shang. This distinction perhaps stemmed directly from the governance of their sovereign. Younger friend Shun, allow me to take you to meet the king of the Great Zhou. Jiang Ziya proposed. GFA. A name swiftly surfaced in Oba's mind upon hearing Jiang Ziya's words, and he nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed at once. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Inside the grand palace of the Great Zhou, a young man sat lost in thought, cradling a teacup. He was GFA, the ruler of the Great Zhou. Setting down the cup with a sigh, he pondered whether Jiang Ziya had found a powerful young talent, for the next day marked the culmination of the Xiantan at Mount Huitian. If Jiang Ziya failed to secure a capable successor, the opportunity presented by the Xiantan might slip away. This thought left him discontented. The Great Zhou could potentially cultivate several gifted youths with access to the Xiantan. Suddenly, a hearty, aged laughter echoed through the hall. Fear not, my king, for I have indeed found a promising young talent. Master Jiang. Upon hearing the voice, GFA's eyes lit up with joy. It was the return of Jiang Ziya. At last, you have returned, Master Jiang. We welcome your presence. The onlookers expressed their excitement, indicating Jiang Ziya's esteemed status in the Great Zhou. It was clear that if he desired to ascend to the throne, the people would readily depose GFA in favor of Jiang Ziya. However, they all knew that Jiang Ziya had no such ambitions, a sentiment shared by GFA, which fostered their mutual trust. Old man, I never anticipated your popularity would be so high, came an unexpected voice, startling the assembly. Only then did they notice a stranger beside Jiang Ziya. Who are you calling old man? This is Master Jiang. Yes, young one, mind your words. Otherwise, we shall not treat you kindly. Instantly, the crowd's demeanor shifted. Glaring angrily at Oba, Master Jiang, who is this individual? GFA was equally dissatisfied with Oba's demeanor, yet he restrained himself from reacting, recognizing that Ba was brought back by Jiang Zia. "Your Majesty, this is the junior I have brought back," Jiang Zia said with a gentle smile. He was not at all offended by Ba's manner of address. After all, Ba possessed the strength to call himself as he pleased. A junior brought back? Can he truly help us defeat the bloodthirsty sect? Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, the surrounding crowd expressed their skepticism, for Ba presented himself as rather feeble. Could he genuinely match the prowess of the bloodthirsty sect's disciples? "Master Jiang, it is not that we distrust you, but looking at this individual, does he truly possess the capability? We hope he won't bring shame upon our great Zhou." A short man stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he spoke. "Indeed, Master Jiang, one glance at him reveals a lack of integrity and strength. If he cannot withstand even 3 strikes from the bloodthirsty sect, it would surely tarnish our great Zhou's reputation." The man's words resonated with the assembly within the hall. Chapter 146. He is the Lord of the Lotus God, Tu Xing's son. You may rest assured. The junior I have brought will undoubtedly astonish you. Jiang Zia smiled slightly at the crowd's doubts and addressed the short man. "Since you have said so, Master Jiang, we shall tentatively place our trust in you." Tu Xing's son furrowed his brow, but ultimately refrained from further comment. After all, Jiang Zia was the national advisor, and regardless of their grievances, they could not voice them openly. "Old man, is this how you entertain guests in Great Zhou?" Observing the discontent among the crowd, Ba smirked coldly. The Taiji Jinren awkwardly touched his nose, unsure of how to respond. "You insolent brat, it is not your place to critique our hospitality," he retorted. "You are but a junior, yet you dare to look down upon Great Zhou." Hearing Ba's words, the assembly was filled with indignation, their gazes turning fierce. Even GFA, who was typically composed, subtly furrowed his brow. "Today, I shall teach you the meaning of respect." Tu Xing's son sneered, taking a formidable step forward as a wave of pale, yellow spiritual energy surged toward Ba. "Impudent." A cold shout echoed as the yellow energy shattered instantly. "What?" Tu Xing's son exclaimed in shock as he was violently propelled backward, crashing against a pillar in the hall. Yet this was not the end. The chilling pressure sought his throat, threatening his very life in the blink of an eye. "Young friend of the Lotus God, I implore you to show mercy." Jiang Zia's voice rang out in alarm. "Humph." With a cold snort, the oppressive aura vanished in an instant, mere millimeters from the throat of the Earthwalker. This was the first time the Earthwalker had truly sensed the breath of death. His face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. This served as a warning. Should there be a next time, it would be without mercy. The cold gaze of the Lotus Overlord swept over the Earthwalker, a fleeting glint of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. Had it not been for the favor of Jiang Zia, the Earthwalker would have already become a lifeless corpse. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the impassive Lotus Overlord, astonished that he had effortlessly dispatched the peak Earthwalker. A sharp intake of breath broke the stillness, as someone gasped in shock at the revelation. He actually killed the Earthwalker in an instant. Who on earth is this young man? The expressions of those in the grand hall shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with palpable fear. The Earthwalker was renowned as a formidable warrior in the Great Zhou, yet he had fallen without even a single counterattack against this youth. Just how terrifying must his strength be? "Master Jiang, who exactly is this young friend?" At this moment, GFA's expression changed, and he began to regard the Lotus Overlord with newfound respect, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Zia. With a slight smile, Jiang Zia turned to the Lotus Overlord and said slowly, "I believe everyone has heard of this young friend, especially given his recent prominence. He is none other than the revered Lord of Lotus." "Lord of Lotus?" "He is truly the Lord of Lotus." Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, the crowd's expressions shifted, their spirits growing heavy. They had certainly heard of the Lord of Lotus, famed for defeating the long-established stone ancestor with a single strike, leaving everyone in the hall in utter shock. "Master Jiang, is he truly the Lord of Lotus?" GFA's voice trembled with excitement as he gazed at Jiang Zia. Without a doubt, Jiang Zia affirmed with a nod, his tone resolute. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the hall. The seemingly aloof young man was indeed the illustrious Lord of Lotus. GFA, realizing he had nearly offended the Lord of Lotus without recognizing him, hastily bowed in apology. "We are truly sorry, Lord of Lotus, for our lack of recognition upon your arrival." The others in the hall knelt on one knee, their voices trembling as they expressed their contrition. If the Lord of Lotus truly desired to take lives, I fear even Master Jiang could not intervene. "Enough. I shall not pursue this matter." Observing GFA's sincere demeanor, the Lotus Overlord felt a measure of appreciation. At least GFA's behavior was far superior to that of King Zhou. Certainly, if GFA's demeanor were akin to that of King Zhou, he would not advocate for the Zhou dynasty to become the next Shang. Grateful for Lord Ocean's understanding, GFA felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Since Lord Ocean had not pursued the matter further, it seemed of little consequence. Master Jiang, surely the strength of Lord Ocean cannot be considered that of a junior? GFA inquired. The others nodded in agreement. If someone of Lord Ocean's prowess was deemed a junior, what did that make them? Your words are misguided, King Ji. Jiang Zia replied, shaking his head with a smile. Though Lord Ocean's power is nothing short of astonishing, do not forget that in terms of age, he is indeed a junior. Upon hearing this, GFA and the others suddenly comprehended. Indeed, their pact with the bloodthirsty sect was predicated on age. And while Lord Ocean possessed formidable strength, he was, by age, the youngest among them. Then, we shall rely on Lord Ocean. GFA nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. If Ocean were to intervene, the Xianxi of Hengtian Mountain would surely belong to the Zhou dynasty. No need for concern, Ubo waved his hand. Young friend Ocean, shall I introduce you to the other two? Jiang Zia proposed. In the contest for the Xianxi of Hengtian Mountain, there were 3 slots, and Uba only occupied 1. The other 2 were to be his teammates. Please lead the way, Uba nodded, recognizing the importance of meeting his future companions. Jiang Zia then escorted Uba away from the main hall and into a courtyard, where the sounds of combat could be heard. Those 2 youngsters are at it again. Jiang Zia remarked with a slight frown, a smile of resignation gracing his face. Young friend Ocean, let us enter, he suggested. Uba nodded, already discerning the strength of the 2 combatants from the fluctuations emanating from within. Their capabilities, being at the advanced stage of the spirit realm, were indeed rather modest. Upon opening the door, they beheld a young man and woman engaged in a spirited exchange of blows, their comparable strengths allowing for an evenly matched bout. Even as Uba and Jiang Zia entered, their duel continued unabated. Clearing his throat, Jiang Zia interjected, Ahem, Su Yuan, Lin Shi, you 2 can cease hostilities for a moment. Master Jiang, the pair exclaimed in unison, hastily halting their skirmish. Su Yuan, consider yourself fortunate today. Had it not been for the Master's arrival, I would not have let you off so easily. Lin Shi declared, do not get too smug, for with just one more move, you would have been the one to lose. Despite pausing, both could not refrain from exchanging barbs, each unwilling to concede superiority. All right, enough of this, you 2. Come and meet your teammate, Jiang Zia urged. Jiang Zia waved at the 2 individuals, prompting them to approach. Teammates, are you the 3rd person joining us? Lin Shi inquired curiously, observing Oba, who appeared somewhat aloof yet intriguing. Oba replied with a subtle nod, emitting a faint sound of acknowledgement from his nostrils. Haha, just in time for me to test your strength. Su Yuan, a fervent combat enthusiast, could hardly contain his excitement upon receiving Oba's affirmation. Eagerly preparing for a match. Are you certain you wish to spar with me? Oba found the notion somewhat amusing. Indeed. Su Yuan responded earnestly with a nod. I want to join as well. Lin Shi chimed in, equally determined. How amusing. A smile graced Oba's face. Perhaps you 2 should refrain from such antics. Jiang Zia promptly intervened, aware that the 2 younglings in the spirit realm would be courting danger by provoking a deity. Very well, the 2 youngsters conceded, nodding in resignation at Jiang Zia's words. Old man, their abilities are rather lacking. May I enhance their strength slightly? Oba remarked, casting a glance at Su Yuan and Lin Shi. You. At Oba's comment regarding their low prowess, both Su Yuan and Lin Shi shot him indignant glares. Enhance their strength? Jiang Zia was taken aback, staring at Oba in bewilderment. How would one accomplish such a feat? Rest assured, there is no harm in it. Oba assured, raising his hand and directing it towards Su Yuan and Lin Shi, a soft golden light cascading over them. Divine protection. All done. After a brief moment, Oba withdrew his hand. Su Yuan and Lin Shi regained their senses, noticing a faint golden glow emanating from their bodies. In the next instant, they felt a significant change within themselves. I have broken through to the initial stage of the extraordinary realm, exclaimed Su Yuan. I have also advanced. How peculiar. What has transpired? Lin Shi echoed, both astonished and bewildered. Jiang Zia glanced at Oba, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere ray of golden light could enable Su Yuan and Lin Shi to directly ascend to the extraordinary realm. How is this possible? Divine protection. Under my guardianship, one's cultivation can increase exponentially, Oba explained with a smile, gazing at the soft golden glow in his hand. Chapter 149. The Journey to Hengtian Mountain Divine Protection? Jiang Ziya's expression shifted dramatically, filled with profound astonishment. Master Jiang, what is divine protection? Su Yuan and Lin Shi inquired, intrigued about the golden light that had bestowed them with newfound strength. The blessing of the gods is an ancient spell, steeped in terror, that bestows a myriad of advantages upon those who bask in its divine light. With a deep breath, Jiang Ziya gradually elucidated ancient celestial magic, a plethora of benefits. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and Lin Shi exclaimed in unison, their curiosity piqued about the figure before them, who appeared to be of similar age to themselves, yet possessed such formidable abilities in ancient sorcery. Surely, his identity must be extraordinary. He is the Lotus deity. The Lotus deity? Su Yuan and Lin Shi were momentarily taken aback, then instinctively reacted, exclaiming, could it be the illustrious Lotus deity? Indeed. Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged a glance, each reflecting the profound shock mirrored in the other's eyes. The young man before them was, in fact, the esteemed Lotus deity. Just moments ago, they had contemplated engaging in a friendly duel with the Lotus deity, and now their faces flushed crimson at the thought. To spar with the Lotus deity, wasn't that akin to courting death? Esteemed Lotus deity, I have inadvertently offended you, Su Yuan stammered, his face reddening further as he spoke cautiously. I too have erred, Lin Shi added, equally reluctant to concede. Not at all. The Lotus deity waved his hand dismissively, finding these two young ones rather amusing rather than worth his ire. Lotus deity, why not take this opportunity to get acquainted? Tomorrow, we shall set forth for Mount Huantian, Jiang Ziya suggested with a smile. Very well, the Lotus deity nodded. Tomorrow then? It seems the dragon maiden shall be restored to her former self. On the following day, the Lotus deity and his companions arrived at Mount Huantian. Is this truly Mount Huantian? As he wandered through the verdant forest, he felt the abundant spiritual energy enveloping him. Young friend Lotus deity. The celestial pool lies atop the mountain, but the seal has yet to be lifted, rendering access impossible for the time being, Jiang Ziya explained, walking alongside him with a smile. Let us expedite the resolution of the bloodthirsty sect, the Lotus deity replied, eager to proceed. Upon reaching the mid-level of Mount Huantian, the Lotus deity spotted a gathering of individuals clad in crimson awaiting their arrival. Master Jiang, you have finally arrived, a middle-aged man in red remarked, his gaze cool and unruffled. Mid-tier saint realm, 1 star? The Lotus deity merely glanced at him before losing interest. Such power was beneath his notice. Looks like you have been waiting for quite some time, bloodthirsty sect leader, Jiang Ziya replied with a smile. Master Jiang, I shall forego pleasantries, let us begin. The bloodthirsty sect leader, clearly impatient, wasted no time in directing his attention towards the 3 young disciples beside him. These are the pride of our bloodthirsty sect. What about yours, Master Jiang? The Lotus deity observed the trio, each adorned with expressions of pride, their powers firmly entrenched in the extraordinary realm. Indeed, their prowess surpasses that of the individuals from the Great Zhou. Were it not for the personal enhancement bestowed upon Su Yuan and Lin Shi by Ba, the outcome of this confrontation would remain uncertain. Chapter 150. The Bloodthirsty Sect. Haha. Our trio from the Great Zhou is undoubtedly prepared, Jiang Ziya remarked with a slight smile, turning his gaze towards Ba and slowly addressing the 3. These are our disciples from the Great Zhou. Transcendent Realm? The bloodthirsty sect leader expressed mild astonishment upon sensing the fluctuations of Su Yuan and Lin Shi's powers. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with the prior reports, yet it bore little consequence. Ultimately, the celestial pool in this chaotic realm would belong to his bloodthirsty sect. Shall we commence then? The sect leader directed his attention to an individual beside him, speaking coldly. Yihan, you shall initiate the first battle. Yes, sect leader. The young man named Yihan nodded earnestly and stepped forward, casting a frigid glance at Ba and the others, stating, which of you 3 will face me? I shall. Su Yuan volunteered, eager to gauge his newly acquired strength in the transcendent realm. Come forth. As the words fell, Yihan surged forward, enveloped in a faint crimson aura. Su Yuan, with a solemn expression, anxiously prepared to respond. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Lord O, who do you believe will prevail? Lin Shi whispered to Ba, her voice laced with concern. Su Yuan will lose. Ba's gaze swept across the battlefield, discerning the inevitable outcome. Despite the fierce exchange between Su Yuan and Yihan, it was evident that Su Yuan's impatience contrasted sharply with Yihan's calm demeanor. The conclusion was all too clear. Oh, Lin Shi felt a pang of disappointment. Should Su Yuan falter, the burden would rest squarely upon her shoulders. Do not worry. Have faith in yourself, Ba reassured her, seemingly aware of her anxieties. Lin Shi clenched her fist, nodding resolutely. After several dozen exchanges, Yi Han delivered a decisive blow, defeating Su Yuan. Su Yuan. The onlookers from the Great Zhou gasped, while the members of the bloodthirsty sect displayed smug smiles. Master Jiang, I have lost, Su Yuan said, rising from the ground. His face flushed as he addressed Jiang Zia. It is of no consequence. You have exerted your utmost effort, Jiang Zia sighed, acknowledging that Su Yuan, having only recently stepped into the transcendent realm, had performed admirably against someone who had long since achieved that status. Sect Master, I apologize, but we have secured one victory. We still have another match to contend with. The bloodthirsty sect leader wore a confident expression, already envisioning the celestial pool in his sect's possession. Enough of this banter. Let us begin the second match. Very well, Lu Liang, you shall take the stage. A robust man adjacent to the bloodthirsty sect leader stepped forward. Master Jiang, I shall confront him. Lin Shi stepped forward, actively approaching the burly man named Lu Liang. Little girl, do not hold me accountable if my fists lack discretion. Lu Liang sneered, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Shi's delicate figure. Enough with the idle chatter, let us begin. Lin Shi gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of immense pressure. If she were to lose, Lord Ocean would not even have the opportunity to enter the fray. Therefore, she was determined to secure victory in this round. Come on, little girl. Lu Liang bellowed with laughter, his robust form lunging forward as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lin Shi. Bang! That was close. Lin Shi narrowly evaded the blow, her heart racing with heightened caution. Chapter 151. Overwhelming force not bad at all. Lu Liang laughed maniacally, charging at her once more. In an instant, the battle between Lin Shi and Lu Liang descended into chaos. After hundreds of exchanges, Lu Liang began to feel fatigue, while Lin Shi, invigorated, radiated a faint golden glow. This luminescence was a manifestation of the divine blessing from Ababa, working subtly in her favor. Without this divine support, she would have surely succumbed long ago. Receive my strike, Lin Shi exclaimed, delivering a powerful palm strike to Lu Liang's chest. At that moment, he was already at his wit's end. How could he withstand such a forceful blow? Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Liang was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Lu Liang. The followers of the bloodthirsty sect gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with confusion. They had never anticipated that this young girl would grow stronger as the fight progressed. What just happened? Lin Shi clenched her fists, a trace of bewilderment crossing her features as she glanced at Ababa, who was smiling at her. Realization dawned upon her. Her newfound strength was undoubtedly due to Lord Ocean's covert assistance. Apologies, bloodthirsty sect leader, but we have won the second round. With Lu Liang defeated, Jiang Zia finally exhaled in relief, the tension in his heart dissipating. Having secured this crucial second round, the outcome of the third round seemed inevitable, especially since it would feature Ababa in action. How infuriating. It was merely one victory. What is there to be so proud of? The bloodthirsty sect leader gritted his teeth and barked. Zhang Shi, you go next. Yes, sect leader. Zhang Shi nodded, his aura thick with bloodlust, indicating he was the strongest among the trio. Jiang Guoshi, do not celebrate too soon. Zhang Shi has reached the mid-level of the transcendent realm. Victory is assured for us, the bloodthirsty sect leader declared with great confidence as he observed Zhang Shi. That remains to be seen, Jiang Zia replied with a slight smile, devoid of any trace of panic. Let us wait and see. The bloodthirsty sect leader scoffed before signaling Zhang Shi to step forward. You come forth. Zhang Shi approached, casting a cold, disdainful gaze at Oba. In his eyes, how formidable could these juniors of the Great Zhou truly be? They were, without a doubt, merely his defeated subordinates. A faint smile graced Oba's lips as he extended a finger, slowly pressing it towards Zhang Shi. What was he attempting? The members of the bloodthirsty sect were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Oba's actions. Did he truly believe he could crush the mid-level extraordinary Zhang Shi with but a single finger? How utterly arrogant. The bloodthirsty sect members saw through Oba's intentions and erupted into boisterous laughter, filled with disdain. Die. The word slipped from Oba's lips as his finger descended gently. Ah! A scream pierced the air, instantly shocking the members of the bloodthirsty sect into silence. They turned in unison, only to witness Zhang Shi, once brimming with arrogance, now contorted in agony, his body suddenly shrunk by half. Boom. In the next moment, Zhang Shi was utterly crushed into a mere puddle of flesh. Hiss. The sight left the bloodthirsty sect members in a state of stunned disbelief. Zhang Shi is dead. This young man managed to kill the extraordinary Zhang Shi with just a single finger? What kind of power is required to achieve such terrifying feats? The fluctuations of the Saint Realm. Could he truly be a Saint Realm powerhouse? The bloodthirsty sect leader snapped out of his daze, his gaze snapping to Oba, his pupils narrowing in sudden apprehension. What? A Saint Realm powerhouse? How is that possible? The leader's words left the members of the bloodthirsty sect astounded. Their eyes filled with incredulity as they regarded Oba. This young man from the Great Zhou is a Saint Realm powerhouse. A junior of the Saint Realm? What kind of joke is this? Had we known he was a master of the Saint Realm, we would have never dared to engage. Your Excellency, as a Saint Realm expert, it seems rather inappropriate to bully the juniors of our bloodthirsty sect. The bloodthirsty sect leader glared at Oba, his expression oscillating between fury and disbelief. When had the Great Zhou produced such a young Saint Realm powerhouse? A cold glance was cast towards the bloodthirsty sect leader by Oba, who chose to ignore him. Master Jiang, you have chosen a Saint Realm powerhouse for the duel among juniors. This constitutes a breach of agreement. The bloodthirsty sect leader coldly scolded Jiang Zia. Leader of the bloodthirsty sect, your statement is somewhat flawed. Jiang Zia replied with a slight smile. He is indeed a junior. We have not breached any agreement. A junior? What kind of junior possesses the strength of the Saint Realm? The members of the bloodthirsty sect exchanged glances, each seething with indignation, barely restraining themselves from unleashing a torrent of curses. If the Lotus Overlord is considered a junior, then what do these individuals represent? Should they be classified as mere vermin? Master Jiang, your statement seems rather inappropriate. The bloodthirsty leader furrowed his brow slightly and sighed, saying, your strength as a junior is rather impressive. How can you be deemed a junior? Ha ha ha. Jiang Zia chuckled, teasingly replying, bloodthirsty leader, have you forgotten that our definition of juniors is based on age, not strength? You. The bloodthirsty leader gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Jiang Zia, rendered speechless. For indeed, their agreement was precisely that, if juniors were defined by age, this youthful individual before them could indeed be considered a junior. Shameless. Upon hearing this, the members of the bloodthirsty sect clenched their teeth in anger, glaring at the audacious old man. How adept he was at exploiting loopholes. Truly despicable. Bloodthirsty leader, a bet is a bet. The celestial pool of Muntian Mountain is about to open. You may as well take your leave, Jiang Zia remarked with a mischievous smile, irritating the bloodthirsty sect even further. Humph. The bloodthirsty leader coldly scoffed, his face darkening. Just as the entourage of the Great Zhou believed they were departing, the bloodthirsty leader sneered, Jiang Zia, do not assume that winning the duel entitles you to the celestial pool. The bloodthirsty sect has laid claim to it. What? Jiang Zia's expression shifted, frowning as he looked at the bloodthirsty leader. Are you trying to play tricks? Play tricks? The bloodthirsty leader chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. The celestial pool of Muntian Mountain should rightfully belong to the strong. Chapter 153. A host of sage realm experts surround them. Not a single one shall escape. As the bloodthirsty leader's words echoed, the ground beside Jiang Zia and his companions erupted violently, and dozens of figures emerged from the earth. In an instant, they encircled the party from the Great Zhou. Jiang Zia, under the assault of my 10 great kings and 10 divine fists, let us see how your pitiful group can escape. The bloodthirsty leader proclaimed, a smug smirk adorning his face as he saw his subordinates encircle the Great Zhou contingent. 10 great kings, 10 divine fists. Hearing this, the smile on Jiang Zia's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of rare solemnity. Master Jiang, are they truly that powerful? Lin Shi exclaimed, surprised to see Jiang Zia so serious. The 10 great kings and 10 divine fists are all sage realm experts. Jiang Zia spoke slowly, his expression growing more grave. What? With the bloodthirsty leader included, does that mean there are 21 sage realm experts on their side? Jiang Zia's words plunged the Great Zhou party into panic. They stood frozen in place, as though struck by lightning. If there truly were 21 sage realm experts, how could they possibly contend against them? In the Great Zhou, apart from the formidable Uba and Jiang Zia, there exists no other sage-level powerhouse among this group. It is evident, even to the most simple-minded, who shall emerge victorious in this duel of 2 against 21. Jiang Zia, aware of the might possessed by my 10 law kings and 10 divine fists, why do you not simply surrender? Perhaps, should my mood permit, I might spare your life. The bloodthirsty lord's eyes sparkled with mockery, exuding an air of certainty in his triumph. With 21 sage-level experts at their disposal, he harbored no trepidation. This arrangement allowed for unfettered assault. Oh God, my friend, you must take Su Yuan and Lin Shi and flee at once. They represent the fresh blood of our Great Zhou and must not fall into the clutches of the bloodthirsty sect, Jiang Zia solemnly advised Uba. burdened with the weight of impending doom. In the face of the onslaught from the 21 sage-level warriors, hope for victory was utterly extinguished. Thus, preserving the younger generation became his priority. Flee. Why would we escape? Uba responded with a calm smile. His gaze icy as he stared at the members of the bloodthirsty sect. Since some wish to court death, how can I deny them their desires? What? The members of Great Zhou were momentarily stunned by Uba's declaration. Was the revered Uba truly prepared to confront the bloodthirsty sect? Yet, how could he possibly stand a chance against 21 sage-level warriors? Ha! The bloodthirsty lord laughed raucously, derision etched upon his face as he regarded Uba. You are exceedingly arrogant, young one. With merely the two of you, do you truly believe you can contend against so many from my bloodthirsty sect? How utterly laughable. The 10 law kings and 10 divine fists of the bloodthirsty sect shared his disdainful sentiments, their gazes cold as they scrutinized Uba, their hearts brimming with scorn for this foolhardy challenger. However, Uba's retort was one of sheer contempt. A group of insignificant beings, do you truly believe yourselves worthy of consideration? Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness. The members of Great Zhou stared at Uba in disbelief, their hearts racing with astonishment. Truly, Uba was exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Chapter 154. The pressure stuns the crowd faced with such a multitude from the bloodthirsty sect. To maintain such composure while uttering such audacious words could only be the domain of Uba. You are exceedingly arrogant, boy, the bloodthirsty lord replied, his expression darkening as he locked his gaze upon Uba, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. 10 law kings, 10 divine fists, eliminate this insolent brat. As the command fell, 20 shadowy figures surged forward, the oppressive aura of 20 sage-level warriors crashing down upon the members of Great Zhou, pinning them to the ground. The overwhelming pressure left them gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Is this the pressure emanating from 20 sage-level powerhouses? The members of Great Zhou were filled with dread. Realizing that this force was directed at Uba, had it been aimed at them, they would have surely been reduced to mere blood mist. Under the immense pressure, could Lord Uba withstand it? The people of the Great Zhou harbored trepidation as they gazed at Uba, the epicenter of the oppressive force, only to find him completely unscathed. What? Witnessing this scene, the bloodthirsty sect leaders' eyes widened in profound astonishment. This young man, in the face of the pressure exerted by 20 saint-level experts, appeared entirely unaffected. How could this be possible? Although they were merely early-stage saint-level beings, the combined pressure was exceedingly formidable, a force he himself could not withstand. Dragon might. A radiant golden shield enveloped Uba, effortlessly resisting the oppressive force, and he casually uttered 2 words. A roar of a dragon echoed forth. In an instant, a burst of dragon might erupted from his body, radiating outwards with tremendous force. The expressions of the 20 saint-level experts shifted dramatically. What? This is dragon might. Boom. They barely had time to react before they were violently hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Uft. The 20 saint-level experts spat out blood in unison. What? The astonishment on the faces of everyone present was palpable, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Uba. He had single-handedly brought down 20 saint-level experts with sheer pressure. What terrifying power was this? Could he truly be just a saint-level expert? Dragon might? Who exactly are you? The bloodthirsty sect leader's face turned ashen, his eyes brimming with horror. This human-possessed dragon might. How could this possibly be? Shunti dragon might belong solely to the dragon race. How could a human possess such power? Who am I? Uba turned to the bloodthirsty sect leader and replied indifferently. You are not qualified to know. You. The bloodthirsty sect leader was instantly enraged. As the leader of the bloodthirsty sect, he had never been so disrespected, being deemed unworthy even to learn the identity of another. You insolent wretch, you have provoked my wrath. The air around him was thick with malevolent intent as his mid-level saint aura unfurled, indicating his readiness to engage in battle. Uba, my young friend, I come to assist you, Jiang Zia shouted, preparing to intervene, but Uba waved his hand dismissively. No need, such a trivial pest, I can handle. As his words fell, a fiery red silk appeared out of thin air. The temperature around surged to unprecedented heights, causing those of lesser strength to break into a sweat. What is this? Such scorching heat. As he gazed at the flame-infused silk, the bloodthirsty sect leader's face grew grave, a flicker of wariness surfacing within him. His instincts warned him that this was no ordinary object. Chapter 155. Sect leader, you're on fire. The flame-infused silk danced around him as Uba eagerly anticipated testing its might. Since the silk had been upgraded to this extraordinary artifact, he had yet to experience its true power. At last, This occasion presents an opportunity to test the might of the blazing celestial veil against the bloodthirsty sect and its followers. Deceit and illusion shall be my tools. If I seize the treasure, it shall belong to me. The bloodthirsty sect leader let out a cold snort, gazing at the fiery red silk. Feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder, he mused that this must surely be no ordinary object, and his greed began to surface gradually. Get up if you're still alive. Let us vanquish this wretch together. The sect leader cast a disdainful glance at the 10 great law kings and 10 divine fist masters sprawled on the ground. His impatience to slay Oba palpable. Yes, leader. The 10 great law kings and 10 divine fist masters hurriedly rose, encircling Oba, their eyes brimming with wariness. Charge. With this command, 21 presences of sage-level power surged forth as the bloodthirsty sect leader led his followers into a fierce assault. Watch out, my friend. Jiang Zia and the others cried out in alarm. A sense of trepidation filled their hearts. Could the esteemed Lord O truly withstand the combined might of these 21 sage-level warriors? Heh, wretch, perish. The bloodthirsty sect leader sneered, his eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent as he struck with a palm. Blazing celestial veil, flames of obliteration. Yet Oba remained unfazed, his gaze calm and composed. Before he uttered softly, in an instant, the flames on the blazing celestial veil surged dramatically, forming a colossal circle of fire several dozen meters wide. The followers of the bloodthirsty sect found themselves directly confronted by this searing inferno. Upon encountering the mysterious and scalding flames, a flicker of caution crossed the sect leader's eyes. He swiftly raised his hand. Halt. Immediately, 20 individuals came to a stop. Leader, it seems you are on fire. Suddenly, one of the divine fist masters exclaimed, having noticed something amiss. Wait, it appears we are all ablaze. The bloodthirsty sect leader and his companions looked down and saw sparks igniting on their garments. The temperature of these flames is astonishingly high. The sect leader was taken aback. Even from several meters away, the intense heat had ignited their clothing. What should we do now, leader? Inquired the 10 divine fist masters and 10 great law kings, anxiety etched on their faces. Fear not, they are but trifling flames. Should I be concerned? The sect leader casually swatted the sparks off his clothes, dismissing their significance. Trifling flames? At this, Oba's lips curled into a mocking smile. Allow me to demonstrate that even a spark can ignite a prairie. With that, he shouted fiercely, Ignite. As the word left his lips, the flames erupted skyward, the temperature soaring dramatically. Ah, leader, you are aflame again. The followers of the bloodthirsty sect cried out in panic once more. I told you it's nothing. Just insignificant flames. The sect leader initially brushed off the concern. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a searing heat engulfing him. Looking down, he gasped in alarm. By heavens! His body was engulfed in searing flames, the fire relentlessly consuming him, leaving him in a state of despair. No matter how forcefully he swatted at the flames, they continued to blaze with an unyielding ferocity. Chapter 156, The Unquenchable Flames. What inferno is this that cannot be extinguished? The bloodthirsty lord was overwhelmed with hopelessness, cursing under his breath as he tried every method imaginable, even employing water-based spells, yet the infernal heat refused to abate. In mere minutes, he felt he would be reduced to ash. Ah, Lord, save me. As panic surged within him, a piercing cry of desperation echoed nearby. Turning to look, he saw one of the 10 sovereigns engulfed in flames, which swiftly consumed him, leaving nothing but a pile of blackened ash. Hiss! Witnessing this, the bloodthirsty lord's anxiety deepened. He was still young. He did not wish to perish. Bloodthirsty arts, blood rain. Gritting his teeth, he bit into his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upwards, which exploded into a torrential downpour of crimson upon him. Alas! Even beneath the deluge of blood, the flames raged on, more ferocious than before. Curse it! What kind of bizarre fire is this? The bloodthirsty lord was filled with despair. Ah, I do not wish to die? The cries of the fallen echoed around him. As yet another saint-level warrior succumbed, leaving only a mound of ash. A profound silence enveloped the area, a deathly stillness. Everyone present could hardly believe their eyes as they listened to the agonized wails, a chill creeping down their spines. They gazed in awe at the impassive figure of Lord Oob, who casually reaped the lives of saint-level warriors as if they were mere weeds. Furious, the bloodthirsty lord yearned to charge forward, but the flames bound him in place, forcing him to watch helplessly. Most of his 10 sovereigns and 10 divine fists lay lifeless, leaving him to suffer alone. Who are you? The bloodthirsty lord's eyes blazed with fury, as the flames had reduced his arms to ash, leaving him clinging to life by a thread. Very well, Since you are already a dead man, I shall enlighten you. Lord Oob smiled faintly, uttering, "They all call me Lord Oob." Lord Oob. The bloodthirsty lord was momentarily stunned, shock flashing in his eyes, his lips curling into a bitter smile. So, it is Lord Oob, no wonder. As the realization sank in, the bloodthirsty lord felt a heavy gloom settle over him. Had he known he faced the being capable of effortlessly dispatching those near the divine realm, he would have harbored no greed at all. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Alas, the bloodthirsty sect has met its demise. Without him and the 10 great kings, the bloodthirsty sect, akin to an empty nest, is defenseless. After a deep sigh, the bloodthirsty leader was engulfed by flames, transforming into a wisp of black ash, scattered by the wind. Having accomplished this, Lord O turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the bloodthirsty sect. Lord O, please spare us. We were wrong. Do not take our lives. Upon realizing it was Lord O, the remaining members were gripped by panic and despair. Chapter 157. The opening of the celestial pool. Regrettably, Lord O had no inclination to engage in dialogue with them. With a mere wave of his hand, a flame instantly ignited the remnants of the bloodthirsty sect. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, as their strength was insufficient to withstand the searing flames. In nearly an instant, dozens of black ashes fell to the ground. At that moment, the hundreds of disciples from the bloodthirsty sect who had come to the Mingtian mountain perished. Ding! Detection indicates the host has slain a saint-level formidable opponent. Gaining 5,000 experience, x2, evolution points 0. Ding! Detection indicates the host has slain a saint-level formidable opponent. Gaining 5,000 experience, x2, evolution points 0. Ding! Detection indicates the host has slain a saint-level formidable opponent. Gaining 5,000 experience, x2, evolution points 0. As the 21 notifications from the system echoed, Lord O felt a surge of experience flooding into his being, and remarkably, all this experience had doubled. The amplification of the belief system had commenced, and all the experience just received was indeed multiplied by 2. Ding! The host's experience has reached its limit. An upgrade is in progress. The sound of system enhancement resonated once more, and Lord O sensed the spiritual energy within him burgeoning. Ding! Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 4th star of the Saint Realm. Ding! Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 5th star of the Saint Realm. Ding! Experience absorbed. The host has ascended to the mid-tier 6th star of the Saint Realm. With each system notification, Lord O's prowess surged from the mid-tier 3rd star to the mid-tier 6th star of the Saint Realm. Although the experience boost from the belief system was significant, the strength of the slain saint-level opponents was considerably lower, yielding far less than the gains from defeating Shurji. Nevertheless, Lord O felt a sense of satisfaction, having nonetheless leveled up by 3 tiers. Old man, I trust one need not elaborate on the ensuing matters? Lord O spoke as he approached a stunned Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and quickly commanded the entourage of the Great Zhou, hasten. Take men to the territory of the bloodthirsty sect. From this day forth, their domain shall belong to Great Zhou. As he spoke, his heart raced with exhilaration. He had not only gained the celestial pool of Mingtian Mountain by bringing along the young friend Lord O, but he could also seamlessly claim the territory of the bloodthirsty sect. This transaction is nothing short of perfection. Yes, indeed. The crowd of Dezhou was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure, their hearts brimming with joy as they hastily gave orders. After all was accomplished, Jiang Zia nodded in satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face. I am truly grateful to you, dear friend Ocean, for significantly enhancing the strength of Dezhou. It's nothing. Ocean waved his hand dismissively, gazing at Jiang Zia with a calm demeanor, saying, Old man, let's dispense with the pleasantries. I am merely awaiting the opening of the immortal pool of Hengtian Mountain. Everything else is of little consequence. Ha ha ha, Jiang Zia chuckled, suppressing the delight swelling within him, and replied, Please do not be impatient, dear friend Ocean. The immortal pool shall soon be unveiled, and at that time, you shall be able to revive your friend. Very well, then. Ocean nodded, and the group patiently awaited the opening of the immortal pool of Hengtian Mountain. Minutes later, a brilliant streak of light flashed from the peak of Hengtian Mountain, accompanied by a rich aura that wafted down, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. The immortal pool of Hengtian Mountain is now open. Chapter 158. The appearance of the Dragon Maiden's immortal pool. Naturally, the commotion at Hengtian Mountain did not escape the notice of the onlookers. Dear friend Ocean, the immortal pool of Hengtian Mountain has opened. You 3 may ascend. Jiang Zia remarked with a smile, glancing at the activity atop the mountain. Very well, let us proceed. Ocean nodded and led Su Yuan and Lin Shi towards the immortal pool. With the pool now open, he would finally have the opportunity to rescue the Dragon Maiden. After a few moments, the trio reached the peak, gazing in astonishment at the nearly 100-meter expanse of the immortal pool. The pool was enveloped in swirling mist, and the spirit energy surged as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. A single breath of its essence seemed to invigorate the spirit. Great Lord Ocean, please enter the immortal pool first. Despite the alluring sight before them, Su Yuan and Lin Shi refrained from rushing in, instead allowing Ocean the honor of being the first to partake. Very well. Ocean nodded slightly, not one to be modest. The priority was to restore the Dragon Maiden first. He summoned the Dragon Maiden from the system space with a flourish, and a massive stone statue of a dragon, several dozen meters tall, materialized before them. Upon witnessing this gigantic statue, both Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged puzzled glances. Just as they were about to inquire, they saw Great Lord Ocean toss the statue directly into the immortal pool, leaving them utterly astonished. What on earth is Great Lord Ocean attempting to do? Their eyes widened in shock, curiosity flooding their minds. As Ocean hurled the statue into the pool, a tremendous wave surged forth, the statue sinking to the bottom, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Gurgle, gurgle. Moments later, the statue settled at the bottom, and tranquility returned to the immortal pool. The pool is open. The spirit energy flows within, and the Dragon Maiden shall soon emerge. Yet, at that moment, Ocean began to recite an ancient incantation slowly. This incantation had been imparted to him by Jiangxia, said to be capable of restoring the Dragon Maiden to her original form in conjunction with the immortal pool. However, as the incantation echoed through the air, the pool remained eerily calm. Minutes passed, and all remained unchanged. Could it be that this old man Jiangxia is merely toying with me? Gazing intently at the tranquil celestial pool, Uba furrowed his brow, harboring doubts regarding Jiangxia's words. Despite the passage of time, the pool remained utterly unresponsive. Could it truly possess the power to save the Dragon Maiden? Suddenly, a fierce rush of water erupted from the pool before him. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the pool began to surge violently, the water swirling incessantly and forming a colossal vortex. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged fearful glances, instinctively taking a step back, their minds swirling with confusion. Could it be that all of this is a result of Lord Uba's actions? They soon turned their gaze towards Uba, only to find him exhibiting an expression of calm indifference as he observed the vortex ahead. It seems that the old man Jiangxia was not deceiving me. This celestial pool indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Uba's eyes were fixated on the immense whirlpool, within which a faint glimmer of golden light flickered. With the flash of the golden light, a resounding dragon roar erupted. A dragon roar? Su Yuan and Lin Shi's expressions shifted in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a seven-clawed heavenly dragon spiraling out of the vortex. A dragon. The dragon-shaped statue that Lord Uba had cast into the pool had transformed into a real dragon. In response, both Su Yuan and Lin Shi gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with wonder. Upon seeing the familiar seven-clawed heavenly dragon, the tension in Uba's heart finally eased as he called out, "Dragon Maiden, come forth." With Uba's command, another dragon roar resounded, and the seven-clawed heavenly dragon surged forth from the vortex, splashing water in its wake. The Dragon Maiden landed gracefully before Uba, and after a dazzling display of golden light, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. What a breathtakingly beautiful sister! Upon witnessing the Dragon Maiden's exquisite visage, Su Yuan and Lin Shi were momentarily entranced, having never encountered such a captivating woman before. Is she a celestial maiden from the divine realm? Su Yuan stood frozen in place, his gaze dazed, utterly mesmerized by the Dragon Maiden's allure. "Master." The Dragon Maiden approached gracefully, bowing to Uba with a smile, elated to reunite with her master. "It is good to see you restored." Uba nodded, a look of contentment gracing his features. "What? This enchanting sister is actually Lord Uba's servant." Upon hearing the exchange between Uba and the Dragon Maiden, Su Yuan and Lin Shi experienced a moment of realization, their hearts swelling with admiration. Truly, Lord Uba is remarkable. Even a celestial maiden of the Dragon clan could be bound to his service. They could not help but feel a sense of profound respect. "Continue your cultivation in this celestial pool. I shall take my leave." With those words, Uba departed with the Dragon Maiden. Although the celestial pool possessed the ability to enhance one's physique, Uba, endowed with the extraordinary capabilities of a system, found it entirely unnecessary. As he prepared to leave the summit of the Mingtian mountain, he was suddenly called back by Jiangxia. Slow down, my young friend, Ocean. Old man, what else do you need? Uba furrowed his brow, halting his steps as he regarded Jiang Zia, who was approaching. Congratulations, young friend Ocean, on rescuing your companions. I sincerely hope you will remain in our great Zhou, Jiang Zia remarked with a faint smile. Remain in your great Zhou? Uba was taken aback, then smiled and inquired. What benefits would that entail? If young friend Ocean chooses to stay, I can implement the same regulations as in the Great Shang, allowing all citizens of Great Zhou to worship you, Jiang Zia mused. All citizens of Great Zhou to worship me? Uba's eyes gleamed with interest, recognizing the substantial advantage. For Great Zhou enjoyed peace and prosperity, its population far exceeding that of Great Shang. If the people of Great Shang were to worship, that would indeed be commendable. What do you think, young friend Ocean? Jiang Zia regarded Uba with a cheerful demeanor. Agreed. Without hesitation, Uba nodded, driven by the prospect of accumulating 1,000,000 faith points. If he could swiftly gather 1,000,000 faith points to unlock the function that doubles his evolution points, it would be a tremendous boon. Then, young friend Ocean, please accompany me back to Great Zhou. Upon Uba's agreement, a smile immediately brightened Jiang Zia's face. Once Su Yuan and Lin Shi descended from the immortal pool, the group returned to the capital of Great Zhou. From afar, GFA came to greet them. Lord Ocean, I am truly grateful for your assistance. GFA expressed his sincere thanks, deeply appreciative of Uba. He was also aware of the news from Mount Hengtian, which revealed that the bloodthirsty sect had surprisingly sent forth an astonishing 21 powerful saints. Had Jiang Zia and the others perished on Mount Hengtian, it would have been a monumental loss for all of Great Zhou. After all, Jiang Zia represented the pinnacle of strength for Great Zhou, while Su Yuan and Lin Shi were fresh blood for the realm. The loss of these individuals would severely deplete Great Zhou's vitality. Chapter 160, Alliance, however. Upon learning that Lord Ocean single-handedly vanquished the 21 saints, GFA felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he was subsequently filled with astonishment. How incredibly powerful must Lord Ocean be to defeat all 21 saints with such ease? Not to worry, they are but a swarm of ants, easily extinguished, Uba remarked nonchalantly, dismissing GFA's excitement with a wave of his hand. A mere swarm of ants, easily extinguished? GFA and the entourage from Great Zhou were momentarily stunned, their expressions quickly transforming into a mix of awe and disbelief. These were not nameless figures. The bloodthirsty sect lord, the 10 divine fists, and the 10 law kings were all renowned saints. Yet, Lord Ocean referred to them merely as ants. However, upon reflection, it became evident that for Lord Ocean, the 21 saints had indeed been dispatched with effortless swiftness, revealing them to be nothing more than insignificant pests in his eyes. In that moment, the crowd was engulfed in a myriad of emotions. If even the powerful beings of the sage realm were mere ants, what then could they be considered? At this instant, the people of the Great Zhou felt an undeniable pressure, realizing the vast chasm that separated them from Lord Ocean. Lord Ocean's divine might is truly admirable. GFA chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Rest assured, we will faithfully implement the tenets of faith in Lord Ocean as advised by Master Jiang. Very well, Obai nodded, his heart already brimming with anticipation for the implementation of the Ocean Faith Plan in Great Zhou, confident that they would soon surpass 1,000,000 followers. Yet, there was a matter I wished to discuss with Lord Ocean. GFA's voice echoed once more, his gaze sincere as he looked at Obai. What is it? Our Great Zhou wishes to form an alliance with the Great Shang under your command, Lord Ocean. GFA took a deep breath, his tone earnest. An alliance with the Great Shang? Obai was momentarily taken aback. Historically, Great Zhou and Great Shang had never seen eye to eye, particularly under the tyrannical reign of King Zhou, where animosity ran deep. Yet here was GFA proposing an alliance? Lord Ocean need not worry. The discord between Great Zhou and Great Shang has always stemmed from the rulers. Now that the monarch of Great Shang is your loyal servant, the enmity between our two nations should come to an end, GFA said with a knowing smile, as if he understood Obai's thoughts. It should indeed come to an end. Obai nodded, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on GFA. Speak plainly, GFA. What is your true intention behind this alliance with Great Shang? Under Obai's intense scrutiny, GFA felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily responding, the intention is, without a doubt, to forge an alliance with Great Shang for the prosperity and peace of our peoples. Truth be told, Obai harbored doubts about GFA's words. If true peace were the goal, there would be no need for an alliance with Great Shang. GFA's actions surely concealed ulterior motives. GFA, drenched in cold sweat, found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Jiang Zia, who had remained silent, let out a bitter laugh and sighed. King Ji, you might as well speak the truth. You cannot hide anything from our young friend, Lord Ocean. Hide anything? Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, Obai's expression shifted. It appeared these two indeed had something to conceal from him. Speak then, what is it that you are hiding? Obai's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized GFA and Jiang Zia, wondering if they truly believed they could deceive him. GFA let out a bitter laugh. Realizing he could no longer keep his secrets, he slowly addressed Obai, Lord Ocean. My desire to ally with Great Shang undoubtedly stems from a request for your assistance with 2 matters. 2 matters? Obai furrowed his brow, inquiring, what are these 2 matters? Pray, enlighten me. GFA spoke with a serious demeanor. The first matter is somewhat awkward. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at the earth spirit behind him. Gritting his teeth, it is all this wretched fellow's fault for his lecherous intentions. Obai glanced curiously at the earth spirit, who immediately hid behind a crowd. Indeed. GFA sighed heavily, his face etched with worry. You must be aware of the recent recruitment of disciples by the Celestial Academy, Lord Obai? I am. Obai nodded, recalling his encounter with the Celestial Academy during the Dashang era, where he had even acquired a new maid. It was this earth spirit who, upon seeing the beautiful Shui Han, dared to entertain improper thoughts and attempted to tease her. However, he was swiftly sent flying by her slap before he could succeed. GFA sighed in resignation, clearly exasperated. This fellow dared to tease Shui Han. Although her strength may not match that of Jiang Zia, she is still a sage. He certainly has some audacity. Obai fixed his gaze on the earth spirit, a smirk playing on his lips. His audacity is indeed remarkable, with his extraordinary strength. Attempting to flirt with her was sheer folly. Had Shui Han wished to harm him, he would have perished long ago. Lord Obai, you are acquainted with Shui Han? GFA inquired, surprised to hear Obai speak so knowledgeably of her current strength. I am, Obai replied, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, Shui Han is currently my 3rd maid. And what else? GFA and the others were taken aback, but Obai merely shook his head slightly, unwilling to elaborate further. Lord Obai, I fear Shui Han may harbor a desire for revenge. I humbly request your protection for us for a time. GFA slowly articulated his plea. There is no need for concern. Shui Han is not of such a nature, Obai asserted, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. Upon hearing Obai's words, the people of Dezhou exchanged glances, sensing an underlying tension. It appeared that Lord Obai and Shui Han shared a rather close relationship. Since Lord Obai has said so, very well, GFA nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. If Shui Han were to bring trouble alongside the Celestial Academy, Dezhou would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Thus, it was sufficient that Shui Han would not seek trouble for the time being. If this matter poses no significant issues, only one final request remains. What is this last request? Obai inquired slowly. Upon hearing Obai's question, GFA and Jiang Zia's expressions shifted dramatically, darkening with concern. Observing their countenance, Obai furrowed his brow, sensing that their impending request might be somewhat troublesome. However, he harbored no worry, for the more challenging the situation, the stronger the opponent would be. For him, a stronger adversary equated to greater experience.